Yang Qingqing accepted the sachet from someone else, which meant that she was interested in getting to know the other person better. However, Suan still had to remind her, you have to be careful. Although the first impression was good, some details can better represent the quality of a person. Didn't you say that his family is average? If a man is really good, no matter how tight his pockets are, as long as he goes out with a girl, he will take the initiative to pay for the money instead of waiting for you to spend money. A man willing to spend money on you is not necessarily really good, but a man who is unwilling to spend money on you is definitely not good. Being poor is not a reason for him to be stingy. This is very important. As a modern person who traveled through time, Suan is sometimes quite realistic. After all, if there is no love, it is fine to have money to spend. I know. My mother told me the same thing. Don't worry. I know my limits. Yang Qingqing herself is also very sober, and I believe she is not a person who would be obsessed with love. You can love someone very much, but you cannot become irrational for the sake of loving him and abandon your bottom line, relatives, and principles. Inside Hibiscus Cottage, the crabapple blossoms in the yard have bloomed, densely packed together in light pink, purple, and white, 3 colors mixed together. The whole yard is filled with the fragrance of hibiscus. If people stay in the yard for a long time, they will be imbued with the scent of hibiscus. From time to time, the petals blown down by the wind are flying all over the sky. So beautiful. September is the season when hibiscus blooms most beautifully. The workshop also launches goat milk soap and hair soap with hibiscus scent, which are very popular and well-liked. One is hibiscus and the other is osmanthus. These 2 scents are the best-selling ones, and they are equally good. 2 months after Yuan Hall opened, the total profit in the entire Shango, after deducting all costs and expenses, had reached 15,000 taels. Shops in various county towns were also open one after another, and the business was on the right track. On September 23rd, the opening day of Bingjitang, although Suan cannot attend, she will visit as a customer. She went out in the morning. Sui came to her with a few paintings. His seals had been made, and his painting studio was already on track. He usually painted portraits for people in the store. There were also many of his own paintings hanging in the shop, including ink paintings, landscapes, flowers, and ladies. Although no one would buy them usually, it was not a problem for him to earn 100 or 200 taels a month just by painting portraits. Moreover, those beautiful and pleasing paintings only need to be quietly hung in the store, which is a kind of art and a kind of artistic conception. Sooner or later, they will meet someone who appreciates them. His reputation for his superb portrait skills had spread throughout Xiangzhou, and even people from the government office would come to him to draw pictures when they were catching criminals. Through their descriptions, Sui can always present them with the results that they are most satisfied with. He has been painting portraits for so long that he is very familiar with the facial bones of people. He is also familiar with all kinds of face shapes, eyebrow shapes, eye shapes, and expressions. The prefect even wanted to recruit him as a portrait artist for the yamen, but Sui refused. He just wanted to paint quietly and didn't want to get involved in these things. The prefect knew that he was the younger brother of the top scholar, and he could not force him to do it if he didn't want to, so he had to give up. Early this morning, Sui gave Suan a few paintings with his own seal on them, which he had promised to give her some time ago, for her collection. At that time, Suan was just about to go out to Bingji Hall to join in the fun, and she met Sui, who came to find her. He called her from behind, his tone full of joy. Wanwan, wait for me. Suan turned around and saw a young man coming out from under the eaves and stepping under the hibiscus tree. He was wearing a green round-necked robe and had a cool and unworldly temperament. Are people like them who are devoted to art all so indifferent and detached? Ever since the 5th brother was able to earn money, he started to dress himself up. He preferred green robes or sky blue, but one had to admit that he handled these 2 colors very well. Suan also liked the green color. As she looked at it, she felt that her 5th brother seemed to have grown taller. Now, standing in front of her, he was more than a head taller than her. What's wrong, 5th brother? Suan asked him with a smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Didn't you ask me to draw a few pictures for you last time? I've finished them now. Take a look and see if you like them. Suan took his paintings, knelt down beside the small coffee table under the hibiscus tree, and opened them one by one to appreciate them. The first one was a beautiful picture of a lady that Su-yi had drawn for her. In the picture was her, wearing a green robe and standing under a hibiscus tree with branches full of hibiscus flowers. There were falling petals floating around her. The artistic conception was captured just right by him, and the painting was signed with his seal that read Wu Yang. The second painting is a picture of hibiscus, with clusters of flowers. The beauty of hibiscus is painted just right, and the feeling is like the dewdrops still hanging on the petals in the morning. Even the colors are controlled very well. If you pick a hibiscus flower and put it on the painting for comparison, if you don't look carefully, you won't know which is real and which is painted. The third painting is a picture of koi, which was drawn by Su-yi after observing the koi in his home pond. He observed the koi for several days for this painting. He painted the expression of the koi playing among the lotus leaves very vividly. Even the patterns on the body are almost the same. It is simply amazing. Suan couldn't dare to imagine how cool and enviable it would be when she took out these works when her fifth brother became famous in the future. She is holding something worth tens of thousands of taels of silver in her hands. Are you envious? Great. I'm going to hang them all in my room, wherever I move to in the future. Suan decided to keep these paintings well, but not as a treasure to be hidden in the bottom of a box. Rather, no matter where she moved to in the future, these paintings would be indispensable to decorate her room. As long as you like it. Su-yi would only show that kind of gentle smile from the heart in front of his sister. In front of outsiders, his smile always seems perfunctory, and he is undoubtedly the prince of false smile. Moreover, the innate sense of aloofness of fifth brother is very consistent with his artistic aura. If there is a joke and he happens to be present, his laughter will not make people feel sarcastic, but rather it will feel like he has seen the 4 words, "None of my business," and I will just smile to be polite. You can always see him smiling, but you don't know what he is smiling at, and sometimes it's quite creepy. Suan carefully rolled up and tied up the paintings and asked Luyun and Luing to help her hang them up after she came back. Where were you going just now? Su-yi remembered that Wanwan was just about to go out. A shop has opened on the street called Bingjitang. They sell a Bingjiuga cream. I heard that the formula was created by the genius Dr. Sun Beidou and his granddaughter, and the effect is very good. There is a discount today for the opening, and I want to join in the fun. Suan answered naturally, as if Bingjitang was not hers. But as smart as Su-yi is, he had already guessed something, but he just didn't expose it. On the night of her birthday, Jiang Yu gave her the gift without telling anyone, so no one knew that she had a recipe for the jade face cream. But Su-yi, who was very careful, had already noticed it that night. Moreover, he saw with his own eyes Suan bringing Luyun and Luing out of Bingjitang a few days ago. At that time, Bingjitang had not yet opened, and she usually acted as if she had no connection with Bingjitang. It was hard not to be suspicious. But Suan had her own reasons for concealing the truth. She must have chosen not to say anything because she was thinking about her family. Then I'll go with you. Su-yi took the initiative to say. Suan nodded. If fifth brother wanted to accompany her, she would not refuse because she knew fifth brother's personality. He would just accompany you quietly and give you advice from time to time. Ever since he opened his painting studio, he would always buy rouge and lip balm for Suan from time to time. Sometimes when he passed by a jewelry store, he would buy any beautiful pearl flowers that he saw that were suitable for Suan. The dressing table in his room was full of them. But fifth brother, aren't you going to the painting studio today? Suan suddenly remembered this. Fifth brother is not going to work today? It's more important to accompany you shopping. It doesn't matter if I don't go to the studio for a day. Su-yi answered as a matter of course. Looking after the store is not as important as accompanying my sister. The most important thing is that my sister is happy. Where are you going? Can I join in the fun? I don't know when the eldest brother arrived. He will leave for his new post in 2 days. These days, Su's mother has been packing his luggage. After all, he is going to take up the post and will have to live in a place with difficult conditions for a few years. He has to take care of his food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It's unlike Su Chun, who is going to join the army. He has to wear armor in the barracks, and is not allowed to bring too many cumbersome things. Moreover, Suan has already packed everything for him. There is really no discrimination. Suan also went to the pawn shop and bought 2 young, literate boys, both of whom were only 15 or 16 years old, smart and sensible, to serve as his eldest brother's book boys and take care of his daily life, as he was afraid that he was too busy at work and would neglect to take care of himself. Her elder brother brought back for her are a huge fortune when converted into money. What's wrong with her spending some money to buy 2 people for him? My 5th brother and I are going shopping. Does eldest brother want to come with us?
Suan answered obediently.
Go, if Wanwan doesn't mind that big brother is a follower. Su Jing was wearing a moon-white brocade dress. Most of his clothes were made of moon-white and light apricot, which were relatively elegant colors. He is indeed a gentleman, gentle as jade. My eldest brother and 5th brother, one is handsome and gentle as jade, the other is fresh and refined, with a cool temperament. It's so glorious to have you accompany me out on the street. I'm afraid those girls who go shopping alone will envy me to death. I won't despise you. Suan is a sweet talker. She can smooth things over with just a few words and make the eldest and 5th brothers all smile. Su Jing scratched her nose lovingly. You are so sweet. Suan smiled and hid away. Lu Ying watched with envy from the side. Suan handed her the 5th brother's painting and asked her to keep it. At this time, Lu Yun came over and said with a difficult expression, Miss, Master, the Earl's daughter and young master from the Earl's mansion of Ning Yuan have sent you another invitation to go on an outing. This is the 4th time this month. Are you still going to refuse? Upon hearing the news brought by Lu Yun, Su Jing and Suan changed their expressions in perfect harmony. In an instant, the smile on his face turned into silence. There must be something wrong with the Ning Yuan Earl's mansion. He always invites them to play here and there. I found many excuses to turn down the invitation the previous few times, always saying I was busy with social engagements, busy with ancestor worship, busy with business. This time I really don't know how to refuse. After all, it is an invitation from the Earl's mansion. It would be a bit disrespectful to refuse it again and again. They say 3 times the limit is enough. If I refuse this time, it would be a bit unreasonable. So the brother and sister looked at each other and asked tentatively at the same time, "Want to go?" Even their expressions and tones are exactly the same. They are undoubtedly siblings. I think we should go. They spoke at the same time again, and they couldn't help but laugh at their tacit understanding. I have already rejected the invitation from the Earl's mansion several times. It would be a bit tactless to reject it again. Brother, let's go once. Anyway, you will take office in a few days, and you don't have to see them again in the future. Well, you're right. We still have to give face to the Earl's mansion, otherwise they will accuse us of being arrogant. Su Jing thought about it, and it made sense. Although he was the top scholar, he did not hold a high official position after all, so he would not offend the Earl's mansion. His entire family is in Xiangzhou now, so as to avoid offending anyone and being harassed. The Earl's mansion also had limited patience. After being rejected several times, the arrogant Earl and his wife had become very impatient and privately denounced Su Jing and his sister for being ungrateful. Go back to the post and see what time it is. If it's an outing, they probably invited more than just us. There should be other ladies and young men from prominent families as well. It won't be awkward if we go. Lu Yun received the order, nodded, and went to reply. The outing day is tomorrow, and considering that Su Jing will leave for his new post in a few days, the preparations are hurried. The 3 siblings left the house and headed straight for Bingji Hall, just in time for the ribbon-cutting ceremony of Bingji Hall. Xiaonyang is dressed in red today, looking very festive. The cinnabar at the corners of her eyes makes her eyes look even more charming. She accurately located the group where Suan was and nodded and smiled at her as a greeting. Suan clapped and responded to her. Bingjitang opens today, and the Bingji Yugu cream is limited to 100 jars. After 3 days, it will be limited to only 100 jars per month. It is uncertain when it will be available and when it will not. Good things cannot be bought whenever you want. Only hunger marketing can ensure long-term popularity. Bingjitang has many items that are hard to find on the market. Xiaonyang brought another group of people over. Their monthly salary was not as good as theirs, only 8 taels of silver per person per month. They were all good workers who worked efficiently. In addition to beauty creams and hand creams, Xiaonyang can also make eyebrow powders, cinnabar, nail polish, and lip balm in different colors. The 200 taels that Suan spends every month is totally worth it. Ribbon cutting ceremony. Customers waiting to enter the Bingjitang store filed in. The wealthy went straight to the second floor, and ordinary people started shopping on the first floor. In short, business was good, and we had transactions in no time. Suan walked in slowly, with Su Jing and Su Yi, listening to the women's chattering discussions there. Wanwan, whatever you like, brother will buy it for you. Su Jing expressed his opinion beside her. And I have money and I can buy it for you too. Su Yi has several hundred taels of silver in savings now, so he is quite generous to his sister. Then I won't be polite. Suan didn't hesitate. She just had to know how to handle the situation properly. Already a lot of lip balm and jewelry at home, so she bought a few boxes of ordinary facial cream, 10 taels of silver per can. Xiaonyang asked someone to bring her some red date tea that was specially chilled with ice cubes, which was very thoughtful. She is the big boss behind the scenes, and everything has to be done by her first. This is a necessary condition for a qualified employee. Have you chosen it already? Su Jing was a little confused seeing how fast she was. Isn't it said that girls are very picky when choosing things, especially those for themselves? They are the most serious? Why is their Wanwan so casual? In fact, she can always use the popular items in the store as long as she wants, so she is rather perfunctory and came here just to investigate. Okay, I've chosen it.
Suan nodded seriously.
Then I'll go pay the bill. Su Jing took the things in his hand and was about to go to the counter, but was stopped by Su Yi. Brother, let me do it. Keep the money you have with you for your trip to Shuanha. Be frugal. I have a painting studio that can earn money. Let me do it. No, I'm the eldest brother. It's rare for me to go out with Wanwan to buy something. How can I let you pay the bill? That's outrageous. The two brothers started arguing, and each of them wanted to pay. Let me do it. Let me do it. I'm your eldest brother, so it's only right that I pay the bill. Suan looked at this, then looked at that, and finally she spoke up to stop him. Okay, big brother, fifth brother, stop arguing. How about you each take half? At times like this, we can only treat everyone equally so that no one has any objections. Su Jing and Su Yi looked at each other and thought it was feasible, so they each took 2 boxes of products and went to pay. Suan looked at them and smiled helplessly, but at the same time he felt warm and satisfied in his heart. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be spoiled by your family. While Su Jing and the others were away, Xiaonyang found a chance to move to Suwan's side, patted her on the shoulder, and handed her a rectangular mahogany box. Suan turned around and saw Xiaonyang. He looked around and asked her what was wrong. This is what the young master specifically ordered. I picked out the best quality pearls from the latest batch of pearls and made you a necklace. Jiang Yu had a pearl necklace specially made for him. Suan couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster when she thought of the name. She took the wooden box with a blushing face and stuffed it into her wide sleeves. There was a secret pocket sewn inside for storing things. Suan was glad that the clothes she was wearing today had big hidden pockets, otherwise it wouldn't have fit her. Thank him for me. Suan looked at the backs of Su Jing and Su Yi as they queued up to pay the bill and whispered to Xiaonyang like a thief. Seeing her like this, Xiaonyang couldn't help but think she was cute, so she covered her mouth and laughed. As expected, girls at this age are the brightest and cutest. Not to mention the young master. She likes him so much. You should wait until he comes back and tell him in person. I'm going to get busy now. Xiaonyang joked in a teasing tone, patted her shoulder lightly, and turned to greet the guests. Suwan's face flushed, her cheeks slightly red, and the sweetness in her heart rose sharply. What are you laughing at? Why are you blushing so much? When Su Jing came back, he found his sister standing there alone, laughing foolishly. No, I just feel happy. Happy that my brothers spoil me so much. Suan smiled even more, her dimples sunk deeper, and even her eyes curved with laughter. Suan believed this from the bottom of his heart at this moment, and it was not because he was thinking about Jiang Yu that he was deliberately turning a blind eye. When Su Jing and Su Yi heard this, they felt inexplicably sad, and the smiles on their faces were tinged with heartache. Is that all? Are you satisfied with just this? Su Jing couldn't help but rub her head. Silly girl, do you want to buy anything else? Big brother will go with you. Let's go to Yueman West Tower for lunch. My fourth brother told me that their kitchen has just produced a delicious dessert that I want to try. Suan asked, pulling the sleeves of his eldest and fifth brothers. Okay, you can eat whatever you want, let's go. Su Jing took her out of Bingjitang. Su Yi took an umbrella with him when he went out, and he silently held the umbrella for Suan to block the sun. The three siblings walked to the Yueman West Tower, and Lu Yun and Lu Ying followed behind. They happened to meet Su Yun in the front hall, who was talking to shopkeeper Luo. Shopkeeper Luo saw Suan and the others coming out of the corner of his eye, so he signaled Su Yun to turn back. Su Yun turned around and saw his elder brother and Suan coming, and he was very excited. Why are you here? We came here to eat and see you.
Suan replied.
Yes, please have lunch with us, fourth brother. Our eldest brother will also be leaving in a few days.
Su Yi similet gente.
Of course, Su Yun was fine with it. He said hello to shopkeeper Luo, and then went to the private room with Suan and the others to have dinner. Suan asked Lu Yun and Lu Ying to sit down and eat together. The two sisters were a little reserved and embarrassed to sit at the same table with their master, but in Suan's place, there was no such serious hierarchy. Everyone had a very enjoyable lunch, and then played on the street for a while in the afternoon before going home. Su Yun plans to work in Yueman Shilo until the end of the year. He feels that what he has learned is not comprehensive enough and wants to continue learning more in Yueman Shilo, so he finds manager Luo to discuss this matter. Because it was agreed upon at the beginning that it would take half a year. Suan returned home and opened the box that Xiaonyang had given her. Inside lay a crystal white pearl necklace. Each pearl was of top quality, round and plump, and of uniform size. She put it on immediately and admired her beauty in front of the bronze mirror for a long time. The next day, Suan and Su Jing were going to meet Ning Zhiqian and Ning Xiaomei. The weather in this month was still a bit hot and not very suitable for outdoor activities. However, the brother and sister still dressed appropriately and went to a hibiscus garden in Xiangzhou City. Farong Garden has a filter here in Suan. Even if she doesn't give Ning Zhiqian face, she will come to Farong Garden. A person who loves hibiscus very much, just the one hibiscus tree at home makes her extremely happy. Imagine if there was a large area of it. There is no way she can refuse it. As Suan expected, in addition to Suan, Ning Xiaomei and her siblings also invited the daughter of the governor of Shangzhou, the daughter of the chief historian, and the son of the prefect. They were all children of officials, and no other women from business families were invited. They set up a buffet in Hibiscus Garden. There were hundreds of hibiscus trees in Hibiscus Garden, densely packed together. To get to Hibiscus Garden, one had to cross a river. There was an arch bridge on the river. From this angle, one could just see the magnificent scenery of Hibiscus Garden below. Suan was amazed at that moment. Before coming here, she had never known that there was such a magical place. I've been in Xiangzhou for so long, and this is the first time I've heard of it. In the middle of the Hibiscus Garden, surrounded by hibiscus trees, and it is named Hibiscus Pavilion. Just for this magnificent scene today, Suan felt that his trip was not in vain. Su Jing could also see that Suan really liked hibiscus flowers. He thought that in the future, when he was in the #1 scholar's mansion in Kyoto, he would renovate the back garden and plant the hibiscus flowers she loved. The servant that Ning Zhiqian sent to pick them up led them to the depths of Farong Garden. The fragrance of hibiscus flowers filled Suan's nostrils. He closed his eyes in enjoyment and caught a few fallen hibiscus petals. In the pavilion, it is a large table carved from a log. Everyone sits around it. There is a ditch in the middle of the table with a rockery built on it, which is particularly artistic. Running water is led along the ditch to create the appearance of a river. The water flow will push the plates to keep turning inside. This is the elegance of the ancients, called the flowing water banquet. Seeing Suan and Su Jing coming, everyone stood up to greet them. One is a young, elegant, and handsome top scholar, and the other is the top scholar's younger sister, both of whom are very popular. Su Jing's appearance and temperament are enough to make young girls fall in love with him, and Suan's beauty and agility also make it easy for men to admire her. Look, Ning Ziqian and Ning Xiaomei, brother and sister, both showed obsessed expressions when they saw the two siblings. The brother and sister deliberately arranged for Suan and his sister to sit between them, so that they could be close to them. Mr. Su, Miss Su, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you. Please take a seat. Sorry, I'm late and kept you waiting. Su Jing bowed to express his apology, and Suan also bowed. Sister Wan, please sit here. You don't mind me calling you that, do you? Ning Xiaomei took the initiative and wanted to arrange Suan next to her brother. Don't mind, Sister Ning. Suan gave a professional fake smile, still adhering to the idea of speaking differently to different people and doing enough superficial work. However, Suan did not sit next to Ning Ziqian as she wished, but pretended to be intimate and took Ning Xiaomei's hand and gently requested, I haven't seen Sister Ning for a long time. I miss her so much. I want to sit next to her today. Is that okay? Her sincere words? If she still insisted on arranging her next to her brother, it would be too deliberate. She could only agree with a stiff smile and held her hand, saying, Of course you can. I'm so happy that you want to be close to me. Su Jing beside him couldn't help but smile and admired his sister's cleverness in his heart. Finally, Suan sat next to Ning Xiaomei, and Su Jing sat next to Ning Ziqian. As soon as he sat down, the governor started to make trouble. Jiang Yu, you came late today and made us wait for a long time. You have to drink 3 cups as punishment. The 6th miss is a girl, so she will be treated preferentially. Just drink 1 cup as punishment. For the sake of the governor, Su Jing accepted the punishment. Yes, I should be punished, but my sister can't drink much, so I drank her glass for her. Su Jing didn't know whether Suan could drink well, but he didn't want her to drink. It's okay, Mr. Su. The wine we serve today is made from hibiscus flowers. It tastes sweet but not intoxicating. We specially served hibiscus wine because we have female relatives with us today. Ning Xiaomei explained at this time. Wine brewed from hibiscus flowers? Then I must try it. Suan became interested when he heard that it was brewed from hibiscus flowers. She poured herself a glass and raised it to clink with her eldest brother. Seeing that she was in high spirits, Su Jing didn't want to spoil her fun. After all, he could drink a lot, so he was still there for her even if she got drunk. Brother and sister clinked glasses, and Suan tilted his head back slightly and drank it all in one gulp. This hibiscus wine was just as Ning Xiaomei said, sweet at first, but not too sweet. After drinking it, he could feel the fragrance of hibiscus lingering between his lips and teeth. After Suan finished drinking it, he actually fell in love with this wine instantly. He must find out the source and keep some at home. After Su Jing drank the remaining 2 cups, everyone started to urge him to write a poem. Flowing water banquet, Hibiscus Garden. It would be a shame if I didn't compose a poem to describe this artistic conception. Moreover, everyone wants to appreciate the talent of the top scholar. Su Jing was encouraged by everyone. As a scholar, he really felt like writing poetry under the atmosphere. Suan clasped her hands together and looked at him expectantly, like a little fangirl. Just for his sister's sake, he is willing to make such a fool of himself today. Then I will show you my ugly face. If the poem doesn't express my feelings, please don't laugh at me. Su Jing said this beforehand. No, we believe that the top scholar can stand out among thousands of students and win the first place. How can a golden fish be kept in a pond? Don't laugh at us for being ignorant and incomprehensible to the deep meaning of your poem. Everyone was still deliberately praising Su Jing. After all, he had the potential to become a rising star in the court. If he became a favorite of the emperor in the future, he would be extremely rich and powerful. He must not be offended. Even if Su Jing did not do well today, they still had to applaud him. Su Jing knew that these were all false and a little too fake, but he saw through them but didn't say anything. So, He closed his eyes and meditated carefully, and everyone waited patiently for him to speak. Hibiscus is in full bloom on the branches, its subtle fragrance wafting across your face and attracting your attention. The colorful flowers are reflected on the water in autumn. You can listen to the wind singing for half a day. However, the author is uneducated and has racked his brains to come up with something that rhymes. Just make do with it. It is not worthy of being published in a refined setting. Su Jing's poem hits the point. The hibiscus is in full bloom on the branches, and the subtle fragrance is eye-catching. The colors of the hibiscus are brilliant. The Hibiscus Garden is by the river, and it is autumn now. They gather here today and chat for half a day. That's about the idea. Ning was the first to applaud and praise. After all, it didn't take Su Jing much time to write this poem, and it was really written impromptu. Everyone applauded and praised Su Jing for his brilliant writing skills. Of course, Su Jing couldn't let them go, so he asked them to write poems as well. But unfortunately, they were all half-baked, and apart from him, there was no one truly talented at the scene. Even Ning was just a student and had not yet passed the examination to become a scholar. This was very awkward. Suan was drinking hibiscus wine, wanting to laugh but not daring to, as she looked at their embarrassed expressions. Moreover, Su Jing has already set the standard. Unless the poem you compose on the spot is better than his, you can still show it off. But the problem is, if you are not as good as him, why should you embarrass this person? He really shot himself in the foot. Fortunately, Ning was smart. She immediately spoke up and changed the subject. In this situation, I would like to play a piece of music. I am not very talented, but I have learned the guzheng to some extent. If you don't mind, why don't I play a piece for everyone to listen to? Sister Ning plays the piano, so I'll play the flute. The governor's daughter also joined in the fun. Then I'll play the pipa. The daughter of the chief secretary was not willing to be left behind. There were 4 female members at the scene. 3 of them came out to perform, and only Suan was still immersed in the hibiscus wine, drinking one glass after another. At this time, someone suddenly mentioned her. "Sixth Miss, do you have any musical instrument you are good at? Why don't we play a song together?" Suan said, "I don't know anything. I'm sorry, except that I know a few words and have read a few books. I'm not proficient in any of the arts. Please forgive me for making fun of me." She didn't feel embarrassed. She wouldn't play with them often anyway. Making it clear in advance that she didn't know anything would make things more peaceful. No one would bother her in such occasions in the future. Several young ladies were a little embarrassed. They didn't expect Suan didn't know anything. But she had a brother who was the top scholar in the imperial examination. Was the gap between siblings so big? Seeing this, Su Jing quickly spoke up for his sister. "My daughter Wanwan is a carefree girl by nature and doesn't like being bound by rules. Our family doesn't have high expectations for her. We just hope that she can live a happy and carefree life for the rest of her life." As soon as these words came out, the girls present felt jealous. They all had brothers, so why was there such a big difference between them? Other people's brothers and sisters don't have to learn anything, just be happy. But their brothers are afraid that you don't know enough and will embarrass yourself in other people's houses. In the Hibiscus Garden, the sound of leisurely music could be heard. The men were drinking and chatting happily, and the women were discussing musical instruments with each other. Only Suan was out of place, drinking with his head propped up. Her mind was not on listening to the music at the moment, but on thinking how nice it would be to see such scenery with Jiang Yu. He also likes Farong, so he should like this place, right? To be honest, even though the alcohol content of hibiscus wine is not high and it is not easy to get drunk, it will still make you feel dizzy if you drink too much. Suan realized that something was wrong with her. Her cheeks turned red and hot, and looking at those hibiscus flowers seemed a little unreal. Looking at the sparkling lake from afar, Suan suddenly wanted to find a quiet and deserted place to sit alone. So she whispered to Su Jing, "Brother, I'm going to find a place to sit for a while, get some fresh air, and sober up. I seem to be a little drunk." Su Jing heard this and looked around. Lu Yun and Lu Ying were waiting outside the pavilion. Seeing her red cheeks, Su Jing knew that she was a little drunk. "Take Lu Yun and Lu Ying with you, don't go too far, and be careful." Suan nodded, then stood up and left, holding a pot of hibiscus wine in her hand. She took Luyan and Lu Ying into the depths of Hibiscus Garden, came to the lake and found a big rock to sit on. There was still music, but the breeze from the lake made her feel very comfortable, and the hibiscus flowers helped block the sun, so she didn't feel hot. Before I knew it, it was already afternoon. Ning Ziqian noticed that Suan had left the table and Su Jing was being harassed by two young masters for a drinking contest, so he found an opportunity to leave. I found Suan. She was sitting by the lake drinking alone, feeling a little lonely. Luyan noticed him coming and became a little wary. "Sixth miss, why are you drinking alone here? Are you not used to it?" Suan didn't find it strange that he came. She thought, "I know you're still asking." "No, I just want to enjoy the scenery by the lake." As Ning Ziqian approached, Luyan looked at him more vigilantly. He had something to say to Suan, but since the two maids were here, he couldn't open his mouth. "Gentlemen, could you please let me have a word with Miss Six alone?" He directly asked Luyan and Lu Ying to leave, but since Suan didn't say anything, they didn't dare to go far. Suan knew what he was going to say, and she also wanted to make things clear with him, so she nodded to the Luyan sisters. "Go ahead, and just watch from a distance." To be honest, she was a little tipsy now, and after a while of breeze, she felt even more tipsy. Luyan had no choice but to do as he was told and left with Lu Ying, standing in the distance and watching. Ning Ziqian was quite surprised by Suan's reaction. At least she was willing to give him a chance. "Young master, what do you want to say?" Suan was too lazy to talk about all that nonsense, so he just went straight to the point. Didn't expect Suan to be so anxious. He felt a little embarrassed and even a little shy. "Sixth miss. Actually, Ning Ziqian was hesitating and didn't know what was wrong. Suan looked at him, waiting for him to continue, and then rejected him. "In fact, the first time I saw you in the full moon in the West Tower, I could not let you go. I didn't get to talk to you that day, which has always been my regret. Later, I saw you again in the mansion. I was glad that God was kind to me and gave us the opportunity to meet again. After spending several times together, I found it more and more difficult to forget you. I thought about you day and night, and couldn't sleep at night. I always want to see you, but you are so cruel that you don't want to see me. I can't miss you this time, because I don't know when I will see you next time. So I want to say, Miss Suan, I like you." As Ning Ziqian spoke, he nervously clutched his sleeves and kept his head down, not daring to look at Suan. It was not until the last sentence that he mustered up the courage to look up at her, and even subconsciously took a few steps forward. In fact, he really likes Suan, but deep down he feels that since he likes Suan, Suan has to agree to him. If she doesn't agree, he will feel very embarrassed, so he is nervous. Given his status, no girl in Xiangzhou City could refuse his love. "Well, young uncle." Suan was thinking about how to organize the words to reject him, but at this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. Suan and Ning Ziqian looked towards the source of the sound at the same time. Jiang Yu appeared here, without knowing when. There was no sound of footsteps when he walked. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back, and his expression was not calm, but even a little gloomy. The gloomy brows, the tightly pursed lips, and even the call to Suan just now, all gave the feeling of suppressing something. I don't know how much of Ning Ziqian's confession just now he heard. The moment she saw him, Suan suddenly became much more sober. She quickly stood up from the stone, still holding the bottle of wine in her hand. "It was just because I was a little dizzy to begin with, and the sudden rise made me even more dizzy, and I almost couldn't stand." Ning Ziqian raised his foot to help her, but Jiang Yu got there first. Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward and put his arm around her shoulders, steadying her. Ning Ziqian's hand, which was stretched out in the air, froze in embarrassment. Jiang Yu's expression was still cold, but his movements were very gentle. He took the bottle of wine from her hand and placed it on the stone next to him. Suan stared at him blankly, still immersed in his sudden question. "Why are you here?" Suan smiled at him foolishly, and her cheeks turned red due to drunkenness, making her look like a peach at the moment. "You're drunk, I'll take you home." Jiang Yu couldn't laugh now. After saying that, Without waiting for Suan to answer him, he easily picked her up and carried her sideways. In order to adjust the position to make her more comfortable, he even shook her up. Ning Ziqian watched him pick up Suan. His back teeth were about to break, and his hands were clenched into fists. It's always like this. This annoying person always appears at the right time, disrupting his pace and provoking him in front of him. How could the young uncle, who had always been proud, bear such humiliation? He sent people to investigate Jiang Yu, but they could not find out anything. He was so mysterious, and he had always been the one who was praised in Shangzhou. Now a man who was not afraid of him and openly opposed him came, which aroused his desire to win. Sir, don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? If you act like this, I'm afraid you will tarnish the innocence of the 6th Mississippi. Hearing this, Jiang Yu lowered his eyes to look at the little girl in his arms. Suan could sense that he was in a very bad mood at the moment and was trying his best to suppress it. If he hadn't been holding her, the young master would probably have been in the lake by now. Suan took the initiative to hug his neck. She didn't say anything, but her actions proved everything. Jiang Yu's brows softened a lot, but it also deeply hurt Ning Ziqian. He turned his anger towards Lu Yun and Lu Ying. You two are so tactless that you don't even know how to help your young lady instead of letting her be molested by a man outside? Ning Ziqian said, gritting his teeth. Lu Yun and Lu Ying looked at each other, not taking it seriously and not planning to take any action. Wan and I love each other, so how can we say that you are being frivolous? Young master, you are being too harsh. It is you who said to a girl in broad daylight that you think about her day and night and can't sleep at night, which is really frivolous. Jiang Yu spoke calmly and just glanced at him lightly. The invisible sense of oppression made Ning Ziqian a little timid. Jiang Yu hugged Suan and turned to leave. Suan thought of her brother still in the pavilion, so she whispered, My eldest brother is still in Farong Pavilion. I asked Lu Yun to tell him that you are drunk now. Jiang Yu was extremely jealous. He had only been away for a few days, and someone almost took advantage of him. If he was not with her for a long time in the future, wouldn't he worry every day about someone trying to snatch her away from him? Okay. Suan had no choice but to let him carry her away. She put her arms around his neck and peeked back secretly, and found that Ning Ziqian was still standing there motionless. She thought, it's over, I've offended him completely. If the young uncle gets angry and makes things difficult for her, that would affect their family's business. Why? You still can't bear to leave. Now it was Jiang Yu's turn to grit his teeth. When Suan heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. What's going on? Why is she a little scared? No, I'm just taking a look. I'm not reluctant to let it go. She was eager to explain. After turning a corner, Jiang Yu suddenly put her down, let her walk by herself, and even got a little upset. You don't look too drunk. You're still quite sober. Just go on your own. Jiang Yu pursed his lips tightly, with an inexplicable stubbornness on his face. He was so jealous, but he endured it. Suan thought he was so cute now. She lowered her head and smiled secretly, then followed him silently. Jiang Yu has such long legs that if he walks fast, someone has to jog to catch up with him. Can you please slow down and wait for me? Suan requested from behind. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, but his pace slowed down subconsciously. His carriage was waiting at the other end of the arch bridge. The two of them crossed the bridge, one after the other. When getting on the carriage, Jiang Yu stood on it first. Suan thought he would not pull her, but he still reached out his hand to her. He still had that stubborn expression, and even though he reached out his hand to you, he wouldn't even look at you to prove his displeasure. Suan gave him her hand, and without having to exert any effort, he pulled her up with a light pull. Jiang Yu's carriage was extremely luxurious. He pushed open the door, and Suan took a closer look, only to find that the layout inside was different from that of ordinary carriages. Because the room was covered with soft animal fur, and there were several cushions around it, with only a small coffee table in the middle, on which were tea, snacks, and fruits. Take off your shoes before you go in. When Suan was looking around, Jiang Yu reminded him. Maybe because they were afraid of the heat, there was an ice basin inside, so it was very cool inside and not stuffy at all. Although she didn't know why his carriage was designed like this, Suan liked it inexplicably. She took off her shoes, got in, and found a suitable place to sit down. Jiang Yu followed in and told the driver to drive back to Farong Cottage. The carriage started moving, and the atmosphere inside was weird. Jiang Yu had a tense face and was still not calm.
Suan wondered if she should explain.
So, she organized her words in her mind and said, "Actually, I was about to reject him, but you suddenly came and interrupted me, and I haven't gotten back to say anything since then." Jiang Yu heard this, tilted his head and looked at her, his tone calm. "Is it because I came at an unlucky time?" No, how could that be? I just came at the right time, which saved me from embarrassment." Suan quickly waved her hands to deny it, secretly thinking in her heart, why is he so weird and so like Lin Daiyu? To ease the embarrassment, she picked 2 grapes from the jade-like bunch of grapes on the table and put them in her mouth. It is chilled, especially refreshing and sweet. When you bite it, the juice explodes in your mouth. Jiang Yu observed her quietly. She was eating grapes happily. This heartless little guy forgot about him at the first sign of food, but despite this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly and then quickly suppressed. Suan moved towards him, sat down next to him, and looked at him with his head held up, without blinking. This made Jiang Yu feel hot on one side of his face. He coughed twice in a serious manner and asked unnaturally, "Why are you looking at me like that? You are beautiful, but you can't let others see you?" Alcohol does not make people cowardly, but makes them braver. Just like Suan now, all he needs to do is flirt boldly. I know. Jiang Yu is also thick-skinned. Suan sat up seriously, kneeling on the soft blanket with her legs, looking straight at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't know what she was going to do, so he just looked back at her. Her cheeks were still rosy, and her lips were red too. Suan suddenly gained courage, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the face. Unlike the last time when she only touched his face briefly, the touch this time was particularly clear. She had eaten chilled grapes, so her lips were still icy and stayed on his face for several seconds. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt as if something was about to break through his chest and burst out of the ground. "Don't be angry. I don't like the young master. I like you." Suan left his face and supported her hands on the carpet with a pious look on her face. She was as obedient as a cute little puppy. Jiang Yu was extremely panicked inside, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. He drank 2 cups of cold tea in a row before he calmed down. "I'm not angry," he said, as one could clearly feel his jealousy. But when Suan said she liked him, he couldn't control his happiness and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Suan thought to herself, this blockhead, she always takes the initiative. What a coward. The carriage was shaking and there was a lot of noise outside. Suan wanted to sleep while riding in the carriage. She had also drunk some wine. The interior was so comfortable that she felt a little sleepy. Farong Garden is in a very secluded place, quite far away from Farong Cottage. Suan leaned on the pillow next to Jiang Yu, drowsy. Jiang Yu's heart had not yet calmed down. He didn't even dare to look at Suan, but his heart was already burning with anger. Love is restraint, extreme restraint, which I recall over and over again in my mind. He sat there cross-legged with his hands on his knees. Suan looked at his bony hands, and her hand control trait exploded. She really wanted to hold their hands, but she did just that. A hand pulled his sleeve. Jiang Yu didn't know what she was going to do, so he tilted his head to look at her, only to see that her hand was on his, hinting at something. This time Jiang Yu did not hesitate or restrain himself, but quickly held her hand and interlocked their fingers. At this moment, both of them laughed and reconciled as before. They just looked at each other quietly. The look in Jiang Yu's eyes when he looked at her was so gentle that it could be drawn. Touched her face gently with his other hand. "Go to sleep. I'll call you when we get there." Because he remembered Su Chen saying that Suan liked to sleep when riding in a carriage. It rained heavily that day, and the wheels of the carriage sank into a big hole. If he hadn't been there, Suan would have been almost thrown out of the carriage, so he always remembered this incident. He modified the carriage into this shape to make it more convenient for her. He never had the chance before, but today he finally had the chance to take her for a ride. It seemed that she liked it very much. It's so comfortable. For Suan, sitting on it is like sleeping on a rocking bed when he was a child. It's hard not to fall asleep. Suan fell into a deep sleep, but the two of them never let go of each other's tightly clasped hands. After arriving home, Jiang Yu did not rush to wake her up, but let her continue to sleep for an hour or so. He stayed with her in the carriage for an hour until she woke up naturally. After Suan woke up, he subconsciously wanted to stretch. He was almost sober, but he found that his hand was being held tightly. Their hands were still clasped together, and his palms were sweaty. Jiang Yu noticed that she was awake, smiled at her gently, and poured her a glass of water. "Wake up, drink some water to moisten your skin." Suan drank the water he handed to her, and Jiang Yu felt elated by her again. "Just kidding, I read so many romance novels and watched so many TV dramas, but it wasn't in vain. How long have I slept?" "More than an hour." Jiang Yu answered truthfully. "In total, I slept for more than 2 hours, which is equivalent to a nap, and now I feel refreshed." I opened the window and looked out. I saw the carriage parked in front of the mansion. I guess none of my family members had returned yet. Suan stretched and said to Jiang Yu, "Let's go home." "Good." Jiang Yu and she got off the carriage one after another, and they went back to the backyard to see the hibiscus flowers. Suan excitedly pulled him to the backyard and told him that the hibiscus had not fully bloomed when he left, but when he came back, it was just in full bloom. Back to Su Jing, he was in the pavilion listening to them playing the piano and pipa and was being forced to drink. When he turned around, he found that the young master was gone. I was just wondering, thinking that my sister had left the table and the young uncle had also left the table, so I wondered if he had gone to look for him. Being alone with a single man and a single woman could easily lead to misunderstandings, and he himself didn't trust the character of the young master, so he wanted to find a reason to look for him. As a result, before he could open his mouth, Lu Yun came over and told him that Suan was drunk and taken away by Jiang Yu, and told him not to worry. Su Jing was very confused. Why did you appear here? However, let's talk about this question after we get back. The most important thing is that Yu is trustworthy, and there will be no problem for Suan to be with him, so there is no need to worry. It was precisely because of this that Su Jing could stay and participate in this outing with peace of mind. The young uncle came back soon, but he walked from a distance and looked distraught, as if he had suffered a great blow. After he came back, he started drinking nonstop, didn't talk, and didn't play with anyone, as if the joy at the scene had nothing to do with him. Su Jing was too lazy to care about him since they were not familiar with each other anyway. As they drank, Ning Ziqian looked at Su Jing and suddenly mustered up the courage to put his hand on his shoulder. Su Jing was a little puzzled, but still asked him with a smile, "Young master, what's wrong?" "Brother, I have something to ask you." Ning Ziqian's call of "brother" stunned Su Jing. "Young master, you're drunk." He put away his smile and said seriously. At the scene, everyone fell silent and looked at Ning Ziqian and Su Jing, not knowing what was going on. "I'm not drunk. I'm just asking you, big brother, is your sister married?" Ning Ziqian was so angry at Jiang Yu that his heart began to twist. He had never been looked down upon and treated so lightly before. At this moment, he could hardly hide his desire to win, which was mixed with personal grudges. He asked a girl in front of everyone whether she was married or not, and the meaning was very clear. Su Jing's face darkened, and he was thinking in his heart how to respond to this. He doesn't want Wanwan to have anything to do with him. The most important point is that Wanwan doesn't like him. He doesn't want his sister to marry someone he doesn't like in the future. He would rather support her for the rest of her life than let her suffer this grievance. "Young uncle, my sister is not married, but she is still young and my family plans to keep her for a few more years, so we won't talk about marriage for now." Su Jing thought that as long as he knew that his family had not yet thought of finding a suitable husband for Wanwan, the young uncle would have less ideas. But he didn't know that this was exactly what Ning Ziqian wanted to hear. She was unmarried. So what if they were in love? Without the permission of their parents and the matchmaker, it would not work. He would definitely get Suan before him. What can he use to compete with me? Su Jing returned home in the evening, feeling a little dizzy, but still awake. Suan was worried that his elder brother must have drunk a lot of alcohol when he came back, so he asked the kitchen to prepare some sobering soup and brought it to him as soon as he came back. At that time, Suan and Jiang Yu were sitting under a hibiscus tree playing chess, with Su-yi and Suan on one side, 2 against 1. But Suan is a bad chess player and always regrets her moves, so Jiang Yu can only indulge her. Su-yi is not very proficient in chess either, so he helps Suan with advice. In a game of chess, after regretting several times, the chances of winning finally became higher. As a result, Jiang Yu was always able to reverse the situation with just one move. Watching the brother and sister fighting, Jiang Yu never got tired of it and found it very entertaining. Play here. Su Jing came over and took a quick look at the chessboard. Seeing his sister thinking hard with the white piece, he pointed to a position. When Suan turned around, she saw Su Jing coming back reeking of alcohol and standing behind her. "Brother," she called sweetly. Su Jing smiled and nodded, and Lu Ying tactfully moved a chair over for him. Suan followed Su Jing's instructions and placed the chess piece at the position he said, and then placed it at a few more positions according to his instructions. Jiang Yu then showed an embarrassment on his face, and he twisted the black chess piece with his slender fingers, not knowing where to place it. A moment, he threw the black piece back into the chess bowl and said with a smile, "I lost. Brother Su is really amazing." Suan saw that his white chess piece had won, and happily high-fived Su-yi. In this game, we can see at a glance that white had the upper hand in the early stages. I guess these two bad chess players must have regretted a lot of their moves. Why don't we start a new game? Su Jing also got addicted to Go. He had previously learned Go from a teacher who was good at the game in the academy. He himself also liked to study books about Go, and his Go skills were quite good. Even the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet praised him for his superb Go skills. A person who can arrange a chess game shows that he has excellent strategies. Looking at the overall situation, he is steady and not chaotic, which reveals his true nature. "Okay, this is the first time I play chess with Brother Su, so you have to give me some leniency," Jiang Yu said modestly. "Don't say that. In this game, you made many very clever moves. Don't say I'm letting you win. You should be letting me win. These two people are being humble to each other, really." Suan helped them separate the chess pieces. Jiang Yu continued to play the black chess pieces, Su Jing played the white chess pieces, and Suan and Su-yi watched the game on the side. At the beginning, both players played very conservatively, testing each other's moves. After that, the game was in a stalemate. Only people who understand chess can see how intense this game is. Su Jing found it more and more interesting as the conversation went on. The two of them smiled at each other and flattered each other. Su Jing was chatting with him when he suddenly thought of Jiang Yu's sudden appearance in Phoenix Garden today, so he asked, "Why is Ayu in Phoenix Garden today?" Speaking of this, Suan was also curious. He looked up at him, waiting for his answer. Jiang Yu did not hide it and said frankly, "Brother Su may not know that the Hibiscus Garden is actually my property. Years ago, I had people transplant the hibiscus trees there one by one. They were all famous wood hibiscus, so they bloomed so gorgeously. I also designed the hibiscus pavilion myself and had craftsmen supervise its construction. There is no other reason, it's just because I also love hibiscus and the people I care about also love hibiscus." When Jiang Yu said the last sentence, he deliberately glanced at Suan. Suan's eyes met his, and it only took 2 seconds for her heart to begin to beat fast. It's that kind of crazy heart-pounding throbbing. Jiang Yu returned his gaze to the chessboard and continued, "In fact, my mother also loves hibiscus. I went to Hibiscus Garden today because I thought this month was the best time for hibiscus to bloom, so I wanted to take a look in advance so that I could invite everyone to come and enjoy it. However, I never thought that someone would have a feast in advance. I saw that Brother Su was also there, so I didn't want to spoil your mood, so I gave up. On the way back, I happened to meet the drunk 6th Miss, and young Master Ning was expressing his love for her, so I took the initiative to bring her back first. Brother Su, please forgive me." Jiang Yu spoke the truth without exaggeration, and only concealed some small details of his love with Suan. Moreover, this Phoenix Garden was originally the surprise he planned to give Suan. The Dar Ning Ziqian actually chose it as the place for him to confess his feelings without his knowledge. Thinking about it now, it really makes people feel unlucky. And that guy Feng, he didn't even bother to find someone to watch over Phoenix Garden, so someone took advantage of the opportunity and he will be punished later. At this moment, Feng, who was buying food for Qianyang on the street, suddenly felt a chill on his back and a bad premonition came to his mind. After saying so much, Su Jing and Su Yi only heard that sentence, where the young master expressed his love for Suan. Su Jing frowned, very unhappy. Su Yi also sneered, twisted Suan's shoulders, asked her to face him, and then looked her up and down. That guy didn't touch you, did he? Suan shook his head like a rattle. No, he didn't do anything. Jiang Yu arrived just in time. After hearing her say this, Su Yi's expression became much better. No wonder, after he came back from the banquet, he drank a lot of wine in a daze and asked me if I could marry him. Su Jing cast a chess piece, and Ning Zhiqian's previous actions made sense after Jiang Yu explained them. Then what did you say, brother? Suan asked anxiously. Of course I told the truth, but I told him that you are still young, and your family wants to keep you for a few more years. There is no rush to get married. If you don't want to leave home, it's okay to marry a son-in-law. The first half of the sentence was said to Ning Zhiqian, and the second half was said to Suan. Hearing the word, son-in-law, Suan subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yu and saw a calm smile on his face. Son-in-law, is he willing? That sounds good. Getting back to the topic, speaking of Ning Zhiqian, she was not only unmoved by what he said to her today, she was even a little offended. After that, no one spoke anymore, and just watched the two of them play chess quietly. The chessboard was already full of chess pieces, but the winner had not yet been decided, and in the end it ended in a draw. If it weren't for the fact that dinner was about to start, the two of them would have had to play another game. But obviously, there won't be many such opportunities, because Su Jing will soon go to Shango to take up his post, and it's unknown when we will see each other again. Of parting, everyone was very sad, and Su's mother was uncontrollably sad again. The children all had their own things to do and missions to accomplish, and could not be with her. The only thing she could do was to try her best to pretend that they were safe and sound when sending them away, so that they could leave with peace of mind. Su Jing's two servants moved all his things onto the carriage, and the guards arranged by the court would escort him safely to Shango to take up his post. Su's mother prepared enough clothes, shoes, and various daily necessities for him. He carried 4,000 taels of silver notes with him, of which 3,000 taels would be used to purchase and store medicinal materials to prevent casualties during the flood season and the helplessness and sadness of the people of Shango who had no money to buy medicine. He only kept 1,000 taels for himself, and left all the rewards he brought back from Kyoto to his family. But Suan also prepared some things for him, including jade ornaments, jade bracelets, jewelry, and the like to pack in boxes for him, fearing that he would have to deal with local officials when he arrived in Shango. He couldn't go to someone's house empty-handed without a decent gift. The reason he wears jewelry is that if he ever meets a girl he likes, he will have something to give as a gift. Suan was really thoughtful and had thought of all the possibilities for him. Su's father returned to Shangzhou the day before his eldest son took office and brought with him several hundred kilograms of rice, which was this year's new rice. After the peppers from Su Yun's pepper field turned red, he dried them and ground them into several jars of chili powder, which he also brought over. It was only after he came to Shangzhou that he realized how many things had happened during the time he was away. His third son actually joined the army, and is probably already on the front line. But he was not as upset and angry as he had expected. Instead, he felt unexpectedly relieved and honored. Serving the motherland is such an honorable thing for a man. He will be proud of his son when the news spreads. Seeing that Father Su was so open-minded, Mother Su and Suan no longer had any concerns or worries. On the day Su Jing took office, his family once again sent him to the city gate. Even the governor of Xiangzhou and the chief secretary came to see him off. Su Jing bid farewell to his parents at the city gate and kowtowed to them 3 times to show his filial piety. More farewell words, as saying so would only increase everyone's sadness. Before Su Jing boarded the carriage, she only said take care. Before leaving, She rubbed Suwan's head and said to him, "When you have nothing to do, write to me more often. I hope to share the happy and sad things with you." Suwan was so moved that she almost cried. She nodded vigorously and then watched the team go away with her family. Now, Su Jing is gone. On weekdays, the fourth brother has to work in Umangsala and the fifth brother has to take care of his own things. In an instant, the house feels a lot quieter. Recently, and goes out on dates with a young man named Yi Runs from time to time. The two of them went to the theater and paraded together. It was said that although Yi Runs only took her to eat ordinary street food, he never let her spend a penny. From what Yang Qingqing had described, it seemed that Yi Runs had positive values and was a gentleman. In short, she liked him very much. Good things cannot be delayed. After the uncle and aunt confirmed that Yang Qingqing really liked Yi Runs, they took the initiative to invite Yi Runs and his son, and the parents of both sides to meet. Originally, they wanted to invite guests to Yueman West Tower, but Su's mother said that they could just choose an ordinary restaurant. After all, compared with their current conditions, the Yi family's conditions were not very good. If they went to a restaurant like Yueman West Tower, people might feel restrained. Su's mother's worries are normal. The strength of the two families is not equal, so it is better not to cause anxiety to others. The most important thing is that the two children feel comfortable. Her aunt asked her to go along to help take a look and give some advice. Su's mother had nothing to do anyway, so she went along to see the situation. If the two parties feel that the two children are suitable to be a couple after talking, then they can discuss the marriage. After all, Yang Qingqing is already 17 years old. My uncle meant to give Yang Qingqing a dowry of 150 taels of silver, which was all the savings they had. It also showed how much they valued Yang Qingqing and gave her all their love and confidence. There is also the small box of jewelry that Suwan picked out for her. If converted into silver, it is worth a lot of silver. They're all good items from Kyoto. As for what the man's response is, I don't know. But my uncle said that as long as the other party shows sincerity and tries their best, the amount of the betrothal gift is secondary. Su Jing also left. Suwan is now fully focused on opening branches of Yuantang in Sujo and Yenjo. He plans to officially set off after September. My uncle also needs to hurry up in selecting people and choosing a location so as to continue expanding the scale of the workshop and meet the demand for goat milk soap in Yenjo and Sujo. Then, we're just waiting for Yang Qingqing's wedding to be finalized and for her to have the wedding banquet. It was decided that we would set out for Sujo on the first day of October. We even had the carriage ready and all the banknotes and other things prepared. At Bingjitang is booming. Suwan is now a wealthy woman who has achieved financial freedom. She has 2 money trees in her hands, the kind that she shakes hard. But on the day before departure, something big happened, which completely shocked Suwan. The Ningyuan Earl's mansion actually invited a matchmaker to propose marriage and even prepared a list of betrothal gifts, asking Su's father and mother to review it. Not only Suwan was stunned, but everyone was stunned. The Ningyuan Earl's mansion invited the most famous female matchmaker in the whole of Shangzhou. In order to show their importance, the Ningyuan Earl's wife also came along and brought a list of betrothal gifts to propose marriage in person. It was their first visit, and to express their sincerity, they brought several large boxes of gifts tied with red flowers. They made a very grand visit and attracted a lot of attention. Suwan was just about to go out to Sujo, but he ran into the group led by Lady Ningyuan and bumped into them at the door. Suwan was confused, and his head was buzzing. When he saw the team dressed so festively, he immediately understood what they were here for. However, as calm as she was, she did not show any panic on the spot. Luyun and Luing looked at each other and frowned to show their incomprehension. At the same time, they had already thought about how to tell tales. Miss Sulu, long time no see. Lady Ningyuan smiled brightly, and when she saw Suwan, she came up to her warmly. The wife of the Earl of Ningyuan was of noble status, so Suwan had to bow to her when he saw her. Meet Madame Bo. Why are you so polite?
We are all family.
There's no need to be so formal. Mrs. Bo took her hand and patted the back of her hand soothingly. You're too kind. You're of noble status, and we dare not approach you. Suan pulled her hand away from hers. She didn't want to be a family with her. Mrs. Bo could also see her resistance, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she winked at the matchmaker beside her. The matchmaker immediately understood and put on a smiling face. "Sixth Miss, congratulations. Your wedding is coming soon." Today, the lady of the Baron came to ask for marriage on behalf of the young master. "I wonder if Mr. Su and Mrs. Su are at home?" The Earl's wife came to visit in person today, which shows how much the Earl's mansion values the girl. Suan couldn't laugh. She just felt a little numb at the moment. But they were already at the door, and it would be very impolite not to invite them in. The doorman ran to tell the master and mistress. At that time, Su's mother and father were still bickering in the yard, and Su was just about to go to the painting studio. Upon hearing the news, the three of them stopped moving at the same time, and their expressions froze. Suyi's face quickly darkened, and he was about to leave. "I'll go tell them that our Wanwan won't discuss marriage for the time being." Seeing this, Su's mother quickly grabbed her son and said, "Don't be silly. She's the wife of the Earl of Ning. We should treat her with courtesy. Let her in first. We can talk about other things later. Your mother is right. His status is there, and it is not easy to offend him. Please come in first and then think about how to refuse him." Father Su was still rational. On Suwan's side, the wife of the Earl of Ning had already been invited in. Suwan asked Luing to take her to the reception room and then serve her tea to entertain her. Su's mother and father also rushed over immediately. "Mrs. Bo has come from afar. I am sorry for not welcoming you. I am sorry for not welcoming you." It was also the first time for Su's mother to entertain guests of this level, so she seemed rather inexperienced. "You are too polite, madam. I am here today to propose marriage for my son. Please sit down, and let us discuss the marriage in detail." Mrs. Bo was very confident. She felt that the Su family would definitely agree. As long as she married her son, she would be in this position and become the most honorable woman in Xiangzhou. Su's father and mother looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment, so they could only sit down in the main seat. On the contrary, it was Suwan who refused first. "Madam, I have no intention of getting married right now. Besides, my young master and I don't know each other well, and we don't spend much time together. I think this matter is still. It doesn't matter if you don't know each other, and it doesn't matter if you don't spend much time together. My son is a handsome man with a graceful demeanor, and he'll have a title to inherit in the future. We can settle the matter first, and then you will have plenty of opportunities to get along and get to know each other, don't you think?" Mrs. Bo's words were very meaningful. She was expressing, explicitly or implicitly, that she should be happy that her son fell in love with her, Suwan. If you don't know, you might think that what Ning Zhiqian inherited was not a title, but the throne. "Madam, our Su family is just a merchant family. We are not a good match for the Ning Yuan Marquis' mansion. I am afraid that I will marry someone of higher status. My sister's status is even more incompatible with the noble status of the young Marquis. Let's not talk about marriage anymore." Su refused directly, and his expression was not very good. In his opinion, the so-called young master of the Ning Yuan Earl's mansion was not worthy of his sister at all. His sister deserved the best of everything in the world. Su, a junior, interrupted, and Mrs. Bo was obviously unhappy. She said with a stern face, "When the adults are discussing matters, it is better for the younger generation not to butt in. It would be better for the fifth young master to take the sixth young lady away for a while. I will personally discuss the matter of marriage with Master Su and Madam Su. Madam, this concerns my younger sister's future. Please forgive me for being nosy, but isn't marriage a matter of mutual consent?" Su was determined to fight to the end, with an imposing manner of 2 meters and 80 centimeters. "Your body and hair are given by your parents. Marriage is a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. When is it the turn of the younger generation to interfere? Madam Su should teach the younger generation strictly and teach them etiquette." What she meant was that Su was uneducated, and Su's father and mother could only smile awkwardly after hearing this. Mother Su stood up, grabbed her fifth son, and whispered, "Take Wanwan away for a while." Mother knows what to do. Mom, Suan really wanted to ask her not to agree to this marriage. Of course, Su's mother knew that she didn't want to, so she would refuse. She gave her daughter a reassuring smile and signaled with her eyes that she should step away from her fifth brother for a while. In ancient times, when the younger generation in the family was discussing marriage, they were not allowed to be present to interfere. It was all up to the parents to discuss it, otherwise it would be impolite. Suan could only do this. Su Yi's face looked very bad, and his hands were clenched into fists. Suan could only pull his arms and try his best to pull him out. Fifth brother, don't be angry. Mom and Dad will explain everything to her. After coming out, Suan saw that Su Yi still had a stern face, so she could only comfort him like this. I know, I just can't stand her condescending attitude. She looks down on others. It's just a title that she inherited. What's so great about it? The usually calm fifth brother is now not calm anymore, and is actually a little angry. At the same time, Jiang Yu had also received the news, and was dealing with things here at Fengying's place. Then someone told him that the Earl of Ning had come to propose marriage. Fengying looked at the young master's back. He had his back to him, and showed no expression or emotion. He just said calmly, I understand. You go out first. Fengying always felt that this was the calm before the storm. At this moment, he didn't dare to laugh anymore and retreated honestly. As soon as the door was closed, Fengying had just walked into the yard when he heard the sound of porcelain breaking coming from the study. He knew that the carved porcelain vase worth 1,000 taels was probably gone. He couldn't help but shudder and felt a little numb on his back. Suan held his forehead helplessly. What did the fifth brother say to the fourth brother? That's not true. Don't listen to fifth brother's nonsense.
He was just teasing you.
You are all my brothers. You are all equally important in my heart. No matter who is older or younger, you are the same. Suan's words were like a reassurance, and Su Yun felt better instantly. In fact, he only needed one sentence. The brother and sister went to the dining room to eat together. On the way, they met Su Yi, who had just woken up. Su Yun was standing next to Suan with a proud look on his face. Su Yi raised his eyebrows and didn't take it seriously. Fourth brother is really serious. He was just teasing him last night, but he took it seriously. But precisely because we care, we become more serious about it. After breakfast in the morning, Suan answered Su Yun's questions from last night one by one, because he asked the same question again while eating. Suan also learned that cousin Qingqing was pregnant. It has been more than 3 months now, and she looks very well and doesn't even have morning sickness. It seemed that Suan had to buy some supplements and give her the 2 beautiful dresses that she brought back from Kyoto. She bought clothes for Su's mother and aunt, and also bought new clothes for everyone in the family. After dinner, Su Yun took Suan to Chenglu. Chenglu's business has been very good now. Its cuisine is very popular. There are so many people who like spicy food. Whether it is dine-in or take-out, the order volume is very large. He was afraid that there would not be enough demand, so he bought 20 acres of land to grow peppers and developed several new dishes. He launched hot pot in winter, which was also very popular, and people had to queue up. After the winter, everyone wants to eat something hot. This way of eating is particularly interesting, and the whole family enjoys it with relish. Other rivals wanted to replicate it and found the species of chili pepper, but didn't know how to make chili powder. By the time they figured it out, Su Yun had already made a fortune, and his technique was very perfect. Chenglu had also been engraved in people's minds, and Chenglu was the first to do so. Another thing is that chili is just the icing on the cake, while soy sauce is the most important thing. If Su Yun doesn't reveal this recipe, no one can replicate it, so Chenglu is unique. For takeout, it is usually wealthy families who order and ask the servants to place the order, and then Chenglu arranges for someone to deliver it to their door. Now the reputation has spread to other places, and some people come from far away just to try Chenglu's food. Seeing that Chenglu was managed so well by his fourth brother, Suan felt relieved and chose time to visit his cousin Qingqing. Is pregnant now, so it is not possible for her to stay in the shop every day. She only goes there from time to time and spends most of her time at home taking care of the pregnancy. In 2 years, it will be the year for the imperial examination, and my cousin's husband has to prepare for the exam, so the couple stay at home every day, one taking care of the pregnancy, and the other studying. Cousin Qingqing looks a little rounder, probably because she is pregnant. It is not difficult to tell from her smile that her married life is happy and fulfilling. Couple entertained Suan politely and warmly, but Suan didn't expect that she would be pregnant so soon, so the Kyoto fashionable clothes they bought for her were too small and not suitable for her. But Yang Qingqing still happily accepted it and said she would wear it after she gave birth next year and lost weight. After Suan came back, he had to find time to meet Qionyang, still in Yumengsi Tower. In the past 6 months, Qionyang had opened a total of 8 Bingjitang branches. It was expected that before next year, like Yuantang, she would have branches all over Jinghua. Suan also increased her monthly silver by 200 taels as promised before. She is the behind-the-scenes boss of this industry, a hands-off manager. Such a large industrial chain is managed by Qionyang alone, so she deserves this number. Suan was almost busy to death. She didn't have a single day to rest after returning. She had to read all the account books sent from all over the place, which made her dizzy. And her second brother, during the half year that she was away from home, he sent a lot of things back to her, including all kinds of strange little gadgets. Although Suan also traveled around, there were many places she had not been to. Sumu bought all the interesting things and stories he saw and sent them back to her. Every brother is protecting this family, and Suan, in his own way, was busy until the 28th day of the lunar year. He finally had some free time. He finally finished looking through all the account books and would go to inspect them at the beginning of next year. But I didn't expect that there would be a big surprise before the new year. Sumu actually came back. He came back specially to spend the new year with his family, which made Su's mother and father very happy. Their second son did not spend the new year at home last year, and now it has been 2 years. As parents, they naturally miss him very much. Dr. Sun was also planning to go back to Fenghe Villa to spend the new year with the old master this year, so he asked Sumu to go back to Xiangzhou to spend the new year with his parents. After the Lantern Festival, he would come to Zhongzhou to meet him. This year, except for Su Jing and Su Chen, the other 4 children were at home. Su's mother happily cooked a New Year's Eve dinner with Su Yun. Suan also discovered his second brother's little secret. Sun Linger's name was embroidered on his sachet. The stitching was crooked and very clumsy. It was obvious that Sun Linger embroidered it herself and gave it to her second brother. My second brother actually wears it on his body. What does this mean? This means that the second brother has finally come to his senses and realized his feelings. I didn't expect Linger to be so quick and make the big wooden man come to his senses so quickly. After dinner on New Year's Eve, Sumu's purse fell to the ground. It was Wan who picked it up and discovered the secret. Second brother, you and Miss Linge? Sumu snatched back the sachet and stuffed it into his sleeve. His entire face was abnormally red, but he still said stubbornly, "You're seeing things." "I'm not seeing things, that's Miss Linger's name." Suan felt that there was nothing wrong with his eyesight. This shout was heard by Su's mother, and the whole family immediately surrounded Sumu and asked him whether he and Miss Linger had decided to spend their lives together. Su's mother even threatened that she would propose to Miss Linger and settle the matter. Sumu was frightened by the direct question and turned around to run away. In fact, the second brother was very stubborn. Suan guessed that it must have been Miss Linger who gave it to him, but he didn't take it seriously in front of her. As a result, he carried it around like a treasure when she did it behind his back. Forget it, my second brother is thin-skinned, and the family was just teasing him. No one pressed him for any more questions. This is Suwan's 3rd year in this world. She is living a particularly good life, much better than in modern times, and has gained many things that she would never have dared to ask for in this life. Brothers carefully prepared New Year gifts for her and bought a lot of fireworks to set off with her in the yard. But Suan was thinking about his third brother and Jiang Yu, who were far away at the border. What were they doing now? Did they celebrate New Year's Eve as lively as they did? However, the border battlefield recently suffered a defeat and a city was breached. The foreign barbarians broke into the city and committed all kinds of atrocities. The heads of the generals defending the city were cut off and hung on the city walls. Such a great humiliation made people angry. Now no one is thinking about having a good new year. All they are thinking about is how to take revenge and take back the lost city. On New Year's Eve, the border battlefield was filled with smoke and blood flowed like a river. In the room, Jiang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, showing his rage at the moment. The teacup had been crushed into pieces by him, and blood was dripping down his fingers from the pierced palm. At this moment, Jiang Yu's heart was twisted, paranoid, and depressed. Ning Ziqian's actions were undoubtedly a step in his own minefield. The scene returns to the Su family, where Su's father and mother are thinking about how to reject Lady Ning Yuan. Master Su, Madam Su, my son fell in love with the sixth miss at first sight, and he specially asked me to come to your house in person to propose marriage on his behalf, to show his love and respect for the sixth Mississippi. As for being well-matched, I think their statuses are compatible. The sixth Miss's brother is the top scorer in this year's imperial examination, right? So the two of them are a perfect match. This is the list of betrothal gifts we prepared. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, please take a closer look and see if you are satisfied with it. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, we can discuss it. Mrs. Bo asked someone to show the betrothal gift list to Su's father. Su's mother could not recognize many words and had no idea what was written on it. She only saw a bunch of densely written words. Father Su took a quick look and only saw things like hundreds of acres of fertile land and a number of prosperous shops. They have no plans to marry into the Ning Yuan Marquis mansion, so it doesn't matter whether they look carefully or not. Madam, I'm very sorry. My daughter Wanwan is still young, and we don't want to discuss marriage for the time being. We only have this one daughter in our family, so naturally we want her to stay for a few more years. If we do this, I'm afraid it will delay young master. Father Su put the list of betrothal gifts aside and politely declined. They don't care whether they have offended anyone or not. What matters most is their daughter's happiness. Besides, they don't want to have to live their lives to please others.
It feels really bad to be looked down upon.
Mrs. Bo seemed to have a good attitude, but her expression and tone revealed her arrogance and disdain that could not be ignored. This kind of condescending attitude really makes people feel suffocated. He doesn't want Wanwan to live in such an environment for the rest of her life. Faced with Su Jing's father's polite refusal, Mrs. Bo's expression was not very good, but considering Su Jing's status, she still wanted to fight for it. Moreover, she could really see that her son liked the sixth daughter of the Su family. After weighing the pros and cons, they found that this marriage had more advantages than disadvantages for them, so Mrs. Bo swallowed her pride and came to propose marriage in person. I know that the sixth miss is still young, and it is indeed a little early to talk about getting married now, but we can settle this marriage first. As a mother, I can understand Madame Su's reluctance to let her daughter go, so our Ziqian is not in a hurry to get married in the next few years. He can wait for the sixth miss to grow up a few more years. It just so happens that the fifth young master said before that the two children don't know each other well enough, so they can take advantage of these few years to get along well and get used to each other. In fact, when we were young, it was all arranged by our parents and matchmakers. The people our parents chose for us must be the most suitable. Our two families are also well matched. In addition, the children themselves are happy, so isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Today, Madame Bo wants to settle this matter, and the important thing is to get the status first. Once it's decided, the matter is set in stone. As long as the Ning family doesn't go back on their word, the marriage will not fall through. By the time of Ning Ziqian's generation, the title had been hereditary for 3 generations. If they could not ensure that there was someone in their family who had a say in the court, it would be very difficult for them to find other ways to continue to inherit the title. The current Earl of Chenglong's mansion was increasingly failing due to this reason and had always been suppressed by their Earl of Ningyuan's mansion. Therefore, if they don't make plans soon, the Earl's mansion of Chenglong today will end up like the Earl's mansion of Ningyuan in the future. Once you lose power, everyone will push you down. They saw how much Su Jing cared about his sister Suan, And after meeting Ning Yuanhua and Su Jing, they asserted that this boy had a bright future, so if they wanted to win him over, marrying into the Su family was the best way. In the future, if Su Jing is granted the title of Marquis and appointed as Prime Minister, then their Ning Yuan Earl's mansion will also benefit from it and receive the gift of hereditary succession, and they will no longer have to worry about the title being passed down for 3 generations. Mrs. Bow's persistence made Su's father and mother unable to maintain their expressions. You think of their family? Are you trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful? Suan and their family has more than just this one option. Besides, Mrs. Bow has such a strong mother-in-law. If Suan comes to their family in the future, won't she be at her mercy? Moreover, they couldn't see why Wanwan was happy. It was just the young master's wishful thinking, using his power to pressure others. Madam, our Wanwan has no romantic interest in you, madam. Please stop joking. Su's mother insisted on refusing, and this time her refusal was even more direct. Unexpectedly, the lady couldn't help herself and slammed the teacup on the table to show her impatience at the moment. Current Su family hasn't fully recovered yet, and she, a third-class countess, has been rejected again and again. What's more, she made such a big fuss today and came in person, giving enough face to the Su family, but she is still so ungrateful. Now, their Ning family is still superior to the Su family. If Suan marries into their Ning Yuan Earl's mansion, it can be considered a high-ranking marriage. I have already humbled myself so much to ask for marriage for my son, and you have rejected me again and again. Do you think that our Jia Zhiqian is not worthy of your 6th miss? To be honest, your family's marriage with our Ning Yuan Earl's mansion is the most glorious. If the 6th miss marries here, she will be the countess in the future. Moreover, your Su family's business in Xiangzhou is booming, and our Ning Yuan Earl's mansion also happens to have some power in Xiangzhou. If this marriage is made, your family's business will be more prosperous in the future. We can support each other, isn't it? But if this matter damages the relationship between the 2 families, this is not the result we want. Don't you think? There was a hint of using power to coerce others in the lady's words. She deliberately emphasized that their family had some power in Xiangzhou and also brought up the Su family's business. The implication was that if they agreed, their Earl's mansion would be the Su family's support in the future. If they did not agree, their family's power would not be there for them to see and would definitely make it difficult for them to move forward. This was a secret way of forcing the Su family to nod. How could Su's father not hear such an obvious hidden meaning? Mrs. Bow knew that it would be difficult to get a result today, but seeing that Father Su's brows were furrowed, she knew that he understood, so she simply stood up and said something before leaving. Our Ning Yuan Earl's mansion has shown its sincerity. My son likes the 6th miss, and I, the Earl's wife, also want the 6th miss Su to be my daughter-in-law. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, please think about this marriage carefully. I am waiting for your reply. If you have made up your mind, please send someone to the Earl's mansion to reply at any time. Our 2 families will hold a banquet in the West Tower to discuss the engagement. The wife of the Earl of Ning Yuan left behind the several boxes of gifts she brought with her, as well as the list of betrothal gifts. Suan and Su Yi were waiting at the door. When they saw her come out with a smile on her face, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. When Lady Bo saw Suan, she approached him and said with a smile, Wanwan, if you have nothing to do, come to my house to play with Mayor. She always misses you. Looking at her bright smile, it was hard for Suan not to doubt whether his father and mother had agreed to this marriage. Su Yi resisted the urge to roll his eyes and pulled Suan away from her. Madam, I apologize for the poor hospitality. Please leave now. After saying that, he took Suan's wrist and walked into the reception room, where Su's mother and Su's father were looking at each other in silence. Mom, what did you say? Why does the lady look so happy? Suan asked hurriedly. Su's mother sighed and told Suan and Su Yi everything that the lady had just said. After hearing this, Suan fell silent. Don't ask, because if you do, you will be angry. He had a gloomy face and sneered. The Earl of Ning Yuan's mansion, is this trying to use their power to force us to agree? Then we'll fight them to the end and see if we're afraid of her threats. Anyway, Wanwan can't marry Ning Ziqian. If you have any problems, just come to me. Sui thought, at worst, he could just throw away everything. Madame Beau said that we should give her an answer in the next few days so that she can hold a banquet in the West Tower to discuss the marriage between the two families. She would directly call us father-in-law and mother-in-law. Isn't this forcing? What should we do? Mother Su is really worried. How could she be so strong? Tell them that I don't agree with this marriage. If she's powerful, let her deal with me. If I'm afraid I lose. Outside of Shangzhou City, I'm still a brave man. I can do business anywhere. I've planned to go to Sujo today. I asked someone to look at the almanac. Today is a good day to go out for business. I'm leaving first. Don't be afraid, parents. No matter how powerful they are, they dare not do anything to us. Suan is not afraid. Isn't it just a tough fight? It is true that they are earls, but they only have the title without real power. They just act arrogantly in Xiangzhou Prefecture. In the future, Suan will have business all over the world, so she will not lack a piece of Xiangzhou pie. When Suan made such a bold statement, for some reason, Su's father and mother felt inexplicably happy. Su-yi was originally very depressed, but when he heard that his sister, such a brave man, was so open-minded, he felt that he was worrying too much. He was afraid that she would be upset because of this. That's right. No matter how powerful they are, can they still commit murder and arson? Wanwan, just go and do your own thing and go to Sujo to relax. I'll take care of the family affairs. Su-yi put his hand on Suwan's shoulder and patted it to comfort her. Nothing could stop her from getting rich. As for the Earl of Ningyuan's mansion, let them do as they please. So what should we do now? Su's mother was really confused by this sudden incident. Tomorrow I will bring the gifts they sent me and personally return them to them, and then I will reject this marriage proposal. The first thing Su-yi does when refusing a marriage proposal is to return the gift first, which shows that he is not afraid of power. Moreover, Suan had already prepared everything. The luggage and the carriage were packed and the almanac was checked. She had to go to Sujo today anyway, and she would never give up her career for an unrelated person. Moreover, she, the person involved, is not in Xiangzhou, so let's see how they can continue to cause trouble. Su's father and mother sent Suan to the door and watched her leave in the carriage. This time, Suan not only brought Lu Yun and Lu Ying, but also Dashu and Xiaoshu. Of course, she also wanted to hire a few thugs to protect herself. After all, Xiangzhou and Sujo are far away, and she was afraid that it would be unsafe on the road. So she and Jiang Yu borrowed a few guards with high martial arts skills to accompany her, but she didn't want to trouble them in vain. After her repeated insistence, she prepared generous hiring fees for them, also because she didn't want to owe them favors. Moreover, if she went to the escort agency to hire thugs, she might as well ask Jiang Yu to borrow some. At least his people were more trustworthy. Jiang Yu was helpless about her insistence on paying the hiring fee, but he had no choice but to accommodate her. He had other things to deal with and needed to go on a long trip, so he couldn't go with her. The 4 guards he arranged were all top-notch masters, with martial arts skills that were not inferior to Feng Ying. They should be enough to protect her during her travels, but too many people would attract more attention and have a bad impact. After Suan left the city, he was not affected by this incident. Instead, he ate, drank, and slept to prepare for the next battle in Sujo. The next day, Su-yi brought gifts from the Ningyuan Earl's mansion and went to the door in person to deliver them back. And it was made clear that their Su family had no intention of marrying into the Ning family. Lady Ningyuan was extremely angry and cursed the Su family for being ungrateful. She had a tantrum at home and even said something like she would make it impossible for their Yuan Hall to continue to operate. Ning Ziqian sat there, motionless, clenching his fists, his face turning blue and purple, and then purple and white, all because of Su Yi's words. "Young master, my sister has no romantic feelings for you. Please find another good partner and stop getting entangled with me." Ning Yuanbo himself also had a bad expression on his face and looked very angry. Not long after Su-yi left, the doorman came in a hurry to report, Uncle, there are distinguished guests in our house." Why are you so flustered? Is there any family in Xiangzhou more noble than us? The Ningyuan Earl's mansion is really a family of one. Everyone thinks highly of themselves and looks down on others. The person who came said that he was the prince of Duke Zhang's mansion. What? Who are you talking about? Ning Yuanbo didn't hear clearly, or, to be more precise, he thought he had heard wrong. The doorman took out a gold and jade plaque with the 4 big characters, Jiang Wugong Mansion, engraved on it. He said he was the prince of the Duke of Zhang's mansion in Kyoto, and he came to see our young uncle. When the Ning family heard the title of Duke Jiang, they were shocked. They thought that Duke Jiang was far away in Kyoto and was already leading troops to fight on the front line. Now that his son is here suddenly, why does it feel so unreal? However, this jade token that symbolizes identity represents everything. When Ning Ziqian heard that they were here to see him, he looked at his parents blankly, expressing his confusion. It was Ning Yuanbo who reacted first and said to the servant, "Go and invite the prince in, clean up the place, and prepare the best tea for him." Duke Jiang is a first-class marquis, so as a third-class marquis, he can only greet him politely and respectfully. Earl Ning Yuan then took Ning Ziqian, his wife and daughter, to the front hall to receive the guests. Jiang Yu was wearing a purple and gold robe today, dressed up formally, which could be said to be very consistent with his noble status as the eldest son of Duke Jiang. However, his expression did not look good at all. It was gloomy and gave people an invisible sense of oppression. After Ning Ziqian saw clearly that the person coming was Jiang Yu, the expression on his face gradually changed. At first, he still had a decent smile on his face, wanting to get to know this distinguished guest from Kyoto, which would be a good connection in the future. But at this moment, he suddenly felt as if his face was burned by fire, and his heart was oppressed so much that he couldn't breathe. "Prince Jiang, you are so honored to be here. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please come in and take a seat." Even Earl Ning Yuan had to bow his head to show respect in front of Jiang Yu, who was so distinguished. A higher ranking official can crush a person to death, let alone the Duke of Jiang, who is the right-hand man of the court and holds military power? He is a count in name only and not real, not worth offending at all. Jiang Yu did not express any reaction to Ning Yuanbo's warm hospitality and remained expressionless. He did not even bring anything with him this time. Even though he was more powerful than them, Xiangzhou was their territory after all. He should have followed etiquette and brought some gifts when he visited them for the first time. But he refused to give them this face. Jiang Yu sat down with his arms and legs spread out, his hands resting on the armrests of the chair, tapping them rhythmically with his fingers. His appearance that he was not here as a guest. It seemed as if someone had irritated him, and he was here to cause trouble. Earl Ning Yuan and his wife looked at each other and knew something was wrong. They turned to look at their son, only to see that he had his head lowered, his body trembling slightly, and they didn't know whether he was angry or afraid. "Prince Jiang is visiting me today. Is there something important?" Earl Ning Yuan began to test. Jiang Yu continued to remain silent, but the air around him had already dropped to dozens of degrees below zero. Just sitting there, the sound of knocking on wood was full of oppression. As time went by, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Ning Yuanbo's forehead. What on earth does this ancestor mean? He came but didn't say anything, just sat there and scared people. Is he here to be a guest, to cause trouble, or to show off his power? The whole family was sitting in their own home. Although they were sitting in the main seats, they were intimidated by an outsider. No one dared to speak. The wife of the Earl of Ningyuan, who is usually very self-important and domineering, dared not say a word and could only continue to be suspicious in her heart. A long time, the tea beside him had become cold and no longer steamed. Ning Yuanbo was covered in cold sweat. Ning Ziqian was the most pitiful. He felt like the blood in his body was cold. No wonder he couldn't find out any identity of Jiang Yu because he was not from Xiangzhou, and he was extremely powerful, but he was still arrogant and looked down on him in front of him, not knowing that in the eyes of others he was just a jumping clown, not worth mentioning, and he was the only one who was embarrassed. It is said that the young master of Ningyuan Marquis' mansion has a girl he likes, and the lady of the marquee has come to propose marriage in person? Jiang Yu finally spoke, but the calmer his tone was, the more frightening it made people feel. Moreover, he started talking about this matter right away.
Could it be that?
Oh, it's like this. Ziqian has reached the age of marriage and has a girl he likes. He is afraid of missing out on her, so he asked me to go and propose marriage in person. Mrs. Bo seemed not to realize the seriousness of the matter and continued to explain cheerfully. I didn't expect that Prince Jiang would be so concerned about my son's lifelong affairs. I wonder if Prince Jiang and Ziqian have known each other for a long time? Mrs. Bo was secretly delighted. Her son had made great progress and actually knew Prince Jiang. How come she had never heard of him? Mother, please stop talking. Ning Ziqian interrupted the lady from continuing to speak. Mrs. Bo looked at her son blankly, expressing her confusion. Then, Jiang Yu sneered and said, "This prince doesn't care who he will marry in the future, but you can't think about Miss Su Lu, and you can't touch her either." As Jiang Yu spoke, he fiddled with the ring on his hand, turning it left and right. Earl Ning Yuan and his wife felt a jolt in their hearts, as if they understood something. Mrs. Bo's voice trembled and she forced a smile. "What do you mean, my lord? Please explain clearly." Jiang Yu smiled when he heard this, raised his eyes and glanced at the people at the scene, and said sarcastically, "Don't you understand what it means literally? I heard that the Earl's Mansion of Ning Yuan had always intended to form a marriage alliance with the Earl's Mansion of Shuani and Sujo, but why did they suddenly change their minds and ask to marry the sister of this year's top scholar Su Jing?" After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he squinted his eyes and looked at Ning Ziqian with a smile, but unfortunately, Ning Ziqian lowered his head and said nothing. So he continued, "Oh, I remember now. The Earl of Ning Yuan's mansion should have been inherited by the young master for the third generation, right? I heard that the young master didn't even pass the exam to become a scholar. I guess Earl Ning Yuan must be very worried about the hereditary title, right? The water commander of Xuanhe is famous throughout the world for his water control strategy. The emperor has entrusted him with such a great cause for the ages. When the project is completed tomorrow, he will be made a marquis and appointed as a prime minister. If he can marry into the family of a new talent in the court, his position as the Earl of Ning Yuan will be secure. Prince Jiang, please be careful with your words. My son is marrying the sixth daughter of the Su family because we are in love with each other and it is a happy marriage." Ning Yuanbo was so excited that he quickly denied it. "A mutual affection? Young master thinks so, too?" Hearing this word, Jiang Yu couldn't even laugh. His peach blossom eyes, which usually looked gentle and affectionate, were now filled with danger. It seems to be saying, "If I am not satisfied with what I say, you will be in trouble." Ning Ziqian's hands were clenched tightly under his sleeves. His nails pierced the flesh on his palms, leaving a bloody mess, but he didn't feel any pain. Only his heart was in pain. His dignity was now being ruthlessly dragged to the ground and trampled upon. "Young master, you have to think it over before you speak. After all, my Gou Mansion has some power in Kyoto. Yesterday, they came to threaten Su's father and mother like this, and today, Jiang Yu said the same thing back to them. For the first time, Jiang Yu felt that his identity as the eldest son of Duke Jiang had given him great convenience. He suddenly felt that this identity was not so useless. In terms of power, Duke Jiang was not afraid of anyone among the Kyoto nobles. It was just that Duke Jiang's mansion had always kept a low profile. However, that did not mean that anyone dared to target them and that they were completely fearless towards them. To be honest, Duke Jiang's military power was granted by the late emperor himself, and no one dared to interfere. The Duke of Jiang has always remained neutral in the court because they do not need to rely on any force and can still live in glory and keep themselves safe. It can be said that if Duke Jiang chooses to support a prince, that prince's position as crown prince will be halfway secured. Therefore, the Ning Yuan Earl of Shango versus the Gou Mansion in Kyoto is like an ant versus a beast. Wanting to make them unable to turn over is just a matter of thought. Jiang Yu's threat is much more important than their threats to the Su family. Ning Yuanbo's body shook violently. He had no idea when his son had offended this giant Buddha, and it was all because of a woman. Ning Ziqian was fighting a battle for dignity in his heart at this moment. If he refused to bow his head, he would offend Duke Jiang, and it would be useless to marry anyone. If he obeyed, his dignity as a man would be severely trampled upon. When the powerful meet, the only thing they compete is who is stronger. Qianer, the prince is talking to you. Earl Ning Yuan's serious tone also seemed to be forcing his son. For the honor and future of the Earl's mansion, please make a sacrifice. I fell in love with Sixth Miss at first sight, and it was my own wishful thinking. I overestimated my own abilities and coveted something that did not belong to me. From now on, I will not bother Sixth Miss Su again. Please rest assured, my lord. Ning Ziqian closed his eyes and spoke these words word by word with trembling voice. The wife of the Earl of Ningyuan also lowered her head, the skin on her face trembling, and she hated Jiang Yu in her heart, but she did not have the courage to express it and did not dare to offend him in person. The world is really going downhill. Yesterday, she was still arrogant in the Su family, but today it is her turn to be bullied in the same way. However, although Ning Ziqian expressed his opinion, Jiang Yu is still not satisfied with some aspects. She is not an object for you to weigh the pros and cons of, nor is she the cornerstone of your stable position. This prince also believes that the Ningyuan Earl's mansion is not the kind of short-sighted noble family. However, your rash proposal has made Master Su and Madam Su panic and unable to sleep at night. It is really worrying. Of course, I think that the young master and the daughter of Sujo Shuni are a perfect match. I don't know when I can drink this wedding wine. I have met the young master a few times, although it was not very pleasant. However, I will definitely present a gift to the young master on his big day to express my best wishes. It was just a statement of opinion. Jiang Yu was still not satisfied. He spoke for Suan in words and deeds, and hinted that Earl Ning Yuan could apologize to Su's father and mother. He even urged them to get married openly, saying that only when Ning Ziqian got married could he completely give up the idea of marrying Suan. Moreover, he's been jumping around in his own minefield for so long, so he deserves to marry a woman he doesn't like. Sujo is plain in appearance, but has outstanding talent. The legitimate son of the Earl of Ningyuan is handsome, but not famous for his talent. They complement each other perfectly and are a perfect match. But the Ningyuan Earl's mansion was an aristocratic family after all, and it was not something that could be destroyed by just a few words from him. Moreover, he did not bother to really use the power of the Gou Mansion to suppress them. Whether a family can prosper in the long run depends on the hard work and progress of its descendants from generation to generation. If you pin your hopes on a woman in order to preserve your glory for a day or a night, how can that be considered gentlemanly behavior? He is the one who looks down upon such people. If you have the ability, you can continue to pass on the title to your descendants on your own. Only then will you be worthy of being his opponent. He is using his power to oppress others today, and is also treating others in their own way. Your Highness is right. We were inconsiderate. We will go to Mr. and Mrs. Su in person to apologize tomorrow. Earl Ning Yuan was so embarrassed today that he didn't care about bowing to Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu left the Earl of Ningyuan's mansion. After he left, Earl Ningyuan got very angry and smashed everything. Ning Ziqian was also extremely decadent. He had been drinking for several days in a row, with an unshaven beard and unkempt appearance, and he refused to see anyone. Half a month after Su went to Earl Ningyuan's mansion, Earl Ningyuan and his wife came to visit again. Su's father and mother thought that they were here to force marriage again, and they were very anxious. Su went straight to the front yard and stopped the Ning Yuan couple. Master, Madam, I think I have made it very clear the last time I went to the Earl's mansion. Our Su family is not a good match for the Earl's mansion, and we have no intention of getting married. I am afraid that I will cause trouble for the young master. If the young master feels that I have offended you, please forgive me. If you are really unhappy, this is all my fault. You can punish me as you wish. Su only hated that he was now powerless and could not protect Suan from the wind and rain. All he could do was to face the difficulties head-on and use his body to block them. The uncle and his wife actually both looked unhappy, but they came today to apologize. Fifth Master, you have misunderstood. We are here today to deliver the invitation. Invitation? What invitation? This is my son's wedding invitation. We have formed an alliance with the Earl's Mansion of Shuani, Sujo, and the wedding will be held in 2 months. I was very offensive when I came to propose marriage before, so I came today to apologize to Mr. Su and Mrs. Su and to deliver the invitation. The lady of the Earl explained patiently. This certainly could not be said by the Earl, as that would be too shameful. This time Su-yi really didn't understand. What happened in just half a month? Why did the Ning Yuan Marquis Mansion suddenly change its mind and choose to marry someone else, and even lower its status to apologize to their family? I don't know where Mr. Su and Mrs. Su are. I will go and talk to them in person. Earl Ning Yuan came today to apologize to Su's father and mother, so of course he had to see them in person. Su-yi had no choice but to take them to meet Su's father and mother. The old couple were already prepared for a new round of storms, but as soon as Ning Yuanbua and his wife came in, they apologized to him, saying that it was an offense for him to come to their house and ask for Miss Su Lu's hand in marriage, and hoped that they would let bygones be bygones. Then, respectfully hand over their invitations and ask them to come to the wedding banquet on the day. Even after Earl Ning Yuan and his wife had passed away, Su's father and mother still hadn't reacted and felt like they were dreaming. The Earl and Countess came to them personally to apologize and send them an invitation? Are they so proud? However, this is also a good thing. At least their daughter Wanwan is safe and no longer needs to be forced to marry someone she doesn't like. It took Suan 7 days to reach the capital of Sujo. She rested in the inn for a day to recuperate before going to the local dental clinic to check on the shop. Now that she has money, she must choose a shop with a good location, good orientation, and good internal layout to open a branch of Yuyantang. Traveling between Sujo and Shangzhou, the news of Shangzhou goat milk soap must have spread here a long time ago, and it is quite well known. There is no need to find an agent, just open a store and sell it. Good things never lack people to support them, nor do they lack sales channels. She looked for a shop with the most prosperous location and the largest flow of people. Its area was about the same size as Yuyan Hall in Xiangzhou. She spent 1,200 taels of silver to buy it. After that, she had to find someone to decorate it, make a plaque, and then recruit talents and hire a manager who could write and do math to run the store. The candidates must have good moral character and a clean family background. Preference will be given to those who have experience as a shopkeeper. And the most important thing is that only female shopkeepers are recruited. At that time, a series of documents will be signed. If Yuyantang suffers any loss, she will be responsible and pay the penalty for breach of contract. Moreover, the main workshop will be set up in Xiangzhou, and Suan will form a professional team to escort the goods back and forth, so there will be no problem of secret recipe leakage. While Yuyan Hall was being renovated, employment notices were posted. Suan stayed in a well-known local restaurant. If there were any applicants interested in this job, they could come directly to the inn to discuss the matter with her. It took 7 days to travel, 2 days to look at the shop, and if we hired a few more craftsmen to do the decoration, it would be completed in half a month. The most urgent task is to recruit a suitable female manager who will open all the markets in Sujo and Yenjo before the new year. For a period of time afterwards, Suan had been meeting with female shopkeepers who came to apply for the job. After careful selection, she chose a sister named Liyun. She once opened her own shop, but unfortunately it went bankrupt due to bad market conditions. She was married at the age of 25, but unfortunately her husband died early. She had a daughter who had to take care of her parents-in-law, so her life was rather difficult. But her attitude was the most sincere. She asked to see Suan 3 times and tried her best to fight for this position. Suan asked her whether she wanted to be the female manager of Yuyan Hall to satisfy herself or to support her family. Because the condition she offered was that she would be the female manager of Yuyan Hall and receive a monthly salary of 30 taels of silver. Liyun was very frank. She said she really needed this job in order to support her family and children. It is precisely because she knows what this position means to her that she will remain absolutely loyal to Suan and never betray him. She has to rely on these 30 taels of silver to support her family, so she will persevere for her family. She was the only daughter in her mother's family. She had to support not only her late husband's parents, but also her own family, which she found difficult to abandon. She is good at arithmetic. She is clear and calm when calculating accounts and using the abacus. Suwon is very satisfied with this. Suwon was also moved by her sincerity. In comparison, Lu Yun's situation was the worst, and she was also the most sincere. It was reasonable and emotional for Suwon to give her a chance. Moreover, women should be independent, which is Lu Yun's greatest advantage. Therefore, from that moment on, Levian was the shopkeeper of the Xiangzhou Yuantang branch, and by then the promotion tasks in various counties and cities in Xiangzhou would also need to be completed by her alone. She will be responsible for running the shop and stocking the goods. End of the year, if she does a good job, Suwon will give her a substantial bonus. We asked someone to do some calculations and decided to set October 28th as the opening date. We set out from Xiangzhou on October 1st, arrived on the 7th, booked a shop on the 10th, hired a female shopkeeper on the 20th, the craftsman finished the work on the 25th, put the job posting up on the 27th, and opened the business directly on the 28th. Our main goal was efficiency. In Xiangzhou, 10,000 yuan of basic goat milk soap was directly sent over, 10,000 yuan of dyed soap, 5,000 yuan of fashionable flower-scented soap, and 5,000 yuan of fashionable flower-scented hair soap. Sujo has not been opened yet, so business will not be as good as in Xiangzhou, so these 30,000 bars of soap will take a long time to sell. My uncle asked people from the escort agency to escort the goods. He had already selected 2 large workshops and prepared the tools. He also went to the brokerage firm to select many skillful people to come back and do the work. All of them were his own people, so the secret recipe would not be leaked at all. Suwon attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the opening of the Suzhou Yuantang branch. The company was also doing promotions in the first 3 days and also prepared 1,066 good luck gift packs. Of course, the flow of people on the opening day was far less than when Yuantang and Xiangzhou opened. This was mainly because most people in Suzhou did not know about goat milk soap and needed to slowly accept it. After finishing the first 3 days, Suwon saw that Lu Yun was able to handle it with ease, so she could set off for Yenjo with peace of mind. Next year, there are Jeju, Bongju, and Minju waiting for her to open branches, but it may be too late this year. If all these states are opened, the Jiangnan market will be opened up. After that is the central market headed by Zhongzhou and the eastern market headed by Kyoto. The road is long and arduous, and Suwon will search for it up and down. The road is long and difficult, but she has work to do. During the month that Suwon was in Suzhou, she only learned from the letter brought by the escort that the matter of the Ning Yuan Earl's mansion had been resolved and that Ning Ziqian was going to marry the daughter of the Shuani Earl's mansion in Suzhou. But unfortunately, Suwon will not be able to attend their wedding next month because she is already embarked on the road to Yenjo. The Jiangnan region is still relatively peaceful, but Suwon plans to keep a few more confidants around her, those with outstanding martial arts skills, so that she will be safer when she goes out to do business in the future. Besides, it won't be easy for her to keep relying on Jiang Yu's people to protect herself, right? It takes another 5 days to travel from Suzhou to Yenjo. Suwon has been busy outside for a month and feels that he has lost weight. She arrived at the gate of Yenjo City. She opened the carriage window and looked at the 2 big characters above the gate. She couldn't help but think of someone who was also in this city. Last year, the Gou family moved, and Gou Yu now lives in this city. In the evening, and got inside before the city gates were closed. Yenjo is even more prosperous than Xiangzhou. There is a beautiful river running through the city. Many people who make a living from the water set up stalls by the water to do business. Many people who don't want to walk will rent a small boat and swim along the river from beginning to end in their spare time. If you see delicious snacks on either side, just call out, and someone will bring them to you on the boat. It can be said that the most prosperous and lively place is the Yenjo River. Suwon found an inn by the water to stay in. Her room was on the 3rd floor. She could see the hustle and bustle on both sides of the river below by opening the window. Suan decided not to go to bed early tonight. He decided to experience the local customs and special food of Yenjo first. The river, there is a sign with 4 big words Gou Family Shop written on it, but no one knows what business it does. The arch bridge below, a small boat was slowly swaying down. An old man standing at the stern was rowing seriously. He had a white beard, was dressed in cloth, and had a kind smile on his face. Inside the boat, which was covered with a layer of gauze, a breeze blew by, and a purple figure flashed inside, looming and attracting her attention. The weather in November has turned completely cool. In late autumn and early winter, the wind is bleak and the wind from the river blowing on your face will make you feel cold. Suan suddenly felt a little expectant. She stared at the ship as it got closer and closer to her. She imagined how nice it would be if Jiang Yu emerged from it. I haven't seen him for more than a month.
What is he busy with?
Girl, it's cold by the river. Let's put on a thin cloak before going out. Ying and Yun were busy behind her. Ying found a cloak from her bag and put it on Suan from behind. Following her line of sight, Ying smiled and said, "Would you like to take a boat ride, girl? I'll rent one later." Suan had this idea. She turned around, nodded to Ying, and said okay. Ying suddenly pulled her and pointed downstairs excitedly. "Girl, you don't have to rent it, just look." Suan looked in the direction of her finger and saw a person standing on the bow of the boat he had just looked at. It was Jiang Yu. He was still wearing his favorite purple robe and had his hair tied in a high ponytail. When the wind blew, his hair fluttered in the wind, making him look casual and spirited. However, the smile on his face was the most alluring. When he just stood there, the women passing by on both sides of the river blushed with embarrassment when they saw him. The bolder ones had already started whispering with their sisters, praising the handsomeness of this young man. Jiang Yu waved to Suan, signaling her to get off, as the boat had already docked. Suan thought she had seen it wrong. Wasn't this exactly the same as what she had just imagined? She thought she must be too tired from running around for days and was having hallucinations. She rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. It was really Jiang Yu. He had his hands behind his back, slightly tilted his head, and smiled at her happily. Suan couldn't help laughing, and the 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth sank deeply. Ying was watching the 2 of them staring at each other from the side, almost going crazy, with a smile like an auntie on her face. I have never thought that watching other people fall in love could be so interesting. It is even more interesting than falling in love yourself. Girl, please go down quickly. Ying urged. Suan nodded, closed the window, and went out. She lifted her skirt and trotted downstairs. The 4 guards who were waiting downstairs saw her going out and stood up to follow her after finishing half of their meal. Jiang Yu was still standing at the bow waiting for her, with a faint smile between his brows. Several guards followed out and saw their young master there. They began to hesitate whether to follow him. However, the young master winked at them, meaning that they didn't need to follow. With the young master here, he is worth 10 of them. Now that he has given the order, they can go back to their meals in peace. Suan walked up to him, looking up at him slightly. Jiang Yu stretched out his hand and took her onto the boat. The old man rowing at the stern of the boat immediately used a bamboo pole to push the boat away from the shore and continued rowing forward. Jiang Yu led Suan into the boat shed. On the table in the middle of the boat, the charcoal fire was bubbling with the broth in the boiler. Next to it were sliced pork, mutton, chicken, duck, and other meat dishes. There are also Suan's favorite potato chips, old tofu, lettuce, etc. As far as she knew, this way of eating hot pot did not exist in Jean's state yet. She could only eat it often when she was at home in Yangao, because this was the way of eating invented by her 4th brother. Jiang Yu likes it very much. Every time he eats it, he seems to have a good appetite. Now he has brought this way of eating to the boat. You haven't eaten yet, right? We can enjoy the food while cruising. This weather is perfect for eating. The 2 sat opposite each other, and as soon as Jiang Yu sat down, he served her a bowl of soup. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Not to mention, there's really an indescribable artistic conception in eating like this. The evening breeze from the river blew up the curtains outside. Fortunately, there was a charcoal fire inside, so it didn't feel too cold. On the contrary, drinking a sip of hot soup at this time was really comfortable. After drinking the soup, Suan sighed comfortably. Jiang Yu looked at her, his expression unconsciously gentle like water. I've been traveling for several days, and this bowl of soup has cured me instantly. Thank you, my good man. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. So, is this how you plan to get rid of a good person like me? Then what do you want to do? Suan looked at him blankly. It depends on your sincerity. Jiang Yu's greatest pleasure was to tease her. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a piece of food in his bowl with chopsticks, all of which were freshly blanched meat, and someone was still happily picking up the food. Come on, eat more meat. You are so skinny. Jiang Yu covered his eyes helplessly and stopped him. All right, that's enough. I feel your feelings. Suan then put down her chopsticks with satisfaction, looking at his bowl full of meat. She suddenly thought of when he was recuperating in their home. The conditions were not good at that time, and it was not easy to have a meal of meat. She also picked up meat for him, fearing that he would not be full. At that time, I just wanted to cling to the big boss. More big bosses would give me more paths. Who could have thought that we would reach the point where we like each other now? This count as a comeback for the supporting actress, singing and seducing the second male lead to success? How did you know I would be here? Suan thought it couldn't be such a coincidence that they just happened to meet. I came from Yenjo, and just arrived yesterday. I guessed you would come to Yenjo. He guessed that after she finished her work in Sujo, she would go to Yenjo and open branches in these two places before the new year. So, what are your plans for the future? This guy has been in Shango for nearly half a year. Now that the new year is almost coming to an end, he should probably go back to Zhongzhou, right? I'll accompany you to finish the affairs in Yenjo, send you back to Shango, and then I'll go back to Zhongzhou. Jiang Yu replied. No need to be so troublesome, you can just go back to Zhongzhou directly, and I can go back by myself. Suan felt that this was too troublesome. I'm worried about you. I won't delay anything. Jiang Yu helped her scoop the blanched old tofu into her bowl. His words made Suan feel sweet in her heart, and a sweet expression appeared on her face subconsciously. In fact, Jiang Yu now always has a feeling of worrying about gains and losses. After seeing what happened in the Earl of Ningyuan's mansion, he suddenly felt that there would be many such rivals in love in the future. But he couldn't be with her all the time, so he could only cherish the hard-earned time they spent together. On the front line, the old man sent a letter saying that the war was getting intense, but the fighting had not started yet. The two sides were in a stalemate. As the legitimate son of the Duke of Jiang, and also bearing the title of the Crown Prince, he also needed to put on armor and go into battle, otherwise, the people in Kyoto would not accept it. The latest would be next year, so the time they had to spend together was very little. Once they go to the border, they will be away for several years. Time flies, but things and people can change easily. He cannot selfishly tie her down, which is too disrespectful to her. After finishing a quiet meal, Suan came out of the boat shed, stood at the bow, and looked at the vendors doing business on both sides of the river with a happy and satisfied smile on his face. Girl, do you want to buy some oranges to try? A lady selling oranges in front waved at her. Jiang Yu stood behind her and looked down at her. Want to eat? Suan smiled and nodded, and Jiang Yu asked the boatman to move closer and asked the eldest sister to weigh 2 kilograms of oranges. He gave her a piece of change, but the lady selling oranges couldn't make the change, so Jiang Yu simply told her not to give the change. The eldest sister held the silver in both hands and thanked repeatedly. Suan peeled one immediately. November is the season for eating oranges. The peel of the orange is green, but feels soft. After peeling it, the unique and pungent fragrance of the orange spreads. Suan peeled off the orange peel and put a piece into his mouth. It was not as sweet as he had imagined, but so sour that it made people put on a mask of pain. She turned her back to Jiang Yu with a painful expression on her face, but at the same time, she also had some bad thoughts in mind. Is it tasty? It's delicious and sweet. If you don't believe me, try it. She broke off 2 pieces and handed them to his mouth. Jiang Yu lowered his head, ate, chewed, and then frowned deeply. Don't spit it out. Suan saw that he was so sour and his evil plan succeeded, but he didn't let him spit it out. Jiang Yu finished the whole meal with an indescribable expression on his face. The little girl, looking at her deliberately concealed smile, he knew that she had bad intentions, and it was just as he expected.
Suan smiled ungkindly.
The lights on both sides of the river made her outline look very soft, and her smile was deeply rooted in people's hearts. At this time, a boat came towards them. Suan didn't pay attention to it. She only saw a girl in a pink dress coming out of the boat opposite and standing at the bow. She stared at Suan and confirmed it again and again. Then she shouted cautiously and a little excitedly, "Suan, is that you?" When Suan heard someone calling her, she turned around and met Gou Yu's smiling eyes. Gou Yu? Next to her, a handsome man dressed in a white suit. Not only Suan and Gou Yu found it a little unbelievable to meet here, Jiang Yu also felt unbelievable when facing the man opposite. I didn't expect to meet Master Jiang here again. I hope you're well. Before Suan and Gou Yu could say anything, the man next to Gou Yu greeted Jiang Yu first. Jiang Yu clasped his fists, bowed slightly, and saluted him. Greetings to the fifth prince. The fifth prince? When Suan heard this name, she immediately looked towards that person. This fifth prince is the male protagonist Morong Sheng in the original book. The fifth prince's biological mother was of humble status and had no prominent family background. She rose to power from a palace maid. But because of her beauty, she is now ranked among the 4 concubines and is honored as Shufei. Shufei had no family to rely on. She was favored for her beauty in her early years, but she did not have outstanding literary talent, and her glory in the harem did not last long. However, she was able to secure her position as one of the 4 concubines only after she gave birth to a prince. In the eyes of outsiders, the fifth prince is the least likely of all the princes to become the crown prince. His mother has no support from her maternal family, so there are almost no ministers in the court who support him. Moreover, during the years when his mother was most favored, he was walking on thin ice and was always excluded and suppressed by the other princes. So, he took the route of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, deliberately hiding his literary talent and not showing it off. When he was a little older, he began to travel around and learn martial arts from famous scholars, so the fifth prince had little presence in Kyoto. When people occasionally mentioned him, they just said that the fifth prince had no interest in state affairs and loved traveling, so he could only be an idle king in the future. But they didn't know that the fifth prince was the most ambitious, and in an unnoticed corner, he had already begun to secretly build up his power. In the original novel, he was already operating in secret during this period, and he first showed his prowess after the war ended. His Majesty hopes that the princes can take the initiative to go to the battlefield and lead the troops to demonstrate the power of their great country. Let those outsiders know that their Jin Kingdom royal family is not just for show. However, those princes were used to wealth and splendor. They had lived a life of luxury since childhood and had never suffered any hardship. Their riding, archery, and martial arts were just superficial skills to get by. When it comes to going to the battlefield, they themselves are unwilling to do so, and their mothers are also unwilling to let their children suffer. The battlefield is dangerous, and one may lose their lives there. The most feared thing is that someone will plot against you and make trouble for you to die, so that there will be one less person competing for the throne. It was at this time that Morong Sheng's opportunity came. He volunteered to go to battle. When he arrived on the battlefield, with the assistance of Jiang Yu, he made many contributions. After he came back, the emperor also began to pay attention to the son. At this time, Morong Sheng naturally gained the support of the Gou Mansion because of Gou Yu's life-saving grace to Jiang Yu, which made him even more powerful. In the later period, Morong Sheng not only showed his extraordinary martial arts ability, but also began to show his mastery of political affairs. Su Jing and Su Chun of the Su family all stood under his camp. In addition, Gou Yu's financial support helped him to raise loyal soldiers and confidants, providing him with a solid backing. Moreover, the emperor has 7 sons, and only Morong Sheng is capable of shouldering the important responsibility. Thanks to the efforts of Su Jing and Jiang Yu, several important civil officials also began to support Morongsheng. It can be said that he was the popular choice. The ending is that Morongsheng becomes emperor and Gou Yu rules the country as queen mother. No need to be so polite, just call me young Master Sheng when you are outside. Yes, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Although I say there's no need to be polite, he is a prince and I have to show him respect. In the original novel, Morongsheng is also a humble person, and he is very courteous to those he wants to win over. Jiang Yu was the first person he wanted to win over, and now that he had met him, he had to sit down and have a chat. When Suan heard his identity, he couldn't help but bow to him. Brother Sheng, who is this? Gou Yu looked at Jiang Yu and asked him. She called him so intimately, it seemed that their relationship was developing well. Morongsheng heard this and explained with a smile, this is the eldest son of Duke Jiang's mansion, Jiang Yu. When Gou Yu heard the title of Duke Jiang, he understood that the prince in front of him was someone who needed to be won over. Prince Jiang. Gou Yu also greeted him. Jiang Yu nodded slightly to show politeness. Gou Yu then looked at Suan, and Suan smiled at her. She wondered, how could Suan know the prince of Duke Jiang's mansion and go on a date with him alone? Prince Jiang, it's fate that we meet. Why don't you come over and sit with us? Morongsheng took the initiative to invite. The fifth prince took the initiative to invite Jiang Yu, so he had to give him face. He looked at Suan and asked for her opinion. Suan nodded in agreement. So, the two of them stepped onto Gou Yu's boat. Jiang Yu went over first, then reached out to help Suan over. These intimate actions caught Gou Yu's eyes, making her even more confused. The four of them got into the boat, with Gou Yu sitting opposite Suan, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Finally, it was Gou Yu who spoke first. Brother Sheng, this is the sister I mentioned to you before, the one whose identity I accidentally mistook for Suan. Suan was suddenly mentioned, and she smiled politely. For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable when Gou Yu called her a sister. I often hear Yeye mention you and your former brothers. She also said that she was not used to the sudden change and was often jealous of you and your brothers. Morongsheng said with a smile. No, I was ignorant before. I thought my brothers would dislike me no longer because they had a new sister. Now I think I was overthinking. Suan is their biological sister, and it's their responsibility for them to treat her well. Instead, I did a lot of wrong things and was petty. Gou Yu quickly waved her hands to explain, and her tone and expression became more lonely the more she spoke. In fact, Suan didn't have much resentment towards her. Seeing each other again after such a long time, apart from being a little embarrassed, he didn't feel anything. Besides, it would be nice if she really thought so. I didn't speak very nicely before, please don't mind it. In fact, if Gou Yu is willing to live in peace with her, she is also willing to reconcile with her. It would be great if everyone could live in harmony. Moreover, she is the heroine and has a halo around her. It would be best if we could become friends. Anyway, it is always good to follow the protagonist. Is fourth brother okay now? And are dad and mom healthy? And the other brothers, what are they doing now? Gou Yu had always felt guilty about having almost caused Su Yun to lose his life, and had a very unpleasant argument with everyone. Later, she ran to Yenjo to escape. In fact, she had always been thinking about everyone in the Su family, so she was particularly excited when she saw that it was Suan just now. Fourth brother has recovered well and can eat, drink, and sleep. Parents are also in good health. Eldest brother passed the imperial examination and is now the governor of Shuanhe. Second brother is traveling with his master. Third brother has joined the army. Fifth brother has opened a painting studio and paints portraits for people. Everyone is doing well. Suan did not hide anything from her. After all, she has lived with the Su family for more than 10 years, and those feelings are real. Sometimes when Su's mother thought of Gou Yu, she would always sigh. Brother passed the imperial examination and became the top scorer? This is such a great joy. Gou Yu's expression and tone were filled with surprise. Because she didn't pay much attention to this matter, she didn't know that the top scorer in this year's exam was Su Jing. So this year's #1 scholar is your elder brother. I had the honor of meeting him. He is indeed a man of honor. His water control strategies are well known throughout the world. The people of Xuanhe are blessed. Su Jing was also on Morongsheng's list of people to be won over. He had met Su Jing and had spoken to him for a few words. He was sure that this man would achieve something in the future. If he could ascend to the throne in the future, he would need young and talented people like this under his command to clean up the filth that had accumulated over the years. Now that my eldest brother has graduated from high school, my parents can finally be said to have come to an end from all the hardship they have endured, and the Su family's ancestors are honored too. Gou Yu was happy for her eldest brother from the bottom of her heart. For some reason, when Suan saw Gou Yu again this time, he always felt that she was very different. From her words and the emotions in her eyes that compared to my previous dealings with her, I always feel that she has improved and seems to no longer care about those trivial gains and losses. Moreover, the look in her eyes before when she looked at him was clearly one of dissatisfaction, but now it became sincere, and he felt as if he had been possessed. In fact, she could feel before that Gou Yu didn't like her, and she didn't know whether she had really figured it out or it was just because her acting was so good. Or maybe she was thinking too much. She still remembered that after her fourth brother got into trouble last year, Gou Yu came to Yumingsala to apologize to him. As a result, everyone was extremely disappointed in her and the scene was very unpleasant. When she left for the last time, the look in her eyes was as if she wanted to eat herself. Although there are misunderstandings between the two of you, that is also due to the grudges of the previous generation. In the final analysis, you are both victims. If you can put aside your past grudges and become a pair of good sisters, it will be a good story to spread. I don't know what Gou Yu and Morongsheng talked about. It feels like Morongsheng knows everything, more than she knows. Now he has taken the initiative to help them reconcile. Suan just smiled and drank tea to hide her embarrassment. She didn't have any ill intentions towards Gou Yu. Gou Yu did not respond to this conversation, but picked up a piece of cake on the table and handed it to Suan with both hands. She looked at Suan with a smile, as if to say, "As long as you accept this cake, we will be temporarily reconciled." Of course, Suan accepted it. Could she really offend the heroine? But those who understand know that it is impossible to let go of what happened between the two of them all at once. Just as Gou Yu had always been blaming Suan for living a life of wealth and glory for her for more than 10 years, and the 5 brothers who cherished her the most also changed their attitude after Suan returned. She felt that all the suffering was hers, and Suan was the luckiest one. You see, even though Suan lost her status as a rich lady, not long after she returned to her poor home, the Su family got better and better, and life became better and better. Her eldest brother is now the top scholar. It was as if Suan took some time to experience rural life, and when she returned, she was still a rich lady. But she didn't know that Suan's current position was inseparable from her own efforts, and she also fought a lot for this. In fact, Gou Yu also knew that the identity exchange was not caused by Suan, but there were some thorns in her heart that could not be removed, and she just couldn't become a close sister with her. From now on, the two of them should continue to get along peacefully, but they will not cross that line. I'm very curious, how did Prince Jiang know Miss Su? Morongsheng and Jiang Yu had very few dealings with each other. He had only met him once at the Imperial Palace banquet in Kyoto the year before last. Jiang Yu was wearing a mask and his true face could not be seen clearly. Later, they met again by chance in the back garden, and I happened to see his face after he took off the mask. If it wasn't for this coincidence, he really wouldn't have recognized her when they met on the boat just now. The reason why I can remember it after just one meeting is mainly due to Jiang Yu's outstanding appearance, which makes people unforgettable. Jiang Yu, the eldest son of Duke Zhang's mansion, started learning martial arts at Fenghua Villa when he was young and seldom returned to Kyoto. Even when he socialized in public, he wore a mask. So everyone speculated that young Master Jiang was ugly or had an injury on his face, so he didn't dare to show his true face. In fact, they were all wrong. Young Master Jiang chose to cover his face because his appearance was too eye-catching. Morongsheng is very popular in Kyoto. His face is the dream lover of thousands of girls in Kyoto. However, in their eyes, The fifth Prince Morongsheng is not diligent in government affairs and has no lofty ambitions. Therefore, few girls of marriageable age in some aristocratic families think of marrying their daughters to him. He thought that if the Prince of Jiang showed his true face, then the dream lover of thousands of girls would not necessarily be him, Morongsheng. Then how did Gongzi Sheng know Miss Gou? Jiang Yu did not answer his question, but threw the question back. If he, a prince, can get to know an ordinary merchant girl, why can't he, a crown prince, get to know her? Morongsheng obviously didn't expect Jiang Yu to ask him back. His expression froze for a moment, then he looked at Gou Yu with a smile. Gou Yu also looked at him, and the two of them glanced at each other, and Gou Yu's face turned red with embarrassment. It seems that these two people are in the passionate love period. The relationship between the male and female protagonists developed so well that Suan felt inexplicably at ease. Now, Jiang Yu doesn't like Gou Yu anymore, which means he has escaped the fate of being the miserable second male lead. How great! Of course it's fate. Morongsheng felt that it was fate that made them meet, get to know each other, fall in love, and then support each other. He finished speaking. He looked at Jiang Yu, who replied, "Ditto." Morongsheng smiled knowingly and looked back and forth at Jiang Yu and Suan. "You two look like a good match." "Really? Thank you for the compliment. You and Miss Gou are a perfect match." Jiang Yu finally laughed because of this sentence since he sat down. He was definitely in love. Suan thought his useless appearance was cute, but she discovered that Gou Yu was looking at her with a puzzled look, as if saying, how could Prince Jiang like her? Suan looked back at her unceremoniously and seemed to be answering her. "Why, the fifth prince can like you, but Jiang Yu can't like me?" The two of them curled their lips at the same time, and at this moment they felt like they were back to the state before where no one looked down on the other. That's right, this formula is more familiar. The way they got along before was too fake, and she was not used to it yet. "Suan, why did you think of coming to Yenjo?" Seeing that everyone was silent, Gou Yu took the initiative to find a topic and mentioned Suan again. "I'm here to do business."
Suan answered truthfully.
"What's your business?" "Goat milk soap business. I plan to open a branch in Yenjo." Suan thought, "You are asking this even though you already know the answer. Are you going to open a branch?" Gou Yu was a little bit unbelievable. It had only been a short time, less than a year, and she had already opened a branch in Yenjo. In fact, she had been quietly following Suan's business, because she personally liked the goat milk soap made by Suan, but it was not available in Yenjo. Every time her father's caravan went to Shango, she would ask them to bring back soap for her. She really likes their fashionable flower soaps, all of which have nice scents. Although Suan is not very likable, the goat milk soap she makes is very likable. "Yeah, what's the matter? Do you look down on me?" Suan raised her chin proudly, which made Gou Yu almost roll her eyes. If she hadn't been concerned about the presence of her beloved, she would have had to argue with Suan. "If you need any help, just tell me. I will help you in any way I can. I am familiar with Yenjo." Gou Yu began to act like a host, waiting for Suan to ask her for help. As a result, Suan smiled and said, "Don't bother you. I can do it alone." Hadn't planned to meet Gou Yu when she came here, but she had solved it in Sujo in just 1 month. Seeing that she refused so decisively, Gou Yu did not get angry but changed the subject. "How about this? Since this is your first time in Yenjo, I will take you to eat, drink, and have fun tonight, so that you can experience the local customs and practices of Yenjo. How do you think?" That's possible. She is willing to be a tour guide, so Suan certainly has no objection.
"Sure.
Thank you for your hard work." She was quite polite, and even used honorifics. The two girls seemed to be getting along peacefully, but in fact, they were at loggerheads. Morongsheng smiled helplessly. However, Jiang Yu was not very happy. He originally wanted to be alone with Suan tonight, but who knew that the fifth prince and Gou Yu would suddenly show up? "Prince Jiang, do you have anything else to do? If not, why don't we do as Yuer said and go to the Yenjo River together?" Morongsheng also invited Jiang Yu. Suan has agreed, so there is no way he won't go. He has to play his role as the flower protector. So the four of them went ashore and began to stroll along the riverside streets. They bought a little bit of food and fun things. Murongsheng and Jiang Yu followed behind, each paying for their own girls without bothering anyone else. When it comes to relationships, they are very clear about every penny. After all, there is no reason for them to let another unrelated man pay for the woman they like. Suan and Gou Yu were walking in front. Although they were walking side by side, they basically didn't talk to each other, and the distance between them was enough for another person to stand. At a jewelry stall, their eyes both fell on the same pearl flower, and they reached out their hands at the same time to take it. When they turned around and saw that the other person also liked it, they moved their hands away tacitly and chose something else. In the end, they didn't want the one they liked at the beginning. Between girls, and I can't explain why. In addition to paying the money in the back, Jiang Yu and Murongsheng were also talking about something. I didn't pay attention and could only see the two of them talking to each other. Jiang Yu looked rather cold and didn't speak much. It was Murongsheng who was talking all the time, and he was answering. Suan knew that they were probably talking about political affairs, or some topics that were not convenient to make public. She and Gou Yu tacitly chose not to disturb them. I have been talking for so long, but I haven't described Murongsheng's appearance in detail. He has a pair of standard fox eyes and a small teardrop mole at the corner of his eyes, which is very representative. He also has very white skin and red lips, which makes him look feminine and beautiful. Moreover, he is the kind of boy with feminine appearance, not as handsome as Jiang Yu. Although he looks as beautiful as a demon, the heroic spirit in him cannot be ignored, and the masculine energy that belongs only to men is also very strong. Generally speaking, if these two people were written as Dan, Jiang Yu would definitely be the iron attacker. Oh no, what was she thinking about?
She was getting off topic.
Suan felt that the more she thought about it, the more outrageous it became. She shouldn't question Jiang Yu's lovual orientation. As they walked, the two people carrying bags had their hands full. It was already late at night, and there was nothing left to see. In fact, the two girls didn't want to go shopping anymore, but Gou Yu knew that her Murongsheng really needed to win over the Prince of Jiangwa, so she deliberately delayed the time, wanting them to have more contact and talk. The vendors on the street had already closed their stalls one after another, but Jiang Yu was the first to speak up and said that they would stop there for the day. Mr. Sheng, it's late at night. Wanwan is exhausted from traveling all day and just arrived in Yenjo today. I'll send her back to rest. Let's stop here today. Where do you live? I'll ask someone to take you there. Murongsheng took the initiative to suggest. No need to trouble you. Thank you for your hospitality today. We'll meet again someday. Jiang Yu clasped his fists and bowed to him. Suan followed suit and bowed, feeling like a husband and wife following suit. Murongsheng knew that Jiang Yu is not someone who is easy to win over, and they had just met in the true sense and did not know each other very well, so it was impossible for them to be open-hearted to each other. From the conversation just now, Prince Jiang still has some reservations and distance towards him. Duke Jiang has always remained neutral and has not interfered in disputes over the succession. His son is like an iron wall and is difficult to break. But he could conclude that Jiang Yu is a talented and capable person. If he could conquer him, his future would be much easier. Brother Sheng, how was your conversation with Master Jiang? Gou Yu asked, looking at their backs after Suan and Jiang Yu walked away. Not very good. He seems to have the same attitude as his father and is not easy to win over. However, he cares a lot about this Miss Su and doesn't seem like he's just playing around. Murongsheng discovered that although Jiang Yu had been talking to him, his eyes never left Miss Su. Hearing this, Gou Yu couldn't help but curl her lips and mutter, "It's no wonder. After all, Suan is very beautiful, and I have to admit that I'm not as pretty as her." Gou Yu admitted that Suan was beautiful, and it was a fact. However, her words were a bit sour, as she felt that Suan won the favor of Prince Jiang precisely because of her outstanding appearance. I don't think so. You will always be the most beautiful in my heart. However, Prince Jiang is not the kind of person who judges people by appearance. I believe that Miss Su must have something unique to win the prince's favor, just like me towards you. Murongsheng looked at Gou Yu with a very gentle expression. This official match is the official match, it's set in stone. Murongshun kept talking and did not forget to express his affection to Gou Yu, which made people feel embarrassed, and he lowered his head and blushed. On Suwan's side, Jiang Yu followed her quietly. Suwan didn't ask him anything. Tonight was the first time he revealed his identity in front of her, but she didn't seem to find it strange at all, and didn't ask him a single question. "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Jiang Yu couldn't help it and asked. Suwan heard this, tilted his head to look at him, and said teasingly, "What do you want me to ask you, my dear prince?" This little girl was teasing him, and he didn't know how to respond. After thinking for a long time, he finally managed to say, "I don't like you calling me prince." "So, his name is Prince Jiang?" Suwan teased him deliberately. Jiang Yu frowned and looked at her, feeling helpless. "I don't like you calling me prince. You never need to use honorifics when you are here with me. The title of crown prince is a noble status, high above everyone else and not to be desecrated, but he does not want this status to become a distance between him and Suwan." He kept throwing out a few sweet words, which made Suwan feel embarrassed. However, she has been thick-skinned for a long time and is not like Gou Yu, who blushes easily. "I was just teasing you. Actually, I knew you were not an ordinary merchant. I was lucky enough that I didn't think you were a prince or something. I guessed you were of noble status, so I wasn't surprised." Suwan explained to him why he was not curious. She was indeed smart and calm. Jiang Yu thought she was worthy of being the woman he liked. The two of them walked back to the inn they had been in before. It was a long way to walk. After floating so far on the water and then walking on shore for so long, Suwan's feet hurt. Jiang Yu seemed to have noticed this problem as well, so he took the initiative to walk to the front and squatted down, ready to carry her on his back. "You must be tired after walking for so long. Come on, and I'll carry you." He was carrying had already been handed over to the guards who came to pick him up, so Jiang Yu had nothing in his hands at the moment. Suwan's legs were indeed sore after walking all night, so she didn't act pretentiously and just lay on his back. He easily stood up with her on his back. The two of them are in a romantic relationship now, so it shouldn't be too much to carry him on your back, right? "You are too light. You should eat more and gain some weight." A boy tells a girl that she is light. It is a huge compliment to the girl. "Really? Am I really that light?" Suwan asked happily while lying on his shoulder. "Well, it's very light. I can lift it with one hand," Jiang Yu answered seriously. Upon hearing this, Suwan couldn't help but slap him on the shoulder. He said he could speak in the last second, but his true colors were revealed in the next second. "I was wrong." Jiang Yu admitted his mistake very quickly. Suwan hadn't even said anything yet, but he already admitted his mistake. If she still made a fuss about it, wouldn't that be immature? Girls only like to hear people praise them for being thin and pretty. Even if we get fat and no longer pretty one day, you still have to flatter us against your conscience. Suwan explained this to him.
"Why?"
However, Jiang Yu, a straight man, didn't understand.
"Why?"
Of course, clothes look better when you are thinner, and you look better when you are thinner. Girls all love beauty, do you understand? Suwan was really impressed by him.
He still asked why.
"But I think you would be cuter if you were a little fatter." Jiang Yu fantasized about it and decided that a fat girl would be more comfortable to hug in the future. Suwan rolled his eyes, and then the two of them started muttering to each other. "Suwan, don't talk nonsense, I don't believe you." Jiang Yu, "No, I'm serious." Suwan, "Then I'll be fat until I weigh 180 pounds and show you if I'm cute enough." Jiang Yu, "Actually, being too fat is not good either." Suwan couldn't stand it anymore and covered his mouth to stop him from speaking. "Can we not talk about gaining weight?"
"Well, okay."
Jiang Yu carried her all the way back to the inn, and Suwan was almost falling asleep on his back. He carried it such a long distance, and for such a long time without even taking a breath or bending his waist. Putting her down at the door, Suwan took the initiative to help him straighten the wrinkles on his clothes on the back. "Okay, I'm here. Where do you live?" Suwan still doesn't know where this guy lives. He might live on a boat. "Where do you live?" "I'll live next door to you." Jiang Yu started to talk seriously again. "I don't believe it." "If you don't believe me, go and have a look." Jiang Yu was waiting for her to say this, and then he took her hand and walked upstairs. When they reached the third floor, Luyun was waiting at Suan's door, while the room next door was guarded by Jiang Yu's 2 guards. What he said was right, they lived next door to her. I didn't lie to you, did I? After finishing, he still looked like he was asking for praise. Suan deliberately shook off his hand and raised her chin proudly. I'm tired, and I'm going to sleep. Remember to ask them to deliver all the things I bought today. Jiang Yu's palms were empty in an instant. He smiled helplessly and dotingly, then watched her enter the room and disappear. Closing the door, Luyun looked back at Jiang Yu, nodded at him, and then closed the door. Luying fell asleep while waiting inside. When she heard Suan came back, she immediately went to prepare hot water for her to take a bath. They're going to look at shops tomorrow, so business is more important. Jiang Yu said that he would stay with her until things here are done, but she doesn't know if it's true. To meet Gou Yu and Murongsheng tonight. I can only sigh that this world is too small to meet such people. Taking a bath and having a comfortable sleep, when he woke up in the morning, Jiang Yu opened a cubicle on the 2nd floor to drink tea and have breakfast. By the way, let's discuss today's itinerary. First, we'll go to the dental office to check out the shop and take care of the business there. Suan thought about it and decided that the shop must be opened on the bank of Yenjo River. This is the most representative street in Yenjo and also the street with the largest flow of people. Jiang Yu prepared a table of Yenjo's specialty breakfast. Breakfast here should be drunk with tea, sesame tea, which is quite fragrant. During the meal, Jiang Yu kept picking up food for her. When she was halfway through eating, Murongsheng sent someone over and said that he invited the 2 of them to a dinner in the evening to drink and chat. He wanted to make friends with Jiang Yu, so he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity to get along with him. He sent someone to inquire about their residence early in the morning and sent someone to invite them. The 5th prince himself, and the location was at the current Gou Mansion. Jiang Yu hesitated whether to go or not, as he was afraid that Suan would be unhappy. Suan didn't think anything of it. Just go. In the original novel, Jiang Yu was in the camp of the 5th prince. Moreover, Murongsheng was the emperor destined by heaven. He was born to be the emperor. All his merits were for the country and the people. The other princes were more ridiculous than each other. From an official standpoint, Jiang Yu would definitely not be wrong to stand on his side, so her not wanting to go was secondary. It's okay, just go there, it won't cost you anything, and besides, I'll be a customer when I go. What can they do to me? Suan felt that Gou Yu was trying to please her now, and she wanted to rely on her to win over Jiang Yu. Don't think she doesn't know. The reason why she treated you better and took the initiative to make peace was just for this matter. Since Suan agreed, Jiang Yu naturally agreed. They would have to stay in Yenjo for a while anyway, and Murongsheng would definitely invite them often. Even if they could avoid it once, they wouldn't be able to avoid it a second time, so they might as well face it calmly. If you go and tell the 5th prince, you must arrive on time in the evening and prepare gifts for the visit. Don't be impolite. The host family is the Gou family, so just follow the Gou family and don't be too presumptuous. Jiang Yu gave orders to his men to prepare gifts. The 5th prince was hosting a banquet at Gou's house and he himself was a guest, so of course he had to take precedence over the host. After dinner, Jiang Yu accompanied Suan to the dental clinic and specifically asked for a prosperous shop on the bank of Yenjo River. The storefront had to be conspicuous, the location couldn't be remote, and the layout inside couldn't be small, otherwise it would lose the dignity of her Yuyan Hall. The people in the dental clinic were very smart. When they saw how Suan and Jiang Yu were dressed, they knew that they were not short of money. With good locations and good layouts are shown to them, so they can choose. Suan selected several, then conducted on-site inspections, and finally chose the one that he was most satisfied with. It is right next to the river, with bright light during the day. Outside the door is a ladder leading directly to the river. Sometimes, if there is a lantern festival in the city, this is a must-visit spot for releasing river lanterns. The main reason was that there was a shop owned by the Gou family across the river, selling cloth, so she wanted to choose this place and open a shop face-to-face with them. You looked down on her before, but now I'll let you see how good Yuantang's business is. The shop spent 1,100 taels of silver to get the title deed. This shop is new and has been renovated inside. It just needs to be decorated a little to make it more elegant. Clean it and hang some gauze inside to set off the atmosphere. Put some flowers and plants in there and hang a few calligraphy and paintings. There are also various counters used for displaying goods. We found the most famous carpenter in the city to customize a set, and also made a plaque with the name Yuyan Hall. Suan asked his eldest brother to write the inscription personally as a template. In the future, the plaques and fonts of all Yuyantang branches across the country would be the same, using the font written by his eldest brother. Find some time to go to the dental clinic and hire a few people to serve as waiters and clean the store, and then hire a female manager to manage it. Just post the employment notice on the shop, and those who are interested can come to the restaurant to interview her. The rules and requirements are that one must be proficient in arithmetic and abacus, and keep clear and tidy account books. Experienced people are preferred, and the age must be between 20 and 30 years. One must sign a contract, which starts at 5 years, and must be stamped by the government. During this period, the shopkeeper will be responsible for any man-made losses in Yuyan Hall. If one withdraws before the contract expires, he will be required to pay a certain amount of liquidated damages. But these things certainly cannot be done in one day. They can only be done step by step. Suan was busy all day long, talking and walking all the time. Jiang Yu stayed by her side obediently, serving her tea and water, without any complaints, and even gave her some advice from time to time. To be honest, with him by his side, Suan felt that his efficiency had improved. When he was tired, he would look at his amazing face, which was very pleasing to the eyes. After a busy day, she had to pack up and accompany Jiang Yu to the Gou Mansion to meet Morongsheng. Lu Yun and Lu Ying helped her prepare clean clothes, combed her hair into a beautiful bun, and dressed her up beautifully for her to go. Jiang Yu also dressed up and completely changed his style. Today, he rarely wore his favorite purple color, but changed into a black costume with auspicious cloud patterns. The threads on it were all fine silk threads, and the patterns could be clearly seen under the light. There was also a circle of black fluff on the collar, and no one knew what animal's hair it was, but it looked very soft and swayed slightly in the wind, looking very stylish. His hair was no longer tied up in a high ponytail, but was tied up with a black crown and a hairpin, which looked neat and exquisite. He changed his style today. He no longer made people feel that he was in high spirits and dressed in fine clothes. Instead, when he stood there, he exuded a temperament of indifference. His serious expression made Suan feel as if he saw the villain and powerful official in an old novel, the kind who had everything under control and had an aura of 2 meters and 8. "Why aren't you wearing purple today?" Suan still asked the question in his mind. Jiang Yu changed his style, and it seemed that his inner temperament had also changed. He lowered his eyes and smiled faintly, with one hand behind his back and a jade ring on the other hand. Today, even his smile seemed a little more indifferent, and he looked very dangerous, as if he had the power of life and death over you. It's good to change your taste occasionally. If you see the same thing for too long, it will become boring. In fact, the change today was mainly due to the gossip of one of his men at the door. Now the entire guard group knew that the young master liked Miss Su Lu, to the point of being unable to extricate himself. He thought about her wherever he went, and was willing to follow her. So, a few people started gossiping, saying that the young master looked the same every day, and whether Sixth Miss would get tired of him one day and not want to see him anymore. This was just some gossip that Jiang Yu heard accidentally, but it instantly made him suddenly enlightened. As a typical love-brained person, he was very good at taking in other people's suggestions. Originally, he wanted to wear white, as it is said that one should wear white to look chic in mourning. But Morongsheng would definitely wear white today as well. Besides, white suits him well and looks good on him. So, he couldn't step on this trap and be outdone by him. "Then you are quite versatile, not bad." Suan clapped his hands in support. What does versatile mean? Jiang Yu had never heard of such a novel word. In fact, this word is easy to understand, but Suan is still happy to explain it for him. What matching everything means is that everything will be suitable. You can understand it as you look good in anything you wear. Suan originally wanted to say, "No matter what I look like, you match me well," but this is too rustic and doesn't fit her style.
No, no.
But someone found Suwan's explanation quite useful because it sounded like he was praising him no matter how he listened to it. Then I'll wear them one by one and show them to you later. He suddenly felt that he didn't have to be purple in this life.
Okay, Suan agreedredili.
Anyway, he found it pleasing to the eyes no matter how he looked at it, and it was a kind of respect for his own eyes. I just don't know when I can wear red to show you. As he was talking, Jiang Yu suddenly said this. Suwan didn't react at first, but when she reacted, no matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't help blushing. Why is he, a grown man, wearing red? He only wears red on his wedding day. What he means is that he is asking her when she will marry him. He is such a clever boy. Suwan was shy and didn't say anything, but Jiang Yu continued to talk persistently, determined not to let the atmosphere cool down. You look good in red. It suits you best, but I don't know how you look in red and green. He continued to tease the girl's mind. In Jin country, when men and women get married, they always pay attention to the presence of a handsome man and a green woman. Men wear bright red wedding suits, and women wear auspicious clothes that are mainly green with a red base. Suwan didn't know how to answer his shameless question, so she just covered his mouth. Don't get me wrong, this congestion is not that congestion, but I think the way you're dressed today would suit your temperament better if you said less. Suwan complained under her real name. Such an elegant and restrained outfit must be worn in a cool and aloof manner. Who's cosplaying as a powerful villain is the type that keeps talking non-stop. Jiang Yu was disliked by her, but he was not angry. Instead, the smile on his face deepened. It's rare to see this girl blush, but today I finally saw her blush, and her evil plan succeeded. The carriage finally arrived, and Suwan climbed into it swiftly and sat down. Jiang Yu followed slowly and sat opposite her. The carriage set off for Gou's residence. Suwan leaned against the window and looked at the hustle and bustle of traffic outside. The sky gradually darkened, and the wind became colder. Seemed to be in a good mood after he met the carriage. He placed his hands neatly on his knees and closed his eyes to rest. It only took half a quarter of an hour to get there. The Gou Mansion was very big, and Gou Yu had her own separate courtyard. The back garden was also ready for a night banquet, and Mrs. Gou had the servants bring in many famous flower and potted plants. They all knew Morongsheng's identity. Ever since they knew his feelings for their daughter, they treated him as their son-in-law. They took very good care of him during the time he lived in their house. This time, she heard that the eldest son of Duke Jiang would be visiting, so Madame Gou arranged everything very carefully to entertain the distinguished guest. Now Gou Yu's status is naturally not worthy of the fifth prince, but the Gou family's business is doing well, and they have opened branches of cloth shops everywhere. The family savings are very high. Morongsheng plans to find a status for Gou Yu that is worthy of him. Otherwise, a merchant girl would not even be able to become a concubine if she married into the royal family, let alone the position of the principal wife. Even if he was willing, the royal family would still complain. However, Suwan is also coming today, and Ye said that her elder brother is now the top scholar and holds an official position, and Suwan is also the daughter of an official. She can't act bossy when she sees her now. Their status and position have unknowingly risen, and they have become a family of scholars. Scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, all of them are ranked at the front because of the eldest brother's face. Moreover, she has won the favor of Prince Jiang and might become his wife in the future. In order for their daughter Ye to sit in the highest position in the future, she has to lower her face and smile to please him. In fact, Suan wanted to come to Gou Mansion today to see Mrs. Gou's attitude and see if it had changed compared to before. When she thought that she would treat her warmly now, she was looking forward to it. When they arrived at the gate of Gou Mansion, the servant saw the carriage coming and went in to report. Morongsheng and the Gou family came out to greet them personally. Prince Jiang, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Morongsheng came forward with a smile on his face. Gou Yu followed beside him and gave Jiang Yu a gift. When Suwan saw the fifth prince, he also had to greet him. First, the two girls looked at each other. Wow! They were both dressed up carefully, and neither of them gave in to the other. Greetings to His Highness. Jiang Yu bowed to the fifth prince. Murong Sheng reached out to support him with full sincerity. As for Jiang Yu, whenever he was not alone with Suan, he would naturally put on a false mask, acting cold, indifferent to everything, and looking difficult to approach. This is the famous Prince Jiang. I have heard of you for a long time. My daughter told me about your elegance this morning. Now I can see you in person. What a blessing. Master Gou saw the right opportunity and greeted Jiang Yu. Mr. Gou, you're too polite. Jiang Yu was still as quiet and frugal with his words as he was last night. Next, it was Suwan's turn. Last year, they were a loving family, but later they became strangers and had an unpleasant argument. When I see them again now, I really don't know what attitude to take. Wan is becoming more and more beautiful. This was all Mr. Gou said at last, and then he threw the problem to his wife. He turned his head to look at Mrs. Gou and gave her a wink. Mrs. Gou smiled awkwardly and thought to herself, it's not easy for you to face it, but it's easy for me. I have never thought about asking for help from others before. However, she still straightened her manners, walked up to Suan and said with a smile, Wan, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. You've grown taller and become more beautiful. That's great. As expected, this kind of pretense is hereditary. It's too fake, really too fake, just as fake as Gou. Mrs. Gou is getting younger and younger, Suan replied politely. Jiang Yu saw her deliberately smiling. Her eyes narrowed into slits, which looked so fake and cute. He couldn't help but chuckle slightly, but soon returned to his expressionless face. The Gou family invited them in and took them to the back garden. They set up 2 tables in the pavilion with wine and food on them. Next to the table was a stove burning sandalwood, and there were early winter plum blossoms in a vase, all of which were in bud. There was also someone playing the piano in the dark, which made the scene quite elegant. Suan and Jiang Yu sat together. Murong Sheng and Gou Yu sat opposite them, while Mr. Gou and Mrs. Gou did not participate in the activities of this young man. Soon after we sat down, dancers came out to dance, which is a must for royal banquets. It is not like an ordinary gathering where people just drink and chat, but when the royal family entertains guests, singing and dancing are inevitable. Afterwards, the topics initiated by Murong Sheng were all about romantic topics, such as what flowers everyone liked, what tea everyone liked to drink, what season everyone liked, and what hobbies everyone had in playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He probably wanted to find out Jiang Yu's hobbies in order to infer his style of doing things and then cater to his preferences. However, he became rather cold in such occasions, as if he was born not fond of laughing. He was very frugal with words and sometimes spoke one word at a time.
Suan felt bored.
The only thing worth watching was the singing and dancing. Looking at the dancers' soft and delicate figures, she held her head up and smacked her lips in her mouth. Wow, what a lovely slender waist. Girls actually also like to look at beautiful women, and she is no exception. She also thinks that, in comparison, she knows nothing. She has been saying that she wants to learn, but has never put it into practice. She has never stopped setting flags, but never started taking action. While she was distracted, Gou Yu had already called her several times from the other side. It was only when Jiang Yu gently patted her shoulder that she reacted. His gaze to Gou Yu, he asked, "What's wrong? I wasn't paying attention just now." I saw Gou Yu took out a guzheng from somewhere and placed it there. The singing and dancing had stopped, and the dancers had all left. I have been busy this year. I wanted to learn some musical skills. After choosing and choosing, I still prefer the guzheng. Now I have learned a few songs. I would like to ask you to listen to them for me. Is that okay? Gou Yu looked at Suan expectantly, smiling sincerely. Suwan's heart skipped a beat, and he sat up straight, thinking, wow, this is involution. This is showing off. Apart from making a little money this year, she was not good at any of the arts, such as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, or song. This Gou Yu always wants to suppress her. Darn it, she also wants to be introverted. She might as well learn some musical instrument and come back to surprise everyone one day. Okay, you play it, and I'll listen to see if that's the way it is. Suan pretended to know a lot and was determined not to lose in the verbal battle. Gou Yu began to play the piano. plucking the strings with her hands. Suan didn't understand music. He only knew whether it sounded difficult or not.
Hers is just average sounding.
In this regard, Jiang Yu might know more than her, and he should be able to tell the good from the bad. The song was over. Suan didn't even know what song she played. She looked quite cheerful. As soon as she finished, Murong Sheng was the first one to start applauding for her and was very supportive. Ye plays the piano very well. Hearing this, Gou Yu smiled sweetly at him and turned to look at Suan. What do you think, Suan? I didn't grasp the rhythm well, nor did I control the strength well. I didn't put too much weight where it should be heavy, and didn't put too much lightness where it should be light. The connection between several parts was rather hasty, and it sounded a bit awkward. I need to practice more. Before Suan could comment, Jiang Yu spoke first, looking like an expert and sounding very professional. This evaluation could be said to be very bad. It was too detailed, so much so that Gou Yu felt a little embarrassed and her face turned pale for a moment. Thank you, Prince Jiang, for your advice. I will pay attention to it in the future. I have only been studying for less than a year, and there are indeed many areas that need improvement. Gou Yu seemed to accept it humbly, but in fact she was defending herself, saying that she had only studied for a short time, so it was normal that she didn't grasp it well. Murong Sheng also came to her rescue. UV worked very hard. It's great that you can play like this in less than a year. That's right, other people's opinions are actually not important to her, as long as Murong Sheng feels good about it. It seems that Prince Jiang is very proficient in music. I wonder if this prince has the honor to cleanse his ears? Murong Sheng in turn tactfully instigated Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard that and looked at his little girl. Suan was not in a good mood tonight, and she must be bored here, so she might as well find something to do. So Jiang Yu followed Murong Sheng's wishes. He leaned forward slightly and asked Suan, "Would you like to play the piano?" Hearing this, Suan looked at him blankly and replied, "But I can't." How could she play the piano? She couldn't even keep the 5 notes in tune. "How about I teach you later? I'll play a song with you tonight?" Jiang Yu guided her patiently and gently. Suan thought this was possible, but she didn't expect Jiang Yu was also good at playing the piano, which was not mentioned in the original book. Missed this opportunity and wanted to see it for herself. Moreover, if he said he was willing to teach her, then she would be willing to learn. It is always good to have many skills. The only worry is that she won't meet a good teacher. Okay, then I'll try it. Suan nodded in response. Then I'd like to trouble His Royal Highness the 5th Prince to find a zheng for me. After Jiang Yu and Suan had reached an agreement, he asked Murong Sheng to get the zheng. Murong Sheng waved his hand, and soon a maid came with a guzheng and placed it in the center of the pavilion. Gou Yu was also very curious. How good was Prince Jiang's piano playing? Jiang Yu took Suan's hand and left the seat, then walked to the piano table and sat down. Suan sat on the futon, and Jiang Yu held her hand from behind and led her. Jiang Yu first checked the strings, tried the tone, and then checked the surroundings to make sure that the strings didn't break in the middle of playing. If he accidentally hit his hand, it would be no joke. Since he was bringing her along, he was extra careful. Is average, and can only be said to be okay. Afterwards, he taught her how to position her hands. The two of them were very intimate, one teaching seriously, the other learning seriously, both acting as if they were oblivious to the people around them. Murong Sheng and Gou Yu also realized that this Prince Jiang was not indifferent and unapproachable by nature, but his gentleness and patience were unique to people. Are you ready? Shall we start? Jiang Yu held her hands and whispered in her ears. At this moment, Suan was completely wrapped in his arms. The unique fragrance of his body wrapped her tightly. Leaning on his chest, she seemed to be able to feel his strong heartbeat rhythmically. Suan responded, and then the piano in his hand began to produce music. He asked her to relax and give her hand to him, and he started playing with her in a very familiar manner. Relax your fingers, don't be afraid. Feeling her fingers stiffen, he would comfort her softly. The song sounded very nice, gentle and melodious and progressive. It was not a particularly high-pitched tune, but was relatively steady from beginning to end, with relatively few climaxes. Forgive her for not being familiar with it, and she really didn't know the name of the song. The song was over. Suan felt like it had passed in a flash, with her hand still held in his. The player was very steady throughout the whole song, and the listeners could also hear some of his skills. After all, he had to guide someone to play, and he could play to this level. It can be said that Jiang Yu's skills require at least 10 years of practice. The song ended. Morong Sheng began to applaud, joking as he did so. What a great song of Phoenix seeking the Phoenix. Prince Jiang is so elegant. He praised like this verbally, and he was really convinced in his heart. He really could do it. He could even flirt with girls just by playing the piano. Feng Qiu Huang is a song played by a man to express his love to a woman. This piece of music is not easy to master. In the early stage, it sounds plain, but when you play it in the later stage, you'll find how complicated it is and how much it tests your technique. So this is the legendary Feng Qiu Huang. I finally heard it with my own ears today. It's wonderful. Gou Yu followed suit and applauded. It took Suan a long time to figure out that the song was called Feng Qiu Huang. She tilted her head back slightly and looked at Jiang Yu with a questioning look. The two of them were already close to each other, and their gazes were like a pulled silk thread, and their eyes were unclear to each other. Do you like it? Jiang Yu looked at her and asked. I like it. Suan decided that the first piece of music he should learn when learning the Guzheng should be this one, Feng Qiu Huang. Do you want to learn? Do you want to learn? Jiang Yu asked again. As long as she wanted, he would teach her well and spend more time with her alone. You have to learn. You have to learn. Of course, Suan wanted to learn. She wanted to learn something. So when she felt sleepy, someone handed her a pillow. Then let us go to the zither shop tomorrow to pick out a good zither for you to practice with. When you have mastered the skill, I will give you my Feng Qiu Wang zither. Jiang Yu hadn't even started teaching yet, but he had already started planning for the future. He didn't even know if Suan was the right material. It turns out that Feng Qiu Huang is in the hands of Master Jiang.
No wonder, no wonder.
Morong Sheng suddenly became excited when he heard Jiang Yu mention that his zither was called Feng Qiu Wang. Brother Sheng, is there any connection between these two? Gou Yu asked. Jiang Yu and Suan's attention was also attracted, and they all looked towards him. Morong Sheng slowly explained, My mother, concubine Shu, is very good at playing the zither. She has spent a lot of manpower in recent years to secretly search for the whereabouts of Feng Qiu Huang, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, it was in the hands of Prince Jiang. The prince is not often in Kyoto, so it's no wonder that she couldn't find it. But if possible, this prince is willing to pay a high price if Prince Jiang is willing to part with it. No, Jiang Yu refused without thinking. I haven't heard that he wants to give it to Suan. He won't sell the flower no matter how high the price is. Morong Sheng never thought that he would refuse so directly and without hesitation. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. The phoenix is only given to the one that one loves. I'm sorry that I can't fulfill the fifth prince's wish. Jiang Yu said to him apologetically. It's okay. It's because my mother is not destined to be with the phoenix. We can't force it. It's really enviable that Prince Jiang is so infatuated with Miss Su. The other party doesn't want to sell it. Morong Sheng can't force him to do it. Besides, Jiang Yu's identity is there. He is not an ordinary citizen, so he still has to give him face. The name Feng Qiu Wang sounds very high-end and classy, so this Guzheng sounds like it should be an antique. Jiang Yu just gave it to her if he said so. After finishing, Jiang Yu took her hand and returned to the seat. At this time, a maid brought a dish of hot milk and prepared to put it in front of Suan, but she accidentally knocked it over and the milk spilled all over her. Suan was caught off guard, and her skirt was soaked. The hot milk was scalding hot and sticky when poured on her body, making her feel very uncomfortable. Please forgive me, Miss Su.
I didn't mean to do that.
The maid immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Could Suan still argue with a maid like her? That was impossible. In the end, he didn't say anything and let her leave. Jiang Yu hurriedly asked her if she was burned. Fortunately, the skirt was thick and it was not possible to get burned. Morong Sheng also asked her if she was okay, and she shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Gou Yu couldn't just stand there and watch, so she offered to take her to change her clothes. I still have a few new dresses that I haven't worn yet. Come with me to exchange them for one. She specifically said that it was new and had never been worn. She must have thought that Suan would not be happy to wear something she had worn. It was sticky and smelled of milk. Suan felt extremely uncomfortable, so he got up and followed her. Before leaving, she said to Jiang Yu, "I'm fine, I'll be back soon, don't worry." Jiang Yu smiled and nodded, then watched her and Gou leave. The two of them walked one after the other on the path in the back garden, passing through several courtyards before arriving at Guyu's yard. She had several maids serving her in the courtyard, and there were several sweet-scented osmanthus trees planted in the courtyard. What puzzled her was that after being here for so long, she hadn't seen Hong. She was Guyu's favorite, so wasn't she her personal maid? Where was she? Guyu seemed to know what she was thinking and suddenly said, "Hong, I asked her to go back to Shango and spend some time with her family before coming back. She followed me to such a far place like Yenjo, and I was afraid she would miss home." "Then you are a very nice person," Suan replied perfunctorily. Guyu didn't say anything else. She took her to her room and took out a brand new light purple dress embroidered with a butterfly flower from the closet. "I don't know if you like it or not, just wear it for now." What could Suan be picky about? It would be good enough if she could just change it. She wasn't picky. She took the dress and said thank you. She would leave money for the dress when she left. Then Guyu closed the door and went out. She changed herself inside before coming out. The two of them were about the same size, so their clothes fit them well. Guyu waited for her outside, and after she had changed, he took her back to the garden. On the way, the two were silent. Suan thought that everything would be peaceful, but unexpectedly, halfway through the walk, Guyu suddenly stopped. The two were now on a long corridor with a pond next to them, where they could sit down and rest. "I have something to tell you. Can we sit down and talk?" Guyu asked in a very sincere tone. Suan kept a distance from her and didn't quite understand what she wanted to say, but he could listen and see what was going on. So she sat down next to him. "Go ahead." Seeing this, Guyu also sat down, but kept a distance from her so that there was still room for two more people in between. There is a row of lanterns hanging in the corridor, so the light is bright and not dim. "I won't beat around the bush with you. I want you to help persuade Prince Jiang and ask him to consider helping His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince gain a firm foothold in the court. Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. I will pay you for it. You can set any conditions. After the job is done, I will do my best to satisfy you with whatever you want, whether it's money or something else." Suan knew this was the case. She was indeed a qualified female protagonist, planning everything for the male protagonist. Suan couldn't help laughing and said deliberately, "Then I want to be a princess. Is that okay? If Brother Sheng holds great power in the future, it is not impossible." Guyu is really shameless. As long as the current emperor is still alive, he says that he will hold great power in the future. If someone with ulterior motives hears it, it will be a crime of treason. She is also made to be a princess. She looks so powerful. Maybe in the later period, Morong Sheng gradually became stronger and really had this ability, but Suan didn't care. "Why do you think that Prince Jiang will listen to me and help me if I ask him to?" Suan asked Guyu. "Because I can see that he likes you very much and cares about you very much. He doesn't want you to suffer any grievances. I believe you have the ability to do this." Guyu is not blind. Jiang Yu just treated Suan with great care and tenderness. If this is not love and care, then what is it? Haha, do you think we're just shopping on the street? Is it that simple that if I take a fancy to something, people will buy it for me? Besides, this is a matter of state affairs. I dare not make any rash comments. Suan felt that when Guyu spoke, he only needed to talk a little, as if he didn't care about other people's lives. "I know, but Brother Sheng has great ambitions and is always concerned about the country and the people. He is talented and skilled in martial arts, but he is restrained by his mother's humble family background. No one in the court cares about him, the fifth prince. I just think that if he can get strong support, he will achieve something in the future, and everyone will see his talent. I am not asking you for help out of selfishness, but I believe he will be a good choice. Prince Jiang will not be wrong to choose him." Guyu became more and more excited as she spoke. Suan was very calm. She said slowly, "But I can't help you with this. If the fifth prince is really as good as you say, then I believe that the pearl is just temporarily covered in dust. When it shines, you don't need to fight for it. There will be many righteous people willing to stand in his camp and support him. It's true that Prince Jiang likes me, but does he have to listen to me in everything? You think too much of him. If he changes his position just because of my one-sided words, then I look down on him. If the fifth prince is really capable, he will find a way to overcome all difficulties and climb up and let everyone see his ability. Then I won't need to say anything, and everything you want will come to you. But you are betting on a woman like me. Aren't you betting on the wrong place?" After hearing what she said, Gou Yu couldn't find any words to refute for a moment. She trembled with her lips and finally hesitated. Suan looked at her expression with amusement. She said all this while the fifth prince himself might not know it. She was really concerned and confused. The main reason was that Jiang Yu was too unfamiliar and couldn't get close to him at all, so she could only start with Suan. But now it seems that she was a little too anxious. "I was desperate and tried all kinds of treatments. Don't take it to heart. I hope you can just pretend that this never happened and that I never said anything. I know there was a misunderstanding between us before, and it's normal that you don't want to help me, so I sincerely apologize to you today. I always thought you were lucky before. Even if your identity was swapped when you were young, you could still enjoy wealth and glory. Although you were swapped back later, it didn't take long for you to become the daughter of a rich family again, still decent, just like now. It's a pity that everything is determined by fate. You are smarter and prettier than me, I admit that, but I don't want us to become enemies in the future." Gou Yu stood up and bowed slightly to her as an apology, and also used some emotional words. She also knew that there was no hope of asking Suan to help speak for her.
Suan frowned slightly.
This was getting more and more interesting the more he talked. She was really adaptable. For the sake of her lover, she had done something humble enough. One day, he would see her treat him like this. Is this the power of love? She said she doesn't want to be enemies, but does that mean she wants to be partners? That's right. She is now the favorite of the Prince of Jiangwa. Her eldest brother is the top scholar, and her third brother will be a general in the future. Although Gou Yu doesn't know it now, she will definitely find a way to win them over and make them help her and Morongsheng, so she said this. I want to put aside the past grudges and build a good relationship with myself. It is said that she is very flexible. The more you cared about her before, the more you need her now. Ms. Gou, we have come to this point today, so let me make it clear to you. I will not choose to be your enemy, but I think the relationship between us can only be that of ordinary people. I can live in peace with you under the same roof, but this does not mean that I am willing to be your friend or partner. Through the matter of the fourth brother, I have always had a thorn in my heart towards you. This thorn cannot be pulled out, and I don't want to pull it out. I can only say that we are really not the same kind of people. You think you are pitiful, but in fact you are not pitiful. On the day when the truth about our identities was revealed, your parents chose you without hesitation and firmly. Moreover, during the more than 10 years you have been in the Su family, my parents and 5 brothers have given you all their preference, and even after you left, they still miss you. It was your selfishness that made you push them away with your own hands, wasn't it? How can you be pitiful? On the contrary, you are very lucky. You have received the most love. Also, please don't do anything to use or hurt your brothers in the future. They are not stepping stones on your road to success. They are the people I care about most. Whoever dares to hurt them in the future, I will have a hard time with him. Let's make it clear today. We can stop being enemies, but we can't be sisters or partners either. No matter how far she can go in the future or how glorious she will be, it has nothing to do with her, and no matter how far she can go in the future, it has nothing to do with her either. It is best for both sides to live in peace. But she didn't want Gou Yu to use their old friendship to morally blackmail her brothers, making them do things for her and stepping on them to get to the top. Of course, if Morongsheng really has the ability to convince them with actions, then she has nothing to say and will express her support. For Gou Yu to become successful and powerful and not abandon her when she no longer needs him. Because of her unexpected arrival, the current plot has almost collapsed. In fact, What kind of reversal will happen next is not even under Su-won's control. She can only roughly guess the direction. Gou Yu simply could not deny the fact of what she had done to her fourth brother. She selfishly chose to destroy her fourth brother's life in order to survive herself. This also represents her future stance. As long as someone blocks her way or threatens her, she will not hesitate to find someone to take the blame for her in order to achieve her goal. In the original novel, she is a very ambitious person. After knowing Morongsheng's identity, as well as his ideas and ambitions, she also developed an ambition and worked hard for it. Two ambitious people get together. They are a good match. I admit that I was wrong about that matter, but I didn't do it on purpose. If you were in your situation at that time, would you not want to live? Gou Yu felt that Su-won was talking without any concern. She herself had not reached that step. So why should he judge her? So fourth brother doesn't want to live? He deserves to die? In that situation, do you think you are the only one who wants to live? What you push and what he volunteers are two different concepts. Of course, I want to live too, but I will stay rational and know clearly that the person standing in front of me is my relative, not just a random passerby. Su-won was a little angry. In fact, she has always been very Buddhist and rarely gets excited about something. But Gou Yu's way of turning the tables is really speechless. Forget it. I can't agree with you. I should have known it earlier. I still begged you so lowly. It's true that we can't be good sisters. Don't worry, since you said so, I won't beg you anymore. As for my brothers, I will find a way to make up for what I owe them. In my heart, they will always be my brothers. It won't change just because we are not a family now. And what you said about using and hurting them is too ugly. What did I do to use them? Gou Yu said with a stern face, somewhat angrily, and sat back heavily. I'm just reminding you. I didn't say you took advantage of it. If you have nothing else to do, then go. I'm not familiar with your house. It's cold sitting by the pool. Su-won had already made it clear that the two of them would have to dislike each other for the rest of their lives. As for other things, they couldn't get along just because of the fight for her brother. Now she can understand why Gou Yu cares so much about who her brothers treat well. If she were in his shoes, she would also care because she has enjoyed those good things and would not be willing to give them up. However, she is her biological daughter, so she doesn't care. She has said before that her brothers can continue to be nice to Gou Yu, but they can't forget her. But now it's different. She still hopes that they will have less contact with Gou Yu, and it would be best if they don't get involved in the future and wade into the muddy water of fighting for the throne. This road is destined to be bloody, and she doesn't want anyone she cares about to get hurt. As for Jiang Yu, if she really has to make a choice, she will support him, because his identity is there. He has been carrying a mission since birth, and sooner or later, he will have to make a choice. Gou Yu had no choice but to take Su-won back to the garden where they had been before. Jiang Yu was still drinking with Morongsheng. He was forced to drink a lot of wine tonight, and they were all aged wines with a strong aftertaste. When Su-won came back, he was leaning lazily in the chair with his hand on his forehead, looking a little tipsy. Hearing the noise, he looked up in the direction where Su-won was walking. She had changed into a clean dress, but the embroidery on the dress was too fancy and not suitable for her, with all the flowers and butterflies. Su-won had just sat down when Jiang Yu naturally held her hand, only to find that her hands were very cold. Why are your hands so cold? Have you been gone for so long? Su-won was gone for nearly half an hour, which was indeed a bit long. He had just been freezing by the pond for so long, so of course he was cold. It's okay, I just talked to Miss Gou. Su-won didn't choose to hide it. Because she knew that Jiang Yu would not be so gossipy as to ask everything, Jiang Yu did not ask any more questions. Looking at the current time, he felt that it was time to go. So he stood up and said goodbye to Morongsheng. Your Highness, thank you for your hospitality tonight, but it is getting late today, so I will not bother you any further. Prince Jiang, you are too polite. I will personally escort you two out of the mansion. Morongsheng stood up to see him off. Jiang Yu did not refuse, but held Su-won's hand throughout the whole process and never let go. Gou Yu had just been harshly rejected by Su-won and was also lectured by her. She was not in a good mood now, so she didn't say anything and just followed Morongsheng quietly. Suan was still thinking that the clothes on her body belonged to Gou Yu, and she didn't want to take advantage of her. So she let go of Jiang Yu's hand, moved to Gou Yu's side, patted her, and whispered, "How much is this dress worth?" "I'll give it to you." Gou Yu rolled her eyes quietly when she heard that. She was not polite either. Since Suan was unwilling to stand in the same camp with her, it would be better to settle every penny clearly so as not to let her get away with it. 100 taels. This is shoe embroidery, and the material is also shoe brocade. The two of them dawdled and fell behind. The two in front were still talking and didn't notice the little movements of the two women behind them. The material and embroidery method are indeed worth the price, but it's a pity that Suan is reluctant to spend a large sum of money on a dress she doesn't like, but she also doesn't want to owe her anything. Don't think she can't see that the maid did it on purpose tonight. Her original clothes were not cheap either, worth more than 30 taels, so she couldn't suffer this loss in silence. He took out 50 taels of silver from his sleeve and stuffed it into her hand. "You did this tonight on purpose. Don't think I can't see it." 50 taels, take it or not. Gou Yu looked at the 50 taels of silver in her hand, clenching her back teeth tightly. She must have cursed at her in her heart with all the possible words. Suan didn't care what she thought and caught up with Jiang Yu. Norongsheng saw them off to the gate of the mansion and watched them get on the carriage. Jiang Yu's carriage was still arranged the same as before, with a thick, soft blanket on the ground. As soon as Suan got on, she found a comfortable place to lean on. Jiang Yu then got in, and the carriage slowly drove on the bluestone road. "Come here." Jiang Yu called out to Suan opposite him and asked her to come over to his side. Suan obediently moved over and sat down next to him. Jiang Yu took her hands and wrapped them in his palms. The endless heat was transmitted to her hands, making them warm. She leaned her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and let him cover her hands. "If the fifth prince invites you to do anything again in the future, just come by yourself. I won't go. It's boring." Suan felt that she should stay away from Gou Yu as their magnetic fields were not compatible. Ever since she said those words tonight, she suddenly felt that the heroine's character had collapsed. The male and female protagonists are different from the original. I don't know if it's because of her intrusion. I read a sentence before that once any person who travels into a book has a god's perspective, she becomes the protagonist of the book and all other characters become her supporting roles. A supporting role can only be a supporting role. It will not be too outstanding and will not be absolutely perfect. There will be a series of flaws and a collapsed image of the character. Just like Gou Yu now, her personality is very different from the character given in the original novel. In the original novel, she is ambitious, but has a positive outlook on life, is tolerant of everything, and is absolutely sincere to others. Now, those three views are obviously no longer acceptable. If this is really the case, then Suan has truly turned the tables as the female supporting role. After that, she won't have to worry about her life anymore. Moreover, with all her dedication and hard work along the way, the general trend is now on her side. The balance is also leaning towards her. Moreover, she also has Jiang Yu as her strong thigh, which is impossible to stop. But then again, only when you are in this world and experience it personally will you know that what you see and feel with your own eyes is the real person. Okay, I won't take you there anymore, and I'll try to go there less often. While Suan was distracted, Jiang Yu had already answered her question. Jiang Yu now only holds the title of a prince, and he is not the one who makes the decisions in the Duke's mansion. Suan leaned on his shoulder and could still smell the faint scent of alcohol on his breath. He closed his eyes, frowned slightly, and looked uncomfortable. Suan guessed that he had a headache because he drank alcohol. Suan's hand had been held by him for so long that it had gradually warmed up. She pulled her hand away and stopped leaning on him, but sat down in front of him. A pair of soft little hands covered his temples, pressing gently back and forth, relieving Jiang Yu's headache. Soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Suan's serious little face with a red little mouth, which looked very tempting. "I'm not asking you to drink less. That wine is obviously aged liquor, and it has a strong aftertaste." This was also the first time Suan saw him in a slightly tipsy state, and even the breath he exhaled was hot. A pair of large hands suddenly wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Suan fell on him. Jiang Yu freed one hand and touched her face, stroking her cheek gently with his thumb. Jiang Yu looked at her and couldn't help but his Adam's apple rolling. He couldn't help but move closer to her. His hot breath sprayed on her face, with a slight smell of alcohol, which made Suwan's hair stand on end and her body tremble slightly. She closed her eyes, thinking he was going to kiss her. He did kiss her, but the kiss fell on the corner of her mouth, gently covering it and staying for just a few seconds. Jiang Yu didn't dare to kiss her lips. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop once he started kissing her. He wanted to tear her apart and swallow her into his stomach. His lips left the corner of her mouth and pressed her against his chest, letting her listen to his chaotic heartbeat. Save it for now, and come back all at once later. Jiang Yu rested his chin on her forehead and whispered softly, "Oh my God, what kind of lewd words is he saying?" Suwan's face turned red and her heart was beating fast, but she couldn't control the corners of her mouth. She is too young now. If Jiang Yu could still hold her and kiss her wantonly, it would be too beastly. Therefore, his restraint is precisely his love and respect for her. Suan fell asleep in his arms without realizing it. When the carriage arrived at the inn, the coachman knocked on the door outside, and she was startled awake in an instant. "Master, we are here." Suan raised her head from his arms in confusion. Jiang Yu asked, "Do you want me to hug you?" Suan shook his head. "No need. My legs can't be used as decoration." She is quite a straight woman sometimes, and people just want to get as close to her as possible. They arrived at the door of the room, they said goodnight to each other, and went to sleep. The next day, Suan had to supervise the invited craftsmen to decorate the shop. She also had to buy calligraphy and paintings, flowers, plants, and potted plants. Jiang Yu accompanied her throughout the whole process, helping her pick and choose and bargain. Those calligraphy and paintings don't need to be expensive, as long as they look good. They are just decorations anyway. People who come to buy goat milk soap are here for the product. Who cares who painted the calligraphy and paintings? They had agreed the night before to go to a music store to choose a zither. Suwon had always remembered this, and when they passed by a music room, she pulled him in. "Didn't you say you would help me choose a piano last night? Go ahead, you're an expert." Fortunately, she still remembered it. Jiang Yu thought she didn't remember it. Around the area where the zither were placed, tried the tone of each one, looked at the workmanship, the wood used, and the strings, but none of them were pleasing to my eye. He finally said directly to his boss, "Bring me the best zither you have." The shopkeeper saw that he was a professional and knew that he had money, so he happily went to get it. Several were brought out one after another for him to review. "This is a treasured item from our store. Please take a good look at it. You will definitely find something that satisfies you. These zither are indeed better than those displayed outside, whether it is the workmanship, the patterns on them, or the selected wood and strings. They are all of top quality, and the tone is obviously more delicate and pleasant." Finally, Jiang Yu chose one and asked Suwan to take a look. "Is this okay? Do you like it?" Suwan didn't understand either, but he was sure that the one he chose was a good one. Moreover, the patterns on both ends of the zither were particularly delicate, and the carved plum blossoms were lifelike. "As long as you are satisfied, teacher, I am fine with it," Suwan said happily. Jiang Yu was amused by her, and then he asked the boss to pack up the zither and take it away. "You have a good eye, my dear guest. This zither is made of red rosewood and Albergia cochinchinensis. The carvings on it are by the descendants of a century-old wood-carving family. You just tried the tone, and it is absolutely impeccable." The boss made a big deal, and he was praised so much that his eyes were narrowed into slits due to smiling. "How much silver?"
Suwan asked.
"It sounds like it should be expensive." "My dear guest, this zither is worth 500 taels of silver, and it also has a very elegant name, Rugu. As it is indeed elegant. We do not pursue the profound meaning of the name, but only pursue its usability. However, the zither she uses for daily practice shouldn't be so expensive, right? Jiang Yu, I'm just a beginner. I don't need such a good piano to practice, right?" Suwan was really afraid that he would not live up to the value of this zither. A good zither must have excellent tone and touch. Even if you are a beginner, you should choose a good one, if you have the conditions. This is Jiang Yu's attitude towards zheng. It has nothing to do with whether it is expensive or not. It is Suan who is superficial. Okay, whatever you think is good. Suan could only follow his wishes. As an apprentice, she just let her teacher make the decision. So she started to pay, but Jiang Yu got there first. There's no reason for you to pay the bill. Just a simple sentence, full of domineering flavor. Never mind, Jiang Yu is the future heir of Fengyue Villa. Fengyue Villa is built on mountains of gold and silver. 500 taels is just a drop in the bucket for him. Moreover, the Fengqiwa Wang in his hand is truly a priceless item, an antique. He planned to give it to Suan once she became proficient in playing the zheng. Finally, Suan left contentedly holding her zither. This zheng is different from the guqin. It has 21 strings and is larger in size. Learning it also tests one's reaction speed and finger flexibility. Jiang Yu was afraid that she couldn't hold the baby, so he tried to help her. But the girl was so stubborn that she refused to let anyone help her. Suan just felt that this was a very meaningful gift from Jiang Yu to her, and she had to take it seriously. Moreover, she had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment holding the zither. After all, she would be an artist in the future. That kind of joy is like the feeling of finally entering junior high school and then owning your first mobile phone in your life. After returning home, she began to think about the zither and asked Jiang Yu to teach her the song, Feng Qiu Huang, from last night first. However, you have to take it step by step and learn the basics first. Only when you have mastered the basic elements can you talk about learning the song. Basic knowledge of learning zheng includes correct sitting posture, hand shape, fingering, music theory, musical sense, ability to listen and distinguish sounds, coordination between left and right hands, etc. These alone are enough for her to remember. Jiang Yu taught them everything personally, and both of them were immersed in it and never tired of it. Yu Yuzi successfully extended the time they spent alone together, and Suan was immersed in this learning atmosphere. With the person you love, the days always pass quickly and comfortably. From time to time, Murong Sheng would invite Jiang Yu to watch operas, play chess, and practice martial arts. Jiang Yu would go sometimes, but sometimes he would find reasons to turn it down. He would usually go at night because during the day, Suan not only had to practice the piano, but also had to meet many sisters who came to apply for the position of female shopkeeper. He had to carefully compare and patiently screen them, so he had to accompany them. He really didn't take Suan with him anymore. Every time he went out, he would come back in an hour and a half at most. When Murong Sheng asked about Suan, he just said that she was busy with business and couldn't get away. Suan finally chose a sister named Shu Yao as the female manager of the Yenjo Yuyintang branch. Shu Yao was 26 years old and had worked as a shopkeeper in a silver jewelry shop in Yenjo City. However, due to some conflicts between her and the owner of the shop, she left after the contract expired. She had also worked in the silver jewelry shop for 5 years and had sufficient management experience. She was proficient in accounting and arithmetic, had a good eloquence, and her voice was very gentle, which made people feel happy when they heard it. She was very satisfied with the series of conditions and benefits offered by Suan, so she sincerely wanted to work for her. Suan also asked Lu Yun to investigate her husband's family. They were a very harmonious family, with kind parents-in-law. They had a good reputation among neighbors. She also had a good relationship with her husband. She had 2 sons. Her husband was a scholar and worked as a teacher in an enlightenment school in Yenjo, teaching children of enlightenment age. Suan always believed that people who came from a harmonious family would definitely be emotionally stable, and Sister Shu Yao was very suitable in terms of both personality and experience. We still chose the nearest opening date, shipped the goods over from Xiangzhou, filled the shelves, and stocked the warehouse with enough inventory before we could open for business. In Sujo has become popular in just 1 month. The stock is almost sold out, so we have to arrange delivery. My uncle has also opened 3 new workshops in Xiangzhou, and the staff and raw material supply are in place. Yuyintang has become the largest supplier of several flower farms outside Xiangzhou City. Their flowers have no worries about sales, and any new varieties will be sent to Yentang. Furthermore, the flower farmers, they're already planning to expand their fields next year. There is also almond oil. Because Shango has a great demand for almond oil, 80% of the almonds picked in Hejiazhuang this year were used to make oil and sent to Shango in large quantities. My uncle is worried that they will not be able to supply it in the future, so he has started looking for other sources of almond oil. In fact, you don't have to use almond oil to make goat milk soap. Corn oil and peanut oil can also be used, but these are second-best options. If all else fails, there is still lard. Are actually the best oils for making soap, but these two oils could not meet the needs in ancient times because no one had mastered the technology and she didn't know how to make them. Of Yenjo Yuan Hall was scheduled for December 5th, and Suan gave her full authority to handle the opening matters. When Suan finishes attending the opening ceremony, she will leave Yenjo. After returning to Shango, she will also set up a team dedicated to the distribution of goods. The staff is composed entirely of young and strong men, and she wants to recruit those who know martial arts. As long as you offer a high enough commission, those martial artists will be happy to work for you. The main job of this team is to escort goat milk soap back and forth between various states to ensure that the goods are absolutely safe and free of accidents during the journey. Just like an escort team, Suan supported them, provided them with food and drink, and gave them commissions. They delivered goods for her. Over time, she would be able to train a group of people who could be used by her. All of them adopt the contract signing model, and once signed, the minimum term is 5 years. After 5 years, you can leave if you want to or stay if you want to, as long as you have no second thoughts. Sujo and the signboard was hung up. Suan asked Xu Yao to write a lot of flyers and then find people to publicize them in the city. The purpose was to create momentum on the opening day. Even if there are people who don't understand, seeing how lively it is here, 8 out of 10 will come to join in the fun, and as they gather together, some will follow suit. Suan was so busy in the days before the opening that she had no time to practice the Guzheng, and Jiang Yu also received a letter from Zhongzhou. After reading the letter, Jiang Yu was silent in the room for a long time. When Suan came back, she found that something was wrong with him. A person was sitting by the window in a daze, his brows furrowed, exuding a low mood, and his back looked a little lonely. Suan could feel that he was in a very low mood just by standing at the door, so he asked a guard to come over and question him. "Your young master seems to be in a bad mood. Did something happen?" The guards also had worried looks on their faces. It should be said that all of Jiang Yu's guards had worried looks on their faces today. Seeing that Suan had specifically asked, they did not choose to hide it and said whatever they knew. "It's because a letter just came from Zhongzhou that the young master is like this. We don't know the details, but I guess something happened in Zhongzhou. Miss, you should go and ask in person. I believe the young master is willing to tell you." The guards felt that at this time, probably only Suan could get close to him. They had followed Jiang Yu for so long, so of course they could observe the young master's emotions. The more silent he was, the more serious the matter was. Suan looked upstairs, turned around, and went upstairs in 2 steps. She came to the door and shouted, "Jiang Yu, I'm back." Normally, he should have felt it when she stood at the door before, but this time he didn't react at all. Hearing her voice, Jiang Yu turned around immediately, only to see that her eyes were red and bloodshot. He stood up and strode towards her, pulling her into the room. "Wanwan, I have something to ask of you." Jiang Yu's words. Suan had never seen Jiang Yu like this. How big a problem could it be that made him even use the word beg? "What's the matter? Tell me. I'll face it with you." Suan gave him a reassuring smile with sincere eyes. Jiang Yu put his hand on her shoulder and said to her seriously, "Can you accompany me to Zhongzhou right away? My grandfather is seriously ill." A letter from Zhongzhou said that the disease is so severe that even Dr. Sun is helpless. He wants me to go back to see him for the last time. In fact, my grandfather has not been in good health in recent years. His only wish is to see me get married and have my own destination, so I want to take you to see him, Wanwan, do you understand? Jiang Yu was really anxious, like a helpless child. Jiang Yu's grandfather is the person closest to him, closer than his father. He was almost raised by his grandfather, who taught him skills and education personally. His grandfather means a lot to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's grandfather was in very good health in his early years. In the past few years, for some reason, his health has been deteriorating, and his mental and physical strength are not as good as before. The specific cause of the disease cannot be found, and he relies on Dr. Sun to take care of him. Now Jiang Yu is gradually taking over Fenghua Villa and neutralizing forces everywhere. Before he left, his grandfather looked in good spirits, and even Dr. Sun said that he was temporarily stable. But now he is suddenly seriously ill, and there is no way he can be saved? There is definitely a conspiracy here, but there is no evidence. So after Jiang Yu received the letter, he suppressed the sadness and anger surging in his heart, and forced himself to calm down and not lose his composure. He thought about how his grandfather had asked him with a smile when he left Fenghua Villa a few months ago if he had a girl he liked, and asked him to bring her to him as soon as possible. He joked that if he could see his grandson's wife before he died and recognize her face, he would be blessed with her when he was buried. Not long after Jiang Yu read the letter, she came back. Now she has given orders to prepare the carriages and horses and gather the men so that they can set off at any time. When Suan heard the news, she was a little caught off guard, but she agreed without any hesitation. Okay, I'll go with you to see grandfather. Don't worry, we'll leave right away. I'll ask Luyan to say hello to Sister Shuyao. Suan stroked his brow to reassure him, then turned around and called Luyan and Luying. She instructed Luyan to inform Shuyao that she was leaving, and asked Luying to pack up quickly and prepare to go to Zhongzhou. Jiang felt warmed when he saw Suan agreed so quickly. Standing blankly at the door, his hands hanging limply, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, they were filled with murderous intent and hostility. Yu Wushang, this matter should be related to him. Now that things have come to this, it is time to settle some grudges. He has been running Fenghua Villa for many years, and many elders support him, so he is so unscrupulous. If what happened to my grandfather was really planned by him, then the journey back to Zhongzhou would definitely be full of dangers. Afterwards, he will face one bloody storm after another. He is very sorry that he had to drag Suan into it. He feels guilty and conflicted. On one side is his lover, and on the other side is his relative. One does not want her to be hurt, and the other does not want him to have any regrets. He has no choice but to protect her with his life. Luying packed all the luggage as quickly as possible and moved them onto the carriage loaded with supplies. Luyan also worked quickly and came back quickly. In less than half an hour, everything was ready, and they were ready to set off. Suan seemed more anxious than Jiang Yu. He pulled him downstairs, fearing that he would be too late to see Jiang Yu's grandfather. At this moment, she was filled with admiration, worry, and anticipation. She really wanted to see what the ruthless man in the original novel who founded Fenghua Villa on his own looked like. Is he serious, tall, and full of beard? Or is he smart, gentle, and has a sage-like temperament? Or is he cold, sharp, and never smiles? But the original novel says that Jiang Yu is most like Jiang Zhen, the leader of Fenghua Villa, not in terms of appearance, but only in terms of his behavior. Jiang Yu's grandfather probably possesses all these qualities. Everything had been prepared in the carriage, including food, drinks, and daily necessities. In case Suan was bored, there was a stack of storybooks on the small coffee table, all of which contained different melodramatic folk stories. When it comes to details, Jiang Yu can be said to be meticulous. Leaving the city, there were 2 carriages with 8 guards on both sides. After leaving the city gate, I found that there were about 30 people waiting outside the city. All of them were guards on horseback with swords. There was also a baggage cart specially used to carry horse feed. All of this was prepared in just 2 hours after receiving the letter. Jiang Yu was probably silent along the way because of his grandfather's matter. He didn't say a word, with his brows lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suan can empathize with him, but she should not say too much to disturb him now. He has a lot of things to think about right now, so it is better to wait until he is alone before talking. After leaving the city and getting on the official road, the carriage began to speed up. Wan, the road will be a bit rushed and bumpy. I'm sorry to have troubled you. If you feel uncomfortable, remember to tell me. We can stop and rest at any time. Because he was in a hurry to go back to see his grandfather, Jiang Yu had no choice but to let her suffer with him temporarily.
I'm fine.
How can I be so fragile? Let's go back to see your grandfather first. Suan is not that pretentious. Business is important, and one must know the priorities. Seeing that she was so sensible, Jiang Yu reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Thank you, Wan. Thank you for your understanding. What's there to thank for? You should be more open-minded and stop being so anxious. He always takes good care of his emotions, which is good enough. Suan moved closer to him and sat down next to him. The two of them were walking in opposite directions, each taking care of the other's emotions. All she could do now was to accompany him quietly.
Jiang Yu didn't have much time to be sad.
Soon he took out a topographic map and started studying it. He looked at it for a long time, frowning as he thought about something. Finally, he opened the car window and told the guards outside, "Go around the strange rock forest and go to Yufeng Mountain. Send a pigeon to Fengying and ask him to meet up at Yufeng Mountain. Bring more people with him." "Yes, young master." The guard received the order and went to prepare. Now that the old sect leader is seriously ill, he has not personally announced Jiang Yu as the next sect leader of Fengyue Villa. This is the last chance for Yu Shang to take the position. If the old sect leader is dragged to death, he will be the only son in name and should be the first heir. In addition, he has many supporters in Fengyue Villa. As long as Jiang Yu is stopped, he will be the new sect leader for sure. It would be best if Jiang Yu died immediately, then there would be no threat at all. Even if Duke Jiang comes to settle the score later, he will definitely not choose to destroy Fengyue Villa for the sake of his deceased wife. This is the hard work of his father-in-law, and Fengyue Villa has been in the martial arts world for so many years that its power is complicated and cannot be destroyed casually. As long as he becomes the sect leader, he will have the capital to confront Duke Jiang. At most, he will have one more enemy. Besides, there is no evidence. Who can prove that he killed Jiang Yu? Even if you want to fight, you have to find a legitimate reason. What a great strategy! Suan knew that Jiang Yu was brainstorming and avoiding his opponent's ambushes. The original novel did not mention anything about Jiang Yu in Fengyue Villa. He appeared only a few times, and when he appeared in the middle and late stages, he was already the master of Fengyue Villa. So, she didn't know what to remind him to be wary of, and Jiang Yu completely blocked her god's perspective. Wan, there will be many obstacles and dangers ahead. Are you afraid? Jiang Yu put his arm around her shoulders and let her lean on him. He had to tell her in advance so that she could be prepared. Who wants to harm you?
Suan asked.
He's my uncle. Jiang Yu was ready to tell her about his situation in Fengyue Villa and did not intend to hide it. Why did your uncle want to harm you? After hearing this, Suan couldn't help but look up at him in surprise. He is not my biological son. He was adopted by my grandfather. When he was found, there was a note with the word Yu written on it in his arms. So my grandfather named him Yu Wushang and brought him back to the Fengyue Villa founded by my grandfather. He taught him martial arts and raised him. I don't know why my uncle hates me so much. My grandpa said that he and my mother had a very good relationship when they were young, and so did Uncle He, your third brother's master. The three of them grew up together, but I don't know why, but since I have been with my grandpa, my uncle has been very nice to me in front of others, but later I found out that he often did things behind my back to try to kill me. I once asked him why, but he didn't admit it and still looked so kind that sometimes I couldn't tell if I was wrong. Until last year, I was chased to Yango and almost lost my life. Fortunately, you and my second brother saved me.
I was not destined to die.
After returning, I carefully investigated and finally confirmed that the mastermind behind the scene was him, my uncle who is not related to me by blood. He wants to compete with you for the inheritance of Fengyue Villa, right?
Suan felt sad.
Jiang Yu always had to face a smiling tiger. Under the mask of kindness was a beast that wanted him dead all the time. If he didn't do all this for power, then what was he doing it for? Yes, my grandfather was in good health a few years ago, but he suddenly became weak and deteriorated. Dr. Sun couldn't find the cause of the disease. He suspected it was poison, but he didn't know what the poison was. He could only use medicine to help him recover. I searched every corner around my grandfather, from the people who served him to the meals he ate, and checked everything, but still couldn't find any clues. Originally, before I went to Xiangzhou, my grandfather's illness was under control, so I left with peace of mind. But in the end, Jiang Yu didn't say anything else. Later she found out that he had suddenly fallen ill, and there was no way he could be saved. Do you suspect that it was your uncle who has no blood relationship with you who did this? But he didn't even let go of his father who raised him? Suan frowned, unable to understand. Although she and Mrs. Gou and Mr. Gou had raised each other, she knew that no matter how bad the fight between her and Gou Yu got, she would not have any bad intentions towards them. This was a respect for the original owner. I just can't understand it, so I've been troubled by why this happened. Or maybe I did something wrong and offended him, but the only thing I can be sure of now is that he and I are absolute enemies. If he really killed my grandfather, I will definitely not let him go easily. As Jiang Yu spoke, his brows sank, emitting a sharp and bright look. He would never be merciful. At that time, all new and old grudges will be settled together. He almost got him killed last year. If it weren't for his good luck, I'm afraid this secret would have remained unknown for his entire life. Suan didn't know what to say to comfort him. She didn't know the whole situation and didn't want to comment. Besides, this was a grudge between Jiang Yu and his cheap uncle, which had to be resolved. It was obviously meaningless for her to say too many high-sounding words. But she could hug him. So, Suan put her arms around his neck, hugged him like he usually hugged her, and let her lean on his shoulder. It's okay. You still have me. I will accompany you. She gently stroked the black hair on his back. Jiang Yu hugged her waist tightly and rubbed her shoulders like a little child. Thank you, Wan, he murmured again. Suan didn't reply to him, but just hugged him quietly, comforting him silently. The carriage was moving very fast. When it was on the official road, it would sometimes hit some stones, causing the carriage to shake violently. However, Suan felt very stable with her head resting on Jiang Yu's legs. He took a pillow and placed it across his legs, then let her lean against it. The fastest journey to Zhongzhou would take at least 7 or 8 days. The first few days were spent in a carriage, but we would stop to rest every morning, noon, and evening. Then Suan could get off the car and rest for a while. Luyun prepared hot water for her, and then made a barrier with black cloth, with a charcoal fire burning next to it to keep her warm. She took the opportunity to wash her body and change her clothes. At this time, Jiang Yu and the guards will avoid it, but they will not go far. They will be very careful about the movements nearby to prevent sneak attacks. There will be no danger in the first half of the journey, but as we go further, the killers arranged by Yu Wushang will come to intercept us. He must have arranged more than one wave of killers, definitely several waves, setting up ambushes on several roads that Jiang Yu must pass through to ensure that nothing goes wrong. But Jiang Yu bypassed the water route and the road through the strange rock forest. On the one hand, if he encountered an ambush on the water, it would easily become a dead end if he didn't handle it properly. The terrain of the strange stone forest is just as its name suggests, made up of all kinds of strange stone mountains. If Yu Wushang set an ambush there, he only needs to create a rocky scene and his team may be destroyed by the rolling boulders. Moreover, he brought Suan with him this time, so he couldn't possibly put her in such a passive danger. Therefore, the only way to avoid being passive in the jungle is to take the Yufeng mountain route. Once there is an unpredictable situation, there is still a possibility of retreat, and you can hide yourself to buy time. You only need to cross Yufeng Mountain, then drive for a distance, and finally take the water route to ensure that nothing goes wrong. On the 4th night, Suan returned to the carriage after cleaning as usual. Luyun and Luing stayed with her all the time. Where guarding not far away had already encountered the first wave of assassinations. Gurgling water, there was also the sound of swords clashing and flesh being pierced. Following Jiang Yu's orders, several secret guards retreated to Suan's side and protected the carriage. In this situation, Jiang Yu couldn't lead people over here because the other party's target was him, and following him would be the most dangerous. The best way for him to protect Suan was to get rid of the person as much as possible and then return to her. Suan was hiding in the carriage, lying down, listening to the noise outside. She couldn't help but shouting to Luyan outside to inquire about the situation, because she was very worried about Jiang Yu's safety, afraid that he was injured or something. If it was just a superficial injury, it would be fine, but she was afraid that it would be as troublesome as when she found him in the land temple, and there was no doctor around. "Girl, what's wrong with you?" Luyan asked anxiously outside the carriage, thinking something had happened to her.
"I'm fine."
"Where's Jiang Yu?"
"How is he?"
Suan asked her inside. "Don't worry, young lady. There aren't that many assassins here. The young master should be able to handle them. Just hide well and rest assured." The one who answered her was not Luyan, but one of Jiang Yu's guards. Hearing him say that, I felt a little relieved. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of fighting stopped. Jiang Yu walked out of the darkness, with a sword in his hand. Blood kept dripping from the tip of the sword. He was wearing a black cloak. He had been wearing black these days, which made it convenient for him to walk in the dark and to confuse the opponent's eyes when he encountered a fight. His cloak was torn, so he reached out and tore it off, throwing it into the fire, then threw the bloody sword to his men to deal with. This was the scene Suan saw when she opened the carriage door. Knowing that she was safe, she jumped off the carriage and ran towards Jiang Yu. When she ran over was to pull him over to check if he was injured, but he stopped her when she was still a few steps away. "Don't come over here, I'm dirty." Jiang Yu smiled at her. He had just killed someone and there was a lot of blood on his body. The smell of blood was strong, and he didn't want Suan to be contaminated by it. Suan understood, so she stood there obediently, only to hear him say, "Don't worry, I'm not hurt. You're not injured." If you're not injured, Suan will feel relieved. After the fight, the guards began to treat each other's injuries. There were no casualties, and they only suffered minor skin injuries. Although these killers are well trained, they are not very strong. This is also the first fight in several days, and everyone is in the best condition so they can easily deal with these guys. But if they come more often in the future, it will be bad to drain their spirit and energy little by little. By that time, more and more people will be injured, and they will be unable to cope. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's men were all trained by the sect master himself. They are all masters among masters in martial arts. Unlike those scoundrels in the martial arts world, they are all top-notch. A few people were injured accidentally, but they were only minor injuries, they were accidentally cut, and the wounds were not deep. In addition, with the top-quality medicine prepared by Dr. Sun, the bleeding stopped quickly and recovery was fast. Now, we have to wait for Feng Ying to bring his men to Yufeng Mountain for support. Otherwise, if such assassinations happen too often, we will find it hard to withstand them. After the guards finished bandaging the bodies, they began to clean up the battlefield on their own. They did not let Suan see the bodies of the killers, but when Suan thought about the many people who had died around him, he still felt a little numb on his back, so he simply ran back to the carriage. Luing brought her some freshly caught beggar's chicken and asked her to eat it while it was hot, but she had no appetite and couldn't eat anything. She felt nauseous. She was born in the 21st century. Normally, she would find it horrifying to think about someone's death in the news. Moreover, it was now. She needed time to accept it. Jiang Yu washed himself clean, changed into clean clothes, and washed his hair. He made sure that there was no odor on his body before returning to the carriage. We didn't dare to delay, so we ate something to fill our stomachs and then started on the road in the dark. From Zhongzhou, written by Jiang Yunhe. He told Jiang Yu not to worry and to put his own safety first. The sect leader has Dr. Sun on his side, and he will do his best to stabilize his condition. Whether it's acupuncture, medicinal bath, or even using 1,000-year-old ginseng to hang on, it can last for a while. However, the old man's mind is no longer clear, and he has been relying on his own willpower to persevere. He wants to personally hand over Fenghua Villa to Jiang Yu before he dies. But Jiang Yu was still anxious. Although he didn't show it on his face, Suan knew it clearly. He hardly slept these days, and he kept looking at the map to ensure the smoothest and safest route, minimizing the danger as much as possible. Jiang Yu's hair stood up before it was completely dry. The weather in December was very cold, and white air could be seen coming out of his breath when he spoke. The first thing he did when he came up was to pull her into his arms and hug her tightly. Did that scare you? Suan shook her head in his arms and replied, Don't be afraid. They were the ones who wanted to kill you first. You are acting in self-defense. She said this while also convincing herself. Listen to me. From now on, no matter what happens, as long as the situation is not right and you encounter danger, don't worry about anything else. Just run forward and protect yourself. I'm sorry to drag you into this storm, but don't worry. I will leave you a way out even if I die. Jiang Yu spoke. He silently hugged her tighter. His tone was gentle and sincere, and he really felt guilty. Sometimes he wondered if it was really right for him to put his beloved in danger in order to fulfill his grandfather's wish. He set off. He had already instructed his subordinates that if they encountered an irreversible situation, all they had to do was to protect Suwan's retreat at all costs and not to worry about him. Yu Wushang's target is him. As long as he leaves enough time, he can ensure that Suwan leaves safely. He has grown up so much and has so many concerns when doing things for the first time. In the past, if he encountered such a situation, he would be absolutely calm and fearless. So, people really cannot have weaknesses. Once they have weaknesses, they will be like him now, with too many things to worry about. But if it was Suwan, he would not regret it, and even feel honored for it, thanking God for sending her to him. He thought he would never have any weaknesses in his life. When Suwan heard him say this, she actually didn't know how to answer. She thought if it really came to that, she would most likely choose to run away. She was not absolutely love-brained because she always remembered that she still had her parents and brother waiting for her to come home. If she had an accident, how big a blow would it be to them? Is this selfish? Maybe. She was also very sorry that she couldn't give up everything to die with him. Family and loved ones were important, and she was now willing to take a chance with him. I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself, too. We will definitely be able to see your grandfather safely. Jiang Yu hummed softly in response. In the second half of the night, Suwan fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was dawn. They were already on the empty official road, surrounded by mountains. After another day and a half of walking, they would reach Yufeng Mountain. I don't know how Fengming is doing and whether he encountered an ambush on the road. They encountered several more assassination attempts, but they were not large-scale. Roadblocks were set up in some places, and huge rocks blocked the middle of the road, so they had to take a long detour. But fortunately, everything was resolved perfectly. Jiang Yu did not suffer much loss, and Suwan was also well protected. But he understood that the real battle was not far away. It would only take 2 more days of water travel to cross Yufeng Mountain. The shipping of Fenghua Villa was on Mo River, and now his people had infiltrated it. As long as we meet up with the shipping team, we will be safe and can then go directly to Fenghua Villa. Yufeng Mountain will be Yu Wushang's last line of defense, and he will arrange a large number of assassins to ambush. Along the way, there were stabbings openly, killings secretly, and many sneak attacks. If there were not several routes back to Fenghua Villa, Yu Wushang would have defended every route to ensure that nothing could go wrong, thus dispersing a lot of forces. If all the killers were gathered together, even the Lord would be unable to stop them. Along the way, Jiang Yu changed the route several times through his own layout plan and then made a surprise counterattack, avoiding many obstacles and reducing the damage to the lowest level. He did not leave the strange stone forest. Yu Wushang should have received the news, and his forces must be concentrated in the Yufeng Mountain area now. He has been planning for this day for too long, and Jiang Yu couldn't predict for sure how many assassins he had trained. In the evening of the next day, when they were almost at the foot of Yufeng Mountain, Jiang Yu gave orders to have a group of people take Suwan on horseback and take a detour, bypassing Yufeng Mountain and going directly to Hengyan to wait for him. At this time, no one would notice her leaving. As long as Jiang Yu was still there and deliberately let them see clearly that he was still there, they would not care about the life and death of others. They just wanted him to die. Therefore, he was using himself as a target. He had to get Suwan to her destination safely first to prevent her from getting into any accidents because of him. Otherwise, he would blame himself even in the underworld. When Suwan saw him suddenly make this arrangement, he immediately understood his intention. He found her a nightgown and asked her to change into it so that she could hide from others and leave quietly. Suan pulled his sleeve, wanting him to go with her. I can go first, but can you come with me? Can't we be more secretive and disguised better? Suan is very sober and cherishes her life. She will not gamble with her life, but she also does not want to watch Jiang Yu go to danger. When she came here, she really did not think that this road would be so dangerous and difficult to walk. It was only after experiencing many assassination attempts that she realized that Jiang Yu had been facing these injuries since he was a child. Yes, young master, I can put on your clothes and pretend to be you, and then you can quietly leave with Miss Sulu. Jiang Yu's men thought the same. They were willing to die for him without any complaints. Yu Wushang is not a fool, and neither are his men. If I'm not here, they'll soon see through my plan. The best way is for them to take you away first, while I wait for Fengying's support. As long as he can provide support in time, I'll have at least a 60% chance of getting away unscathed. Jiang Yu had made up his mind. He put the Black Knight cloak on Suan and tied it up, then put the hat on her. Don't worry. When I was born, my old man asked the National Master to calculate for me. I will not die young. I have a long life. So wait for me, okay? The 5 guards, plus Lu Yun and Lu Ying, brought a total of 7 horses. When the time came, Suan would follow Lu Yun, and the others would protect her as she left. Jiang Yu was obviously trying to comfort her, so he said that. Suan had no idea whether what he was experiencing now was what he was also going to experience in the original novel, but with her intervention, things should have changed, so whether he could get away with it safely could not be judged based on the plot at all. Suan kept pulling at his clothes, wanting him to follow her, but he had made up his mind. He smiled gently at Suan and looked at the sky. He decided there was no time to delay any longer. He reached out and hugged her. Be good. Go and wait for me first, okay? I will come to see you before tomorrow evening. He gave her a promise. Suan knew that she would only cause trouble here. It was not her style to pester him or make him desperate. She was an absolute sober person. Okay, then I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes, she could give him. She was willing to wait for him forever, no matter what he would be like in the future. Even if he died, she could do it for him and not marry anyone else. Marriage would be a tragedy if the choice was not good anyway, but if it was that man Jiang Yu, she believed that she would be happy. Jiang Yu was glad that she was not a stubborn person, so he helped her onto the horse himself, and Lu Yun would be with her to provide close protection. Watching Suan go away, she looked back at him from time to time while sitting on her horse. At first, she could still see a smile on his face, but later, as he got farther away, even his shadow could not be clearly seen. The horses were running faster and faster, and the group was heading towards Mo River with all their might. It was Suan's first time riding a horse, and the intensity was so high that after a while he felt his thighs were rubbed sore, and his buttocks were also sore. As for Jiang Yu, after Suan's figure completely disappeared, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn and murderous look. That is about to begin will inevitably be stained with blood. He wouldn't want her to witness him killing people. Is there any news from Fengying? He asked the guard beside him with a cold face. Yes, they're on the way and will arrive tonight. The guard replied. Go up the mountain after an hour. Jiang Yu already had a guess in his mind. It was already midnight when Suan ran completely out of Yufeng Mountain. Lu Yun slowed down only after he was sure it was safe. Suan's legs were burning with pain. Her skin was so delicate that she couldn't withstand this level of horse racing for 3 consecutive hours, which was equivalent to 6 hours. After the team stopped, they found an abandoned temple to spend the night and set out to meet up with the Mo River at daybreak. The main reason was that Suan couldn't keep traveling at this intensity and had to stop and rest for a while. The guards first went into the temple to clean it, then spread clean sheets on the straw, took out some dry food, and lit a fire before letting her in to rest. In her heart, she had no appetite to eat or sleep. She sat on the haystack. Her whole body was cold from the wind, and her feet were frozen. It just started snowing outside, fluttering heavily. If nothing goes wrong, it will be white tomorrow morning. At this time, Yufeng Mountain was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood was everywhere. Jiang Yu was left with only 6 guards, and each of them was seriously injured. Jiang Yu himself also suffered several sword wounds, which were not serious and would not take his life, but they restricted him to some extent. Tonight, everyone was bloodshot, especially Jiang Yu, whose eyes were bloodshot and full of red veins. Fortunately, he let Suan go first. The other side has sent out hundreds of experts, and now they have the majority in terms of numbers, with about 20 of them. They had managed to hold off with great difficulty before, but in the end there were always killers coming from all directions to support them, and they were simply unable to defeat them all, and were forced to this point. As for Fengying, there was no sign of support coming for a long time, and no one knew if something went wrong on the way. At this time, another guard beside Jiang Yu fell down because he was stabbed in the abdomen and fainted due to excessive blood loss. Only 5 people were left, and they were all remnants. Yu Wushang really spent a lot of money to kill him. They were surrounded, and Yu Wushang's men had surrounded them. It's been ordered from above that whoever gets Jiang Yu's head will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold or 10,000 taels of silver. It all depends on your ability. Remaining killers already thought that they could succeed this time, and Jiang Yu's head was already in their pockets. Jiang Yu sneered and subconsciously tightened the sword in his hand. The look on Suan's face when she left appeared in his mind. She said she would wait for him no matter how long it took, so he couldn't let her down and couldn't let her wait too long. Jiang Yu has grown up to where he is today, and he knows all the hardships he has gone through. He knows what he has experienced and what he has paid for. He has come this far with his real abilities. No matter where he is, there are always conspiracies around him. In Fengyue Villa think he is an eyesore, and some people in Kyoto think he is taking up space. There are only a few people around him who are truly kind to him. Brothers, I'm sorry to make you suffer with me. Jiang Yu watched his men fall one by one. It was impossible for him not to feel pressured. Although they were his subordinates and assassins, he also regarded them as brothers. Young master, our lives belong to you. We will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Some of these guards were brought back from servant farms, and some were little beggars who were abandoned since childhood, had no parents, and made a living by begging. At that time, they were less than 10 years old. Jiang Yu gave them hope and the treatment a normal person should have, being respected, recognized, having enough food to eat, wearing warm clothes, and being protected from wind and sun. He also found people to teach them skills, and he had never treated them harshly for many years. Therefore, their feelings for Jiang Yu are supreme. If it weren't for Jiang Yu, they might have died in the servant farm, or frozen to death in the winter of some year, and there would be no future at all. Those people were already rushing over with knives in their hands, all targeting Jiang Yu. 5 guards protected him, ready for a life-and-death fight. At the critical moment, countless sharp arrows suddenly shot out from the woods behind them, many of which directly penetrated the bodies of the killers and killed them instantly. Arrived, and the situation of the battle turned around in an instant. The dozens of archers brought by Fengying were all specialized in archery, and they had all practiced it to perfection. Unless there is an accident, every arrow shot out can basically kill someone instantly. In just a moment, more than half of the 20 killers were killed, and the remaining half were injured. Fengying appeared from the darkness with several combat experts and killed them with a few jumps using tree trunks as support points. Fengying's martial arts skills should not be underestimated. He dealt with the remaining killers who were injured and in poor condition with just a few moves. Jiang Yu and the others did not take action, but they all relaxed. Fortunately, Fengying came to support them in time. If it's a little later, there might be no recovery. Dealing with these killers, guards equipped with bows and arrows appeared on horseback from all directions. Fengying immediately knelt on one knee in front of Jiang Yu and clasped his fists. Master, please forgive me. I am late. I encountered several interceptions on the way, and it took me a while. Things were not all smooth sailing for Fengying, as Yu Wushang sent people to intercept them. Although the intensity of the assassination was not as strong as Jiang Yu's, the purpose was to delay time. Fortunately, they arrived in time, and Jiang Yu was not in danger of life. Get up. Leave some people to keep watch. The rest of you should quickly organize and see if any of our people are still alive. We must save them, if we can. As long as they are still breathing, we must find a way to save them, no matter what the cost. For those who are injured and can still move, bandage each other and apply medicine. Leave Yufeng Mountain and rush to Mo before dawn. After Jiang Yu finished his confession, he couldn't help but cover his chest and coughed up blood. There were too many people besieging him just now, and he was accidentally hit by 2 palms and suffered internal injuries. Young Master, Ning rushed forward to support him, took out a bottle of medicine from his arms and poured out a few pills for him to take. This is a medicine for regulating internal breath, given to me by Dr. Sunday. After taking it, the stuffiness in my chest instantly dissipated a lot. Go get something to bandage me. Jiang Yu had several sword wounds on his body that needed to be treated, but this was not the most important thing. It would only hurt for a few days at most. However, the internal injuries were more difficult to deal with and would require a long period of recuperation. Now, the danger is almost over. What he needs to worry about is his grandfather. He has to hurry to meet up with Suan and then quickly return to Fengyue Villa. Once you enter Mo's territory, you will be within the coverage area of Fengyue Villa. All of them are my grandfather's confidants. Yu Wushang cannot infiltrate them, so he will be able to reach Fengyue Villa safely. Ning arranged many people to search for survivors at the scene. There were more than a dozen guards who were still breathing hard, but they were seriously injured and could not move for the time being. He brought several doctors and a lot of medicine, and he would just leave some people here to take care of them when the time comes. There is a village at the foot of Yufeng Mountain. They have a small courtyard there. They can take the wounded down there to recuperate when the time comes. After Jiang Yu was bandaged, Ning and his men escorted him away in a carriage. He had internal injuries and was not suitable for riding a horse. It was almost dawn at this time. Jiang Yu's face was a little pale, and his lips were also white. He closed his eyes and took a nap along the way. It was snowing heavily outside, and the road was already covered with white. Suan set out again as soon as the sun rose, wrapping herself tightly in a cloak. I didn't expect it to snow so heavily. It didn't stop even after a whole night. There was already snow piled up under my feet. It was even colder than yesterday. Suan's face was red from the cold, and he wrapped himself tightly in a cloak. Getting on the horse again, she chose to sit behind Luyan this time, so as to avoid having to endure the whistling north wind when the horse started running. From here to Mo River, and it will take at most an hour to get there. They were halfway there. A Saker falcon suddenly flew in from the sky, circled over Suan and his group 3 times, and then let out 3 loud cries in succession, piercing the sky. The guards stopped their horses and looked up at the sky. After hearing the 3rd cry, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yun smiled. Suan didn't understand why, and poked her back blankly. The guard next to her just happened to speak up to clear up her confusion. This is the Saker falcon that the young master trained himself. It is used to convey messages. If it barks twice, it means it is in danger. If it barks 3 times, it means it is safe. The young master should be out of danger now. Miss Six can rest assured. Upon hearing the news, Suan laughed excitedly out loud. He won, didn't he? That's great. He deserves it. She knew that Jiang Yu was also a man of luck and nothing would happen to him. Then let us go quickly.
I'm freezing.
Suan felt relieved and could speak freely. The group set off again and finally arrived at the banks of the Mo River half an hour later. There is no such thing as a river here. All waterways are collectively called rivers. Of course, the sea is the sea. Looking at the Mo River at a glance, the riverbed on both sides is wide, and there are densely packed ships parked on it, both large and small, and the docks are busy loading and unloading goods. A guard went to the dock, found the person in charge, and whispered a few words to him, then took out a badge and showed it to him. The man immediately became respectful and cautious, and then ran to the most luxurious ship to report the news. Soon, a man in his 30s appeared, accompanied by many servants and several maids. The maids were holding white and pink fox fur cloaks in their hands and were walking toward Suan. Suan was so cold that she kept rubbing her hands and breathing out. Her black cloak was too thin, and not cold-resistant at all. Miss, you have suffered a lot. Come with me to the boat to keep warm. The man winked at the maid, who immediately came over with a fox fur cloak, took off her black cloak, and put on the warm fox fur. This fox fur should have been dried over charcoal fire. Once you put it on, you will be surrounded by warmth and feel comfortable. Miss, my last name is Wang Sheng, and I am the manager of the Mo Wharf. You can tell me anything you want to do. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. Suan was still a little reserved and followed him into the boat. The ship is large and luxurious, with 2 floors. The first floor is the lobby, which is decorated magnificently. As soon as you enter, you can feel the charcoal fire burning brightly. She took off her fox fur coat, and the maid took her to a room that had been prepared in advance. Miss, please rest inside for a while and drink the ginseng soup to drive away the cold. I will prepare hot water for you to bathe. The maid was very respectful, considerate, and thoughtful. She started working as soon as she arrived on the boat. Some people prepared hot water, some people prepared clothes, some people served soup, and there were also lots of fruits and snacks. She drank a bowl of ginseng soup, and then the maids came to help her take a bath. However, she was not used to so many people, so she simply sent them all away and bathed quietly by herself. I rode a fast horse all night and didn't get much sleep. The skin on my thighs was rubbed, and it felt numb and painful when it touched the hot water. Now I am soaking in the hot water, and the fatigue is gone, and I feel comfortable and numb. However, she felt dizzy after soaking in the hot water for too long, so she came out when the time was almost up. Another meal was prepared outside. She learned that Jiang Yu was safe. She washed up comfortably, and her appetite was whetted. The meat porridge was thick and delicious, and it was also good for the stomach. She ate 2 big bowls in one go. The guards said that Jiang Yu would probably arrive in the afternoon or evening, so she could take this opportunity to have a good rest. Jiang Yu set out at dawn, and the carriage was moving at a relatively slow speed, so it would be better for him to ride a horse directly. By the time he arrived at Mo Wharf, it would probably be evening already. Not long after she woke up, Jiang Yu arrived. Girl, Master Jiang is here. Luing came in happily to report the news. When Suan heard this, he ran out in thin clothes without even putting on the fox fur. Jiang Yu just happened to be walking onto the deck, and he couldn't wait to see her. Just as he was thinking about it, a green figure appeared, jogging towards him.
Yenjo, Suan shouted.
Now she just wanted to run up and hug him. Jiang Yu knew that she would hit his wound when she ran over, but he accepted it because he just wanted to hug her at that moment. He opened his arms towards her, and she hugged his waist directly. Because he was jogging all the way, Jiang Yu couldn't help but groan when he was hit. Although it hurts, he still has a happy smile on his face. This is the power of love brain. When Suan heard him groan, she immediately wanted to step out to check, but he grabbed her neck and pressed her into his arms. It's okay, let me hug you first. Even though he had changed his clothes, I could still smell a faint scent of blood on him. I couldn't tell if it was his or someone else's. Everyone around was watching the show, whether it was the guards or the maids. They all had an expression of being shocked. God is my witness, their young master has finally fallen in love. In the future, there will be an heir to Fengyue Villa. God bless you. Let me see your injuries. Suan knew that he was injured, so she could only let him hold her and didn't dare to move. Why are you coming out wearing such thin clothes? The winter in Zhengzhou is even worse than that in Kyoto. We need a cloak at all times. Let's go in. He didn't mention a word about his injury, but just held Suan's hand and walked towards the boat. Fengming asked Wang Sheng to find a doctor to rebandage Jiang Yu and change the dressings. After he arrived, the ship sailed away from the shore and headed towards Fengyue Villa. Jiang Yu was treating his wounds in the room, revealing his muscular upper body. The perfect head-to-body ratio was simply amazing. Suan came in carrying a bowl of black Chinese medicine and saw this scene. The charcoal fire was burning very brightly in the room. Due to limited conditions, it was only simply bandaged last night. There were 2 new wounds on the chest and back, and there was also a long knife wound on the left arm. The skin and flesh were rolled up, and because of the collision just now, it was bleeding again. In ancient times, wounds also needed to be sutured, but the equipment was not as good as the technology of later generations, so it relied purely on technology. The two doctors worked together to suture his wound. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, frowned in pain, but didn't make a sound. A thin layer of sweat seeped out of his forehead, and his face was pale. His upper body was naked, and in addition to the new wound, there were many old scars crisscrossing his body, most of which were left when she and her second brother rescued him last year. It was very heartbreaking to look at. Suan remembered that she had only seen him with his body wrapped in bandages. Seeing it so directly made her feel uncomfortable. When the stitches were being sutured, blood kept oozing out. Suan didn't dare to look directly at it. It felt like he was pricking his own flesh. Jiang Yu seemed to sense her coming and opened his eyes to look at her. A few strands of messy hair on his forehead mixed with sweat and stained his face, making him look lustful and broken, especially the red spot at the corner of his eyes, which made him look like a male demon whose blood had been sucked out. "I'll bring you the medicine." Suan didn't dare to look, and lowered her head and placed the medicine on the small coffee table next to him. He half leaned on the couch, and seeing her timid look, he couldn't help but have some green tea thoughts. Suan put down the medicine bowl and turned around to leave, simply not wanting to see any of this. As a result, someone grabbed his wrist, and when the doctor was sewing another stitch, he let out an appropriate hissing sound. "It hurts, my goodness." He didn't feel any pain when Suan didn't come, but he felt pain as soon as she came. Suan still didn't dare to look at the bloody scene, and tilted his head slightly and said, "Just bear with it for a while. Then don't leave, stay with me, okay?" Jiang Yu's tone sounded like he was acting coquettishly. The people around saw what was going on but didn't say anything. They were all laughing. The doctor also wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to. He pursed his lips tightly, but couldn't suppress the twitching corners of his mouth. "I didn't realize that the young master could be so charming." Suan nodded and let him hold her. With her free hand, she picked up a clean handkerchief on the table and wiped his sweat, trying her best to ignore the bloody wound on his chest. "So, this injury can also be part of your play, right? It will be their young master who will do it. In fact, now, no matter how worried I am about my grandfather, there is nothing I can do. The speed on the waterway is only so fast, and I can only wait quietly to reach my destination." Ning watched their young master's worthless appearance the whole time, holding Miss Su Lu's hand and refusing to let go. The wound was finally sewed up. All the pain of their young master's life would be caused by these sword wounds. Afterwards, the doctors cleaned the blood off his body, sprinkled medicine powder on him, and bandaged him. If it weren't for the need to get dressed, the couple would have been reluctant to let go of each other's holding hands. Jiang Yu put on his white undergarments, Ning put a cloak on him, and then left the room with the doctor. After he finished, he took the initiative to drink the bowl of warm medicine on the table in one gulp. Only then did Suan find a place to sit down next to him. He was on the chaise longue, not on the bed, so it was okay to sit together. "How long will it take us to get to Fengyue Villa?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit silent, Suan took the initiative to find a topic and asked, "I estimate that we will be there early tomorrow morning. Fengyue Villa is on the mountain and also on the water. We will need to hike up the mountain after we arrive." Jiang Yu estimated. He has walked this water route many times. Being on the water and on the mountain, it sounds pretty high-end. Suan felt the fatigue in his eyes and eyebrows, and knew that he was seriously injured in a fierce battle last night and needed a good rest now. She got up, went to the bed, brought a pillow and a quilt, and used them to cushion his back. "You should have a good rest and a good sleep. No matter how much you worry about your grandfather's affairs, you can't fly over immediately. You should get some rest first. You still have to face your cheap uncle later." When it comes to this darn cheap uncle, Suan becomes unhappy and has a stern face, wishing he could complain about him 100 times. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Jiang Yu lay down obediently. Suan saw him making a hissing sound when he moved, so she hurried forward to help him. "It's really strange. I didn't hear him hum a few lines when he was picked up after being injured like that. He could only lie on his side because of injuries on his back and hands." Suan helped him cover the quilt and then stayed with him quietly. With her around, Jiang Yu felt peaceful at this moment. He closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. The room was warm. Suan felt bored, so she went to find a book to read. The boat was moving on the water, swaying slightly. The wind was howling outside, and the heavy snow was still falling. The charcoal fire in the room occasionally emitted some burning sparks, which accompanied the sound of her turning the pages of the book, one page at a time, softly and rhythmically. Such a peaceful and tranquil journey. Jiang Yu might be rushing to see his grandfather for the last time. When Suan looked up at him again, his breathing had become long, and he had fallen asleep. The two arrived at Fenghua Villa on the morning of the next day. Suan stood on the deck and saw that the snow had stopped, but the water was covered with fog, and he could not see clearly what was happening in the distance. He could only vaguely see that a mountain was gradually getting bigger in front of him. Only when you reach the foot of the mountain will you discover how high and how big the mountain is. It is endless. It is said that after reaching the shore, you need to hike to the top of the mountain. Fenghua Villa is located on the top of the mountain. No wonder Jiang Yu said that the place on the mountain and also on the water is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If someone wants to attack, they must be good at fighting on the water. The side on the high ground always has the advantage, while the side below is very inactive. Therefore, Yu Shang was not afraid at all that Duke Jiang would come to seek revenge, which was why he wanted to harm Jiang Yu unscrupulously. Jiang Yu's injuries meant he couldn't get out of bed and walk, but he forced himself to get off the boat. Already people sent by Jiang Yunho waiting at the foot of the mountain, and several disciples from Fenghua Villa were carrying a sedan chair. He also guessed that it was not easy for Jiang Yu to come back all the way, so he was prepared for him to get injured, and his guess turned out to be correct. The sedan was an open-air one. Jiang Yu sat on it, wearing a cloak. His face was still pale, and he coughed from time to time, and his wounds and internal organs were painful. Even when he coughed hard, a fishy sweet taste would come out of his throat, but he managed to hold it back because Suan was right beside him, and he was afraid that she would worry. When it comes to mountain climbing, that is really Suan's worst problem. Whether in modern times or now with a different body, she hates mountain climbing, but sometimes she has to do it out of necessity. Moreover, the mountain under my feet seemed unusually high. The stone steps were stacked up layer by layer, surrounding the mountain, and I didn't know when they would end. The snow should have been cleared early in the morning and piled up on both sides. Just as she expected, it took her a full hour to reach the top. She was out of breath, but never said a word of being tired. After all, this body has been used to a life of luxury, and her legs felt weak when she went up. When she was in Yanguo, the mountains there were not as high as here, and she only climbed halfway up the mountain each time. It was so cold, but she was sweating profusely. After reaching the top, Suan could only describe the scene that appeared before his eyes as spectacular. So spectacular. It feels like you have arrived at the south gate of heaven. There is a suspension bridge above, connecting several mountains. On each mountaintop, there are pavilions and buildings with gorgeous and beautiful architecture, surrounded by mist, like a fairyland. A large arch built of stone pillars with the words, Fenghua Villa, carved on it. This is where Jiang Yu grew up. She arrived here, she seemed to forget her fatigue. The high-altitude air kept pouring into her nostrils, so cold and irritating that her nose felt sore. When the cold wind blew, the sweat on her back instantly cooled down, and she got goosebumps all over. She couldn't help but tighten her fox fur coat. Jiang Yu jumped off the sedan chair and found her naive look funny. To get to the other top of the mountain, you have to cross the suspension bridge, but Suan is afraid of heights. Although the suspension bridge looks quite solid, the wooden boards are very thick, there are no gaps between the joints, the bottom is cast with molten iron, and the fences on both sides are also designed to fit tightly. It is completely a psychological effect. After everyone got on the bridge, the suspension bridge began to sway slightly. She was not being pretentious. Her legs became even weaker after she stood on it. Jiang Yu could see that she was afraid because her face had turned pale, so he took the initiative to hold her hand. His hands were a little cold, but somehow they made people feel safe. Be good, close your eyes and follow me. You won't be afraid. He was always so gentle in front of her. Suan nodded, and closed her eyes obediently. Perhaps it was really because she couldn't see, and with him holding her hand, she knew that nothing would happen if she followed him, so Suan wasn't that scared. Feeling the bridge swaying gently below, Suan said that it was impossible for him to not be afraid at all, so this section of the road seemed particularly long. Jiang Yu brought people to the other side of the bridge to meet them, and there was another middle-aged man with them. Jiang Yu was very relieved to see Jiang Yu arrived safely. He was smiling. He was even more relieved to see him coming with the little girl from the Su family. This kid finally did some things he should do. But in comparison, the other one is not like that. He arranged so many ambushes and still let this guy survive. I don't know how he is so lucky. He was able to survive the situation last year. Isn't that lucky? Jiang Yu's eyes met Yu Wushang's from a distance. Yu Wushang looked at him without hesitation with a smile on his face, while Jiang Yu's face was frosty and his eyes were murderous. Yu Wushang were left alive. Even if there were a few who were still breathing, they ended their lives on their own, either by biting their tongues or destroying their own dantian, leaving no evidence at all. Suan opened his eyes and was the first to recognize Jiang Yu. "Uncle Jiang?" She greeted with a smile. "Little girl, long time no see." Jiang Yu smiled like a kind father. Suan subconsciously looked at the other man next to him, who was wearing a white robe, like a custom-made robe specially made for a sect, except that his robe looked more luxurious. The man had a beard that was neither long nor short, wheat-colored skin, and deep brows. His eyes seemed to be endless, like a pool of spring water that had not been taken care of for many years. This should be Jiang Yu's cheap uncle. You can tell from his temperament that some villains have the word bad written all over their faces. "This is my future nephew's wife, right?" Yu Wushang faced Suwan's gaze and greeted her as if nothing had happened. Suan resisted the urge to roll his eyes, and he remained calm and collected. Jiang Yu subconsciously protected Suan behind him, blocking Yu Wushang's sight. This act of protecting his child made Yu Wushang raise his eyebrows and curl the corners of his mouth with contempt. "Uncle He, take me to see my grandfather." Although Jiang Yu was speaking to Jiang Yu, his eyes were fully focused on warning Yu Wushang, meaning, "Do you dare to try to take advantage of her? Come with me." Jiang Yu thought that his master was about to collapse, so how could he dare to delay any longer? Jiang Yu held Suwan's hand and never let go all the way to Jiang Zhen's villa. The sect master's courtyard was named Fengyue Pavilion. As soon as you entered the courtyard, you could smell a strong smell of medicine. Yu Wushang also followed behind, but there was no trace of sadness on his face. People were coming in and out of the room, very busy. The master had been relying on drugs to stay alive these days, and Dr. Sun never left his side. Jiang Yu sent people to protect Fengyue Pavilion. Except for a few core members who were allowed to get close, Yu Wushang was not allowed to enter and disturb them. The elders in the sect were also not allowed to come in and disturb them. Everything had to wait for orders. All of this was to prevent the old sect master from being hurt again. Jiang Yu was in a hurry and went up the stairs in 2 steps at a time. When the disciple guarding the door saw him coming, he quickly opened the door and respectfully called, "Young master." Suan followed him. After the door was opened, an even stronger smell of medicine wafted into the air. The strong smell of medicine was mixed with the scent of cold sandalwood, which smelled strange. Jiang Yu followed him in, and Yu Wushang also wanted to follow in, but was stopped. "Elder Yu, the sect master has not summoned you in. Please wait outside the door until you're called." During the time when the old sect master was seriously ill, he would only be allowed in for a while when he was conscious. Moreover, everyone in Fengyue Pavilion was their own people, so no one knew what was going on inside, nor did they know what the old sect master was like. Anyway, every time Yu Wushang went in, the old sect master was sober and able to talk to him. Sometimes he even suspected that something had gone wrong, but he firmly believed that nothing had gone wrong. If he was not allowed to enter, Yu Wushang could only wait outside the door. After Jiang Yu entered, he let go of Suwan's hand, ran to the old master's bed, knelt down, and then held his withered hand and shouted, "Grandfather, it's me. Yu is back. It can be seen that Jiang Yu and his grandfather have a very good relationship, but the old master has his eyes closed and is still asleep. As soon as Suan came in, she found that Dr. Sun was there, as was Sun Linger and her second brother Su Mu. Su Mu was also surprised to see her. He frowned and looked at her, as if he didn't understand why she was here. However, he did not ask right away. Instead, he nodded to Sun Linger as a greeting, then walked up to Suan, gently pulled her arm, and took her to a corner to ask anxiously, "Wan, why did you follow young Master Jiang here?" Suan looked at her second brother, then turned around and looked at Jiang Yu's back as he knelt on the ground. She did not choose to hide it. Jiang Yu said that the old master was dying, and his only wish before he died was to see his future grandson's wife, so I followed him along to fulfill his wish. She whispered. Su Mu looked innocent and harmless, but his brows furrowed even more when he heard her say that. "Could it be that you and Jiang Yu are together?" he asked tentatively with a little doubt. "We love each other." Suan was very frank. They really loved each other. Su Mu didn't respond for a moment, but just stared into her eyes, trying to find something different in them, but Suan also looked at him calmly, with no ripples in her eyes, even firmness. She saw that the bottom of her second brother's eyes were dark and blue, and his eyes were full of red bloodshot with fatigue. It seemed that he had not rested for a long time. She was afraid that he had been assisting Dr. Sun and staying with the old master for a long time without closing his eyes. To be honest, she felt very distressed. This must be the connection between blood. Su Mu looked at his sister's determined eyes and finally sighed. "Never mind. Isn't it normal for a girl to have some feelings? She will be of age next year and no longer a little girl. It's a pity that as her second brother, it seems that he is too late to do anything for her because she has grown up." Suan has worked hard for the Su family. She is his biological sister. How can he not be worried? "You're not hurt on this journey, are you?" Although Su Mu didn't care about their personal grudges, he had always been by the teacher's side, and he had heard some things and guessed a lot. He knew Jiang Yu's identity and some of the things he had experienced, so he understood that it must not have been easy for Jiang Yu to come back. Suan shook his head and gently tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, I'm fine. Jiang Yu took good care of me, but he was seriously injured." Suan called him brother in a soft and sweet voice, and even Su Mu, who was as cold as an iceberg, couldn't help but melt into a puddle of water inside. He raised his hand and scratched her nose. "You are not someone I can rest assured about. Did you know that when you came to Zhongzhou's house?" Suan nodded and replied, "I've been to the letter, they know." "That's good." Su Mu was afraid that his family didn't know and were overly worried. Jiang Yu called out to his grandfather several times, but there was no response, so he could only look at Dr. Sunday's son. Beidou asked him to get up first, then opened the small bag where he kept the silver needles and took out a bottle of medicine. "The old master is in a trance, so I'm going to try to get him to sleep peacefully. I'll use silver needles to prick his acupuncture points, and combined with this medicine, he'll wake up soon and be able to stay awake for 2 cups of tea." Jiang Yu stood up and made way for him, his face full of worry. Su Mu and Suan had already returned to the bedside. Suan pulled Jiang Yu's sleeve from behind. Jiang Yu turned around to look at her. She gave him a comforting smile. His hand under his sleeve silently held her hand tightly. Sun Beidou gave the old master a few needles on the head and a few needles on the acupuncture points on his hands. Finally, he opened the medicine bottle and put it under the old master's nose for him to smell it. After a while, the old master began to wake up slowly. Sun Beidou removed the silver needle and gave his position to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu knelt down again. "Grandfather, it's me. Yu is back." Old sect leader opened his eyes. He looked very weak and haggard, unlike any image Suan had imagined. He looked fragile, thin, and without any sign of life. His beard was gray, his hair was gray, and his skinny arms were covered with spots. When Suan saw the old sect leader like this, he felt nothing but heartache. Who could have imagined that when he was young, he was Jiang Zhen, a powerful figure who founded Fenghua Villa on his own, and whose influence spread throughout the entire Jin state. "Au is back," the old sect leader spoke, looking weak. Yes, Grandpa, how are you feeling now? Jiang Yu's eyes turned red, and his eye sockets became moist. I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer.
Since you're back, then.
I'll trouble Dr. Sun to help me keep my energy up. Yunhe, go gather all the elders of Fengyue Villa to the Wuji Hall. I want to personally announce that Jiang Yu is the next master of Fengyue Villa. Old sect leader even had difficulty speaking. He forced himself to muster up his spirit and strength to utter these words with difficulty. Jiang Yu's tears fell silently in an instant. He held his grandfather's hand tightly. In his impression, his grandfather had always been a powerful figure. As long as he was there was nothing that could not be solved. He taught him how to make a living and how to behave in society. He taught him earnestly, seriously, but lovingly. Now, seeing him decline to such an extent, he realized that even heroes will grow old. It was just that his grandfather had to suffer like this, while he should have died of old age and left without any pain. Child, don't cry. I hope you can always be strong. I'm afraid that Grandpa can only accompany you here. Jiang Zhen stretched out his other hand with difficulty, wanting to touch his head like he did when he was a child. Jiang Yu understood, and he consciously moved closer to make it easier for his grandfather to touch him. Such a scene made everyone present silent and felt sad. Suan was no exception. If it were her, it would be difficult to bear the pain of separation from her loved ones. My grandfather didn't hold on for long. His hand dropped weakly, and he breathed slightly. Jiang Yu hurriedly covered him with the quilt. He saw his grandfather's eyes moving around the room, and his gaze stopped on Suan's face.
Who is she?
Old sect leader saw Suan. He saw a strange face, so he was very confused and asked. Jiang Yu then remembered to introduce Suan to his grandfather. He pulled Suan closer to the bed so that his grandfather could see her clearly. Suan was also very honest. He knelt down straight at once. Oh, you are such an honest girl. Dr. Sun heard the sound of the bolt knocking down clearly and couldn't help but sigh.
Suan smiled embarrassedly.
Grandfather, this is Suan. She is from Xiangzhou and is the girl I like. I brought her back especially for you to see. Jiang Yu spoke frankly and told Su Mu directly in front of him that Suan was the person she liked. Su Mu frowned, but seeing the old master's current state, he finally chose to say nothing.
I'm Suan.
Suan took the initiative to introduce herself, and she knelt obediently beside Jiang Yu. When he heard that his grandson brought the girl he liked, the old sect master immediately laughed, with an undisguised smile on his face.
Okay.
Girl, how old are you this year? The old sect master looked at Suan with an increasingly kind look. Grandpa, I'm 15 years old.
Suan answered obediently.
When he called Grandpa, his voice was soft and sweet, which made the elders especially like him. Look, the wrinkles at the corners of the old master's eyes are filled with smiles, which show the happiness from the bottom of his heart. Well, 15 is considered the age of marriage, girl. Jiang Yu doesn't talk much and has a rather cold personality, but he is a good boy. Don't worry, if you marry him in the future, he won't let you suffer any grievances. Old sect master saw his grandson's wife. He seemed to be in better spirits. He must be so happy that he spoke without even taking a breath. Upon hearing this, Suan looked at Jiang Yu, and Jiang Yu looked at her with gentleness and doting eyes. Old sect master was even happier when he saw it. The two children looked so affectionate, and it didn't seem like they were lying to him. He knew his grandchildren well, and if he wasn't really moved, he wouldn't show such a look in their eyes. He is a person who will never compromise. If he doesn't like someone, he won't even be willing to get close to them. Girl, you've seen my grandfather's health condition. I'm afraid he won't be able to see you two get married, so please don't despise me if I give you a small gift. Old sect leader has already called himself grandfather to Suan. He can tell from her appearance and her clear eyes that this girl is not a person with bad character. He took off a string of red sandalwood Buddhist beads from his hand. The color of this Buddhist bead bracelet was the color of raw pork liver. Each bead was polished to be round and smooth and exuded a luster. Unlike the rosewood necklace that Sun Linger gave her, the rosewood beads on that necklace were smaller and not round and smooth enough. The necklace given by the old sect master was also made of rosewood, and each bead was large and round, at least 20 millimeters in size. This was left by Jiang Yu's grandmother. I have been carrying it with me all these years. She said that it would be left for her grandson's wife. Now that I give it to you, I have completed her mission. Suan looked at Jiang Yu, then at her second brother. She didn't know whether she should accept it or not. She had to wait for her second brother to nod before she dared to accept it. Su Mu felt that it was nothing. The most important thing was to satisfy the old man's wish. He then nodded at her. Jiang Yu also signaled her to take it. Suan then opened her hands, lowered her head slightly, and reverently took the rosewood bracelet given by the old master.
Thank you, grandfather.
Well, good girl, the old master nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Jiang Yunha again. Yunha, the list I gave you before was the list of betrothal gifts for Jiang Yu. In the future, you will be his elder, and when the time comes, you'll take the betrothal gifts on the list and go to propose marriage to the girl from the Su family on his behalf. He had already prepared everything and had been preparing for it a long time ago because he knew that his body could not hold on for much longer. When Jiang Yunha heard this, he thought of the thick list. It seemed that the old man had prepared a lot of betrothal gifts. Master, don't worry. I treat Jiang Yu as my own son. I will personally take care of his affairs. Jiang Yunha made the promise. In fact, Jiang Yu's marriage should have been handled by the Jiang Gou Mansion, but because of some misunderstandings before, Jiang Gou had never been recognized by his father-in-law. In other words, the two sides had no contact with each other. If Suan married Jiang Yu in the future, she would receive two very generous betrothal gifts. Hurry up, kid. The ground is cold. You are a girl, no different from a boy. Don't catch a cold. The Jiang family has nothing else to do with other things, except that they are very respectful to women. Whether it is the old sect leader or other people in the Jiang family, or even Fengyue Villa, they all have male servants instead of female servants to serve them. In the entire Fengyue Villa, there was no other woman to be seen except Sun Linger and Suan.
Sumuk helped Suvan up.
Jiang Yu was still kneeling. Suan was actually a little embarrassed. It was also the first time for her to meet Jiang Yu's parents. Fortunately, the old sect leader seemed quite satisfied with her and gave her such an expensive gift. In fact, as long as Jiang Yu likes her, the old sect master will accept her. Moreover, his first impression of Suan is indeed good. Some people pay great attention to rapport, and the old sect master is one of them. Later, Jiang Yu had to continue to serve the old master, and it was inconvenient for Suan to stay, so Sun Linger prepared to take her to the Jiaxing Pavilion, where Jiang Yu lived before. Su Mu also accompanied her, and so did Lu Yun and Lu Ying. Jiaxing Pavilion was Jiang Yu's territory alone. Once she entered Jiaxing Pavilion, Suan had the final say. She was now the granddaughter-in-law recognized by the sect leader. He came out. Yu Wushang was still waiting at the door. He saw the rosewood bracelet on Suan's hand at a glance, and smiled mysteriously, which was then gone in a flash. Su Mu happened to see his smile, and felt a little confused. He kept thinking about this while walking on the way to Jiaxing Pavilion. Old Master's illness was so strange that it was suspected to be poisoning, but no signs or evidence could be found to confirm that it was poisoning. It was really puzzling. Judging from the situation in Fengyue Villa these days, Elder Yunha is the person the old sect master trusts the most, but he is intentionally or unintentionally guarding against Elder Yu, which means that there is something wrong with Elder Yu. He is afraid of now is that the struggle between these sects will affect Suan. Arriving at Jiaxing Pavilion, Lu Yun and the others began to clean the room. The servants of Jiaxing Pavilion brought charcoal fire to keep them warm. Sun Linger was ready to accompany her so that she would not feel bored alone. Not long after sitting down, Su Mu suddenly spoke. Wanwan, let me see your rosewood bracelet. Suan looked at the large rosewood bracelet on her wrist, then looked at her second brother in confusion, and then she took it off swiftly. However, she picked it up and smelled it first. The scent was still that pure sandalwood scent, but in an instant, Suan felt dizzy. Because she took a big sip, the smell was particularly strong and she couldn't help but fall backwards. Fortunately, Sun Linger supported her. What's wrong with you? Her tone was anxious, and Sumu was also anxious. He quickly reached out to help her, but because there was someone opposite him, he was unable to help her in time. What's going on? Sun Linger quickly poured her a glass of water, then found a bottle of medicine from her body and poured out 2 pills for her to take. Just take this medicine, it's good for your body, and you'll feel better after taking it. Indeed, after just a few moments, Suan began to feel a little nauseous. She handed the bracelet to her second brother. Brother, I think there's something wrong with this bracelet. Sumu took the bracelet and put it under his nose to smell it. Sun Linger wanted to stop him, but it was too late. However, it was very strange that Sumu did not feel any discomfort after smelling it. Why am I okay? Let me smell it. Sun Linger stretched out her hand and asked him for the bracelet. Sumu hesitated for a moment, but still gave it to her. Sun Linger also smelled it and found that she was fine. This is really strange. Why did Wanwan react so strongly after smelling it, but we were fine? Sun Linger began to realize that this matter was not simple. Sumu shook his head, unable to explain. He had just smelled it and found that there was no special ingredient on the bracelet. Even with his sensitive nose, he couldn't smell it. This rosewood bracelet was indeed left by the old sect master's wife. As far as I can remember, he always wore it with him. He treasured it very much in front of others and behind their backs.
Sun Linger explained.
That was indeed her impression. This thing was the old sect master's favorite. Sandalwood is supposed to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. It's not like Wanwan can't smell it, because you gave her a sandalwood necklace before, and she wore it for a few days without feeling any discomfort. That means there is indeed something wrong with this bracelet. Maybe the poison was put in it. Since this is the sect master's favorite thing, the person who poisoned it wants to hide it from the old sect master's eyes and not be suspected. It can only be said that this person must be trusted by the sect master, or he has been serving the sect master's daily life for many years, so he has the opportunity to touch these objects that the old sect master often touches. In other words, there is a traitor around the sect master. As long as this person is found, there will be a breakthrough.
Sumu analyzed calmly.
But the problem now is to confirm whether this bracelet is really poisonous. If you can't be sure whether it is poisonous or caused by other reasons, you can't judge it at all. Even if you find a suspect, you can't prove that he poisoned it. We must find strong evidence to prove it. Sun Linger's mind was still clear. If this was really poison, it must be a very powerful poison, colorless and odorless, a chronic poison that killed people invisibly. Generally, this kind of poison is difficult to detoxify, and even her grandfather couldn't judge it. It would be difficult to find a second person in the world who could detoxify it, unless the person who developed this poison was found. He might have the antidote, and this would be the only chance of survival. Suan listened to them for a long time, feeling somewhat confused, and could not help but speak out. Is it possible that this poison needs an initiator? Because this is my first time at Fengyue Villa, and I haven't stayed with the old master for a long time, so my reaction to this poison is more obvious. But you have all stayed in Fengyue Villa for a long time and have been with the old master. You must be used to the initiator here, so you didn't react much after smelling it, let alone the old master? The poisoner must have known that this bracelet is the best entry point, so he poisoned it there. Besides, you also said that this is the old master's favorite thing, and he wears it every day and no one else can touch it, so there is no impact. Who can doubt this? Su Wan's words awakened the dreamer. Sun Linger and Sumu looked at each other and had the same idea. Why don't we test it? The two said almost in unison. What are you going to do? Sun Linger wanted to know if his idea was the same as hers. Find some disciples from the sect to come over. First try with the people from Jiaxing Pavilion to see how they react. Then go to Fengyue Pavilion to find a few people to try. And this must be done quietly. Don't alert the enemy. Sure enough, just as Sun Linger thought after trying it once, she could tell whether it was only the people in the entire Fengyue Villa who had no reaction, or just the people in Fengyue Pavilion who had no reaction. If only the people inside Fengyue Pavilion did not react to this, it means that only Fengyue Pavilion had this so-called trigger, and there was no reaction in other places. It would be easy to distinguish then. If there is no reaction, there is a problem. If there is a reaction, there is no problem, which means they have not been exposed to the source of the poison. Yes, that's what I want to do too. Sun Linger agreed. Suan was standing aside, looking at Sun Linger and then at Sumu. He just felt that they were a perfect match. At this time, Luying and Luyan brought 2 plates of food over, filling the small table in an instant. They were all light meals. Suan just happened to feel uncomfortable in her stomach after smelling the bracelet, so she could only eat something light. Suan had been climbing the mountain for the whole morning and had not eaten anything yet, so he had to eat something to fill his stomach. Luyan brought her the porridge, along with some side dishes. When Suan was about to take it, Sumu stopped her. Wait, let me test it first. Sumu said, taking out the small bag he carried with him and taking out a silver needle specially used for testing poison. Suan and Luing looked at him blankly. Only Sun Linger was relatively calm. Afterwards, Sumu used a silver needle to test the food on the table one by one and confirmed repeatedly that it was not poisonous before letting her eat it with peace of mind. After finishing, he wiped the silver needle clean and handed it to Luing. From now on, all the food and tea your young lady eats and drinks, anything that enters the body, must be tested with a silver needle. The situation in Fonghua Villa is different now, so it is better to be careful. Sumu is also worried that Suan will get hurt, so he is so strict. It is understandable. Sun Linger also nodded in agreement and deliberately lowered her voice. That's right. You've seen the old sect master's health condition. There are many eyes on the position of the next sect master. Now the old sect master has already decided on Brother Yu as the next sect master. You are the girl he likes and brought back. He is afraid that someone will start with you, so it's better to be careful. Sun Linger deliberately emphasized the words, the girl I like, which made Suan feel embarrassed. At the same time as I felt embarrassed, I also felt a chill on my back, as if there were always villains trying to harm me. She is the most cautious person, so if she says so, she must be rigorous, and rigorous again. After confirming that the food was not poisonous, Suan started to eat it with peace of mind, but he didn't eat much. The first experimental subjects, the 3 of them focused their attention on Luyun and Luing and directly let them smell the rosewood bracelet.
Tosuvan.
She felt a little dizzy after smelling it, but the reaction was not as obvious as Suan's. They both had a basic knowledge of martial arts and internal strength to protect their bodies, so their ability to withstand it was stronger than Suan. Afterwards, he found several servants in the Jiaxing Pavilion and asked them to smell the bracelet one by one. Almost all of them felt the same as Suan, dizzy and nauseous after smelling it. Sun Linger gave them pills one by one and ordered them not to spread the matter. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences. In the Jiaxing Pavilion is Jiang Yu's confidant, so there shouldn't be any problems. But it also shows that there is something wrong with this bracelet. Even if some people don't like sandalwood, it doesn't mean that they can't smell it. It's either a problem with the person or a problem with the thing. Because of this important discovery, Su Mu and Sun Linger did not stay with Suan for too long, but secretly returned to Fonghua Pavilion with the rosewood bracelet. Before saying this, they dismissed all the servants in the room, leaving only Jiang Yu, Jiang Yunhe, and Sun Beidou at the scene. Everyone was confused by Su Mu's sudden action, and the old sect leader had already gone back to sleep. Several people sat down at the table, and Su Mu took out the rosewood bracelet again and placed it on the table. Everyone was very puzzled when they saw the bracelet. Wasn't this the one the old sect master had just given to Suan? AMU, what do you mean? Asked Dr. Sunday. Yeah, is there something wrong with this bracelet? Jiang Yunhe also asked. Stared at the bracelet quietly without saying anything. We just discovered that there is something wrong with this bracelet. Waman just smelled it and immediately felt dizzy and nauseous. But Linger and I didn't have this reaction after smelling it. On the contrary, we also asked someone in Jiaxing Pavilion to try it, and the reaction was similar to Wanwan's, feeling dizzy and nauseous. So we suspect that the poison in the old master is related to this bracelet, but the person who did it was very concealed. It should be a chronic poison. After long-term contact, he was slowly corroded by the poison. Su Mu expressed his doubts. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu stood up and prepared to leave. I'm going to go see Wan. Hearing that she was not feeling well, Jiang Yu could no longer sit still and wanted to check on her safety. Brother Yu, please be patient. Wan is fine. I've checked on her. She's just feeling a little unwell temporarily and will be fine soon. Sun Linger explained to prevent him from worrying unnecessarily. Jiang Yu then stopped. Come back first and discuss it properly. Don't alert the enemy. Jiang Yunhe stood up, pulled him back, and forced him to sit down. Su Mu then repeated his inner doubts and plans. Jiang Yunhe was the first to pick up the bracelet and smell it, but there was no reaction. Dr. Sun also had no reaction. Finally, it was Jiang Yu's turn, but he didn't react at all after hearing it. That's strange. If Suan had just gone up the mountain not long ago, then Jiang Yu had just returned not long ago, which means that the inducement of the poison must be in the old master's room. But what exactly is it? The bracelet had always been worn by the old sect leader, so although he was poisoned, the others were fine. Dr. Sun speculated that this situation should be related to air transmission. The inducer of the poison can be transmitted through the air. The old master must have stayed in a certain environment for a long time to be slowly poisoned. Anyone who comes into close contact with the bracelet will only be poisoned under a certain specific inducer. All I can say is that the person who poisoned the poison and the person who developed the poison are too scary. The combination of the two can cause people to die without knowing it, and there is no reason to be found. This also explains why Dr. Sun suspected that it was poisoning but found it difficult to come to a conclusion. This poison is too strange. I have never heard of it before. Even if we confirm that it is poisoning, where can we find the antidote? Unless we find out who poisoned this, there is no antidote. Dr. Sun sighed. Even if it was confirmed that it was poisoning, what was the use? I'm afraid it's too late. The old master doesn't have much time left. Jiang Yu listened to the whole thing without any expression on his face, but the coldness around him could not be ignored. Unconsciously, the porcelain cup in his hand had shattered into powder. Yu Wushang, it must be him. I will go to him and ask for the antidote now. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he was about to stand up again, ready to ask Yu Wushang for the antidote. If he didn't give it to him, he would kill him. Jiang Yunhe sensed the murderous intent in him and quickly stopped him, asking him to calm down. Jiang Yu, you have no evidence. How can you prove that he did it? If not him, who else could it be? Doesn't he just want Fengyue Villa? I'll give it to him. I just want my grandfather to be alive. Jiang Yu didn't care about fame and fortune at all. He just wanted it because his grandfather wanted to give it to him. If the price of all this was to let his grandfather die in pain, then he would rather not have it. He was a little irrational now, and Jiang Yunhe was afraid that he would act impulsively and end up losing more than he gained, so he held down his shoulders with all his strength and maintained a stalemate with him. Jiang Yu struggled several times. The wound opened again, but he seemed not to feel any pain. Calm down, Jiang Yu. If he's not stupid, he wouldn't give you the antidote even if he had it. The main thing is that the old man has gotten better, and he will still be on your side. So why should he believe you? What is the point of him going through so much trouble to do all this? Is it all in vain? If he gives you the antidote, it means he indirectly admitted that he murdered the old sect leader. The elders who originally supported him will no longer support him and may even turn around and kill him. You don't have any evidence, so what's the point of going to him rashly? Besides, you're still injured now, so you are no match for him at all. Am I just going to watch my grandfather die without any chance of recovery? Jiang Yu closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. At this moment, his whole body revealed a sense of powerlessness and confusion. Indeed, Yu Wushang has done a very good job of putting on a good show over the years. In the sect, he is known as a filial, respectful, and amiable person. Moreover, he is capable, experienced, and knows how to behave in daily life, so most of the elders in the sect are on good terms with him, support him, and trust him. They think that he is the heir who can lead Fengyue Villa, rather than Jiang Yu, the young and frivolous boy. Most of them were dissatisfied with Jiang Yu and felt that the old sect leader was just biased. Yu Wushang denies it. You can't do anything to him. And if you take action against him, I'm afraid the elders in the sect will complain again. Unless there is evidence to prove it, there is no way to do anything to Yu Wushang. Let's try a few more people before we draw a conclusion. It would be best if we find the so-called trigger to prevent the old master's condition from getting worse. As for the sandalwood bracelet, don't return it to Miss Su for now. Dr. Sun now really wants to know what this poison is. This is a big challenge for him. On Jiang Yu's arm split open and blood flowed down his arm and dripped onto the ground. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Brother Yu, has your wound opened again? Sun Linger was the first to see it, and she covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yu raised his hand. His slender fingers were covered with blood. AMU, go and take care of him. Dr. Sun directly gave the job to his apprentice. He now needs to focus on checking the suspicious items in the room and inspect them one by one. Su Mu nodded and stood up, asking Jiang Yu to go to the next room to rebandage the broken wound. Jiang Yunha had people come in and replace all the furniture and items in the old master's room with new ones, even the quilts, teacups, and carpets. Dr. Sun took the silver needle and measured everywhere he went, but he didn't find anything wrong. As for the bracelet, after soaking it in water and testing it again, the silver needle turned black after half an hour, proving that it was indeed a chronic poison. Normally, when testing for poison, the silver needle will turn black immediately, but this poison turned black half an hour later, achieving a confusing effect and making it easy to conceal the truth. The person who poisoned the poison was indeed scheming. Jiang Yu sighed. Su Mu helped him apply medicine and bandage again. The wounds on his chest and arms had already split open and were in a terrible state. Su Mu looked at the new and old wounds on his body and suddenly began to worry whether it was a good thing for his sister to have feelings for him. Should he persuade her to think carefully about whether she has a future with Jiang Yu? These days are filled with misery, fighting and killing, and there is not a single day of peace. If you continue to get hurt like this, there won't be a single piece of healthy skin on your body. What's more, you won't be able to rest even if you're injured. I don't know if this will shorten your lifespan. Jiang Yu expressed his confusion about Su Mu's sudden sarcastic remarks. But when he looked down at the wounds on his body, it seemed that he was not wrong. I'll pay attention to that next time. I think I should persuade Wanwan to think carefully about whether someone of your status is really a good match for her. Sometimes having too noble a status may not be a good thing. Su Mu complained expressionlessly while packing his medicine box. What seemed like a very ordinary sentence to him made Jiang Yu's heart skip a beat, and he panicked. Don't worry, second brother. Even if I die, I will never let her get hurt or suffer any injustice. Jiang Yu quickly expressed his opinion. He thought, you better stop trying to persuade her. She always listens to her brother. What if you really persuade her to rebel? Wouldn't he be left without a wife in the future? Yes, if you were gone, my sister would be the widow. If you left behind a child, she would have to raise him or her alone. I don't know who would be wronged. Su Mu's tongue is so sharp that it can kill people. Jiang Yu couldn't refute. I will try my best to protect her while keeping myself alive. Jiang Yu organized his words in his mind for a long time and finally uttered these words. Su Mu couldn't help but laugh, but what came out was a sneer, and he looked completely arrogant. Humph, I hope so. Love is something that cannot be changed by a few words from others. To be completely honest, as a brother, I just hope that she can live a peaceful and happy life. Su Mu thought that he had never done anything for Suan, and he even rarely provided her with basic companionship, but that didn't mean he didn't care about her. In the original novel, the Su family actually tried to open Suan's heart at the beginning and wanted to get along well with her, but all they got was her sharp ridicule and yelling. She blamed them for hindering her happy life and pretended to say that it was for her own good. Over time, as disappointments accumulate, you become indifferent. And the things she did were the price she deserved to pay, because she was involved in a life. I know, I will. In Jiang Yu's heart, Suan is really important, which can be seen from many details. Jiaxing Pavilion, Suan was wandering around bored. She went to Jiang Yu's bedroom, study, and the ground where he practiced martial arts, as if she wanted to see Jiang Yu's former appearance through these places. She didn't dare to wander around Fengyue Villa, so she could only walk around here casually. She looked at the row of weapons placed at the door of the martial arts arena, all of which were halberds and spears, but she couldn't lift any of them because they were too heavy. Luyun and Luing were watching from the side, and were both touched by their own girl. Jiang Yu was so bored. There was nothing special in the Zhaixing Pavilion. She could only find a place to sit down and think about the old master's poisoning. She wanted to recall the original plot and try to find some clues. She carefully reviewed the old master's condition. Her second brother said that he suspected it was chronic poisoning, but the cause of the poisoning could not be found, so it was impossible to determine what the poison was. Jiang Yu said yes, the old sect master had been in poor health for a few years ago, and before that, he had always been in good health and had no illness. The old sect master was a martial artist with unparalleled martial art skills. Logically, a little illness or disaster would not destroy him like this. It was definitely poisoning. There was no other reason. Today, I met the frail old sect leader. Sister Linger said that he was only 60 years old, but looked like he was in his 80s and was very haggard. The disease strikes, the patient becomes unconscious and needs medication and acupuncture to fall asleep. Why does this scene sound so familiar? Suan continued to think that from Gou Yu's perspective, the current plot is still in the early stage, but in the later stage, it involves power struggles and imperial power struggles. The reason why Morongsheng became the prince was because he saved the emperor. Morongsheng had been the crown prince for only 3 years before the emperor passed away, and he naturally became the emperor. But before that, although he had military achievements and his own gradually revealed talents, the emperor only paid more attention to him and had no intention of passing on the throne. Of everything was that the emperor valued the fifth prince more and more, which aroused the jealousy of the queen. Her legitimate third prince became increasingly overshadowed by the outstanding fifth prince and often made mistakes and was scolded by the emperor. The mother and son were worried that the emperor would choose the fifth prince as the crown prince, so they joined forces with the mother's family to find a rare poison and gave it to the emperor. The emperor was in good health at the beginning, but suddenly he began to suffer from many illnesses and his health deteriorated. In just 2 years, he was bedridden and could not even attend the morning court. At this time, Jiang Yu, at the request of the male and female protagonists, invited Dr. Sun to personally treat the emperor. He was also helpless just like he is now, and could only rely on acupuncture and drugs to keep the emperor's spirits up. Finally, it was the second brother Su Mu who discovered the clue and found the problem from the jade ring that the emperor wore on his hand every day. So after several sleepless days and nights, the protagonists finally found the key to the problem. It turned out that the poison was colorless and odorless, and was smeared on the ring. If the poisoned person was in contact with it for more than 2 hours a day, he would be poisoned. At that time, he only needed to use a primer to stimulate the toxicity. Generally, princes, nobles, and dignitaries like to burn incense in their houses. Some incense can leave a fragrance on the body for a long time after being burned for a long time, and some incense can have the effect of calming the mind and helping sleep. However, the emperor does not like the ambergris that is specially provided for him, but only likes cold sandalwood. I understand. Suan suddenly stood up excitedly and shouted these words to Luyun and Luing. Girl, what do you know? Luing looked at her blankly, expressing her confusion, and at the same time exchanged a glance with Luyun. Luyun also expressed his confusion, but the girl must have her own reasons. I know what caused the old master to be poisoned. Let us go to Fengyue Pavilion now. Suan was in a hurry to go out, but when she came out, she didn't know which way to go and had to ask Luyun to lead the way. On the way, she felt that she was walking too slowly and almost jogged all the way to Fengyue Pavilion. Fengyue Pavilion is still looking for something wrong, but there is no sign. After treating the wound, Jiang Yu returned to his grandfather's side and stayed with him. Su Mu and Sun Linger were talking about something at the door when they caught a glimpse of a figure running towards them from the corner of their eyes.
Wan Wan?
They both spoke almost at the same time, but Suan ignored them and pushed the door open, looking around for that darn Lung Tanxiang. Sure enough, no one suspected the incense, because the old master had used this incense all his life, without any problems. The old master must have sandalwood to help him sleep, so the whole house has been made brand new, except for this cold sandalwood. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yunha heard the noise and looked towards the door at the same time, only to see Suan standing there panting. Sun Beidou was holding a silver needle in his hand and looked at her helplessly. Girl, what's wrong with you? Why are you so anxious? Take away the cold sandalwood incense. This incense was the cause of the old master's poisoning. Suan shouted, pointing at the incense burner in the middle of the room from which a few wisps of smoke were rising. Su Mu and Sun Linger also walked in. After hearing what Suan said, they looked in the direction of her finger. Everyone seemed to be awakened by her words. Yes, the only thing they didn't think of was that there was something wrong with the cold sandalwood. They ignored the fact that this might be the hidden danger that had been lurking around the old master for a long time.
Hiss.
If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have suspected it. Maybe it really is related to this cold sandalwood. Dr. Sun patted his head. People tend to ignore things that they have long been accustomed to. Jiang Yu extinguished the incense in the incense burner and moved the incense burner outside. Sun Beidou immediately took out a silver needle to test whether there were any poisonous ingredients in it. Dr. Sun, there's no need to look at it. There's nothing wrong with this incense. It's just the primer that triggers the poison on the sandalwood bracelet. That kind of poison must be successfully planted with cold sandalwood as the primer. Just contacting the mother poison will not endanger a person's life. It's just that the body will gradually deteriorate, the resistance will be lowered, and it will be easy to catch a cold, thus shortening the lifespan. However, once combined with this cold sandalwood, from poisoning to death, depending on the strength of the poisoned person's physique, it will take as short as 2 years, or as long as 4 or 5 years. The old master belongs to the latter. If I remember correctly, this poison is a chronic poison called Ling Qi, and its essence is just like its name. It will wear away your will and vitality bit by bit, just like a prisoner who is executed by Ling Qi, dying in a long torture. This is what Suan said based on the explanation in the original text. Because the name of the poison is special, she remembers it quite clearly. Everyone listened to her explanation, thought about it carefully, and connected it with the changes that the old master had undergone in recent years. It was indeed as she said, his health was getting worse and worse, and in just 4 or 5 years he had reached the point of being at the end of his rope. But why does Suan know all this? Su Mu frowned and looked at his sister. Suan felt his slightly inquiring eyes and lowered her head guiltily. This matter was extremely urgent and concerned human lives, so she had no time to plan how to find excuses for herself. After all, how could a young girl like her, who couldn't even recognize basic herbs, know about this poison that even Dr. Sun didn't know about? Jiang Yu was also very surprised. How could his Wanwan know so much? However, he would not ask her or question her. Seeing that she was still breathing hard, Jiang Yu walked over, grabbed her hand, and led her into the room. My hands are a little cold, come in to warm yourself up, don't stand in the wind. Sun Linger and Jiang Yunha also realized it belatedly. Why did Suan know it so clearly? Suan followed Jiang Yu in, and the others followed in too. Only Dr. Sun was still squatting beside the incense burner, puzzled. Ling Qi? I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. As soon as Dr. Sun opened his mouth, everyone's attention was instantly shifted to him. Dr. Sun, have you heard of this poison? Jiang Yu asked him expectantly. I seem to have heard of this name, but I'm old now, and this memory seems to be from a long, long time ago. I just can't remember it for a moment, but I just feel familiar with it for some reason. Dr. Sun kept patting his head, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. But he changed his mind and walked towards Suan, asking anxiously, Girl, how did you know about this poison, and why do you know its nature? Since you know that this poison is called Ling Qi, do you know anything about the antidote? Instead of obsessing over where he had heard about the poison Ling Qi, it would be better to be realistic and ask Suan directly. She knew more than the rest of them, who were completely in the dark. Suan's heart skipped a beat. She must not let down her disguise as someone who traveled through a book. But what kind of reason should she come up with to be more convincing? Suan hesitated for a long time and didn't know how to answer the question of how he knew about this poison. In the end, it was Jiang Yu who came to her rescue. It's okay, Wan. I believe you. It doesn't matter how you know. Just tell me what you know.
If you don't want to say it, don't say it.
If you can save my grandfather's life, you will be the greatest benefactor of Fengyue Villa. Even if you don't know, you don't have to feel burdened. No one will blame you, okay? Jiang Yu silently held her hand tightly, and the tone of his voice was so gentle that it was sickening. It could be said that the people present had never seen him like this before. Love is such a great thing that it can discover the other side of a person. That's right, girl, you can say whatever you want to say, and don't say anything you don't want to say. Dr. Sun also felt that his recklessness had frightened people and quickly agreed with Jiang Yu's words. To be honest, with Jiang Yu's words and comfort, Suan felt less panicked and calmed down. She began to recall how they detoxified the emperor in the original book. I don't know the specific solution. In my opinion, if you want to save the old master's life, you can feed him heart blood every day and take medicine to make up for the body's deficiency and blood deficiency. This will effectively improve the old master's pain at this time. It should be more effective than acupuncture. At least he won't be unconscious after waking up. But as for the real solution to this Ling Qi, you may go and ask a man named Yi Qinggu. Suan remembered that in the original book, this method was thought up by the second brother, who stayed awake for half a month and almost died of sudden death. After this method was effectively improved by the emperor, the second brother finally fainted due to exhaustion and slept for a whole day and night. This can't be considered her credit for snatching the second brother, right? She had no choice, after all. Human life was at stake. That was Jiang Yu's most beloved grandfather. She just wanted to save him. If she knew nothing about it because she was afraid of being suspected, wouldn't that be too selfish? Jiang Yu said that no matter how she knew, he believed her and would not ask her anything. This sentence was enough.
Ye Vinku?
Dr. Sun was shocked when he heard the name. He looked at Suan in disbelief again. How do you know Yi Qinggu? Seeing Dr. Sun so excited, Suan was stumped by his question again. She could only make up an excuse on the spot, because she remembered that Yi Qinggu also studied medicine, but she was most famous for making poisons. Actually, I did. Because when I was at the Gou family, I heard about it from my adoptive father. He often traveled around the country doing business, and he had heard about many people in the martial arts world. Isn't Yi Qinggu's poison technique famous in the martial arts world? Rumor has it that there is no poison that she can't cure. I just thought that if I went to her, I might be able to ask for the method of detoxification. Yi Qinggu is also a well-known figure in the martial arts world, but she uses poisons, unlike Dr. Sun, who practices medicine to save lives, so she is less popular and not as famous as Dr. Sun. Moreover, the two of them were from the same school in their early years and had some unresolved disputes, so they've been competing with each other ever since. It is estimated that Yu Wushang bought the medicine from her at a high price. However, isn't it rumored that her poison is only sold to the destined person? Yu Wushang used to buy it from her? After hearing Su Wan's explanation, Dr. Sun found it quite flawless, so he believed it. However, his expression looked a little strange, and he sighed heavily. Dr. Sun, do you know Yi Qinggu? Jiang Yu could tell from his expression that they definitely knew each other. Of course I know her. This Grandma Yi Qinggu is my grandfather's junior sister. They are from the same school, Sun Linger suddenly interrupted. This news came too suddenly, and everyone looked at her, hoping that she would continue. However, Sun Linger shrugged and said helplessly, I only know that Grandpa and this Grandma Yi are from the same school and have some personal grudges. I don't know anything else. Dr. Sun felt a little guilty, fearing that his secret would be exposed. So he quickly interrupted. Ayu, why don't you send a team to escort me to Laming Mountain? Yi Qinggu lives there, but she has a weird temper, so I'm afraid I have to do it myself. To be honest, this Ling Qi poison was created by her. She had already developed this poison more than 40 years ago when she and I were still disciples under our master. When Girl Su mentioned her today, I suddenly remembered that I had heard about the Ling Qi poison from her many years ago. Alas. I was so confused. Dr. Sun was explaining with a look of self-blame on his face. This was all from his youth, and more than 40 years had passed. He couldn't remember it for a moment and almost got delayed. That's what happens when you get old. You become useless and always fail. When Jiang Yu heard what Dr. Sun said, he suddenly felt that there was a hope for his grandfather, and the tense expression on his face finally relaxed a little. Okay, I'll ask Ying to get a team of people to escort you down the mountain. Jiang Yu didn't delay any further and went straight out of the room to find Ying. Suan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, the old master can finally live longer this time, right? Girl, the heart blood you mentioned, is there any special requirement for male or female? There are also rules for heart blood. After taking heart blood, the loss to the person will be greater. Female heart blood is yin, while male heart blood is yang. The nature of the two is different. Dr. Sun wanted to prepare medicine according to Suwan's prescription to temporarily prolong the life of the old master. He had no problem with a prescription for replenishing the deficiency and regulating qi and blood, but there was something particular about the heart blood, so he had to ask clearly. This stumped Suan. The original book only mentioned using heart blood, but she didn't know whether to use blood from a man or a woman. This is the consequence of being unprofessional. Why aren't you willing to write a few more words to explain it clearly? But in just a cup of tea, she was stumped 3 times. What a shame. It should be that they use a woman's heart blood. Taking yin to replenish yang is more useful for the old master. A man's heart blood is yang, which is somewhat in conflict with the old master's current condition. Sumu took over the conversation, ready to explain it for Suwan. One look at the girl's expression revealed that she was in a difficult situation. She should know, but she didn't know much. If she wasn't his biological sister, he would like to see how this girl would end up today. This idea is indeed feasible. I was not sure whether it was poison before, but now it is confirmed. However, this idea was proposed by Su Girl after all, so I still want to ask for clarification. I just didn't expect that you know medicine, Su Girl. When I come back from Laming Mountain, I have to test you carefully so as not to miss another good seedling studying medicine. What Sumu could think of, Dr. Su could naturally think of as well, but as he said, the idea came from Suwan, and he just wanted to confirm it, and he was focused on discovering good medical talents. When she heard that he wanted to test her, Suwan's heart exploded with a mushroom cloud. She quickly waved her hand and refused. No, I know nothing about this medical skill. To be honest, I read this method from a book. I forgot what book it was, but it said that this method can be used to treat the old master's condition. I just put forward an idea, and the details still need to be confirmed by you, sir. But I can guarantee that this method will not cause any harm to the old master. Suwon made a swearing gesture and explained righteously. Family members who understands. She almost dug a hole and buried herself in it. Seeing how excited she was, Dr. Sun couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. All right, I was just kidding you. The method you mentioned will not cause any harm to the old sect master. Even if an ordinary person uses it, it will only strengthen his body. I will go and prescribe the prescription first. The follow-up care of the old sect master will be handed over to my good granddaughter and good disciple. Su Girl, thank you for your hard work. Dr. Sun almost lost his confidence because of the matter of the old master. Now that Suwon has found the main reason, he has a rough idea of the direction. In fact, if the old master could wait any longer, he would not have to go to find Yi Qingwu. He could rely on his own ability to mix the antidote because Suwon provided him with direction and ideas. However, the fastest way at the moment is to ask that darn woman Yi Qingwu for the antidote. It may take a while for him to get any results if he prepares it himself. It is indeed a matter of time. In the original novel, Su Mu became famous after following the old master in a battle. He also relied on his talent to finally find a way to delay the toxicity of Ling Qi, which is what Suan said. As for her, she was just relying on her god's perspective. Sorry, second brother, she really didn't mean to steal the credit. Suan looked at her second brother, feeling extremely guilty. If conditions allowed, she would kowtow to him. When Su Mu passed by Suwan, he gave her a meaningful look and said, "Just wait patiently." I'll tell you something later. Suan smiled awkwardly when he heard this. He had already started to organize his words in his mind, thinking about how he was going to deceive his shrewd second brother. Dr. Sun quickly wrote the prescription, which was for regulating qi and blood and replenishing deficiency, and all of them used the best medicinal materials. But this was not the most important thing, because the current problem was where to find so many women to provide heart blood. Drawing blood from the heart is a very damaging thing for the human body. The body will be limp for half a month after each drawing. Moreover, there are only 4 women in the entire Fenghua villa, Suan, Sunlinger, and Luyan and Luying, who are protecting Suan closely. This heart blood needs to be collected once a day. It will take at least half a month for me to go to Thunder Mountain and back. I estimate that I will have to deal with that darn woman for a few more days. It will probably take nearly a month to go back and forth. Where can I find so much heart blood from women in this month? Dr. Sun is well aware of the harmful effects of drawing blood from the heart on the human body. A person can only do this at most 3 times in his or her lifetime, with a year's interval in between. He was reluctant to let his granddaughter suffer, and Su Girl was the apple of Jiang Yu and Su Mu's eyes, so they certainly wouldn't want that either. Use mine. Su Wan and Sunlinger stretched out their arms at the same time and spoke in unison. No, Wan, you're not feeling well, so you'd better use mine. Sunlinger was worried that Suan was still feeling uncomfortable because of the incident with the rosewood bracelet, and she was afraid that taking the blood from her heart would cause her secondary harm. The difficulty of this matter lies in the fact that it can only require the blood of women. Unfortunately, women in Fenghua Villa are scarce and can be counted on one hand. The men, really cannot help and are powerless.
What are you talking about?
Just when everyone was struggling with the source of their heart blood, Jiang Yu came back. Suan wanted to say that she wanted to do her part for the old master, but was interrupted by his sudden appearance. Jiang Yu has already asked Feng to make arrangements and asked them to organize a capable team as quickly as possible to protect Dr. Sun as they go to Laming Mountain. Moreover, this matter had to be kept secret from Yu Wushang, and Dr. Sun had to be sent down the mountain without his knowledge to prevent him from interfering again. When Suan arrived, Fenghua Pavilion dismissed all the servants, and only a few people who trusted each other were present. Therefore, apart from Fenghua Pavilion, absolutely no one knew that the old master's poisoning had been exposed, and a treatment plan was determined in a short time, temporarily saving the old master's life. Yu Wushang could never have imagined that his perfect plan of just waiting to close the net would be infiltrated by Suan, a huge bug with a god's perspective. He originally thought that once the old sect leader died, even if he personally announced Jiang Yu as the next sect leader, he could lead the elders to raise objections and put unilateral pressure on Jiang Yu. A sect leader who has no core support last? In the end, only Yu Wushang is the one that everyone wants. If it really doesn't work, he can also provoke fighting within the sect and force Jiang Yu to take the position directly. By then, Jiang Yu will be trapped in Fenghua Villa, and most of the power of Fenghua Villa is in his hands. Jiang Yu will just become a trapped beast, and he will have to give up this position even if he doesn't want to. As for the forces outside Fenghua Villa, they have no qualifications to intervene at all. Those are the forces that Fenghua Villa uses to develop side businesses. They have no say in the sect. The real say is in the hands of several core elders in the sect. Each elder has hundreds of disciples with high martial arts skills. Some are good at hidden weapons, some are good at machine guns, and some are good at close combat. In short, there are elders who are good at all kinds of weapons in the sect, and the disciples they lead are naturally good at them as well. They were not convinced by Jiang Yu, this young man, in the first place. Yu Wushang had brainwashed them for years, and their ideas had long been deeply rooted. If they were asked to rebel, they would most likely do so. But Jiang Yu was different. He only had Jiang Yunhe by his side. He had gone out to avoid the world in his early years. Now he had the title of elder, but he had no effective power to deploy. There was also Dr. Sun, who was just a medical student and had only one apprentice. How could he help? Would he kill them with a silver needle? Therefore, unless Jiang Yu can produce evidence to prove that Yu Wushang murdered the old sect master, Those elders have followed the old sect master through thick and thin. Even if they do not obey Jiang Yu, they respect the old sect master very much. Therefore, as long as it is confirmed that Yu Wushang murdered the old sect master, it will be his turn to do the trapped beast thing. Of course, if the old sect master gets better and continues to be in charge of the sect, then Fenghua Villa will not be in chaos. The men led by Feng Ying are all absolute masters, good at long-range combat, close combat, reconnaissance, and all kinds of fields. As long as they can quietly bring Dr. Sun down the mountain without arousing suspicion, and then successfully escort him to Laming Mountain, it will be enough. Seeing Jiang Yu coming, Dr. Sun knew that this matter would not be difficult. Jiang Yu would definitely be able to solve it easily, and there would be no need to let two delicate little girls sacrifice themselves. It's not that he is stingy towards the old master, but he just can't bear to let go. Jiang Yu, you came just in time. I have one more thing to ask you to do. You have to send people down the mountain to find a group of healthy women and bring them up the mountain to settle down. During this period, the old master needs fresh heart blood every day. This heart blood can only be from women, not men. But you know that we don't have any female disciples in Fenghua Mountain Villa, and taking heart blood is very harmful to the body. I guess you don't want to use Su girl's heart blood, so you should do it quickly. It must be done in 2 days at the latest. Also, have you gathered your troops? If you have, leave now without delay. Dr. Sun was also very anxious. He and the old master were friends for life and death, and he also wanted him to get better. If he had wings, he would have wanted to fly to Laming Mountain immediately to seek justice from that darn woman Yi Qinggu. Jiang Yu was very busy every day, and he was covered in injuries. He only heard a few key words: heart blood, injury to the body, and if he didn't go find someone else, he would have to use his daughters. How could that be possible? He couldn't bear to do that. I'll give the order now, and have someone do it. Feng Ying is already gathering his men, but we have to leave quietly and not alert the enemy. Dr. Sun, please get ready. We'll take you away after nightfall. Jiang Yu had just finished speaking when he was about to leave the old master's bedroom to do some work. Looking at his back, he walked briskly, as if he was afraid of being delayed. To find healthy women. As long as you offer generous rewards, many people will offer their services for wealth. But the tricky part is how to bring these women to the mountain under Yu Wushang's nose without arousing suspicion.
Yu Wushang is a smart man.
If someone brought so many women up the mountain for no reason, he would definitely be suspicious and would ask someone about it. However, this will test Jiang Yu's own ability. He must have some real skills to have come this far. Seeing Jiang Yu busying around, Jiang Yunhe couldn't help at all, so he shrugged helplessly. Hey, I just returned to Fenghua Villa not long ago, and I don't have many trusted subordinates. I can only let Yu do everything himself. The only thing I can do is to protect Master for him. Jiang Yunhe suddenly felt that it was a sin for him to leave Fenghua Villa without caring about anything many years ago. Now, even the only son she had left in this world was in trouble, and he couldn't help at all. It would take time to find a group of women to go up the mountain, so we still had to find the women's blood in the next 2 days. However, Dr. Sun refused to let Sun Linger and Suan draw blood, so in the end, he had to let Lu Yun and Lu Ying come. Each of them drew blood once, and they could last for 2 days. Moreover, both of them are martial artists with a solid foundation in martial arts and good physical fitness. It would definitely be more appropriate for them to come, and they would recover faster. However, taking the heart blood is indeed harmful to the body. Lu Yun was the first to take it. He used a knife to cut the carotid artery in the wrist. The blood that flowed out at first was dark red, with a little black. It was not until the blood turned bright red that the first stream of bright red blood was taken out. It was called the heart blood. This is purely fabricated by the author, with no scientific basis, so just treat it as the author's nonsense. The details must comply with medical codes. Before the cardiac blood appears, at least 200 milliliters of blood must be drained out and 100 milliliters of blood are needed. It is really harmful for a person to drain so much blood at one time, and it is difficult to replenish it. Lu Yun went in. Her face was still rosy. When she came out, Her face had turned pale, and her lips were also white. She looked far less energetic than before, and felt dizzy and nauseous. Her wrist was wrapped in a bandage, and you could vaguely see red, probably because the bleeding had just stopped. She was holding onto the door frame, and Lu Ying hurried over to help her when she saw this. Suan was also very concerned about her health. Go back and lie down to rest. Ask the kitchen to make some more pork liver and other dishes for you to eat. I'll ask my second brother to prescribe some nourishing medicine. The person is hers. If she doesn't feel sorry for him, who will? Lu Yun and Lu Ying came to her side. They have been working diligently and conscientiously without any complaints. Whenever there is any problem, they will give their all, without hesitation. With such good bodyguards, what else could she complain about? Girl, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Although Lu Yun felt very uncomfortable, he still forced a smile at her. Jiang Yu and Su Mu were also watching from the side, thinking that even a martial artist like Lu Yun could suffer so much, so it was the right decision not to let their daughter go. Jiang Yu has already sent people down the mountain to look for women, offering a reward of 500 taels per person. He believes that enough women can be gathered soon. After they arrived, Jiang Yu would be responsible for their recovery after donating blood. Jiang Yu had already thought of a reason. Fengyue Villa had been quiet for too long and was too lifeless. The old master wanted to make it more lively, so he invited a troupe of actors from the mountain as an excuse to deceive Yu Wushang's spies. Then the women would follow the troupe up the mountain. It was common knowledge among everyone in Fengyue Villa that the old sect master loved to listen to operas. When the old sect master was in good health, he would often go down the mountain by himself to listen to operas with the troupe. There are many people learning the art in the opera troupe. Every year, many talented women are trained and focused on their voices. There is always one role suitable for them to sing among the various roles: Sheng, Dan, Jing, Mo, and Cho. Moreover, there are only many women in the opera troupe, so it is not easy to attract attention. He will invite several opera troupes to the mountain at one time, so that the number of people will not arouse suspicion. Lu Ying, please send Lu Yun back to rest. Lu Yun's face looked really bad. After all, she was a humane boss and couldn't treat her employees harshly, right? Thank you for your consideration, miss. The two sisters bowed slightly to her to show their respect. Afterwards, Lu Ying took Lu Yun back to the room prepared for them at Fengyue Villa. Old sect leader woke up for a while, ate something, and fell asleep again. Jiang Yu could not leave his side, and had to stay by his side personally. Suan stayed with Jiang Yu for the whole afternoon, and did not leave until nightfall. Sun Linger accompanied her, but before leaving, she was stopped by Su Mu alone. After a busy day, he didn't have time to talk to her. Dr. Sun would be leaving Fengyue Villa for Laming Mountain soon, and he had no time to leave Fengyue Pavilion, because once his teacher left, he would have to stay by the old master's side. Linger, wait a moment. I want to talk to Wanwan alone. Originally, the two girls were arm in arm preparing to go back to Jiaxing Pavilion, but as soon as they stepped out of the door, they were stopped by Su Mu. Suan knew that what was coming would eventually come, and she could hide it for a while but not forever. Okay then, Wanwan, I'll wait for you, go ahead. Sun Linger reluctantly let go of her hand. Sun Linger usually travels around with her grandfather every day, and she doesn't have any little sisters around her. Later, Su Mu came, but he was also a taciturn person. Now, she finally has a little sister of similar age who she can talk to, and she wishes she could lie down with her and talk for 3 days and 3 nights.
Suan nodded, then followed Sumu.
Sumu took her to the next room with a serious face. Suan stood there with her head down, feeling guilty. Sit there, Sumu pointed at the armchair in the room with his chin. The second brother was very serious, and his temperament was cold as ice, giving her the same oppressive feeling as a head teacher. She sat down obediently, her back straight. Sumu walked up to her, looked down at her, with his hands behind his back. If he also had a big ruler in his hand, he would definitely be the dean of studies. Tell me, how did you know about Ling Qi, and how did you know about using a woman's heart blood to save people? Suan knew he would ask this. Jiang Yu didn't ask because he didn't want to embarrass her. Dr. Sun didn't ask because he was doing it for Jiang Yu's sake. But he is his biological brother, so it's not too much for him to know the truth, right? Anyway, he would not do anything bad to his own sister. Suan lowered his head, not daring to look at him. His eyes rolled around in circles. On the surface, he looked as calm as an old dog, but inside, he was extremely panicked. What should she do? If she tells the truth, will her second brother think she is sick and immediately find some shamans to exorcise the evil spirits for her? This kind of weird stuff is too unconvincing. Moreover, in the second brother's stereotype, she was just a rich lady who had lived in a honey pot for the past 10 years and had never been exposed to any medical skills. What could she say? In the end, she chose an explanation that she herself didn't quite believe. Brother, do you believe in dreams? Dream? What does that mean?
Sumu frowned in confusion.
That's right. I don't know why in the past few years, I always have some very strange dreams. I can't see the faces of the people in the dreams clearly, but the things I dream about sometimes become true. For example, when Gou Yu and I's identities were discovered, I dreamed a few nights ago that I might not be the biological daughter of the Gou family. As a result, this dream was confirmed within a few days. Actually, there was also the matter of my eldest brother taking the imperial examination. It was also because of a dream. I dreamed that the emperor gave an examination question on flood control policy. Because my eldest brother was not well prepared, he only passed the examination with a 3rd place. At that time, I was afraid of accidents, so I went to talk to my eldest brother about it and asked him to prepare in advance and read more books about flood control. Sure enough, this matter also came true. The emperor really gave a policy question on flood control. Don't you think it's weird? Suan spoke with great emotion and gestured at the same time. The shock on his face did not seem to be acted, and it was even mixed with a little bit of fear. After hearing what she said, Sumu's brows were furrowed into a knot.
Go on.
Sumu didn't have the completely distrustful look and reaction that Suan had imagined. Instead, he seemed a little curious, half believing and half doubting. Second brother, if you don't believe me, you can go ask eldest brother. I really went to find him specifically because of this matter. Do you remember the first time we found the seriously injured Jiang Yu? Did I insist on saving him? Actually, it was because I had a dream. In the dream, I knew that he was the prince of the Duke of Zhang's mansion. I thought that saving him might help our eldest brother's career, so I insisted that you save him. Second brother, you should also know whether I lied about this matter or not. You were there at the time, you can prove it for me. Of course, Sumu remembered it, and he remembered it clearly. At that time, Suan seemed to be possessed by a ghost. He insisted on going to that land temple and insisted on saving Jiang Yu, as if they knew each other. At that time, he thought that they knew each other privately, or that she was attracted by Jiang Yu's beauty, which was why she behaved so stupidly. Now it seems that there is indeed a reason to follow and a clue to trace. Well, I know about this. Is there anything else? Su Mu was actually still a little unable to accept such outrageous things. He still needed Su Wan to say something to convince him. Su Wan sighed and produced another piece of strong evidence. And our father, I also had a dream about a mine collapse in advance. In the dream, our father's legs were broken, so I asked my third brother to bring our parents back in advance and successfully avoided this accident. You also know this, my father mentioned it during the New Year. This is indeed undeniable. At that time, Suan asked the third brother to pick up his parents and urged them again and again, even though it was clearly not the end of the year yet. He wondered why at the time, but he didn't ask too much. Now that Suan said this, it seemed like everything was connected, and it made sense. Then, what's the matter with the old master? Sumu had actually been mostly convinced by Suwan's words, and he had already believed it subconsciously. But he still wanted to know about the old master, and he wanted to know the details of a dream. No, second brother, I have said so much. Do you believe me? Do you believe that what I said is true? What Suwan cares about now is whether her second brother believes it. If he doesn't, then wouldn't all her words be in vain? Sumu continued to look at her seriously. Then he moved a stool over and sat in front of Suwan. What you said makes sense. How can I not believe it? But what I'm worried about now is whether the situation will have any impact on you. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? He reached out and touched her forehead. The temperature was normal, and she was not sick. The main thing is that this matter is really weird. If you believe it, you will find it too strange. If you don't believe it, the evidence and various things from the past are there. It doesn't seem to be fake, and Wanwan doesn't seem like a liar. Just believe it, then all her abnormal behavior can be explained. Of course, this is a good thing. Otherwise, these situations cannot be saved, which would be a harm to everyone, okay? My eldest brother got his wish and became the top scholar, embarking on the official career path he had always dreamed of. Jiang Yu survived and got acquainted with our Su family. My second brother, your efforts were noticed by Dr. Sun, which gave you the opportunity to improve your medical skills to a higher level. And my parents are healthy now. Isn't that a good thing? Old Master is the same. If I hadn't predicted it in advance, then I would have really run out of energy. This would also be a harm to Jiang Yu. I stopped these regrets in time. Isn't it good? The result is enough. The process is not important. What Suan said made sense, and every word was true, but Sumu caught a message from it. My acquaintance with the teacher is also within your control? Faced with his second brother's inquiring gaze, Suan was choked again. I'm doing this for your own good, brother. Please don't be angry, okay? She was afraid that her second brother would feel burdened. But unexpectedly, Sumu laughed, and laughed very brightly. Why should I be angry? Even if you built a bridge for me, do you think it's easy to become a disciple of the teacher? I got all these by passing the tests. If I don't have a certain level of strength, how can I impress the teacher? Just because I saved Jiang Yu? Sumu is truly a clear-headed and insightful person. Why should he feel burdened just because this opportunity was fought for him by his sister? However, having an opportunity does not mean you will succeed. Everything depends on your strength. His second brother thought this way, and Suan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Second brother, you are my eternal god. Suan gave him a thumbs up with a fangirl look on her face. Sumu was amused by her, and a few magnetic chuckles escaped from his throat. Stop flattering me and get down to business. What kind of dream did you have about the old master? Getting back to the point, the topic was brought back to the old sect master, and Suan had already written a script in his mind. That's right, I dreamed about it on the way to Fengyue Villa. After Suan gave a moving and emotional speech on the script, he successfully smoothed over Sumu's frown. Oh, so that's what it is. In fact, it makes sense. Suan has never come into contact with any poison, nor has he ever come into contact with Yi Qinggu. How could he know this name out of nowhere? Therefore, Suan's remarks have certain basis and are convincing. Sumu finally sighed heavily, stood up, put his hand on her shoulder, and warned her with an expression and tone that was 10 times more serious than usual. Wanwan, you can't tell anyone about this except me, including Jiang Yu and my elder brother, parents, and others. This is our secret. My second brother will keep it for you and protect you. This sounds like a fantasy, but it's very serious. If people knew about it, they would think you were a monster. I'm even more afraid that someone would use your ability to do something to hurt you. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Suan nodded quickly and agreed.
Well,
having the ability to predict dreams is always more convincing than traveling through a book. The latter would probably lead to being sacrificed to the gods. Okay, go back and have a rest. Come to me if you have any problems.
Got it?
Sumu was finally going to let her go. After Suan left the room, she felt that she had passed the test. She couldn't help but sigh that the Oscars owed her a little golden man. The people arranged by Fengyue had already gone down the mountain in several groups during the day and left among several waves of disciples who went out to buy things. A total of 20 people were arranged, and they have all gone down the mountain. At midnight, Fengyue will leave Fengyue Villa in the dark with a disguised Dr. Sunday Yu Wushang were also secretly lured away by Jiang Yu. No one knew that Dr. Sun had left Fengyue Villa. To outsiders, it seemed that Dr. Sun had been staying in Fengyue Pavilion and had never come out. Sun Linger had been waiting patiently for Suan. She had been gone for a long time and had no idea what the brother, and sister were talking about. Jiang Yu just stepped out of the room and saw Sun Linger, who was supposed to have left, was still there. Linger, haven't you left with Wan? Jiang Yu said as he looked around for Suan. Sumu wants to talk to her about something and hasn't come out yet. Sun Linger pointed to the lighted house next door. Just as he finished speaking, Suan and Sumu came out one after another. When Jiang Yu saw them, his eyes automatically softened. Suan was also the first person to see the tall and straight figure standing at the door of the room. The two looked at each other from a distance, their eyes communicating with each other. However, Sumu walked directly to the front to block the two people's sight, with an expressionless face. Suan, it's late. Go back to bed. I got it, second brother. Suan ran down the stairs, and Sun Linger came up to her and took her arm, looking so intimate. They are really a good pair of sisters. Several guards sent them back to Zhaixing Pavilion. They slept together at night and chatted for most of the night. The next morning, Sumu followed the instructions of Dr. Sun and fed the old master his heart blood, along with the prescribed medicine. In the afternoon, the old master woke up on his own. He did not feel unconscious. He recognized everyone and could call out their names. Moreover, his thoughts were very clear. The blood from the heart really had an immediate effect. After the old sect master woke up, he didn't seem as weak as he looked yesterday, and he also felt a lot more comfortable. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw his lovely grandson and his future granddaughter-in-law. The old man was so happy that he felt comfortable just looking at them. Jiang Yu fed him, and Suan waited obediently beside him with tea. Old sect leader was in much better spirits now, so Jiang Yu told him about his poisoning and said that Dr. Sun had gone to get the antidote, and he would be well again soon. Old sect leader have imagined that he was poisoned, and that the poison was put on his beloved sandalwood bracelet, and then used with his favorite cold sandalwood to harm him. The viciousness of the person behind this is simply outrageous. He could probably guess who did it, but he was so disappointed in that person and felt that all his years of training him was in vain. Never mind, once the truth comes out, he will punish him, because he would not punish anyone without evidence. However, he also heard that it was his granddaughter-in-law who discovered it. If she had not discovered it in time, he would have had to wait for death. So he asked Suan if there was anything he wanted. Girl, you saved my life, and grandfather doesn't know how to repay you. Our Fengyue villa has nothing special except some money and power, so if you want something, just tell grandfather, and I will do everything I can to get it for you. This kind of life-saving favor should either be repaid with life, or any other material things are empty. But we must express it so as not to neglect the other person. Who knew that Suan said obediently, I don't want anything except that you are healthy and live a long life. For making the old man happy. Just a few words made the old master happy. You little girl are really good at talking and very lovable. Since you don't say what you want, your grandfather can only watch and give it to you. The old sect leader spoke as if he was teasing a child. What does grandpa want to give me? Suan was a little curious. Old sect leader thought carefully and wondered what he should give to express his appreciation for Suan. Jiang Yu was very happy to see that his grandfather and Suan were getting along so harmoniously, and the smile on his face never faded. Hey, I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I still don't know what to give you. How about this, you think about it slowly, and tell me when you come up with it. As long as it's not the stars or the moon in the sky, Grandpa can find it for you. Old sect master simply didn't offer to send it and let the child figure it out on her own. If she wanted something in the future, she would naturally come to him. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you. Which elder would not like Suwan's quirky personality? Old sect master woke up. He never stopped laughing. I'm afraid you'll be polite to me.
Please don't be polite.
Old sect master looked at Suan. The more satisfied he became. The more he looked, the more he felt that the two were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Him into drinking an extra bowl of meat porridge and eating a few soft and glutinous snacks. As long as people eat something, it is better than eating nothing. As soon as Jiang Yunhe and Sumu arrived, they saw this happy scene. Seeing that his master was so happy, Jiang Yunhe became more energetic and his worries dissipated a lot. Master, you got a great granddaughter-in-law. You must be very happy, right? He joked as soon as he came. Old sect leader was half leaning on the bed and couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard him say that. Hey, you're talking as if you didn't get a good nephew's wife. Old sect master opened his mouth. He made everyone laugh, except Su Mu, of course. He had not agreed to the marriage yet, but he just respected the old sect master and didn't want to make him unhappy. In fact, the luckiest guy is Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu has started teasing Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu's ears turned red for a rare moment, and he smiled embarrassedly. Suan really wanted to say that she had not yet agreed to marry him, but for the sake of the old sect master, she did not object. Sumu couldn't help but cough twice, and no one knew what he wanted to express. But Jiang Yunhe reacted immediately and realized that it was over. The other person's brother was still here, and he didn't want to listen anymore. Look at me. I forgot to tell you, Master. You may not know that Su Mu is Su Girl's second brother. Old sect master really didn't know, and only found out today. Hearing this, he looked at Suan and then at Su Mu. So you are brother and sister. No wonder I always feel that you two have similar temperaments. Yunhe, please stop teasing me about your grandson's wife. Our two families haven't completed the 3 books and 6 ceremonies yet. We have to follow the rules. Yes, Master, I will pay attention to it next time. Jiang Yunhe also realized that he had gone too far in joking. The frost on Su Mu's face finally melted a little, and he stepped forward to check the old master's pulse. Master, let me feel your pulse. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. The old sect leader happily stretched out his hand to him. After Su Mu took it, he felt that the pulse was much stronger than yesterday. When he took the old master's pulse before, the pulse was weak. It seems that the heart blood is indeed a good thing to make up for the deficiency, but it is too harmful to the person who bleeds it. Master, your pulse has stabilized a lot, but this heart blood can only temporarily preserve your vitality. It is not a long-term solution. We have to wait for the teacher to bring back the antidote. During this period, you must rest well and not get angry. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, young man. In fact, the old sect leader didn't care whether he could live a few more years. He just wanted to see you take over Fengyue Villa and start a family. Just as he finished speaking, a servant came in to report that Elder Yu had come to visit the old sect leader. When they heard that Yu Wushang was coming, everyone's smiles disappeared instantly. They really didn't know why he came to join in the fun when they were having such a happy time. However, he couldn't reveal his true identity yet, so the old sect leader could only ask someone to invite him in. Go and ask him to come in. Old sect leader spoke, and the disciples who came in to answer him went to do as he was told. After a while, Yu Wushang walked in wearing a plain elder's uniform. He came in, he looked around and found that everyone who should be there was there, except Sun Beidou. At this time, he was not with the old master. Where did he go? Yu Wushang did not have time to think about so many things on the spot, but walked straight to the old master's bed and bowed with his fists clasped. He didn't know yet that everyone had already discovered the cause of the old master's poisoning and had now sent Dr. Sun to look for him. Master, I heard that you are feeling better, so I came to see you specially. Yu Wushang always called him Master in front of others and never called him adoptive father. He only called him that in private when he was a child, and then for some unknown reason he never called him that again. He took a look at the old sect master's condition, and it seemed that he had really improved a lot. At least the first 2 times he saw him, although he was conscious, he looked pale and weak. This time, his complexion actually looked much better. Could it be that they have found a way to curb the toxicity? That shouldn't be the case. He did this in a very secretive way. Most people wouldn't be able to imagine how deep it is. Well, I'm much better.
Thank you for thinking about me.
The old sect leader didn't want to see him, so he closed his eyes and spoke in a light tone. You worked so hard to raise me. How could I not miss you? Seeing that you are much better, I feel much more at ease. Yu Wushang said these words as if no one was around. It was so hypocritical. I don't know where he got such a thick skin. He could say these words without changing his expression or heart beating. Maybe this is the highest level of shamelessness. Forgive Suan for not being able to help but secretly curl her lips. She almost rolled her eyes. Old sect leader just nodded and didn't answer. Who knew that Suwan's little action was actually seen by Yu Wushang? He narrowed his eyes and looked at Suwan with a smile. It seems that my future niece-in-law doesn't like me as her uncle very much. Suwan was inexplicably cued, and she almost didn't react. However, she just looked at Yu Wushang and smiled. The smile seemed far-fetched, and not saying anything meant she agreed. She complained in her heart, "You are so awesome that you come here to act. Is your daily life too boring so you want to find a side job?" He didn't expect that Suwan didn't respond to him, and the others also didn't say anything, standing aside as if they didn't see him. The old sect leader was also the same, not even willing to look at him. It's always like this, always ignoring him and looking down on him. Yu Wushang bit his back teeth, almost unable to hold back his micro-expression. However, he quickly changed the subject. "Master, I heard that you want to watch a play? But can your current body support such fatigue?" He already knew that Jiang Yu had invited several opera troupes. He was a little curious and didn't know what tricks Jiang Yu was up to, so he came to ask him questions. Old sect leader actually didn't know about this, so he opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Yu, who was sitting at the end of the bed. Jiang Yu blinked, signaling him to ignore it. Old sect master understood immediately, so he looked at Yu Wushang. "I've been lying in bed for too long recently, and I'm almost moldy. I thought it's because Fengyue Mountain Villa hasn't been lively for a long time, and I haven't listened to opera for a long time. In my current state, I can't run around, so I asked Jiang Yu to invite the opera troupe to the mountain. When I want to listen to the music, they can perform for me at any time, and it will be lively and get rid of the bad luck. He is indeed my grandfather. He doesn't even need to check the script in advance. He can accurately express what Jiang Yu wants to say." The cooperation was so perfect that Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. When Yu Wushang saw that the old man said the same thing, he still had doubts in his heart, but he couldn't explain why. "Master, you are not feeling well. You should rest more." Although no one knows what Jiang Yu is planning, this guy named Yu does a good job of pretending to be good. If you don't know him, you might think he really cares about the old sect leader. He plays the role of a filial son very well. "I'm so old, and I've worked hard all my life, and now you won't even let me watch a play when I want to? I know my own body, so don't worry about it." The old sect leader was a little impatient, and he waved his hand. "Okay, if there's nothing else, you can all leave. You can stay. Su girl, you've been guarding here for most of the day. Your filial grandfather knows that you've worked hard. Go back and have a rest." Old sect master's turn to talk to Suan. His tone was like he was coaxing a child. The more he looked at this girl, the happier he became. "Then, Grandpa, you take a rest first. I will come over later to have dinner with you." Suan smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples. Anyone who saw her would be infected and full of energy. "Okay, go ahead. Tell the kitchen what you want to eat. Fengyue Villa is on the water, so we have plenty of fresh river food." "Thank you, Grandpa, for your concern." Suan stood up and bowed to him. Looking at this happy scene, Yu Wushang smiled self-deprecatingly, with contempt flashing from the corners of his eyes, but it was fleeting and no one noticed. The old sect leader started to chase everyone away, and everyone left the sect leader's room one after another. Su Mu didn't leave, but went to the cubicle to get his medicine. Yu Wushang left. He discovered that one essential item was missing from the room, which was the cold sandalwood incense that was usually lit for 12 hours. The furniture in the room was all new, the windows were opened a little, and now there was no sandalwood at all. He couldn't help but wonder how they came to suspect this. Unable to resist his curiosity, he wanted to confirm it. After Suan and the others left, he followed them slowly behind. There was a disciple sweeping the courtyard, so he walked up to him and asked casually, "Why is there no incense burning in the old master's room?" The disciples who often go to Fengyue Pavilion know that the old master likes to light sandalwood, so they naturally know what he is asking. However, Jiang Yu had already said hello, and if anyone asked, he would say, the sandalwood was found to be poisonous, so they didn't dare give it to the old master, so the young master had them withdrawn. Poisonous? What kind of poison is it? Is it serious? Yu Wushang didn't understand. This sandalwood was just a poison initiator. How could it be poisonous? Elder Yu, I don't know what the poison is. I only know it is harmful to our sect leader. It was determined by Divine Dr. Sun himself. The young disciple told him everything he knew. Yu Wushang frowned, unable to understand. Could it be that besides him, there was someone else who wanted the old man to die? Are you sure you heard it right? There is poison in the sandalwood? He confirmed again worriedly. Yes, I'm sure, but I don't know what kind of poison it was. I only know that the young master was furious and replaced all the furniture and ornaments in the master's room, even the bedding and pillows. Was the information he received, which was spread deliberately by Jiang Yu. Yu Wushang put his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes as he thought about this matter over and over again. He wondered if there was someone else besides himself who was eyeing the position of sect leader. Could it be that one of the elders has some hidden selfish motives? It has to be said that Jiang Yu played this trick beautifully. It successfully aroused Yu Wushang's suspicion and made him suspect other elders. In order to eliminate dissidents and not leave any hidden dangers for himself, he would definitely investigate other elders thoroughly. By then, his attention will be drawn elsewhere, and he will not focus all his attention on the old master. Yu Wushang knew very well that the old master had been poisoned too deeply and could not be saved without an antidote. Even if he could find a way to alleviate the toxicity before he died and keep him alive, he would not be able to hold on for more than a few months. The upper limit of Ling Qi is 5 years. There are still 2 months since the poisoning. If the antidote cannot be found in time, even the gods cannot save him. However, he now has to confirm one thing, which is where did Sun Beta go? So Yu Wushang asked the young disciple again. By the way, why didn't I see Dr. Sun and his granddaughter today? The young disciple heard this and thought carefully. I heard that Dr. Sun has been taking care of the old master's health for a while, and he himself has fallen ill at his old age. He is now bedridden, and Miss Linger has to take care of him. Now it is his apprentice, Master Su, who is taking care of the old master. Yu Wushang heard this, his eyes rolled, and he felt that something was wrong. Is Dr. Sun sick? I have to go see him. Having said that, Yu Wushang strode out of Fenghua Pavilion and went to the medicine garden where Dr. Sun usually lived. Old sect master's room. Jiang Yu was quietly observing Yu Wushang through a crack in the window. I saw him talking to a disciple in the yard for a long time, probably asking about the old master's condition and Dr. Sunday. After he left, Jiang Yu closed the window and returned to the old master's bedside. Old sect master had been helped by him to lie down and was resting with his eyes closed. Well, can you keep it secret? He asked. Don't worry, grandfather. Everything has been arranged. Jiang Yu has always been very careful in what he does. If he says something has been arranged, then it must have been arranged. Sun Linger received the mission and was to guard and provide cover in the medicine garden. As soon as Suan came out of Fenghua Pavilion, he went to the medicine garden to accompany her and did not return to Jiaxing Pavilion. She had just sat down and hadn't even had time to finish her tea when someone came to announce that Elder Yu was coming. Sun Linger didn't expect him to come so soon. She put down the teacup and immediately went back to her grandfather's room. In order to create the appearance that Dr. Sun was really sick, she spent a whole day boiling Chinese medicine in the medicine garden. Yu Wushang came in. He smelled a strong smell of Chinese medicine, which was very pungent. This medicine garden, as the name suggests, is a large herbal garden created by Sun Beidou and is filled with various kinds of medicinal herbs. Then, for convenience, he simply asked the old sect master to build a big house for him inside. When he was not at Fenghua Villa, several disciples who knew pharmacology would take care of it. Yu Wushang walked straight into the hall and saw Suan sitting there alone drinking tea, but did not see Sun Linger. Suan took the initiative to say hello. Elder Yu, why are you here? Yu Wushang glanced at him, raised his eyebrows and smiled. So my nephew's wife is here too? I heard that Dr. Sun was ill, so I came to see him. Where is he now? Yu Wushang went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Suan wished he would be more direct and was too lazy to deal with him. Oh, Dr. Sun has been taking care of the old master without sleep for days. He accidentally caught a cold and is now in bed recuperating. He is old and not as strong as a young man, so this cold is particularly severe for him. Yes, Dr. Sun has worked hard and made great contributions. That's why I came to visit him specially. Yu Wushang put his hands behind his back, smiled, and stared at Suan. This girl is really cute, no wonder she can charm Jiang Yu. Upon hearing this, Suan looked him up and down, left and right, but Yu Wushang didn't understand what she meant. What's wrong, nephew's wife? Is there anything wrong? Nothing. It's just that this is the first time I've seen a visitor with nothing in his hands. Suan's words were very direct, which made Yu Wushang embarrassed. She was also speaking the truth. Who would come to see a patient empty-handed? That was too imprecise. Yu Wushang was so annoyed by her that he coughed twice in embarrassment to ease the embarrassment. I heard that Dr. Sun was ill, so I rushed to see him in such a hurry that I didn't prepare anything. My niece, you are a straightforward person. Elder Yu, I am used to speaking without restraint. Please forgive my youth and ignorance. I can't stop myself from speaking the truth. Please don't mind it. Don't hit a smiling person. Suan scolded the man and said as if I didn't mean it. I just speak my mind. I'm still young. If you make a fuss about it, you're wrong. Sun Linger was hiding in the dark and was almost laughed to death by Suan. These sisters are so funny. It was almost her turn to appear, so she adjusted her state and walked out pretending to be sad. Elder Yu is here? Please take a seat. I'll go make you some tea. We are short-staffed in the herb garden, so please forgive me for any inadequacies in our hospitality. You're welcome. I'm here to visit Dr. Sunday. I'll leave after I see him.
Don't bother me.
Yu Wushang had just been given face by Suan, and he didn't really want to stay here now. He just wanted to make sure whether Dr. Sun was still in Fengyue Villa. My grandfather caught a severe cold, so he took some medicine and went asleep. There's nothing serious wrong with him. Thank you for your concern, Elder Yu. Sun Linger definitely couldn't let him see it. I know, but I have always respected Dr. Sun, and he fell ill because of my adoptive father. It is only natural for me to come and see him. After making sure he is well, I will leave. Yu Wushang will not stop until he sees what he has today. Sun Linger almost couldn't hold back and wanted to scold him. It was endless. Without waiting for her to say anything else, Yu Wushang had already walked into the inner room, and no one could stop him. Suan also panicked and quickly stood up and followed. Elder Yu, my grandfather finally fell asleep. Why don't you come back later and let him have a good rest? It's okay. I'll be quiet and definitely won't disturb him. How could Sun Linger stop him? If she stopped him too harshly, it would seem deliberate. What should she do? Yu Wushang walked to the door and was about to push it open when Sun Linger thought to herself, it's all over. As a result, the reversal came. Yu Wushang just put his hand on the door, and there was a noise from inside. Ahem. Ahem. Wushang, I have a serious cold. Please don't come in, or it will be troublesome for you. I know your intention. Please go back. When this voice came out, not to mention Yu Wushang, even Sun Linger and Suan were stunned. This voice is indeed that of Dr. Sunday. He came back so soon? Yu Wushang pondered for a moment and then withdrew his hand, because this was indeed the voice of Dr. Sun, who usually called him Wushang. Then Dr. Sun, please have a good rest. I won't disturb you, if you're not injured. Yu Wushang got the result, so he naturally wouldn't continue to pester the matter. He didn't want to stay here anyway, so he left quickly. Sun Linger and Suan saw him to the door, and after making sure he had left, they hurried back to Old Man Sun's room. When I opened the door, I saw a disciple wearing the Fengyue Villa disciple uniform putting on his shoes. He had just climbed up from Dr. Sun's bed and was startled to see Sun Linger coming in. He quickly shrank back into bed and lowered the curtain.
Who are you? Sun Linger walked to the bed and asked.
When the disciple heard it was Sun Linger, he breathed a sigh of relief and climbed out and jumped off the bed. Please forgive me, Miss Linger. I was sent by my young master. It turned out to be Jiang Yu's man. So, the voice my grandfather made just now was from you? After confirming that the person was his, curiosity arose. Not only was Sun Linger curious, Suan was also curious. Yes, I don't have any other skills, but I can change my voice. As long as it's a man's voice, young or old, I can imitate it. As long as I've heard it, I can imitate it. So, I didn't give myself away just now, did I? The young guard scratched his head embarrassedly and explained with a silly smile. When Suan heard it, he realized it was a voice actor. Sure enough, voice actors are all monsters. Moreover, this young disciple's original voice was very nice, a very pure Qingshu accent. It's exactly the same as mine. Even my grandfather's tone is imitated. Not to mention you, Wushang, I believe it. Sun Linger was very excited, as if she had found something interesting. What's your name? In reply to Miss Linger, just call me Ah Hung. Ah Hung has a very handsome appearance. He doesn't look as tall as Jiang Yu's other guards, and he should not be very old either. Ah Hung, can you imitate other people's voices? Suan looked at him expectantly. Seeing that Miss Su and Miss Linger were so curious about him, Ah Hung felt proud. He had heard that the young master had a girl he liked and brought her back to Fengyue Villa. Today he finally got to see her. It's really beautiful. The young master has good taste. Miss Su, who do you want me to imitate in speaking? Ah Hung had been arranged by the young master to go to the medicine garden anyway, and he would stay here until Dr. Sun came back. Since I'm bored anyway, I might as well keep the two girls company to help me pass the time. Learn from your young master. The first person Suan thought of was Jiang Yu. Learning from the young master is easy, because the young master is the one he is most familiar with. Fengying, how's the task assigned to you going? Ah Hung did what he said. Not only did he imitate Jiang Yu's voice perfectly, he even imitated his movements and expressions when he said those words. They are exactly the same. Amazing. Wow, so awesome. Why don't you learn from Su Mu? Have you seen him? Sun Linger wanted him to learn from Su Mu. I have seen him, but I only heard him say a few words. If I don't learn well, Miss Linger, please don't laugh at me. Su Mu is a big iceberg who is very frugal with words. Ah Hung is not usually a core guard beside Jiang Yu, and usually stays in Jiaxing Pavilion. He doesn't have any outstanding martial arts skills, so he can't go out on missions, but he's good at ventriloquism. Now that he can help the young master, he's very happy. A yellow and greasy tongue coating indicates heat in the liver and gallbladder, while a yellow and dry tongue coating indicates heat in the spleen and stomach. It should be supplemented with. Ah Hung imitated Su Mu's tone and expression when he recited pharmacology, but he didn't know what medicinal herbs should be used for this symptom. Oh, Miss Linger, I can't say what comes after that. Did I imitate it well? The voice was similar, the expression was similar, but he couldn't imitate the indifference in Su Mu's eyes. Su Mu is a slow-moving person. Even if the sky seems to be falling, he can still pack his things in an orderly and leisurely manner. It looks exactly like it. Ah Hung, you are really amazing. Sun Linger gave him a thumbs up. Something to do, and kept pulling Ah Hung to learn how to talk like a human. Later, Jiang Yu saw this scene when he arrived. His son Suan was holding his head and watching Ah Hung learn to speak seriously, with a silly smile on his face. Sun Linger was the same, listening so attentively that she didn't notice until he walked up to her. Ah Hung was the first one to see the young master, and he jumped up from his seat in fright.
Young
master. Jiang Yu's image in front of him was serious, and he admired and feared him. It is said that Ah Hung was also an abandoned baby who was unwanted by others. He is only 16 years old now. The old sect master trained these abandoned babies who had nowhere to go into Jiang Yu's confidence. Of course, the prerequisite is that Jiang Yu treats them very well, so they're willing to follow him. Why are you in such a hurry? Sit down, Jiang Yu said, and sat down opposite him. Ah Hung sat down carefully, sitting upright, in stark contrast to his cleverness just now. Ayu, why are you here? Suan had originally planned to go to Fengyue Pavilion later because he had promised his grandfather to have dinner with him. Aren't you going to have dinner with your grandfather soon? I'll come to pick you up. Jiang Yu saw that his grandfather was in a stable condition, so he felt relieved and came out for a while. What are you talking about? You look so happy? Jiang Yu asked. We asked Ah Hung to show us his ventriloquism skills and asked him to imitate human speech. He did a great job, speaking exactly the same way. Suan answered truthfully, and his tone revealed his admiration for Ah Hung. Who should I learn from? Jiang Yu poured himself a cup of tea and started drinking it. Imitating you, you don't even know it. Ah Hung imitated you so well that if I hadn't looked at his face, I would really have thought it was you. Suan became more and more excited as he spoke, and Ah Hung became more and more nervous as he spoke. Girl, please take it easy. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard this and asked with a smile. If you want to hear me talk, why don't you come to me in person? I'll tell you anytime. His sudden cheesy love talk gave Sun Linger goosebumps. Can't help but complain. Hey, that's enough for the two of you. Suan felt embarrassed, her ears turned red, and she glared at him. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards, Jiang Yu took Suwan's hand and left. Sun Linger reluctantly held her hand and acted coquettishly. Wan, after you finish your meal, remember to come back and accompany me. I'm alone in the medicine garden, and I'm scared. She was alone before, and she was not afraid, but now that Suan is here, she is afraid. Okay, I'll come back. Suan and Sun Linger get along very well, and they are very close. For Suan, Sun Linger is her only good sister in this strange world in the true sense. Between girls is that simple. At the same time, several opera troupes arranged by Jiang Yu also arrived one after another. 30 women have been placed among them and will go up the mountain early tomorrow morning. There were 3 troupes in total, and only one team was composed entirely of real actors. The other 2 teams were mixed with temporary imposters, and the dozens of women were among them. They have already received the silver, 500 taels each, but they must keep it secret and follow the instructions. If this matter gets out, I don't know whether I will be able to spend the money alive. Warnings must be given. Only fear can keep one's mouth shut. At that time, the troupe will stay in Fenghua Villa for a long time until Dr. Sun brings back the antidote. Yu Wushang sighed. Jiang Yu forged some evidence and placed it on several elders whom he trusted deeply. Now Yu Wushang has begun to suspect and is investigating secretly. Jiang Yu placed several people around him. Once they were discovered, he would just insist that they were any of the elders' men and trigger an internal fight among them. After that, he would find a way to rescue the people. The 3 opera troupes, both men and women, and they were fully equipped, making it difficult to detect any clues. Arrange them directly to the hill where Fenghua Pavilion is located. There are several idle courtyards around Fenghua Pavilion that can be arranged. Every night they would come to Fenghua Pavilion to perform a play for the old master, and he would watch whatever the old master ordered. At that time, all the elders in the sect will come to watch the show. Using this opportunity, Jiang Yu will properly arrange the daily matters of taking the heart blood. Of course, to ensure that everything goes well, except for the women who have mixed in, all the others can sing. He will arrange several plays specifically for the disciples of Fenghua Villa, which is equivalent to a consolation performance. This was Suwan's idea. The little girl is very smart. Old sect leader took the heart blood on time, and his spirit was enough to support him to finish listening to a play. Besides, the old man had been itching to listen to some opera, and he fully obeyed. At night, the stage was set up. It snowed during the day, so Jiang Yu arranged for his disciples to clean up the snow. In the yard again, old master was seated under the eaves. They found a recliner, covered it with a thick layer of animal fur, and put a fox fur hat on him, wrapping him tightly. The elders arrived at the scene one after another and took their seats, expressing their respect and greetings to the old master. Although they were not convinced by Jiang Yu, they absolutely respected the old master. Yu Wushang has also come. Looking at the situation at Fenghua Pavilion, they really have set up a stage for the show. Suan and Su Mu sat together. Sun Linger couldn't join in the fun because she had to take care of Dr. Sun, who had caught a cold. She had complained and expressed regret towards Suan earlier. There's no other way. I have to do the whole thing. Suan also wrapped herself up tightly. Su Mu was beside her, very busy peeling longans for her to eat. Suan likes to eat longan, and she is also looking forward to watching the show. During the day, she chatted with the old sect leader and learned that he did not like scenes of fighting and killing, but liked to listen to scenes about family matters, love, and hate. He was really different from others. So she thought about staging a play herself for the old master to watch. Doesn't he like those melodramatic plays? She knows a lot about them, such as Chen Shimi and Wang Baochuan. I guarantee he will love them. She also told the old master that she wanted to stage a play for him based on some stories she had heard from the folks. Old master was delighted at the time and was looking forward to what kind of plays Suan would write. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yunhe accompanied the old sect master. Jiang Yu saw his second brother Su Mu peeling longan for Suan. The relationship between the two siblings was so good that he felt jealous. He also wants to peel longan for Wanwan. Suan felt his gaze and blinked at him quickly without any hesitation, which was seen by the old sect leader and Su Mu. On one side there was a smile of relief and satisfaction, and on the other side there was a sour feeling. Su Mu peeled the last longan left on the plate and impatiently threw the shell into the garbage bone dish. When Suan saw that the longan was gone, he waved and asked someone to send another plate over, but Su Mu stopped him. Wanwan, you should eat less longan. The weather is dry in winter and eating too much will cause internal heat. Having a brother who studies traditional Chinese medicine, Suan was like this because he could not eat too much of anything and had to focus on health. So he had no choice but to give up. The play finally began. The old master had a look of anticipation on his face. The originally not very quiet courtyard suddenly became more lively. The female roles came out stepping in steps. Their perfect singing gave people goosebumps. It was indeed a script about family affairs and unfaithful men, and the old sect leader read it with great interest. But for the elders of Fenghua Villa, this was a huge torment. They are all tough guys, heroes of the level, and they all like to watch passionate dramas with fighting and killing. As a result, every time they can only accompany the old master to watch such boring dramas, the listeners feel drowsy and have no enthusiasm at all. If they didn't dare to refute or offend the old master, they would have to leave without hearing the end. However, Suan was watching it very seriously. Girls are interested in this kind of thing. The more outrageous it is, the more she wants to watch it. In order to discuss the plot with the old sect master, she simply moved to his side, cracking melon seeds, and the two of them chatted enthusiastically. This man is unacceptable. He is not good at despising the poor and loving the rich. The old master pointed at the male protagonist on the stage. Yes, grandfather. This woman too. Why did she have to hang herself on a crooked tree? How could she give up the entire forest for a tree? The two of them complained one after another and expressed their agreement with each other. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly yet dotingly at the side, thinking, this old and young are really unique. They were the only two watching seriously in the whole audience, while the rest were all looking confused and bored. The play was coming to an end, and the old sect leader fell asleep while watching. Su Mu came over to feel his pulse, and fortunately, there was nothing wrong. Jiang Yu waved his hand to stop them, and everyone was relieved and went back home. What a sin! I have to come again in a few days, and I don't know what will happen next. In the next few days, Suan found something to do. She found a drama troupe, told them the story of Shui Pinggui and Wang Baochuan, and asked them to perform it. This story is a rare and good script for the drama troupe. If it is performed seriously in the future, it will definitely become a household name. So, Suan stayed in the troupe for 3 days and watched them rehearse several times before they achieved that effect. She then wrote down all the main lines, even brought out the song she had learned in modern times and asked them to sing it at the beginning. Not to mention, when Jiang Yu and the others heard that Suan was rehearsing a play, they were all looking forward to seeing what good play she could put on. However, Suan did not dare to take credit for it. She said that she read it in a folk story book and it was not her own idea. Su Mu just smiled when he saw his sister struggling there. He would have to watch and listen carefully then to see if his little sister had this ability. As soon as Sun Linga heard that her good sister was rehearsing a play, she decided to join in the fun. Soon it was time to watch the show. In the evening, the stage was set up, the banquet was prepared, and the elders arrived on time. Old sect leader also promised that he must listen to the whole play rehearsed by Su Yadu and would not fall asleep halfway through. Everyone doted on Suan, which made Suan nervous. She smiled and said, "Don't expect too much. The higher your expectations, the greater your disappointment. No, there is a first time for everything. Grandfather believes in you." The old sect master is now Suwan's absolute #1 supporter. Her position in his heart is equal to that of Jiang Yu, and there is even a suspicion that she exceeds that. After all, he had never comforted Jiang Yu like this. From childhood to adulthood, if he did well, it was good, and if he did not do well, it was bad. As soon as the play began, the two protagonists came out and sang a song together. The song was beautifully sung, and the lyrics were good, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention because this kind of model was the first time they had seen it, and the style was unique. Old sect leader heard these lyrics. He muttered something interesting. Then asked Suan, "Girl, are these the lyrics you wrote?" Upon hearing this, Suan quickly denied it. No, it was someone else who did it. I was just a porter. This person has really great literary talent to be able to write such beautiful lyrics. But you, girl, are also very capable. It's great that you can present it. When the old master praised the author, he also did not forget to praise Suan. The song ended. The performance began according to the script, starting with the throwing of the ball to find a bride, with several highlights. After that, the two protagonists stayed together despite the gap between their two families, and the villains in the script came out one after another to cause trouble. After a high five, they severed their relationship, and the rich young lady became a poor wife, who knew nothing when she first arrived at the cold kiln. Then there are a series of misunderstandings and setbacks later on, with too many turning points. It can be said that the whole process is full of ups and downs, and there are many conflicts and contradictions. Everyone expressed sympathy and heartache for Wang Baochuan's experience, and her unswerving love for the male protagonist was also worthy of praise, which even made Sun Linger cry. In the end, the protagonists finally reunited after all the hardships they had endured. The good guys were rewarded, and the bad guys got the punishment they deserved. Not to mention the old sect leader, who was watching it seriously. Even Su Mu was watching it intently, and the elders as well were also listening to this play for the first time and found it interesting. It involved some battlefields, fighting and killing, and the heroes' bravery and fighting skills attracted them a lot. They were not bored at all, and watched the whole thing. Sun Linger cried and laughed and cried, but she only felt sorry for the heroine and could not sympathize with the hero. She also said, "Baochuan has been waiting in the cold kiln for 18 years, and after he came back, he actually flirted with her and tested her. It's really annoying." From a woman's perspective, this point is indeed hard to accept. Because of this, Sun Linger was depressed for several days. She couldn't help thinking about the plot and became sentimental. Old sect master was so happy to watch it that he really didn't fall asleep halfway through and watched it until the end. After finishing, he asked Suwan if there were any similar stories to read. There are so many of them. Suwan's hands are full of scripts, including the female prince consort, getting into the wrong sedan chair, but marrying the right man, and everything else. However, the old master's health still cannot afford to work so hard all the time, so the opera can only be listened to every few days. When Suwan was free, he would accompany Jiang Yu in Fenghua Pavilion to take care of the old master and tell him stories from Journey to the West. When Su Mu has nothing to do, he will listen to it. This kind of mythological story is always very attractive, no matter when it is told. Unknowingly, more than half a month has passed. Dr. Sun has been in Laming Mountain for several days, but no news has been received. He stayed indoors for half a month, and Yu Wushang became suspicious again. Recently, he was busy collecting evidence to eliminate dissidents. But he has always ignored Fenghua Pavilion. The old man seems to be in better spirits day by day. How can he look like he is about to die? Even if he is not panicking anymore, he will panic sooner or later. He couldn't be sure whether the matter was exposed or not, because he was caught red-handed when he secretly investigated the elders of the Zhongzi sect and the Yitzi sect. He suspected that the two were also planning to attack the sect leader, and it turned out that Jiang Yu was the one who interfered and successfully provoked an internal fight. One party is suspicious, while the other party feels distrusted and feels heartbroken. The next day, Yu Wushang came to the medicine garden again, wanting to see where Sun Beta had gone because even if he had a cold, he wouldn't stay at home for half a month. Jiang Yu instructed Sun Linger that if she really couldn't hide it, she didn't need to hide it and just say openly that Dr. Sun had left Fengyue Villa. Because Jiang Yu has already received the news that Dr. Sun is on his way back and will arrive in 3 days at most, and the antidote is already in hand. Jiang Yu was afraid of problems, so he sent 2 more groups of people to ensure that Dr. Sun returned to Fengyue Villa safely. Yu Wushang discovered that Sun Beidou was not there. He had a bad feeling. He also sent someone to Fengyue Pavilion to investigate secretly and discovered a shocking secret. Jiang Yu kept a group of women and took their heart blood every day for the old master to take, so this is the reason why the old master is getting better and better in spirit? This is not a prescription for detoxification, but think about it the other way around. Sun Beta disappeared for half a month, hiding it from his eyes, but in fact he went to look for an antidote. But he didn't know whether the antidote was available. By the time he reacted and sent people down the mountain to inquire about the news, Dr. Sun had already entered the Mo River Basin and reached the territory of Fengyue Villa, so he could not take any action. Moreover, his people found out that Dr. Sun did not come back alone, but brought someone back with him, who was Yi Qinggu, the person who sold him the poison. Once Yi Qinggu came forward to accuse him of plotting to murder the old sect leader, those elders who supported him would surely turn against him. It just so happened that he had recently fallen out with several of them. Thinking carefully about the cause and effect, it turned out that it was all the conspiracy of that kid Jiang Yu. It was he who deliberately provoked the incident. He used the opera troupe as a shield and secretly arranged for a group of women to go up the mountain to get the heart's blood to save his life. It was all Yu Wushang's fault for being too slow to react. He really couldn't figure out what went wrong. How could such a secret be exposed? Yu Wushang knew that if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave. He couldn't just sit and wait for Yi Qinggu to go up the mountain. This darn woman would do anything for money. Because he paid enough money. Old master gets better. He will never let him go. If he doesn't find a way to leave, he will never have the chance to make a comeback. That night, Yu Wushang packed some things, put on his night clothes, and planned to leave Fengyue Villa without being noticed. The most important thing was to save his life. But Jiang Yu is not a fool. He has already set up a tight net. Even if he can escape from Fengyue Villa, he cannot escape from Mo. But Yu Wushang was not easy to defeat. His martial arts skills should not be underestimated. Several waves of people were unable to stop him and were seriously injured by him. After he broke through the siege several times, he found that Jiang Yunhe had been waiting for him for a long time. Yu Wushang saw Jiang Yunhe standing in the night with a sword in his hand. He stood on a huge rock, his robe rustling in the wind. Looking at the secret guards who surrounded him, he knew it would be difficult for him to escape today. Why? Jiang Yu doesn't dare to come and stop me personally. He sneered. Uncle, you misunderstood me. How could I not stop you when you ran away late at night? Jiang Yu walked out from the darkness, wearing a silver fox fur cloak. There was also sarcasm on his face, and his words were also sarcastic. Escape? When did I say I escaped? As an elder, can I enter and leave Fengyue Villa as I please? Yu Wushang was still calmly arguing. Of course, but there are some things recently that require my uncle's cooperation in the investigation, so you can't leave Fengyue Villa for the time being. Please go back and we can talk calmly. Jiang Yu gave him a chance and decided not to start a war for the time being. What if I don't? Yu Wushang knew what he would face if he stayed, so he had to give it a try. Then don't blame us for forcing you to stay. Jiang Yu put away his playful smile and became serious in an instant. He and Jiang Yunhe looked at each other, and Jiang Yunhe drew his sword and pointed it at Yu Wushang. Humph, what? You want others to solve your own grudges for you? Yu Wushang thought that he would fight with him personally. But before Jiang Yu could say anything, Jiang Yunhe spoke first. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know what you have done to him? His injuries haven't fully healed yet, and you let him fight you with injuries all over his body. Aren't you bullying him? We were both taught by our master, so today we are competing to see who is better. Jiang Yu really couldn't stand him and didn't like to listen to his nonsense. Yu Wushang was speechless. He raised his sword and pointed it at Jiang Yu, accepting the challenge. Between the two was about to break out, and Jiang Yu found a suitable place and watched the battle with his hands in his pockets. Sparks flew when the cold weapons collided. At first, both of them were just testing each other. It was only after hundreds of rounds that they really got into the game. However, Yu Wushang had fought several battles along the way, and he must have suffered some physical disadvantages. As time went on, Jiang Yu used all his strength in every move, and he gradually could not resist and was defeated. Finally, Jiang Yu took the opportunity to give him a palm. Yu Wushang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground with one knee supporting his sword. The palm strike was so fierce that his internal organs were displaced, and he was no longer able to resist. Yu Wushang covered his chest and coughed continuously. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He continued to smile contemptuously and then threw the sword aside. The winner is the king. The loser is the bandit. It's my bad luck. He didn't want to resist in vain anymore, so he might as well give up, preserve his strength, and admit defeat first. Since he has surrendered, and his crimes have not been made public, they will not be tortured into confessing. They are not a mob like him. In the end, Yu Wushang was tied up and brought back to the mountain. The more he thought about it along the way, the more unwilling he felt. Which step went wrong? He was brought back to the mountain. He was directly locked up in a dungeon and placed under strict guard. From beginning to end, no one knew that Yu Wushang had been arrested. The next afternoon, Dr. Sun brought Yi Qinggu back to Fenghua Villa, and Jiang Yu led people to the suspension bridge to greet them. Suan and Sun Linger were also there. On the bridge, there was Sun Beidou at the head, followed by a group of people. Next to him stood a grandma in strange clothes. She was dressed in the style of a Miao village, with many silver ornaments hanging on her body. She walked in a very dignified manner and had a petite figure. She held the hand of Dr. Sun and smiled happily. When they got closer, everyone saw that Dr. Sun was stiff all over and looked as if he had been kidnapped. Sun Linger and Suan looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and said they didn't know what was going on. Did your grandfather get kidnapped? Suan leaned close to Sun Linger's ear and complained. That should be the case. Sun Linger felt the same way. Dr. Sun, you must have had a hard time on the journey. Who is this? Jiang Yu knew that this was Yi Qinggu. It was because of her poison that his grandfather was in such a state. However, without knowing the full picture, I cannot comment. This is my fellow apprentice sister, Yi Qinggu. I brought her up the mountain this time to help the old master detoxify. Yi Qinggu walked closer and looked at you, only to find that she was well maintained. She was 60 years old, but there were almost no wrinkles on her face. She looked to be in her 40s or 50s. There was a red mole on the tip of her nose, which could be seen through her eyebrows. When she was young, she was a charming beauty. I am still Sun Beta's wife. Please call me Madam Sun from now on. Do you understand? Also, who is Linger? Where is my little granddaughter? Yi Qinggu was very outgoing and said directly in front of everyone that she was the wife of Dr. Sun, and he also searched everywhere for Sun Linger with his eyes. As soon as she saw the girl in the light yellow clothes, she let go of Sun Beta's hand and walked towards her, holding her hand intimately and touching it again and again. Oh, you must be Linger. You are just like your name. Lively and pretty, so pretty. From now on, I will be your grandmother, and I will treat you well. Sun Linger was a little confused. She smiled awkwardly and tried to pull her hand out, but found that she was being suppressed so tightly that she couldn't pull it out at all. Obviously, Grandma Yi looked calm and composed, and even her hands didn't seem to have any blue veins. One could only say that her skills were unfathomable. The main thing is that Dr. Sun did not deny this fact, which was considered as his tacit agreement with Yi Qinggu's statement. This news came too suddenly, and everyone was a little unable to accept it. Okay, let's talk about these things later. Come with me to detoxify the old master first, don't delay. Dr. Sun's eyes were evasive. Grandma Yi Qingwu immediately turned back with a smile and once again affectionately held Dr. Sun's arm. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. But you can't break your promise to me. Although I don't know what Dr. Sun promised her, my intuition tells me that it must have been quite reluctant for him. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. Dr. Sun was old, and his face was red. Then let them do it now, Grandma Yi said coquettishly. Dr. Sun's expression was hard to describe, and even when the words came to his lips, he couldn't bring himself to speak. But Yi Qingwu would not leave unless he said it. Finally, he closed his eyes and said to Jiang Yu with a look of readiness to die, "Ayu, go and get ready. We are going to get married. Please help prepare a wedding banquet to make it lively." When these words were spoken, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. What the heck? You went out and brought back a wife? Are you sure? Jiang Yu wanted to confirm again. Sure, I promised her that I would marry her. Don't say anything else. Just get ready. Dr. Sun couldn't care less. He wouldn't live for many more years anyway, so he just had to make do with it. For the sake of the old master, he had to endure it a little. Dr. Sun was so embarrassed that he quickly pulled Yi Qingwu past them and prepared to go to Fengyue Pavilion to save people. Seeing that he had admitted it in public, Grandma Yi smiled like a flower. As she left, she turned back and reminded Jiang Yu, "Young man, do it better. I like excitement." "The more excitement, the better, Grandpa," Sun Linger shouted loudly from behind. She still wanted to ask clearly. After all, she was the granddaughter, and she had a grandmother for no apparent reason. She still wanted to know the whole process. "Linger, Grandpa will explain it to you later," Dr. Sun replied helplessly. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yunhe beside him looked at each other. Although they didn't know what had happened, seeing that Dr. Sun was so passive, they knew that he had paid too much for the safety of the old master. Because they wanted to detoxify the old sect leader, everyone followed. On the way, Suan asked Sun Linger if she disliked Grandma Yi. Sun Linger denied it, and then told her a secret that few people knew. "Wanwan, I don't object to Grandpa marrying Grandma Yi. In fact, I am not Grandpa's biological granddaughter. I only know that since I can remember it was Grandpa who taught me. He is the only relative in my memory. Grandpa said that my father died, and my mother became seriously ill. Before she died, she entrusted me to him. He has always treated me as his own granddaughter. I don't know what misunderstanding there was between Grandpa and Grandma Yi, which led to him never marrying in his life, and Grandma Yi has never married either. But from what I know about Grandpa, if he didn't have any thoughts in his mind, he wouldn't agree to this marriage. It seems like he's reluctant, but in fact he's just embarrassed and wants to save face." Sun Linger was worthy of being raised by her grandfather, and she knew him very well. After hearing her say this, Suan could understand. Everyone came to Fengyue Pavilion, but was turned away by Yi Qingwu, and even Dr. Sun dared to leave. She asked Fengyue and the others to move their home to Fengyue Villa, as if she was afraid that Sun Beidou would run away. A pile of his own things, and finally carried a large pile of things into the old master's room. Then, smoke came out of the room, and in an instant the entire courtyard of Fengyue Pavilion was filled with smoke. However, the smoke did not seem to be choking, and it even had a faint fragrance. While Yi Qingwu was detoxifying inside, Sun Linger had the opportunity to ask her grandfather what had happened. Dr. Sun couldn't hide it, so he just told the truth. "It's a long story, and it has to start from when I was young. I won't tell you the details. Anyway, I agreed to marry her willingly. No one forced me. She is not a bad person, but just a little greedy. When Yu Wushang went to find her, she didn't know that she had to give the poison to the old master first. If she knew it was related to me, she would not agree. Duent blame her. She didn't do it on purpose. Anyway, as long as the old master's poison is cured, everything will be fine." Specific details. When he was young, it was decades ago. Dr. Sun said one thing and did another. He clearly took advantage of the situation, but it felt like he was being kidnapped. In fact, if he doesn't want to, who can force him to do such an important thing in his life? "Grandpa, as long as you like it, you're so old anyway. It's not bad to have someone to accompany you. Sun Linger was the first to express her opinion. She would not object. As long as Grandpa was happy, people should not have any regrets in their life. She clearly remembered that her grandfather had a treasured handkerchief that had been there for decades, and the fabric was almost brittle. When he was a child, he often took it out to look at it. Later, he treasured it more and more and was reluctant to even touch it. He just held the box and looked at it.
She was also naughty at that time.
She was curious about what secret her grandfather had, so she secretly went to look at the box and found a handkerchief inside with a Chinese character, Wu, embroidered on the corner. Now she thought that it must have belonged to Grandma Yi. Grandma Yi was in there for nearly an hour. When she came out, the whole room was filled with smoke, all pouring out from the crack in the door. The disciples of Fengyue Villa thought there was a fire, so they came over with water to put out the fire. Grandma Yi walked out from the mist, holding a bowl in her hand, and the silver ornaments on her body made a jingling sound. The bowl was filled with the black blood that she had let out from the old sect master's body. It was pitch black, and it showed how serious the poisoning was. I've already given him the antidote, but the antidote alone is not enough. The poison has remained in his body for 5 years. I can only draw out the poisonous blood from his body little by letting blood from his fingertips and then using my specially prepared incense. Now the poison has been eliminated. He just needs to recuperate well and eat more nourishing food to replenish his blood, but be careful not to overdo it. He will be able to get out of bed and walk around in a month at most. Now that the poison was removed, Jiang Yu felt relieved. His grandfather was finally fine. He walked into the room immediately and came to the bed. The smoke soon dissipated, and he saw the old master lying on the bed. His expression was very gentle, and he seemed to have a faint smile on his face. His brows were no longer wrinkled in pain in his sleep, but a feeling of comfort after surviving a disaster. The poison was removed, the dark spots under his eyes disappeared, and he felt better. He could finally sleep peacefully. 10 of my grandfather's fingers and toes were bandaged. It seemed that Grandma Yi had really worked hard to squeeze them out bit by bit. As soon as Dr. Sun and his companions came in, they first took the old master's pulse. The pulse had indeed returned to normal, but his body was still very weak and the toxins had been cleared.
Well,
the poison has been removed, and the old master is saved. Hey, you old man, you don't believe me, right? It's really that serious. You keep asking me questions. When have I ever regretted what I promised you? Grandma Yi stood behind with her arms folded, looking unhappy. Dr. Sun coughed twice awkwardly and explained with his head down. I know, I didn't disbelieve you. I've been following you for so many days. My old bones can't take it anymore. Why don't you take me to have a rest? Grandma Ye's domineering look now is in stark contrast to her previous look when she fell on the bridge. Okay, I'll take you there, okay, Auntie? Dr. Sun thought. I chose it myself. What else can I do? I can only coax her. AMU, I'm leaving this to you. Please keep a close eye on it. Before leaving, Dr. Sun gave Su Mu some instructions. Everyone looked at Dr. Sun's receding figure and followed Grandma Yi timidly. Everyone could only sigh that there was another henpecked husband in the world. Old sect master's poison has been cured. There is no need to rush to hand over Fengyue Villa to Jiang Yu. However, the Chinese New Year is only 10 days away, and Suan is wondering if he can return to Shangzhou before the New Year's Eve. She has been away for several months and misses home very much. But the reality is that 10 days is definitely not enough. Grandma Yi wanted to hold the wedding banquet with Dr. Sun on New Year's Eve, and Jiang Yu had already given instructions to help them hold it in a lively manner and to include all the necessary etiquette. However, while these things were being prepared, there was another thing that had to be resolved, which was how to deal with Yu Wushang. After he had been missing for 3 days, he was finally brought out of the dungeon. Jiang Yu called all the elders to Wuji Hall and then asked Grandma Yi to come and identify Yu Wushang's crime of murdering the old sect master. Yu Wushang's hands and feet were shackled with iron chains. When he appeared in Wuji Palace in a disheveled state, all the elders were shocked. Several of them even criticized Jiang Yu for being arrogant and not taking them seriously, saying that Yu Wushang was also an elder of Fengyue Villa and he should not treat him like that. Specific details. She only knew that Jiang Yu stayed in Wuji Palace for a long time that day. It was sometimes noisy and sometimes quiet inside. In the end, after being pointed out by Grandma Yi, Yu Wushang confessed to his crimes. When they learned that he was willing to harm the old leader's life in order to gain the position of the leader, those elders who had been stubborn fell silent instantly because the old leader held a very high position in their hearts, and he was the one who led them to build this industry and glory. According to the old sect master's instructions after he woke up, he planned to destroy Yu Wushang's martial arts, drain away his internal strength, and turn him into a useless man from then on. He would not kill him. After all, it was he who brought him back and trained him personally. Although the old sect leader was disappointed in him, he would not take his life. But in order to prevent him from having any other ill intentions, he will be imprisoned in the courtyard forever and will not be allowed to leave without reason. At that time, the old sect leader will send disciples to take turns guarding the place. He, a useless man without any martial arts skills, will not be able to cause any trouble. For a martial artist in his prime, the loss of his internal strength will be too much of a loss. He will only be a weak and sickly person and will not be able to leave Fengyue Villa. On the day of execution, it was carried out jointly by all the elders. The chief elder personally deposed him, and Jiang Yu watched from the side. Yu Wushang knew that the old sect leader would not take his life, but he thought that at most he would be imprisoned, and he would still have a chance to get out again. However, destroying his martial arts and inner strength now would be equivalent to turning him into a useless person, and would end all his hopes. In fact, what he wants is not only Fengyue Villa, he has many other reasons. Who inherits Fengyue Villa will not actually be the reason for his complete evil transformation. It is only part of the reason. Why later? Yu Wushang was restrained. This was the first time he looked so out of control since he was detained. He struggled hard, not wanting to have his martial arts skills crippled. In the beginning, he was glaring and shouting, but in the end, he actually turned into begging them to just kill him. He believed that his martial arts skills were the only thing he could be proud of in his life. For a martial artist to have his martial arts skills destroyed was more painful than dying directly. Jiang Yu watched his embarrassment coldly the whole time, but he was not soft-hearted at all. This was what he deserved, and this was the heaviest punishment for him. Yu Wushang's martial arts and internal strength were ultimately wasted. He vomited a large amount of blood, fell to the ground unconscious, and was then carried back to his own yard. In his courtyard, there were all the necessary servants, who would watch him 12 hours a day to prevent him from committing suicide. Will not be treated unfairly in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, but he will have to live his whole life accepting the fact that he is a useless person. The matter has finally come to an end, and now the entire Fengyue Villa is filled with a rare atmosphere of joy. Even though Grandma Yi is old, she still loves beauty. She always asks Suan and Sun Linger to help her choose wedding clothes and accessories. Not only do you have to choose your own, you also have to choose Dr. Sun's. Old sect leader heard that Dr. Sun was about to get married. He was happy for him from the bottom of his heart, and he also instructed Jiang Yu to prepare a decent betrothal gift for Grandma Yi Qinggu on behalf of Dr. Sunday. As for Dr. Sun himself, there is no need to worry about him. Just keep his little fortune as a dowry for Miss Linger. Of course, Jiang Yu did as he was told. Hearing that Grandma Yi liked money, he prepared more than a dozen boxes of silver, as well as more than a dozen boxes of gold and silver jewelry, and more than a dozen boxes of silks and satins, which made Grandma Ye's eyes light up. Fengyue Villa is indeed wealthy and powerful. It is worthy of the fact that it controls the shipping routes. It is such a huge wealth. As for Suan, he could only stay in Fengyue Villa to celebrate the new year, and it was also the old master who strongly requested that Suan stay to celebrate the new year. Jiang Yu cherished every moment with Suan because he had received letters from the front line. As the eldest son of Duke Zhang's mansion, his family was a family of military generals and marquises who had served the country for generations. As the eldest son, he must not be absent at such a time. Moreover, everyone in Kyoto knew that the Prince of Duke Jiang had been learning skills in Fenghua Villa since he was a child and had a lot of abilities. If he didn't go to the front line, it would be difficult for those clans to accept him as the prince. Therefore, at the latest after the new year, he must set out for the front line. Suan still missed home very much. She didn't know whether her parents and brothers had missed her. She thought about writing a letter and sending it back to tell them that she was spending the new year at Fenghua Villa and her second brother would be there too. She told them not to worry about her and that she would go home as soon as possible. She asked her second brother to write with her, mainly because her handwriting was not very beautiful. The letter has been sent out, and it is estimated that Shango will not receive it until the beginning of the new year. Little did she know that her two brothers at home were almost furious after not hearing from her for so long. Suyun had already finished his studies at Umengsala and was originally waiting for Suan to come back so that they could discuss the location selection for opening a restaurant next year. However, who knew that this girl had grown up and no longer depended on her brother and never came home after she had a lover. And there is Su-yi. During the few months that Suan was away from home, his reputation in Xiangzhou has become more and more famous, and now he has become a well-known celebrity in Xiangzhou. As for Su's father and mother, ever since they received their daughter's letter saying that she had to accompany Jiang Yu to Zhongzhou for urgent matters and asked them not to worry about her, how could they not worry about her? As the Chinese New Year is approaching, the Su family feels for the first time that the festive atmosphere is so bland and deserted. In the past, there were many people in the house, but we had no money. But during the Chinese New Year, it was very lively. The children were noisy, and they didn't feel bad, even if they didn't have new clothes to wear. Instead, they were all happy as long as they had meat to eat. Suwon spent his first New Year after returning last year. The family was together. The brothers and sisters were friendly and respectful to each other. Who would have thought that before the end of the year, some took up new offices, some went traveling, some joined the army, and some did business. The children the more things seem to happen, and they, as parents, become the ones who wait at home every day. It snowed in Xiangzhou. Although the snow was small and did not pile up, it only happens once a year. The mood and feeling were there. Su Yun and Su Yi sat under the corridor, watching the falling snow. Farong Cottage was quiet. The two brothers sat there, looking 60% similar, but with different temperaments. Su-yi, do you think Suwon can come back before New Year's Eve? She has been gone for almost 4 months. Su-yun counted on his fingers with a resentful look on his face. I don't know either. Won hasn't written to me for a long time. But she is with my second brother, so there shouldn't be any problems. Su-yi didn't have a sullen face like Su-yun. He was better at hiding his emotions. There's nothing wrong with her being with my second brother, but the key is that Jiang Yu is also here. Don't you think he's going too far? Is there anyone like him? Our family didn't agree with their relationship, but he took my sister everywhere all day. What does he mean? Don't let me see him, or I will beat him to death. Su Yun became more and more excited, and his sleeves were rolled up. In his eyes, Jiang Yu is now a shameless villain. Seeing this, Su-yi snorted calmly. You're still beating him. Can you beat him? Who do you look down on? I tell you, if he wants to take advantage of our Wan, he is destined to consciously bear my anger as a brother. Don't fight back when you hit him. Don't talk back when you are scolded. That's the most basic thing. At this moment, Su-yun wished he could stab a villain on the spot to vent his anger. It's just his personality. Suwon has unknowingly established an unshakable position in his heart. Not only does he regard her as a sister, but he also has a bit of admiration for her. Suwon is so amazing, a good moneymaker, and he can look at the overall situation when doing business. He knows a lot at a young age, and he is good at comforting people, taking care of their emotions, and giving them correct guidance. Unconsciously, he has developed a dependence on Suwon. Well, what you said makes sense. I wish you success. Su-yi didn't want to say useless things to him, so he simply went back to his room to paint. As eve, the medicine garden was hung with red silk and red lanterns, and firecrackers were blasting in an atmosphere of joy. People started beating gongs and drums in the medicine garden early in the morning, and Grandma Yi put on her carefully selected wedding dress, a phoenix coronet, and a bridal robe. Seeing her wearing ethnic minority costumes on weekdays. She is old and quirky, like a drama queen, but she is also very capable and has a strong aura, just like the legendary Meow woman who is good at using goo. It is hard to guess and see through her, which makes people feel that Grandma Yi must play an important role in the Meow tribe. Looking at her now, she has put on her wedding dress, and I can actually feel that she has become more graceful, as if her edges and sharpness have been smoothed out. She is smiling happily, and her eyes are filled with happiness. She held Suan and Sun Linger's hands, tears welling up in her eyes with excitement, and said tremblingly that she had been waiting for this moment for more than 40 years. No matter what the reason was for her and Dr. Sun to miss each other for so many years, it is fortunate that they finally got what they wanted in their lifetime. I wish that all lovers in the world can get what they want. Suwon watched the two of them get married. Dr. Sun must have been very happy at this moment, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Perhaps some people do not understand that, from today's secular perspective, if a person of such age still goes through the trouble of getting married, he will definitely be laughed at. However, in Suwon's opinion, this is too romantic. Today is a good day for Elder Sun and Grandma Yi, and it is also New Year's Eve. In the evening, Jiang Yu will organize all the elders of Fengyue Villa to have a New Year's Eve dinner. This is the tradition of Fengyue Villa. Since the old master is still recuperating, it is his turn to take charge of this matter. After experiencing what happened to Yu Wushang, these elders have restrained themselves a lot. The old sect leader seemed to have given Yu Wushang a lenient punishment, but in fact, this was more painful for Yu Wushang than death. This also shows that the old sect leader only looks easy to get along with on a daily basis, but in fact he is not merciful at all, and is most capable of killing people and destroying their hearts. Old sect leader has recovered, so there is no question of passing on the throne. So even if they are dissatisfied with Jiang Yu, they will not have an unpleasant argument with him. Even without the identity of the young master, he still has the identity of the prince of the Duke of Jiang, so they have to respect him. So, for the New Year's Eve dinner in the evening, only Jiang Yunhe, Su Mu, and the two girls ate together. After Dr. Sun and Grandma Yi finished their work, they changed into casual clothes and came to Zhaixing Pavilion to have the New Year's Eve dinner together. At that time, the Su family's 4 members invited their uncle's family to celebrate the New Year, and the house seemed a little less deserted. Suyun has already been planning that after Suwon comes back, he will ignore her for a month. After Jiang Yu finished his social engagements, he went to find Suwon immediately. He prepared a lot of fireworks for Suwon and planned to take her to set them off. The Chinese New Year must have a Chinese New Year atmosphere, and this is also the first year he and she have spent together. Before this, the old master specially called these younger generations over to give them New Year's money. He gave Suwon a big red envelope wrapped in red paper, a thick stack, thicker than Jiang Yu's. This was the New Year's money given to her by the old master. When she opened it, she found a thick stack of silver bills inside, as much as 10,000 taels. Since it's New Year's money, she won't be polite. Suwon was still thinking that since she had come to Zhongzhou, she would find some time after the New Year to go down the mountain to Zhongzhou City and open the Yuyintang workshop. She would set up a large workshop in Zhongzhou and invite a capable person to manage it, just like the business model of Xiangzhou. Xiangzhou was too far away from Zhongzhou and the reach was not that far, so she could only set up a workshop in Xiangzhou according to the original plan and take charge of the sales in the central region of Jin State. In Kyoto, and she has set a small goal to open up the market there this year. It is estimated that the return to Xiangzhou will be 2 months late. Suwon thought that with fourth brother's temper, he would be furious. How should he explain to him then? Forget it, let's talk about it when the time comes. At this time, on the Yu County embankment in the Xuanhe River Basin, in a simple wooden house, the charcoal fire was crackling. Su Jing was wearing a thick cloak, and it was snowing outside. On New Year's Day, he was still reading official documents by candlelight. Next to him was a plate of dumplings. Half of them were eaten, and the other half was already cold. Shizi opened the door, with a lantern in his hand, and breathed out. Seeing that his master was still busy with work, he said helplessly, "Sir, it's almost midnight. Let's go back home quickly, or the snow will get heavy and the roads will be hard to walk on." Su Jing looked up after hearing that. He saw Shizi had a resentful look on his face and smiled embarrassedly. "Okay, let's go. Remember to put out the charcoal fire and don't leave any sparks." At the same time, on the border battlefield, Su Chen, wearing armor, and a group of soldiers were warming themselves around a campfire. It was also snowing here, and the temperature was as low as -10 degrees Celsius. The north wind was howling like a man-eating monster. Tonight is the New Year's Eve. The commander, out of sympathy for the soldiers, has specially arranged thousands of fat sheep to make mutton soup for the soldiers. Everyone was drinking mutton soup, and there were not only big, white steamed buns but also meat dumplings. For marching were already difficult, but everyone was satisfied just having the broth to drink. At this moment, it seems that it is snowing in many places, especially in Zhongzhou. Nearing midnight, heavy snow fell. Everyone was preparing to go to the highest hill in Fenghua Villa to set off fireworks. As they were walking on the road, their hair suddenly turned white. "Wow, it's snowing so heavily." Sun Linger suddenly grabbed Su Mu's hand and shook it excitedly. "The snow is really outrageous, to the extent that it affects people's vision. Fortunately, everyone will be able to reach the destination soon. Jiang Yu has already made arrangements. As soon as the time comes, they will start lighting the fireworks." There was a pavilion on the mountain which was perfect for everyone to hide from the snow. But in just a short while, a thin layer of snow accumulated on the ground. There were 2 fires in the pavilion and hot milk to drink, so no one felt cold, even though they were wearing cloaks. Jiang Yu saw that Suan's fox fur, hair, and even eyelashes were covered with snow. He stretched out his hand to brush it away, but he was a step too late. Su Mu had already reached there. He used his hands to gently brush off the fallen snow on Suan's body. Jiang Yu's hand, which was stretched in the air, froze in place awkwardly. Jiang Yunhe watched from behind and smiled unkindly. "In front of the person's own brother, it is not right and proper, and I have no place to use my energy." "Are you cold?" Su Mu asked his sister. He was wearing a pure white cloak, with a cool temperament and handsome looks. On this snowy night, he looked like the moon god descending to earth. "It's not cold, I'm wearing very warm clothes," second brother. Suan felt like he was almost wrapped up like a rice ball. How could he be cold? On the other side, Sun Linger was tidying up the fallen snow on her body. Looking at the scene where Su Mu and Suan, the brother and sister, had such a good relationship, she felt sad. "I'm not jealous of Suan, I just think that sometimes being too dull is not a good thing." After so long, has he really not been able to see anyone or anything other than medical skills? No, he still cares a lot about his family, but he doesn't care about relationships. But it doesn't matter. Sun Linger is a proactive person. She won't stand there stupidly waiting for him to come to her senses. If that were the case, her grandfather and Grandma Yi would be the best examples of how good things take time to come to fruition. Everyone sat in the pavilion chatting and laughing, waiting for midnight to arrive, and then set off fireworks all over the sky. It seemed like Su Mu did it on purpose, always inserting himself between Suan and Jiang Yu. No one knew where his bad taste came from, but he didn't want them to sit together. Sun Linger felt the same way, so she quietly moved to Jiang Yu's side and muttered, "Do you want me to help you?" Jiang Yu didn't know what she meant at first, but when she glanced at Suan, he immediately understood. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile, and replied in a low voice, "Thank you very much." Suan could always feel Jiang Yu's gaze through his second brother Su Mu. During this period of time, he had been busy with the old sect master's affairs, and the two had not been alone together for a long time. On the rare occasions, they just held hands and walked quietly in the winding alleys of Fenghua Villa. She finally found her sight, and Jiang Yu sighed inwardly that it was not easy. "Oh, it's too cold today. Let's go back first. The road will be hard to walk on soon. You young people can enjoy yourself. Dr. Sun has been freezing for a long time, and it's not even midnight yet. The snow is so heavy. And if his old bones get bumped or bruised, it will be terrible, and he will be the one who suffers. Grandma Yi rolled her eyes and scolded him for not understanding romance and just ruining the fun. Although he said disgust, his body was still honest and followed him. Let me take you back. The roads are slippery in this snowy day. I'm alone, and it's pointless to stay here. Let's go. Jiang Yu was also very conscious. There were so many couples around, so there was no need for him to join in the fun. So, suddenly there were only 4 young people left in the pavilion. The atmosphere was a little subtle. After waiting for a long time, the time came, and the fireworks were set off on time. In an instant, the sky was lit up by sparks. Countless beams of light rushed up to the sky, and then exploded. However, the fireworks technology in ancient times was limited, and the effects presented were all silvery white. However, this is enough. Fireworks of this scale, filling the entire sky, are already spectacular. It was also at this moment that the festive atmosphere overflowed. Wow, it's so beautiful. Sun Linger held Suan's hand and exclaimed, looking up at the sky. Su Mu also watched seriously, keeping his head up at the fireworks in the sky. Then Sun Linger watched the fireworks for a while, but her eyes were all on Su Mu's face. Suan turned her head and found that Jiang Yu's attention was not on the sky, but on her. He just looked at her silently, with a look in his eyes that could be so gentle that it could make water come out of his mouth. Suan took the initiative to hold his hand under her sleeve, and he held her hand in his own and held it tightly. The fireworks lasted for half an hour before they ended, and the snow was still falling. If you stepped on it, it would reach your ankles. After watching the fireworks, there was no need to stay here any longer, so the 4 of them prepared to go back and rest. Sun Linger saw the right moment to start her performance. She pretended to fall and sprained her ankle. Ouch, my feet hurt. When the 3 of them turned around, they found her fallen in the snow, holding her ankle and looking at Su Mu pitifully. Su Mu was a little at a loss, but he was really anxious, so he quickly squatted down and asked, "What's going on? Where does it hurt?"
Here.
He wanted to touch Sun Linger's foot, but due to the difference between men and women, it was taboo for men to touch women's feet. Seeing this, Suan wanted to shake off Jiang Yu's hand and go to see what was going on, but he held her back and shook his head at her. She didn't understand what this meant and didn't react at first, but she soon realized it. Because Sun Linger had tears in her eyes and told Su Mu where she was in pain, looking so pitiful. What should I do? I can't walk by myself. The mischievous girl is trying to lure the straight man into taking the bait.
Then,
what should I do? Su Mu had never encountered such a situation before, and he was at a loss as to whether to touch it or not. Brother, you can hold her or carry her on your back. Why are you asking this? After Suan understood the situation, he started to assist. But it's not good for men and women to touch each other, right? Su Mu was still concerned about these things at this time. Suan hated his second brother for being a blockhead. The girl was so proactive. But it is indeed like this in the original book. The second brother is a medical geek, and when it comes to matters between men and women, it is always Sun Linger who guides him, and the woman takes the initiative to walk 99 steps towards him. What's wrong with that? Linger is injured, and you let her sit in the snow. What if she catches a cold? Also, if you don't carry her, I'm so weak. What if she falls in this icy and snowy place? Are you going to let Jiang Yu carry her? No. How can I let brother Yu carry me? He is still injured. Sun Linger was afraid that Su Mu would agree, so she quickly refused. Jiang Yu was also happy to enjoy the result. He did not make any statement and waited for them to figure it out on their own. Su Mu felt that what his sister said made sense, and besides, Linger was a senior sister, so it wouldn't hurt to carry her on his back. Okay then, I'll carry you back. Su Mu adjusted his posture with his back to her. Suan sighed that her second brother was too straight. Sun Linger climbed onto his back as she wished. Su Mu stood up easily with her on his back, and then walked forward with big strides like a fool. Suan was embarrassed again. On such a romantic New Year's Eve and snowy day, couldn't we have a little romance? Jiang Yu, Wan is in your hands. I'll take Ling Er back to rest first. He never forgot his sister when he left. "Don't worry, second brother. I will take good care of Wanwan," Jiang Yu said with a smile. Seeing Su Mu carrying Sun Linger on his back and walking on the snow as if it were flat ground, Suan wanted to laugh. Finally, the world was quiet, with only the two of them left. The snow became much lighter, and even gods seemed to favor them. He planned to use tonight to tell her in advance that he would go to the battlefield after the new year. But he was afraid that if the war continued for several years, would she be willing to wait for him? Suwon stepped on the snow. His shoes and socks got wet, his feet were cold and wet, and he felt uncomfortable. "Are your shoes wet? Come, I'll carry you." As soon as Jiang Yu saw her satin shoes, he knew they must be soaked, and she would catch a cold. He first reached out to help her put on the hood of her cloak, then squatted down and prepared to carry her on his back. He is the kind of person who will take action directly when he needs something without asking you whether you want it or not. Suwon was touched by his attentiveness, so she didn't act pretentiously and just lay on his back. "Anyway, it's not the first time I've memorized it." Jiang Yu walked very slowly with her on his back. He was wearing waterproof boots and walked steadily on the snow. There was a row of lights on both sides of the road, so it was not difficult to see the road ahead. Suwon was on his back, brushing the snow off his hair from time to time. "Wait a few days, I want to go down the mountain to Zhongzhou City." Suwon took this opportunity to say hello to him in advance. She wanted to go to Zhongzhou early to check out the workshops and shops so that she could go home early after finishing them. "Okay, I'll go with you then." He would never refuse any of her requests. "I have something to tell you too." Jiang Yu also wanted to mention that he was going to the front line after the new year. "Well, you talk and I'm listening." Suwon put her arms around his neck and rubbed her face against his. Jiang Yu felt itchy in his heart because of her little action. He really wanted to put her down and hold her face and kiss her. "With the person you love makes both of you happy. After the new year, I will go to the battlefield. I am the eldest son of the Duke of Zhang's mansion. My father and grandfather were all great generals who fought on the battlefield. The Jiang family has been fighting for the country for generations, and my generation is no exception. This time, I will be away for at least a year and a half, and at most 3 to 5 years. Suwon didn't show any surprise when he heard this, but she silently tightened her arms around his neck. She knew he was going to the front line, and that was also the case in the original book. Then you will be a great general in the future, and a great hero of the Jin state. It's not that easy. Even if I go to the frontline battlefield, I have to start from the bottom of the ranks. This is the ancestral precept of the Gou Mansion. If men of my generation go to the battlefield and want to command the army, they have to earn military merits with their own abilities. Military positions are awarded according to the size of military merits. No one can just sit there and eat for free. Duke Jiang is such a person. Even if the son is his own, he has to start from the same point as others. It is impossible for him to be any different just because he is his son. That's great. You got your rank based on your own ability. No one can say anything about it. I believe you will shine on the battlefield. In my heart, those who defend their country are all heroes. I don't know if you'll be able to see my third brother after you go. He is alone in the barracks and doesn't know anyone. If you go, remember to look for him so that you two can take care of each other." Suwon was always thinking about her brother. In fact, after Jiang Yu left, he would go looking for Su Chun without her saying anything. Being on the same battlefield, she had to find a partner who could trust her and whom she could trust with her back. Su Chun was the person she trusted. It had nothing to do with anything else, let alone Suwon's face. He just felt that Su Chun was a man of blood and responsibility. "I will do the same without you telling me. Then we can work together to gain military merits, help each other, and share the good and the bad." In the original novel, Jiang Yu and Su Chen developed a strong comradeship on the battlefield. They slept in the same bed, drank the same bowl of soup, and had a friendship that was worth risking their lives many times. "I believe you." Suwon knew that they could return safely from the battlefield, but there were twists and turns in the process. She was far away in Xiangzhou, and was afraid that she could not be of any help. She could only remind them to be careful. "Anyway, you must remember to protect yourselves. Remember that there are people waiting for you to come back. Don't be greedy and reckless. If you are doing this for the sake of the country, you can't just do it for the sake of the country. You must not let down the people who are waiting for you. Whenever Suan thought of the suffering his third brother endured on the battlefield, he felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Since her appearance has changed so many plots and trajectories, hopefully, it will also allow third brother to suffer less. Then are you willing to wait for me? Jiang Yu originally didn't know how to ask her to wait for him, but she herself said that someone was waiting for them to come back. So was that person her? What do you mean? Please explain it clearly. Suan didn't quite understand after hearing this. What does it mean to be willing to wait for him? I mean, if I go away for several years before coming back, will things be different when I come back? What do you mean things have changed? I am not myself anymore? Suan knew what he meant, but she just wanted to tease him. Jiang Yu was anxious. Wasn't his expression clear enough? I'm afraid that you won't see me for a few years and you'll fall in love with someone else. Jiang Yu was willing to do anything to pursue his wife. Anyway, he was so humble that no one else would know. Oh, so you're afraid that she will fall in love with someone else. He is the son of Duke Jiang, the young master of Fengyue Villa, and a natural-born genius. When did he become so unconfident?
Suan joked.
Jiang Yu felt helpless when he heard her teasing him seriously. He sighed and explained, no matter how good or noble my background is, I am only a human being. As long as I am human, I will have selfish desires. If I have selfish desires, I will be afraid of losing someone or something. I am afraid of losing you, so I do whatever it takes to keep you. Is that wrong? Wanwan, because you are so good, smart, beautiful, witty, and kind. These are not enough to describe you. In my heart, you are the best woman in the world except my mother. I am afraid that if I am not by your side, there will be many equally excellent and capable people who will snatch you from me. I am afraid that if I go to the border for several years, you will be someone else's darling when I come back. Jiang Yu was indeed inferior. Suan had never thought that the brilliant prince of Jiang State in the book would also be so unconfident. How many people were upset about him? But one day, he would actually feel unconfident for a mere little girl like her? Suan felt that she was probably successful in her life. She moved closer to him and gave him a cool kiss on the cheek. Jiang Yu felt like he was electrocuted for a moment. People who have seen peonies will not stop for peonies. Peony is the king of flowers, graceful and elegant, with a stunning beauty. Peony is also beautiful, but ultimately it ranks second to peony. Of course, everyone has their own preferences, and this is just a metaphor. Both are very brilliant, but when they are often compared together, peony always comes in second. In fact, Suan just wanted to express one thing to him. No one is better than you, and now is the best. I have seen the best, and I can't look down on anyone else. Smart and insightful is Jiang Yu? She has already said so. If he still doesn't understand, it's his fault. You go ahead, I will wait for you. I am a very selfish person, and I cherish my life very much. If you ask me to die for love, to cry, to make a scene, or to hang myself, I may not be able to do it, but I am willing to give up my whole life to wait for someone who is worth it. Suan didn't know whether what he said would be enough to soothe his inner anxiety and lack of confidence. This is Suwan's view on love. She cannot commit suicide for love because her body and hair are given by her parents, but she can do it. For love, she will never marry anyone else in her life, and she will not marry anyone else but him. To hear Suwan's sincere words from the bottom of her heart, it was enough for him to know that she would wait for him. I'm glad you think so, no matter when your own life is the most important, but Wanwan, you are my life. Jiang Yu believes that a responsible man can not only protect his woman from wind and rain, but also protect her in times of crisis, and be willing to die for her. God knows how much impact it has on a girl when someone says you are his life. What's wrong with girls liking to hear sweet words? Regardless of whether this is the truth or not, at least he is willing to tell you, which is better than someone who is not willing to lie to you. The time spent alone was always short, and they soon returned to Zhaixing Pavilion. He carried her all the way to the door of the room, while Lu Yun and Lu Ying waited inside. Was taken from their hearts, and both of them have recovered as before. Hearing that the girl had returned, the two ran out happily, but found Jiang Yu was also there. They immediately withdrew their smiles and became serious. Go get some hot water and clean shoes and socks. Your girl's shoes and socks are soaked. Jiang Yu has become accustomed to this. He doesn't know why, but his subordinates seem to be afraid of him, even though he is usually easy to get along with. But he may not know that his usual serious appearance has become a stereotype. Yes, we'll go right away. Lu Ying and Lu Yan quickly divided the work and went to do the work. Jiang Yu stood at her door and did not go in. Instead, he touched her face, which was cold from the wind, and said softly, "Go to bed early. See you tomorrow." "Aren't you cold? Come in and keep warm. Also, you haven't taught me to play the zheng for a long time." Suan's girlish cuteness was revealed in an instant. She pulled him by his cloak and led him into the room. Finally has some time alone, so of course she hopes her boyfriend can spend more time with her. As a modern person, she does not need to restrain herself with those traditional ideas. She needs to abide by them in front of others to avoid gossip, but why should she care so much behind their backs? Jiang Yu actually didn't want to leave and wanted to stay with her for a while longer, so he went along with her and followed her in. Suan took him to sit on the chaise longue, and the stove in front of the couch was burning brightly. After Suan sat down, she took off her shoes and socks, revealing a pair of fair and smooth feet. However, her toes were all stained white from being soaked, and her fingertips were wrinkled. Jiang Yu saw the pair of small feet. His face turned red, and he quickly and unconsciously looked away and sat up straight. That scene was literally engraved into my mind, playing on a loop. My Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and my mouth felt dry. Lu Ying found new shoes and socks, then poured 2 cups of hot tea. As a result, she saw her own girl stretching her legs and warming her feet. The young master on the side didn't dare to even glance at her, and his neck turned red. She thought to herself, "My girl, you are so careless. Look how scared the young master is. It's too cold outside. Young lady, young master, have some hot tea to warm your body." As soon as Lu Ying finished speaking, Jiang Yu had already finished the tea in one breath. Only after drinking a cup of tea did he feel that the heat was relieved a lot. According to the traditional thinking of the ancients, girls' feet should not be easily seen by others, and anyone who sees them will be held responsible. But Suan is a modern person with a relatively open mind. She thinks this may not be a big deal. But for Jiang Yu, since he has seen her feet, he must marry her. Lu Yan came in with a basin of hot water to help Suan soak her feet. Suan's feet were frozen like ice chips. She felt much more comfortable after touching the hot water. Jiang Yu drank several cups of tea in a row and then quietly accompanied her to soak her feet. "It's too late today. Let's learn the zither tomorrow. But before that, I have something to give you." Suan also realized that it was too late tonight, so she no longer wanted him to stay with her. Moreover, she wanted to give him a token of her love. "What is it?" Jiang Yu was a little curious. This was the first time she wanted to give him something, so he was quite looking forward to it. Lu Ying tactfully retreated, leaving the space to the two of them. Suan ran to her jewelry box and rummaged around, then took out the huge gold ring that she had brought in from the book. This gold ring is actually a men's model. She just thought it was fun and wanted to wear it to satisfy her desire. She also lamented that the ring was heavy and it was a circle bigger than her thumb when she put it on it. Afterwards, an accident happened, and the ring became her only thought of the modern world in this strange world. Now, she plans to give this ring to Jiang Yu as a token of trust. She hid the ring in her palm, came to Jiang Yu, asked him to stretch out his hand and close his eyes. Jiang Yu did as he was told and found something cold and heavy on his right thumb. Suan asked him to open his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, he found that he was wearing a very delicate gold ring on his thumb. "What is this?" Jiang Yu was a little confused when he looked at the heavy gold ring on his hand. The gold ring is the perfect size for his hand, and the style is quite novel. It is made of solid gold and has a mesh pattern. It looks pretty good anyway. It's a gold ring. Don't worry about what it is.
It means a lot to me.
I'm giving it to you now. You have to keep it well. Suan would not tell him the origin of the gold ring. Anyway, it meant something very different to her. It was a different token of gratitude given to a different person in her heart. How come you have a ring for men? Jiang Yu knew at first glance that this ring was not one that a girl would wear, both in appearance and size. Jiang Yu's train of thought was truly bizarre, and Suan was speechless when she heard him ask this. Could he think that this was prepared for other men? In fact, sometimes, fate is such a strange thing. There is a destiny and fate in the dark. This gold ring and Jiang Yu are too compatible. She held his hand and looked it over carefully. It really fits him well, and his hands match his temperament. Even with such a big gold ring, he doesn't look tacky, but instead adds a bit of elegance. It fits you very well. It's tailor-made for you. No one else is more suitable for it than you. If you don't like it, you can return it to me. Suan pretended to take it back. Jiang Yu captured the key words and tailored them for him, which made him very happy. He automatically thought that Suan had made it specially for him, so he quickly grabbed her hand, held it in his, and then gently pulled her into his arms and hugged her. That won't do. There's no reason to take back something that has been given away. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. Wanwan, I like it very much. I will definitely keep it well. You can see that he really likes it, and he smiles like a little boy who hasn't grown up yet. Okay, it's so late, and you don't go back to rest. It's almost dawn. Remember to come and teach me to play the piano tomorrow. Suan broke free from his arms and pushed him out. Jiang Yu let her push him to the door. After saying good night to each other, they went to rest. Suan had been tossing and turning for half the night and was very tired. He washed up and fell asleep. On the contrary, Jiang Yu, after returning home, lay on the bed, looking at the gold ring on his thumb and grinning foolishly. I had never seen him smile so foolishly before. This was the first time that Wanwan gave him a serious gift, and it was a gold ring specially made for him. He even wore it to sleep. He treasured it so much. Previous night, and went to bed in the early morning, so he slept until almost noon on New Year's Day. When he got up, he didn't eat anything and hurried to the medicine garden to see Sibling. She sprained her foot last night, and her second brother carried her back. The two sisters have such a good relationship now, so the first thing she did when she got up was to go see her. Jiang Yu came to have lunch with Suan at noon and found that she was not in the room, but went to the medicine garden, so he also went to the medicine garden. Sumu lives in the medicine garden with Dr. Sunday. Sunlinger's foot was not injured yesterday. It took a lot of effort to hide it from Sumu, all so that Jiang Yu could be alone with Suan for a while. She has to pretend to be lame and can't go anywhere. Last night, Sunlinger refused to let Sumu see her feet no matter what, so Sumu went to complain to the teacher and his wife early in the morning. Dr. Sun and Grandma Yi heard that she had injured her ankle, so they hurried to see her. As a result, this girl was evasive and refused to let them see her. After several excuses, Dr. Sun knew that this girl was pretending. After looking at his handsome disciple and then at his granddaughter's evasive eyes, he understood everything. Forget it. Old people like us can't interfere in young people's affairs.
Just let them be.
Suan and Jiang Yu arrived at the medicine garden at the same time. It was very lively there. It was time for dinner, and everyone gathered around the table to eat hot pot. This way of eating was brought by Suan, and it was loved by everyone, young and old, at Fengyue Villa. The weather is cold. It is so comfortable to eat bubbling hot pot. Old sect master seemed to be getting better day by day. His spirits and complexion were getting better and better, and his appetite was getting better and better. After the poison was removed, he was no longer just healthy on the surface, but was healthy from the inside out. Jiang Yunhe accompanies him all day, so Jiang Yu can feel at ease to come out and stay with Suan. Ever since Grandma Yi married Dr. Sun, she no longer wore her distinctive ethnic minority costumes. Instead, she followed the local customs and wore jean country women's clothing. The couple still bickered all day long, but Dr. Sun always ended up losing. Grandma Yi examined Sumu's talent, because Dr. Sun said he was a rare medical genius. Grandma Yi also happened to have the ability to use poison, but No one had inherited it, so she planned to teach him together with Dr. Sun and pass on her skills to him. Don't underestimate people who use poison. If you use poison well and learn how to use it well, it can also save lives. Of course, Sun Linger can also learn along. Maybe her talent is not as good as Su Mu's, but as long as she is willing, she can learn along. Su Mu was kept by Grandma Yi, so he had no time to care whether his sister was always with Jiang Yu. In fact, he knew Jiang Yu's character and knew he would not do anything out of line to his sister, but he was just jealous and couldn't bear to see them together. There was no brother-in-law in the world who would like his own brother-in-law. The young couple returned to Jiaxing Pavilion hand in hand and stayed in the room playing the guzheng all day. They ate at mealtime and went out for a walk when they were tired. Suan did not let them sweep the snow in the yard, but left it there for her to play with. The two of them were bored in the room for a long time. They ran out to make a snowman and called Lu Yun and Lu Ying to join them. She was always the one making the noise while he was laughing. At night, the two of them went to accompany the old master for dinner, chat with him, and make the old man happy. Such days are fulfilling and happy, but they are fleeting. In a blink of an eye, it is already the 6th day of the new year. Suan decides to go to Zhongzhou to busy himself with business, without further delay.
Comfort is for the dead.
This money must be earned, and this shift must be attended. Anyway, he has rested for more than 2 months, and it is about time to get busy. When Su Mu heard that she was going to Zhongzhou to do business, he also thought that they would not have much time to spend together, so he said hello to Dr. Sun and Grandma Yi and prepared to go down the mountain with his sister. Sun Linger pretended to be a cripple for several days. When she heard that she could go down the mountain, she was busy joining in the fun. Suddenly, her foot got better and she insisted on following Suan to Zhongzhou. Su Mu disagreed, fearing that her foot had not yet fully healed, so he refused to let her go, saying it was for her own good. Sun Linger complained that Su Mu was apparently young but looked old, like an antique. She had no choice but to come to Suan and act like a spoiled child, believing that she would be treated leniently if she confessed and severely if she resisted, and she confessed that she had pretended to sprain her injury. In fact, Suan had already guessed that her future sister-in-law was the most eccentric, but her personality was also really likable. This time, Suan will not return to Fengyue Villa for the time being, and she doesn't know when she will come again, so when she leaves, she wants to say goodbye to the old master. Old sect leader heard that she was leaving. He felt extremely reluctant to let her go. He liked Suan from the bottom of his heart. She brought him a lot of joy during this period of time and brought some fun and comfort to his boring and painful life. He now only recognizes Suan as his future granddaughter-in-law. Girl 1, why don't you spend the Lantern Festival in the mountains before going back? The old sect leader urged. Suan sat obediently beside his bed and handed him a bowl of medicinal food. Grandfather, I've been away for half a year. My parents and brothers at home are all thinking about me. I didn't spend the new year at home this year. I'm sure they miss me a lot. And I miss them too. I just want to finish the business in Zhongzhou as soon as possible and go back to be with them. Old sect master nodded and exclaimed, You are a good and filial girl, and one of the few smart girls I have seen in my life. You are so young, and yet you travel all over the country to do business. Girls your age don't have your courage. You have worked hard during this period of time. You have been busy and dedicated for my affairs. Grandfather doesn't know how to repay you. You don't want anything, but if you think of something you want in the future, you must tell grandfather. Even if it is the stars and the moon in the sky, I will find a way to pick it for you. Old sect leader really values Suan, and his tone is filled with endless admiration and reluctance. Suan smiled, covered her lips and joked, Grandfather, you said last time that you could find anything for me except the stars and the moon in the sky. How come you included the stars and the moon this time? The old sect master heard this, he chuckled. You are so sarcastic, girl. I just thought that this was the only way to show how much your grandfather values you. Then I would like to thank Grandpa first. However, before that, you have to promise me to take good care of yourself. If I am free in the future, I will come to Fengyue Villa to see you. Suan is really likable in front of the elders. He is sweet-mouthed, good at talking and smart. He can always coax the elders into obedience. No, the old sect leader quickly nodded and agreed. That's a must. I'm still waiting to have a grandson, so I have to take care of myself. Hearing the word great-grandson, Suan felt embarrassed. Her grandfather was thinking too far ahead. She was still young and nothing was settled yet. Isn't it too early to call him great-grandson? Grandfather, you are joking again. Suan said angrily. Ha ha ha, no kidding, no kidding. When the time is right, I will ask your Uncle He to go to your house to propose marriage on behalf of you. We will go through the 3 letters and 6 ceremonies and marry you in a formal sedan chair carried by 8 people. The old sect leader smiled while stroking his beard. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. What are you talking about? Why are you so happy? Jiang Yu had already arranged everything for going down the mountain and came to pick up Suan. He could hear the laughter coming from the bedroom while he was still in the yard. I didn't say anything. I just said you are a fool. Suan took over the conversation, and this made the old master laugh again. Yes, he is a fool. The old sect leader agreed with Suan's description. Jiang Yu was so angry that he laughed and held his forehead helplessly. The old man and the young man were now on the same side, bullying him together. Wan, everything has been arranged. Let's go down the mountain quickly so that we can get into the city before dark. Zhongzhou has a curfew, and we can't get in if we are late. Today, Jiang Yu changed into his favorite purple color again. When his grandfather was not feeling well before, he always wore black. Now that his grandfather is better, he starts to become lively again. Then, Grandpa, I'll leave first. I'll come and see you when I have time later. Suan stood up and said goodbye. Okay, you must remember what you said, and remember to come and see me, a lonely man. The old sect leader knew that the girl had important things to do, so he did not try to keep her. Luyun had already packed up all her things, and even had a few boxes of jewelry, all of which were found for her by the old sect master. Each one was more beautiful and exquisite than the other. Suan had unknowingly become a hidden wealthy woman, and all her jewelry combined was enough to support her for 2 lifetimes. Feng led the people to carry the luggage down the mountain first. A luxury ship was already parked at the foot of the mountain. Suan's siblings, Jiang Yu, and Sun Linger followed them and slowly walked down the mountain. Shango only received Suan's letter on the 5th day of the new year. Suyun had been looking forward to her return from before New Year's Eve until now, but she never came back. Now the letter said that she would not come back until she finished her business in Zhongzhou. Wouldn't that mean she would have to wait another month or 2? This Suan was so absorbed in playing outside that she almost forgot about her family. He would definitely not forgive her and would ignore her for at least 2 months. After Suan and the others went down the mountain, the old sect leader asked Jiang Yunhe to go to Wushang's yard and ask him why he did this. The old sect leader didn't want to see him, but he wanted to know the reason. He wanted to know how he had offended him over the years. He wanted to kill himself and Jiang Yu. Mingming was a very good child when he was young. He was hardworking, motivated, and sensible. But what about now? He would do anything to achieve his goal, even to the point of killing his adoptive father who raised him and his nephew who grew up with him. Jiang Yunhe also wanted to know why. He went there with 2 jars of wine. When they were young, the 2 boys, aged 15 or 16, would often take their junior sister to steal the master's aged wine and drink it secretly. Then the 3 of them would get drunk and stagger all over the place, using the sky as their roof and the ground as their home. The master was worried about his daughter, so he took people to look for her everywhere. The 2 of them were often punished for this, but even when they were punished, they would laugh happily and would dare to do it again next time. When did it all start to change? It seemed to be when my junior sister fell in love with a man, and when she got married, everything seemed to have changed. Yu Wushang's martial arts and internal strength were destroyed, so his master asked Dr. Sun to spare his life. It is said that he has gotten much better in the past 2 days, and can even get out of bed and walk. In just half a month, the tall and strong man had quickly become thinner. His back was hunched, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant, and there were large patches of white on his hair. Jiang Yunhe stepped into the house, which was warm inside. He had never been deprived of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The old sect master wanted to make him live in pain as a punishment. Didn't I tell you that I don't want to eat? Why did I come here again and again? Yu Wushang spoke weakly, yet he was still so arrogant. I brought my daughter's red wine that I have treasured for 10 years. Would you like to try it? Jiang Yunhe sat down opposite him with the wine. Yu Wushang was stunned, as if he didn't expect him to come. Why are you here? He looked away in shock, for he had thought that they had trapped him here as a useless man, while they were living a happy and carefree life outside and had long forgotten about this useless person. Suan and her companions boarded a boat and traveled by water to the outskirts of Zhongzhou City. When they arrived at the dock, a horse-drawn carriage came to pick them up. After getting off the boat, they got on the carriage and continued walking for another half an hour before reaching the gate of Zhongzhou City. In the evening and stayed directly at the restaurant opened by Fengyue Villa in Zhongzhou. This restaurant also has a very elegant name called Baikonglu, as Yueman Shilo, and is also a magnificent high-end consumption destination. There is a curfew in Zhongzhou City at night, but it will not be until almost midnight. Before midnight, Zhongzhou City is extremely lively and prosperous. It is a small Kyoto, which cannot be compared with Xiangzhou City. It is so rich and luxurious that it is dazzling. The buildings are magnificent and majestic, showing refinement and prosperity everywhere. Few ordinary people walking on the street wear short shirts. Almost all of them are dressed in gorgeous clothes. It can only be said that the gap between the rich and the poor here is not big, and life is pretty good. There are basically no poor people. Now that we are in Zhongzhou, while it is still early, we might as well go out for a walk, eat, drink, and have some fun. Suan and Sun Linger had been in the mountains for more than 2 months. Now that they have come down from the mountain, they are like fish returning to the water, having a lot of fun and trying everything they see. Jiang Yu and Su Mu are ruthless bag-carrying machines. Just the two of them are not enough, so Feng Ying and several other guards have to be called on to do the hard labor. When Su Mu saw Sun Linger jumping around, he began to doubt whether there was something wrong with her foot. If there was nothing wrong, then she was really carefree. Jiang Yu threw the things to Feng Ying and the others, asking them to return the things to Bitang Tower first, and then he would go shopping with Suan. Tired, the group found a snack shop on the side of the road to eat some local specialties. The girls start shopping. They seem to be tireless. In fact, this kind of life cannot last long. Everyone cherishes the time they can spend together, and no one complains of being tired and spoils the fun. Suan played all night, and she got up early the next day. She quickly got into the mood, washed up, and went out early in the morning, ready to visit the local dental clinic. Su Mu agreed to accompany her and got up early. Only Sun Linger was still sleeping, and Suan did not disturb her. Jiang Yu arranged breakfast, and the three of them ate until they were 70% full before going to the dental clinic and starting a whole day of looking for venues. First, select the location of the workshop. The workshop must be large enough because Zhongzhou will have to supply goods to the entire central region in the future. Suan's request, the dental professional said to her directly. My dear, there may not be anything that meets your requirements in Zhongzhou City, but I can recommend a farm 10 miles outside the city. There are many vacant farms there which are perfect for workshops. Many wealthy businessmen in the city have set up workshops there, including those that specialize in ceramics, cloth dyeing, and even silkworm breeding. There is also a flower farm of hundreds of acres next to the farm, which can supply fresh flowers all year round, which is very convenient. Because when Suan made the request, she also asked if there were any large brothels outside Zhongzhou City. She happened to be there, so the guy at the pawn shop thought of this place first. So, how big is the manor you are talking about? Suan couldn't imagine it after listening to his description. The clerk from the brokerage firm went straight to get out some pictures of mansions for her to look at. These were several unused manors with different layouts. The composition looked good and could probably accommodate 50 to 80 people, which was enough for the workers to live in. The most important thing is that the several courtyards in the manor are very large, and there are independent warehouses for storing goods. There is a large open space behind each manor. If it is well taken care of, it can be used to dry soap at ordinary times, which is enough. If that doesn't work, The several courtyards in the manor are large and can be used. Suan directly suggested going to the scene to take a look and make a comparison. The people from the pawnbroker also knew that this was a big business, so they took them to a large manor outside the city, without saying a word. On the way, the clerk told her in detail the prices of these idle manors. If they bought them, the price would be between 5,000 and 8,000 taels, and if they rented them, the starting price would be 500 taels a year. If you calculate it this way, it is definitely more cost-effective to buy it directly, and renting it is not cost-effective. After arriving, it was just as the waiter said. This place was like a small town, with independent manors everywhere, many of which had been contracted out. When you entered the manor, you could see busy workers pulling carts back and forth at the front and back doors of some of the manors. There were also mulberry girls who had just returned from the mulberry forest to feed the silkworms after stepping on mulberry leaves. They were all girls from nearby villages, working in the silkworm house. Each of them looked young and energetic. From a distance, you could hear them singing folk songs as they walked, and their songs echoed in the valley. Suan had a good first impression of this place. This lifestyle made her feel very comfortable. The mulberry girls passed by Suan and his companions. They saw two handsome young men, and their faces turned red, not daring to look at them any longer. After they walked away, they all started chattering about why they came to the village, and whether they would become neighbors in the future. The waiter took Suan to see several manors one by one. At the suggestion of his second brother and Jiang Yu, Suan chose a manor in a more secluded location, mainly because the open space in the backyard was the largest among the manors. The village. Spring water flows down from the foot of the mountain. The water is clear, and you can see the bottom. Daily life here should be very convenient. In some places, vegetable fields have been reclaimed and winter cabbage is planted in them. This manor covers an area of nearly 1,000 square meters, not including the open space at the back, which is a free gift. It costs 7,000 taels to buy it in full. Zhongzhou has always been known as the Little Kyoto. This place is very expensive and was considered a first-tier city in ancient times. Even the suburbs are very expensive. It is not a loss to buy a manor for 7,000 taels. Suan was also a straightforward person. After asking about the completion time of the manor, he finalized it. This manor has been under construction for 5 years. Someone rented it for a year before, but moved out after the business failed. It is absolutely clean. After visiting the manor, Suan prepared to go to the nearby flower farm. Zhongzhou is so big. The scale of the flower farm here can't be smaller than the one in Shango, right? Flower farm is indeed very close to the village, just upstream of the river, with convenient water conservancy. The flower fields cover hundreds of acres and seem to be even larger than the ones in Xiangzhou. As long as we have the most important supply of flowers, we can make the most profitable flower soaps and hair soaps. Zhongzhou will not have to worry about the market. Once the shop is opened, we can make a profit quickly. The group returned to the city in the afternoon. When Sun Linger opened her eyes, she found that she was alone in the Bitang Tower. Suan considerately left Lu Ying to her. She spent most of the day alone in the blue sky tower, bored, and vowed never to go to bed early again. As soon as Suan stepped into the room, Sun Linger appeared with a resentful look on her face. Wanwan, you actually went out without calling me. Are you still my good sister? I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you. Suan smiled embarrassedly, then hugged her arm to get closer to her. Okay, then remember to call me tomorrow. Sun Linger is quite easy to coax. Suan, Jiang Yu, and Su Mu had been outside for most of the day and had not had time to eat lunch. The first thing they did when they came back was to eat. In the next few days, there are still many things to do. A group of servants will be hired to send to the manor to clean up. Then a large number of things in the workshop need to be customized, and a shop in Zhongzhou City needs to be purchased for decoration. We also need to hire a capable and trustworthy person to be the general manager of the Zhongzhou region. In short, it took me half a month to get these basic things done. Fortunately, Su Mu and Jiang Yu helped her in the early stages, so she didn't need to do everything by herself, which saved a lot of time. Of course, Sun Linger also helped a lot. Every day thereafter, she accompanied Suan to interview those who came to apply for the position of general manager. Suan was still prepared to give those women a chance and hired the general manager of Zhongzhou and the owner of Yuantang shop. The workshop and shop in Zhongzhou, which also included arranging personnel and supplying various raw materials. The first month, the general manager was confirmed. She was a sister in her 30s named Xu. Her short life can be described as one of wandering. Precisely because of these hardships, she has acquired rich experience in workshop management. She told me that when she was still unmarried, her parents were in the pastry business, and she had been in charge of all matters in the shop since she was a child. Because of the old brand, her family also had a small fortune. Later, she got married and followed her husband in the porcelain business. Her father-in-law died early, and her mother-in-law was in poor health. Her husband was a man of little talent. Because he did not know how to run a business, he was greedy for small profits and cut corners in the process. As a result, the goods were of poor quality, reputation declined, and business was not good. However, there were dozens of people in the house who needed to feed, and money was needed for her mother-in-law's medical treatment. Sister Xu got married. She realized that she couldn't let the business continue to decline, so she personally learned how to make porcelain. She did everything by herself, from kneading the clay, making the embryo, to glazing. As the family business was not good, she tried her best to restore the reputation. She designed many beautiful porcelain styles, and then went around soliciting business. She encountered many contempts and suffered a lot of grievances, but finally she got an order. She personally supervised the work and completed the order on time. After the goods were shipped, they received wide acclaim. But during the supervision period, because she was too busy, she became pregnant, but she didn't notice it. She was too tired and had a miscarriage, which hurt her body and made it difficult for her to get pregnant again. The family business was getting better, but because of the issue of offspring, she and her husband did not get along, and she was often subjected to his cold words. Her mother-in-law had a conscience and understood her difficulties. She served her wholeheartedly, but she died within 2 years. The road to my mother's family was not easy either. After my younger brother got married, my sister-in-law was sarcastic and had a bad relationship with her mother, and they often had conflicts. My younger brother was a gambler, and my father also became addicted. With 2 gamblers in one family, neither could be the breadwinner. The family property was soon lost, and even the shop was mortgaged. She gave aid to her parents' homes several times, which made her husband unhappy. He quarreled with her every other day and even pushed her into the pond by accident during the quarrel. Of winter, her body was completely broken. She would never have children in this life. She was disheartened, but she had promised her mother-in-law that she would manage the workshop well. She decided that after she got better, she would manage the family business well, and as for her husband, he could do whatever he wanted. Because she was unable to bear children, her husband brought one concubine after another into the home. For reasons of offspring, she could not say anything. As the number of beautiful women in the family increased, her husband's reputation outside was ruined. Many business partners stopped cooperating with him for fear of damaging their interests, and the family's porcelain business entered a cold period again. Xu then found her husband, hoping that he would stop such ridiculous things, but as soon as she said something, he said that she was a hen that could not lay eggs, which hurt her heart and poked her lungs. As a woman living in a feudal society, she was infertile and her parents' family was unreliable, so she could only pin her hopes on the workshop. She thought that as long as she managed the money, everything would be fine. As a result, her husband fell in love with the courtesan in the red light district and was completely bewitched by her. In order to redeem her, he simply sold the house. She lost her place to live, and her workshop suffered huge losses due to cancelled orders. She used the little money she had to buy a new house, but received a letter of divorce. Her cheap husband divorced her on the grounds that she had no offspring, one of the 7 grounds for divorce. The matter was brought to the government, and she was in the wrong, so she had no choice but to take the divorce letter and return to her parents' home. From then on, the honor, disgrace, prosperity, and decline of her ex-husband's family had nothing to do with her. And because she is old and cannot have children, it is difficult for her to remarry. Her mother's side, her brother's wife, was not easy to get along with. The family property was squandered by the father and son, and they refused to accept her as an abandoned woman. They said that there were several children at home, and they were already struggling to make ends meet. If she came back, she would have an extra pair of chopsticks. They also said that if she had to come back, she would have to pay for living expenses. She was an abandoned woman, and her dowry had already been used to subsidize her parents' home. In the end, she had nowhere to go and no one to rely on. After that, she looked for work everywhere, but she was not trusted. Her arithmetic and management experience were not put to good use, so she could only do some menial work to make a living. Chance, she saw a job announcement for Yuan Hall which said that they needed someone with extensive experience in workshop management and who was proficient in arithmetic to manage the shop, and it specifically wanted a woman, so she came with the mentality of giving it a try. She first came, she was dressed in coarse linen, had rough skin and a thin body, which formed a sharp contrast with the magnificent Bitang building, but she did not lower her head. Suan was quite surprised when she saw her, but she also gave everyone equal opportunities. Sister Shushu is indeed very good at arithmetic, has a clear mind, and has her own ideas about management. Suan recognized her business acumen, and she also wanted to give the vast number of suffering women a chance. As a woman herself, she can understand their sadness and experiences. Why should women make things difficult for other women? Not only that, they should also be considerate of each other and help each other. Therefore, Suan gave her a chance, a 1-month probation period. If she passed it, she would be appointed as the general manager of Zhongzhou region. To be honest, when Shushu first came, she thought it was just a simple job to manage the workshop and shop, but she never imagined it would be such a big test. She felt that she had to take it more seriously. As soon as Shushu arrived, she quickly took over a lot of things, and Suan didn't have to worry about anything. As for Shango, she wrote a letter in advance and asked her uncle to arrange a few trustworthy people to come and teach the soap-making techniques in the Zhongzhou workshop. They would also be assigned here as skilled workers, living in the workshops here for a long time and leading the newly bought servants from the pawn shop to do their work. Jiang Yu and Su Mu did not stay with her for long. Jiang Yu had to go to the front line after the new year, and he would leave after the Lantern Festival. Mu and Sun Linger only accompanied her for more than a month before they continued their travels with Dr. Sun and Grandma Yi. Old sect master has fully recovered and can walk again, returning to his normal life. The day Jiang Yu left, Suan was extremely reluctant to let him go, but she did not show her unhappiness out of fear of bringing negative emotions to Jiang Yu. In fact, she was feeling very uncomfortable. In the few days before leaving, the two were together almost all the time, except for sleeping together at night. Su Mu also knew that Jiang Yu was going to the front line, and the young couple didn't have much time to spend together. Most of the time, he and Sun Linger took on other tasks, leaving space for the young couple. He thought, never mind, they might not see each other again for a few years anyway, so just let them stay a little longer. However, at night, Su Mu would come over on time to separate the two of them and send them back to their rooms to rest, not allowing them to stay together at night. In fact, Suan just took Jiang Yu running around every day. They went to the pawn shop to buy people, to the servant market to buy people, to see the shop of Yuan Hall, and to the carpenter to customize various wooden racks, soap molds, and so on. They never spent much time alone together. Only on the Lantern Festival did Suan specially stay out for a day. Instead of being busy with work in the workshop, they just ate, drank, and had fun together in Zhongzhou City. There was a Lantern Festival that night. During the day, I called Su Mu and Sun Linger to grill river fish in the river. At night, we went ashore to participate in the Lantern Festival in the city. They guessed riddles together, won prizes, released lanterns, and made wishes. There was no curfew in Zhongzhou that night, so the group played until midnight. Jiang Yu has already asked Feng to be ready, and he can leave at any time. The lanterns were being released. Su Mu and Sun Linger disappeared at some point, leaving only the two of them. Suan took the initiative to kiss Jiang Yu again that night. The girl stood by the river, stood on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck and kissed him, not letting go for a long time. She was almost unable to stand on tiptoe, but Jiang Yu just stood there without responding. When Suan wanted to withdraw his hand and leave, he seemed to have found the missing string, grabbed her waist, and kissed her regardless this time. But he only tasted it briefly, nibbling gently on her lips without prying open her teeth or going any deeper. Many times, it's not that Jiang Yu is incapable or not proactive, but that he absolutely respects the girl he loves. In daily interactions, apart from holding hands or hugging, he doesn't do anything out of the ordinary. There were a few times when Suan was the one who provoked him. She always kissed his face, making his heart unable to calm down for a long time. When Suan got up the next morning, Jiang Yu had already left. Without saying much about parting, he also said that he didn't want to look back again and again on the way away, and she would wait for him to come back no matter what. Jiang Yu left Feng Ying and a team of people to Suan. At that time, they will be done only when they escort Suan back to Xiangzhou safely. On the day Su Mu and Sun Ling left, Dr. Sun and Grandma Yi came to Zhongzhou to meet them. The old couple still liked to bicker, and they quarreled endlessly along the way. Although Dr. Sun argued back, he was still submissive most of the time. Sun Linger said that she had finally found someone who could tame her grandfather. Their fourth brother was preparing to continue his journey along the route he had not completed last time. Suan escorted them to the city gate, and Sumu gave her instructions along the way. After you go back, remember to write to me to let me know you're safe. Don't be too busy with business matters and pay more attention to your health. As for your parents, please say hello to them for me when you go back. You must keep the health-preserving prescriptions I left behind and take them back to make medicinal food for your parents according to the prescriptions. I'm doing this for your own good. And you too, eat less sweets after nightfall, and remember to drink 2 glasses of warm water when you get up in the morning. Even in summer, avoid cold drinks. Okay, second brother, I have written down all the words you have been saying since last night. Don't worry, I will definitely listen to you. Suan was helpless. His second brother, who studied traditional Chinese medicine, was like this. When it came to health preservation, he was really too self-disciplined. He had 3 meals a day on time, a vegetarian breakfast, and a small meal at night so that he could be full at noon. He also had to avoid eating too much greasy food. He was relatively lenient toward Suan. At least he allowed her to eat at night, but she was not allowed to eat sweets. He is a young man, but he is even more old-fashioned than Dr. Sunday. Fengyue Villa has raised a group of eagles, which can deliver messages in time no matter where you are. Jiang Yu gave one to Suan so that he can write to Sumu anytime he wants without worrying about not knowing where he is. Sun Linger was also very reluctant to leave Suan and kept holding her arm in the carriage. Suan also joked, "Linger, you are so pitiful. Dr. Sun and my second brother are both medical students, and they pay special attention to healthy diet. Don't you miss many things in time? Yeah, you don't know, they are so annoying. They don't allow us to eat this, they don't allow us to eat that, and everything they do is bad for our health." Sun Linger complained under her real name. When Grandma Yi heard this, she couldn't hold back her loud voice anymore. Eat, why not? Life is short, enjoy it while you can. If you don't eat when you are young, why not eat when you are old like us? All your teeth have fallen out. What can you eat? Linger, don't be afraid. Eat whatever you want, Grandma will take care of you. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. I guarantee you will live to be 99. Grandma, you are so kind. Sun Linger's eyes lit up when she heard her say that. Hey, just spoil her. Are we doing this for her own good? Dr. Sun was unhappy to hear this. Grandma Yi was also unhappy and put her hands on her waist. Who has the final say in this family? Didn't we agree on this before? You all listen to me. What do you have to do with it? Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, Dr. Sun simply stopped talking. When they arrived at the city gate, Suan waved goodbye to them, then watched their carriage go away, feeling empty in his heart. Alas, I am alone again. Lu Yun and Lu Ying could see that she was reluctant to leave, but they didn't know how to comfort her. Suan returned to the city alone. Looking at the hustle and bustle of the streets from the Bitang Tower, he felt something was wrong. Then 2 months. In the first month, a few people helped her, so she didn't have to work too hard. But in the last month, Shushu took care of everything by herself. After Yuan Hall was renovated, she stayed in the workshop every day, learning how to make various goat milk soaps, how to extract floral dew, and how to soak floral oils. She led a group of workers to prepare goods while also taking care of the opening of Yuan Hall. Sister Shushu arranged everything in an orderly manner. Before the Yuantang shop opened, she had it cleaned spotlessly. Suan asked her to make a lucky gift box. The box she customized was exquisite, yet classy. She also tried to save some money and spend it on other things. She was more careful than Suan had planned and spent all the money wisely. Moreover, she remembered every expense clearly and neatly and brought it to Suan the next day. Suan didn't care about the promotion and just waited for the opening to see the results. In Suan's mind, she had already passed the test and she believed that she could manage the Zhongzhou market well. Suan paid her a monthly salary of 100 taels. On the night before the opening, Sister Shushu made a special trip to the Bitang Tower. She gave Suan something to show her loyalty, something similar to a contract of sale. She went to the government office and made a servant contract, selling herself to Suan for 5 years. After the government stamped the contract, it was considered effective. Suan was a little surprised because, in her impression, the common people of Jin State particularly looked down on servants, and those servants also felt ashamed of being servants and struggled to get rid of their servantry all their lives, and some even worked hard for this from generation to generation. Sister Shushu, why are you doing this? Suan didn't know what to say to her. Unexpectedly, Sister Shushu knelt down directly, which frightened Suan again. He quickly stood up to help her. Hurry up, I can't stand you like this. I have decided to use you, and I will trust you. Boss, you are willing to give me a chance. It is my honor in this life. I have been displaced in my short half-life, facing despair several times, and then hitting walls everywhere. I finally got an opportunity, and I must cherish it. You have handed over such a large industry to me, so I want you to rest assured. You are far away in Xiangzhou, and cannot come here all the time. I can only express my loyalty to you in this way. Sister Shushu's purpose is very simple, which is to reassure Suan that she will not do anything to betray her, and that she is hers now. Now that things have come to this, Suan can only follow her. She was not sure whether she could be completely at ease or not, but now she is really reassured. Once the government intervenes, the indenture will take effect, and she will not be able to escape servantry no matter where she goes. If she breaks the contract before the 5-year period expires, as long as Suan reports to the authorities, she will become a fugitive servant and will be sentenced to death if caught. If you want to escape abroad, it is not an option because there is a war on the border and the people of Jin State will be treated as spies, which will be a more miserable death. Therefore, Shushu's way of expressing loyalty has cut off her own retreat, which can be said to be unprecedented and will never be repeated. Sister Shushu, I've seen your sincerity. I'm also a very easygoing person. As long as you work hard for me, your monthly salary will increase, and you can even get a bonus at the end of the year. If your performance is good, I can also give you a house. These are not a problem. There's nothing else to do with me. We're both women, so we should understand each other. I'll only give opportunities to women like you who have stories and abilities. Suan only gives women chances, but it is different for his uncle. After all, he is his uncle, and he should give a hand. However, the shopkeeper of Yuantang shop in Xiangzhou has decided to marry Yang Qingqing. I know that you are a good person, so I am willing to work for you. Please rest assured that I will do my best to manage Zhongzhou Yuan Hall. Shushu kowtowed to her. It was the first time in Suan's life that someone older than her kowtowed to her. At Shushu's age, she can be her mother directly. The next day, Yuan Hall opened for business. Suan watched from the tea house opposite and did not go to greet the guests in person. The few girls arranged by Shushu to work in the store were all bought from the dental clinic. She did a good job of promotion, and Yuan Hall was packed on the first day of opening. People were crowding at the door, and 1,500 sets of Lulu Das Hun gift boxes were sold out in half a day. Thousands of dollars worth of stock were sold out in one day, but fortunately, there was still enough stock in the workshop. The new plum blossom scented goat milk soap is selling particularly well. People in Zhongzhou are wealthy, so they basically buy the dyed version. No one wants the basic version. We'll continue to sell it for a few days and see how it goes. If there are really no sales, we'll reduce production and increase the production of the dyed version. Business has been good for 3 consecutive days, so Suan felt relieved and prepared to return to Xiangzhou. He would come back to inspect the store in the second half of the year. She will have to see how many branches Sister Shushu has opened for her. Suan returned to Xiangzhou at the end of March. When she arrived at the doorstep of her home, her father, mother, and 4th and 5th brothers were waiting for her with their necks stretched out. She had not been home for more than half a year, and she missed her family very much. She also had no idea about the business situation in Xiangzhou. Anyway, Yenjo and Sujo are pretty good. After getting off the carriage, Suan hugged his mother first. "Mom, I'm back." Su's mother was almost knocked down by her big bear hug, but fortunately Su's father was there to support her. Su Yun and Su Yi looked at her. At first, Su Yun was quite happy. Seeing that she not only did not lose weight, but seemed to have gained weight, he knew that she did not suffer outside. But then she thought again, they were so worried about her at home that they couldn't eat or drink and had lost weight, but she was eating well and drinking well and was very comfortable. So how could she look like she was homesick? So Su-Yun put on a stern face and tried to make his presence felt. "Humph, you have no conscience." It was hard for Su-Won not to notice him, so she walked towards her 4th and 5th brothers with a smile and called out sweetly, "4th brother, 5th brother, I'm back." Su-Yun agreed not to talk to him for 2 months, and then he turned around and walked away proudly with his hands behind his back. The 5th brother Su-Yi did not do so, but just said sourly, "It's amazing that you still remember us. I thought you were stuck with some treasure outside." The 5th brother is the leader of a weird and strange style, and his inner skills are unquestionable.
No.
Actually, I miss you guys too. You see, the food I eat out is not tasty. How can the food out taste like home?
I'm starving.
Su-Won deliberately sucked her cheeks, making her face sunken into 2 depressions, to show that she had really lost weight. Su-Yi couldn't help laughing when he saw her being so funny. Then he felt very useless. He covered his lips and cleared his throat, pretending to be arrogant. Seeing this, Su's father and mother shook their heads helplessly. These brothers and sisters have a very good relationship, and this is what they are most happy to see. Okay, Wanwan didn't really go out to play. She was there for something, to take care of her business. As her brothers, it's okay for you to be inconsiderate, but you're still sulking here. Aren't you ashamed? Su's mother first defended her daughter and held her hand tightly. Ahem, Mom, it's 4th brother who's angry. Su-Yi felt that he was already pretty good. No matter how petty he was not as petty as 4th brother. I'll go talk to the 4th brother later. He's even competing with his sister. Wanwan, you've come a long way home. You must be tired, right? Go and have a rest first.
What do you want to eat tonight?
Ask your 4th brother to make it for you. Father Su also spoke, and the tone he used when speaking to his daughter was very doting. I want to eat braised pork and spicy chicken. There is no spicy food outside, and I miss the taste of home. What Su-Won said was true. She had been outside for so long and all she had to eat was bland food. She missed the chili and soy sauce at home every day. Okay, I'll ask your 4th brother to make it for you later. He's already planning on opening a restaurant, and he's even used all of his family's acres of land to grow peppers. You can have as much as you want in the future. Su's mother and father surrounded her as she entered the house, while Su-Yi followed behind them obediently without interrupting. Last year, 2 crops of peppers were planted, and several large jars of pepper powder were ground out. Su-Yun kept all of it for cooking when the restaurant opened. Back in the main hall, Su's mother asked someone to make a cup of honey water and bring it to Su-Won. Su-Won took a sip and was pleasantly surprised. Is this honey water? Yes, the bees you raised in your hometown have all produced honey. Your father went back and Jiang Sheng and Jiao Xing brought you a lot of honey. I don't know what you want to do with them, but I'm keeping them for you anyway. Su-Won had been away from home for more than half a year, so she didn't see many things with her own eyes. Wait until she has rested well, then we can talk about this slowly. The most urgent thing is to appease the firecracker of fourth brother. This guy will ignore people if he says so. Suan took Su Yi's arm and asked him to accompany her to find her fourth brother, but she didn't find him in his room, but in the kitchen instead. He was inside making a fire, cooking, chopping vegetables, and preparing food. Fourth brother, why are you in the kitchen? I had a hard time looking for you. Seeing that he had a gloomy face, Suan took the initiative to approach him and try to get close to him. As a result, Suyin just ignored her and was so arrogant. Then Suan kept bothering him, hanging around him and making endless noises. Fourth brother, I haven't seen you for a while. How come you have grown so much taller? You have also become more handsome. With a look like you, there must be a lot of girls who like you. Fourth brother, your cooking skills are really good now. The meat is cut into neat squares. I can't cut meat this good. Suwon kept talking about her being the fourth brother for a long time, but Suyun just ignored her. He snorted from time to time and looked disgusted, as if he thought she was in the way, but he didn't drive her away. Su-yi felt a little jealous. If he was as hypocritical as his fourth brother, would Wanwan also be like this now, circling around him and coaxing him in various ways? However, he is not a pretentious person like fourth brother, and he can't act like him. Suyun cooked the dishes that Suan liked, including the braised pork and spicy chicken that she just mentioned. She knew that fourth brother was only angry on the surface, but he still doted on her in his heart. Fourth brother, how did you know I wanted to eat braised pork and spicy chicken? You are so nice. What do you mean you want to eat it? I want to eat it, not for you. This time Suyun finally spoke up, but he was still being stubborn. Okay, it's not made for me, but can I have some of it? I've been away for so long, and what I miss most is fourth brother's cooking. I think about it day and night. Suwon looked at him pitifully. Suyun felt very happy to see her say that. However, he was not so angry all of a sudden. It was so embarrassing. It's up to you. If I don't let you eat, will my parents scold me to death? This is called saying one thing and doing another. He is obviously heartbroken, but he still pretends to be tough. Suwon, just go along with him. Yes, fourth brother is the best. He is smart and wise, handsome and unrestrained. Why would he bother with a little girl like me? I was thinking about opening a restaurant with my fourth brother when I came back. Does the 50% profit he promised me still count? Suwon praised Suyun without blushing, and Suyun felt so comfortable in his heart, with a smug look between his eyebrows. If I say something, how can I not keep it? Do you think I am you? I said I would come back before the new year, but I didn't come back. Suyun felt annoyed when talking about this. He carefully prepared a New Year gift for her, but he couldn't give it to her until she came back. He was being sarcastic and stepped on her twice, making her feel ashamed. So, Suwon started to use her usual trick again, pulling Suyun's sleeve and shaking him. Oh, fourth brother, I will explain it to you slowly later. I really have my reasons, and it's understandable. I brought you gifts when I came back this time. I will give them to you after dinner. Fourth brother, you will definitely like the gift I brought you. When he heard about the gift, Suyun's anger had already subsided a lot. However, as proud as he was, he still wanted to put on airs so that Suwon would coax him more. You have a conscience. Hey, then let me help you pick the vegetables, fourth brother. Suwon saw that he wanted to laugh, but was forcing himself to hold it back, and she knew in her heart that fourth brother had been coaxed enough. There happened to be a basket of vegetables nearby, so she started to pick them by herself. Su-yi was watching the fire there, and when he saw this scene, he felt jealous again. If I had known earlier, I would have been more pretentious for a while. Maybe I would have gotten more attention from Wanwan. Fourth brother, when did you become so fussy? You are so unreasonable. Su-yi couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to say something sarcastic to him. When Suyun heard him being sarcastic, he couldn't stand it. He threw the kitchen knife onto the chopping board and retorted, "If you don't agree, you can do this." A real man shouldn't be so petty and nagging. Su-yi rolled his eyes. Hey, I'm just fussy and fussy. Why are you envious? TSK, I wouldn't envy you even if I were a ghost. The two brothers, one standing and the other sitting, neither of them giving in to the other. It was obvious that both of them were 16 or 17 years old, almost 8 meters tall, standing there, yet they were bickering like two kids. However, Suan also knew that it was all because of him that his two brothers were jealous of each other. How can we keep this bowl of water level? Sometimes having too many brothers is also a sweet burden. Okay, brothers, stop quarreling. Let's live in peace and friendship. Suan came out to act as a peacemaker, holding two scallions in his hands, looking a little humorous. How dare you say that? It's all because of you. As a punishment, you have to wash a few more garlic sprouts for me. Suyun turned around and tapped her forehead with his hand, but the force was not strong. Suan covered his forehead and said flatteringly, "Oh, yes, it's all because of me. For the next few days, I will be ready to obey my two brothers at any time. If you ask me to go east, I won't go west. Is that okay? You said so, don't complain about being tired when the time comes." Suyun didn't plan to be polite with her. She would have to accompany him to take care of the restaurant's affairs. Without her, Suyun was undecided about many things. He wanted Suan to witness and participate so that it would make things meaningful. "I promise I won't. I swear." Suan made a four sign and pressed it against his temple, and Suyun almost believed it. But when it comes to Su-yi, the style of the painting changes and becomes warm. "Wan, my studio is getting better and better. A few years ago, I met a master painter. He bought several of my paintings at high prices and often invited me to discuss painting techniques with him. Because of his frequent visits, my studio has become more and more famous in Xiangzhou City. Every day, many people come to paint portraits. The great scholar said that if you want to achieve something in the painting world, you must remain mysterious. The fewer paintings you reveal, the better. So now, I only sell 2 of my paintings every year. The rest of the time I only paint portraits." The great scholar said was right. Once a good thing becomes commonplace, it becomes worthless. So his reminder to him was the right guidance. "Fifth brother. What is the name of that great scholar?" Suan wanted to know if she had heard of it in any book. "His name is Qian Jusher, and he just came back from Kyoto. Xiangzhou is his hometown." One had never heard of Mr. Qian because in the original book, it was a poet who discovered the talent of the fifth brother. He wrote poems on the fifth brother's calligraphy and paintings and spread them everywhere, which made the fifth brother's reputation spread quickly. "Oh, then we'll visit him someday with some gifts. Since he is someone who helped fifth brother, we should make friends with him. The most important thing is that he gave fifth brother some advice, so he is a good person. As for me, I have already chosen a shop for the restaurant, a small 2-story building. But because I don't have much money, I borrowed 1,000 taels from Yu Yen Tang on my account, and I will pay it back slowly when the time comes. Originally, a few hundred taels of silver would be enough to open a restaurant in Qinghe County, but now he is in Xiangzhou City, a place where every inch of land is valuable and everything is expensive, including housing prices. He also studied cooking for a year at Yueman Shilo, so wouldn't it be wasted if he didn't open a better restaurant with these skills? Therefore, he borrowed 1,002 taels of silver from his account, preparing to open a respectable restaurant in Xiangzhou, cook well, and make some achievements. He has paid 1 year's rent first, and the shop has not been renovated yet. He is waiting for Suan to come back and make a decision with him. You too. Your sister just came back and walked such a long way, but you asked her to help you, and didn't even let her rest. Su's mother stepped into the kitchen at some point and got angry when she saw Suan picking vegetables. These 2 boys are not obedient at all. I told them not to be angry, but now they are even ordering their sister around. It's okay, Mom. I volunteered. I'm not tired. I slept all the way back. I wasn't tired at all. Jiang Yu arranged for her was very comfortable and covered with soft blankets, allowing her to roll around in it. Suyun curled his lips but did not refute. Su-yi just lowered his head and continued to make fire, also without refutation. That won't work either. Now that conditions are good, daughters are meant to be spoiled. Wan, be obedient. I'll take you to rest. Your uncle and his family will be here soon. Cousin Qingqing's marriage has been arranged, but she wants to wait for you to come back before holding the wedding banquet. Something happened in the workshop while you were away, but luckily your uncle was smart and avoided a big loss. Hearing that something happened in the workshop, Suan became anxious and looked at his mother with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Come here, I'll tell you in detail, Su's mother waved to her. Suan then dropped the food, washed his hands, and followed his mother. Su's mother told her that during the time she was away from home, a spy appeared in the family workshop. Several servants working in the workshop were bribed by outside merchants who wanted to take the formula of goat milk soap out. As a result, they were all discovered by Mangjom and the others. Their uncle also noticed it and locked them up after catching them. He only gave them 2 steamed buns and a bowl of water a day. He didn't know what to do with them, so he waited for Suan to come back and make the decision. They all knew the formula for goat milk soap, so it was impossible for them to sell it, but they couldn't use it anymore. But killing them would be too cruel. Then our formula hasn't been leaked out, right? Suan was still quite concerned about this. No, your uncle is now strictly controlling those people's going out. Every time they go out, your uncle arranges for someone he trusts to take them out. At other times, they are not allowed to leave the house. If something like this happens, what can we do? Even if the indenture can't control their greed, what can we do? Can't we just lock them up for life? Su's mother felt that there were disadvantages to buying people, but it was better than hiring them. At least bought people still had the right to control their personal freedom, but if they were hired, they could run away and you couldn't do anything about it. I'll think about how to deal with this matter later. Suan didn't know how to deal with this matter best, so he needed to think about it carefully. Okay, then go and have a rest first. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Su's mother sent her back to her room, where Lu Yun and Lu Ying were busy. They had come back with a lot more clothes and daily necessities. The dressing boxes were full of jewels and could no longer hold them, so the old sect leader asked someone to send over several boxes filled with rare gold, silver, and jewels. The two picked out a few boxes of Suwan's favorite styles and placed them on the dressing table for her to choose from when she usually wears them. Suan thought that her aunt and cousin Qingqing would be coming over soon, so she picked out 2 boxes as gifts for them as well. She had come back from so far away and hadn't brought anything for them, so this was the only thing she could do. When it was time for dinner, my uncle and his family had already arrived. There were more than a dozen dishes on the table, all of which were big dishes and all made by Su Yun. As expected of him from Yu Man Shi Lu, the dishes were all very delicate. He not only made the braised pork and spicy chicken that Suan liked, but also his own homemade braised pork. However, the base dish was sun-dried beans and black beans, which he steamed with a little chili powder, and the taste was surprisingly good. The pork belly is fatty, but not greasy and melts in your mouth. There is also steamed fish, which is drizzled with his own homemade soy sauce and sprinkled with chopped green onions. It is also extremely fragrant. There are also many dishes that he researched himself. Some are spicy, some are light, and the presentation is also exquisite. When the restaurant opens in the future, the main feature will be exquisiteness, so that the dishes can be sold at a high price. Wow, so exquisite. They are all my favorite dishes. Suan looked around and there was nothing she didn't like. Fourth brother is still stubborn. It's obviously made specially for him. This moon is full in the West Tower. It's really worth the trip. Yes, your fourth brother just talks tough, but in fact he loves you the most. Su's mother said this deliberately, making Su Yun feel uncomfortable, and he continued to talk tough. TSK, no, I made these dishes because I heard that my uncle and his family were coming over. I didn't make them just for her. Even if the sky falls, Su Yun still has his mouth to hold it up. You're just being stubborn. You are such a grown-up, but you still act like a child. Why don't you go and serve your uncle and his family some food? Father Su couldn't stand it anymore. This darn kid had to force him to say a few words to him before he would feel comfortable. Father Su usually doesn't speak to his children. Once he does, even the eldest brother is at home and has to obey him. So, Su Yun went to scoop up the rice swiftly without even daring to fart. At the dinner table, his uncle also brought the account book of Yuyan Hall for the past 6 months. Suan would take a closer look at it after dinner. It contained records of various expenditures, income, and the monthly wages paid to the workers. He also talked about the major and minor events that happened in Yuyan Hall in the past 6 months. There were more and more workers, and the workshop was getting bigger and bigger. However, this big tree attracted the wind, which made many people with ulterior motives jealous. They even tried to bribe the servants of Yuyan Hall to help them steal the formula. Fortunately, he was alert and started to prevent these things early on. He arranged people he was familiar with to watch over each employee dormitory. The first few batches of servants that came in, the ones like Mengzhong and Xiaoman, were the ones who did their work honestly and could be trusted. Also, Dashu and Xiaoshu were both trustworthy. He placed them in different rooms and watched them to prevent them from having any other ideas. Sure enough, he really caught him. After the incident, he immediately called everyone out to give them a lecture. It is said that the indenture is in the hands of the boss, and you have to work for outsiders, and you can never get out of it for the rest of your life. Even if you get the silver, you will be wanted by the government. Now that we are at war, you cannot go abroad. They will catch you no matter where you are. In serious cases, you will be beaten to death. Those who were caught were all locked up in the woodshed and had to defecate and urinate in their trouser pockets. They were only given 2 cold steamed buns and a bowl of water a day, just to make sure they didn't starve to death. As a result, after seeing what happened, the others will have to behave themselves for a while. You can live a peaceful life with enough food and clothing, but if you insist on making this choice, you are asking for trouble. Suan treated them very well and gave them money every month. Now Mengzhong and the others have been promoted to group managers, earning 5 taels of silver a month, with many benefits and red envelopes during festivals. Could this kind of good thing only be found somewhere else? Some people have lived a comfortable life for too long and can no longer understand their own importance. Now, those rebellious servants are waiting for Suan to decide their fate and punish them. But Suan hasn't figured out what to do yet. Let her think about it. Okay, Wanwan just came back. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's have a good meal as a family, and we can discuss those things later. Father Su just wanted his family to have a peaceful meal and not talk about business. However, she couldn't say nothing, so Suan told them about Jiang Yu's situation so that her parents and brothers would know that she really wasn't going there to play, but had something important to help Jiang Yu with. The process was quite thrilling, but Suan did not mention a word about the assassination on the road. Su's father and mother thought that since they were brought to meet their grandfather, these 2 children must have fallen in love with each other. How is Ayu's grandfather's health recovering now? Both Mr. and Mrs. Su are very reasonable, and they also like Jiang Yu. He would be a good son-in-law. Moreover, Suan also said that Jiang Yu's grandfather valued her very much. He is fully recovered now, but the process was extremely dangerous, and he almost died. And I have something good to tell you. Suan planned to tell his parents about his second brother and Linger to make them happy. What good news! Su's mother and aunt became excited when they heard it, and their gossipy spirits were burning. Dad and Mom, do you still remember Dr. Sun's granddaughter, Miss Ling? Su's father and mother looked at each other. Su Yun and Su Yi also looked at each other, and seeing Suan's smiling face, they seemed to sense something unusual. I remember, of course I remember. Miss Linger is beautiful, well-behaved, and polite. She is a wonderful person. Mother Su had a deep impression of son Linger. What's going on? Our second brother and her in love? Suyun looked at Suan curiously and blinked his big eyes. No, it's Miss Linger who likes our second brother, but he's a fool. He doesn't understand why the girl has taken the initiative several times. It makes me anxious, but I can see that they can succeed. Miss Linger sprained her ankle, and my second brother was very anxious. He didn't look like he was pretending. Dad and Mom, it seems that your second son's future daughter-in-law has been found. Really? That's great. When Su's mother heard what Suan said, she slapped her thigh happily and smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits. Su's father also laughed. Only Suyun said something that deserved a beating. Second brother, that wooden guy, is so lucky. When Su's father heard this, he slapped him on the head without any hesitation. Can you please speak nicely to me? Suyun covered his head and said with a wronged look, It's okay, I was wrong, Dad. Su Yi, Suan, and Yang Qingqing laughed unkindly when they saw him getting beaten. Su's mother was really happy. She laughed out loud from time to time while eating. Afterwards, everyone talked about Yang Qingqing's marriage. Originally, it was supposed to be before the Chinese New Year, but Yang Qingqing wanted to wait for Suan to come back, so it was postponed. The Yi family was not in a hurry either, and everything was up to the Yang family. Now that Suan is back, let's get married next month. Good things can't be delayed. After dinner, Suan and Yang Qingqing talked privately together. Suan asked her if she got along well with Ye's son-in-law. Speaking of Yi runs, Yang Qingqing's face turned red, and she nodded shyly. He treats me very well. Sometimes when I don't have too much schoolwork, he will buy me my favorite snacks. His father is also very good to me. Whenever he has something good or fun, I will ask him to send it to me. In short, everything is fine. Moreover, as long as he does not change his original intention towards me, I will always live a good life with him. No matter whether he can pass the imperial examination in the future, if not, we can just live a down-to-earth life like ordinary people in Xiangzhou City. Yang Qingqing has thought of everything, including plans for the future. Suan knew from her expression that she was in the passionate love period, but after listening to her talk about Yirun's various behaviors, he felt that this man was not bad. The uncle's family went back at night, and Su Yun and Su Yi came over to ask Suan for gifts. Because Suan said before that he had prepared gifts for them. Suan prepared a recipe for Su Yun that she had specially collected from Zhongzhou, and a set of drawing pens for Su Yi. Various thicknesses and models, made of high-quality materials and exquisitely made. These are specially customized by Suan, and each brush has his signature, Wu Yang Jusher, engraved on it. Su Yun became interested when he saw the menu and started flipping through it immediately. There were many local specialties of Zhongzhou recorded on it. Su Yi also liked this gift very much. He just wanted to customize a set of professional paintbrushes like this. Suan understood what he was thinking. This time, the two brothers were finally completely coaxed and were no longer angry. Suan knew that she would be bullied by her fourth brother when she returned, but fortunately she had made preparations in advance. There were a lot of things to do as soon as I came back. Suan was particularly busy and had to look at the account books. There was no problem with the account book brought by my uncle, and there was no problem with the account book of Xiangzhaotang General Store brought by Yang Qingqing. But because Yang Qingqing is a novice after all, the account book still has some shortcomings and is not concise enough. It's good to be able to achieve this level. She has just started this business, so just take it slow. Now, he still has to deal with the problem of those spies. As for how to deal with them, it really gives Suan a headache. So, Suan asked his fourth and fifth brothers for their opinions. Su Yun didn't know what to do. He couldn't beat him to death. He felt that the crime didn't deserve the death penalty, but he couldn't sentence him easily either. They had suffered a lot during this period of being locked up in the woodshed, but it was impossible for them to continue making soap. Su Yi had a different idea from Su Yun. He felt that once betrayed, he would never be used again in his life. But like Su Yun said, the crime does not deserve the death penalty. They are not the kind of evil family that would beat and kill people at will, but they cannot be allowed to have an easy life. It is impossible to let them go. If they can be bribed once, they can be bribed a second time. The offenders this time are 3 maids and 2 male servants. The maids will be sent to do menial work in the workshop doing laundry. They will have to wash everyone's clothes. The 2 male servants will be assigned to empty the nightshade. They will be put in iron chains on their feet and be under strict watch. They can't run away. This was Su Yi's idea, and Suan thought it was feasible. Now, the total number of people working in the entire workshop is at least 60, if not 80. These tasks are enough for them to do, doing the dirtiest and most tiring work and barely surviving. The next day, Su Yun and Su Yi accompanied Suan to the workshop. Several workshops are arranged in an alley, not far from each other, just a few steps away. When Suan came back, the workers in the workshop, both men and women, were very happy and greeted her enthusiastically. When Suan came back this time, he learned about those dirty things. There must be rewards and punishments. They have made contributions during the Grain and Ear Festival. Each of them will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver, as well as a pair of jewelry earrings or pearl flowers. To Dashu and Xiaoshu, but their jewelry was converted into cash, 15 taels per person. They were men, and had no need for those jewelry. Suan asked them to go to the woodshed and bring out the traitors. They had not washed for a long time, and their feces and urine were all in the woodshed. Once they were brought out, the smell was so bad that they wanted to vomit. Suan covered his nose with a handkerchief. Suyin made a look of disgust and pinched his nose tightly. All the workers in the workshop were called by their uncle and watched the fate of the traitor. When the 5 men saw Suan coming, they thought she was going to kill them. They were so scared that they knelt down and begged for mercy, kowtowing repeatedly. "Boss, we know we were wrong. Please spare us. We won't do it again. Please forgive us." They wanted to come up and pull Suan's skirt, but were stopped by several guards brought by Suan. "When you did those things, you should have thought about this day. You dared to do such things despite being servants. What benefits did they give you? Is it to give you endless wealth or to promise to free you from servantry? No matter how much money you have, where can you escape to in your lifetime as a servant? Besides, your indenture is with me. Can they find a way to steal it from me?" Suan felt that they all had idiot brains. She did not promise these later comers when to denaturalize them, and it was impossible for her to promise all of them. If they all left by then, who would work for her? As for Mangzhong and the others, if they continue to perform well, it is not impossible to return their indentures to them and train them to be useful people. Mainly depends on one's character. If someone is capable of great use, she will definitely be willing to give him a chance. "Uncle, I've thought about it. It would be unlucky to kill them. Let's send the women to be laundry maids. From now on, everyone's dirty clothes will be taken off and washed by them. If they are not clean, they will be washed again. They will eat at the end of the meal and eat whatever is left. As for those 2, they will be responsible for everyone's night incense from now on. Put on anklets to prevent them from running away. I have already given you a lenient sentence and spared your lives. Everyone else listen to me. I will give you a respectable life. If you look down on me and do something that harms my interests, then I will not be so good-tempered. If you commit the same offense again, you will be taken directly to the government office and punished with a cane." My uncle nodded, which was considered as his approval of Suwan's way of handling the matter. It was also considered as a lesson, and it also let others know that they were not easy to fool. After Suan finished his speech, everyone present knelt down and expressed their opinions. "Please rest assured, sir. We will not do anything that would harm the interests of the workshop, and we will never be traitors." After Suan finished dealing with the matter, he did not stay any longer. Next, she would have to go to Yintang's shop to check out the business of other small shops in Xiangzhou. As for Qionyang, I heard that she is back, and I want to ask her to meet me. Qionyang's visit might have to be postponed for 2 days. Suan agreed to visit his 5th brother's painting studio, and also had to accompany his 4th brother to plan the restaurant, so he was very busy. He renovated the 5th brother's painting studio, making it more elegant than before. The painting studio now only accepts some portrait jobs. All the paintings on the wall have been taken down. Only 2 paintings are produced each year. According to Suan, 2 paintings a year are too many. After the 5th brother became famous, it is not a good thing to have too many paintings lost in the open. Su-yi had to stay in the shop, and Suan followed Su-yun to see the restaurant. This was originally a 2-story small tea house, and the area of the 2 floors combined is probably more than 300 square meters. The kitchen is not included. In the future, this place will be dedicated to meals and will not provide accommodation. The location is okay. Although it is not on the most prosperous street, it is close to the central area. With some good promotion, there should be no problem with business. Su-yun is now looking for someone to do the renovation. He has a general idea of the direction, but he still needs Suwan's advice on the details. He is also custom making the tables and chairs. He is not trying to save money on purpose. Suan said that if it is not enough, she can still borrow some. The 4th brother, in the original book, according to the timeline, he opened a small restaurant in Qinghai County in the first half of last year. It was the kind of restaurant that was located in a remote area, not very large, and had a very ordinary environment. At that time, he had limited money, so he had to take his time in everything. He relied solely on his imagination, innovation, and good taste to attract customers. In the first year, and then went to Shangzhou to open a slightly larger restaurant. After running it for 2 years, it became popular in Xiangzhou. After that, I took all the funds and went to Kyoto to do something big, ready to go all out. As a result, I turned it into the best restaurant in the local area in terms of taste and environment. Now, the fourth brother's development is a little late, but it doesn't matter. The direct starting point is Xiangzhou. With Suan's intervention, he changed his mindset this time and went for the high-end route, making exquisite dishes and relying on chili peppers to establish a unique cuisine. After the opening, there will be only one such restaurant in the world, and one can imagine how popular it will be. Because of her arrival, it seems that the fate of all the brothers has changed and is developing in a better direction. In the original novel, the eldest brother went from being the 3rd place in the imperial examination to the 1st place in the imperial examination, while the second brother only received the teachings of Grandma Yi Qinggu in the later stage of the novel, but now it has been advanced by several years. On the third brother's side, but there are also some changes. Just like now, the 4th brother skipped the gradual reform process and directly raised the starting point. The 5th brother also achieved success and gained fame in Xiangzhou in advance, instead of just showing his prominence in the later period. 4th brother's restaurant hasn't been named yet because he has been waiting for 2 months, so now he has to open the restaurant quickly. In terms of decoration, Suan suggested that the more elegant and high-end the better, because if you cook exquisite dishes, your environment must match the price. We also need to recruit waiters. Suan can help with the counter in the early stages. 4th brother also needs to find a kitchen team. It will be impossible for him to handle the kitchen alone. Wouldn't he be exhausted? The uniqueness of their restaurant cuisine lies in the chili pepper. As long as they master the chili growing technique and the method of making chili powder and chili sauce, they don't have to worry about others stealing their skills. By then, no one else will be able to get a piece of the pie because they are the only one of their kind. In addition, the restaurant must need a variety of raw materials, such as meat, vegetables, rice, flour, oil, firewood, etc. And the sources must be found in advance. Su Jing was quite sensible. He had not done nothing in the past 2 months. He had found the suppliers of the raw materials. The only things he hadn't thought about were the decoration and the signboard. As for what name to use for this project, Su Jing hoped that Suan would come up with one. He had thought of many names, but they were either too vulgar or unoriginal, so he simply waited for Suan to come up with one. All pretty good, such as Farong Cottage and Yuyan Hall. Suan thought about it for several nights and finally decided on a few names and let everyone choose. Baxianzai, Daoxiong Village, Don't Stop Drinking, Get Drunk Today, Chenglu. All 5 names are good, take your pick. Su's father and mother both think that Baxianzai is good, Su Yi likes Beimoding, and Suan personally likes Jinzuozui and Chenglu. The former is elegant, while the latter is more grand and catchy. But Su Jing prefers Daxiankan. He thinks this name is particularly interesting and eye-catching. Since he is the one who runs the restaurant, then let him choose. However, Su Jing trusts Suwan's vision more, so in the end, he lets Suan make the decision. If Suan had to choose, then it would definitely be Chenglu. This name has the potential to become a hit. When it becomes popular, it will sound very high-end. In this case, we finally decided on Chenglu as the name of the restaurant sign, and immediately found someone to make it custom-made. The font had to be beautiful, and the sign had to be grand and not petty. Things on Su Yun's side have been roughly settled, and he's just waiting for everything to be in place and to choose a day to open. As for Suan, he had to go see Qionyang right away and listen to her report on the business summary of Bingjitang in the past 6 months. In fact, you can see when you pass by that Bingjitang's business is really good. The people coming and going are all rich ladies and daughters dressed in luxurious clothes. We agreed to meet at the moonlit West Tower, and Qionyang was already waiting there. She brought with her a stack of accounts, which contained all the expenses and incomes of the Bingjitang workshop. Just half a year, Bingjitang's net income reached more than 30,000 taels of silver, approaching 40,000 taels. Suan looked at the numbers above and was quite satisfied. All of Bingjitang's products have been widely praised and are very popular among customers. Qianyang also took the opportunity to develop the rouge and powder business and compete with Yumi and Taohua. Madame Xie is busy every day trying to keep her business. Because of the existence of Bingjitang, all her wealthy customers have been taken away, and the rest are ordinary consumers who can only afford small items. Suan looked at the accounts carefully, and she fully recognized Qianyang's abilities. Qianyang calculated last year's surplus, went to the money shop and exchanged it for silver notes, and divided the profits between Suan and Jiang Yu. She contained Suan's share. Jiang Yu's share temporarily and give it to him after he returned from the battlefield. Since we have agreed on it before, we must do it. Now I will give him 30% of the profits. For Jiang Yu, these are just small amounts of money, as long as Suan is happy. In addition, Qianyang wanted to take advantage of the current good business to open branches one after another and expand the business territory. She came here today specifically to discuss this matter with Suan. If she wanted to open a branch, she would have to ask her for money. Boss, our Bingjitang has now stabilized in Xiangzhou. Business is good, and we have made some money. So I am thinking of opening branches in several nearby states, and the main workshop will be in Xiangzhou. What do you think? By then, there will be a change in manpower. I will recruit a large number of craftsmen to work in the workshop. Originally, this plan was to be implemented after the new year, but you have not returned, so I have to ask for your opinion. Now that you are back, I think this matter should not be delayed any longer.
Suan nodded.
Qianyang was also devoted to Bingjitang, and she herself was also planning to open branches this year. Plant trees early and enjoy the shade early. When the business of Bingjitang is stable, when we get to Kyoto, if the matter really gets to the emperor, we can use Yuyintang as a cover. With such a large industry, when the Jin state had just finished a war and the treasury was empty, the industry chain of goat milk soap could always shut up those ministers and also make the emperor feel at ease. If all else fails, she can donate some money privately. On the surface, they have emptied out all their savings. Their loyalty is evident to all. If it were them, would they be so determined and willing to give so much? Everything is up to you, but you'll have to work hard in the future. After the work is done, I will increase your monthly salary by 200 taels of silver. Is that okay? He does so much to deserve this monthly salary, but she still thinks it is too little. What she does as a hands-off boss is really unique. Basically, she never worried about Bingjitang and only took a look at the workshop. Anyway, everything was in order, much more neat and tidy than her Yuyintang. Suan had to learn these things from her. Then I won't be polite with you. I don't mind having too much money. Qianyang is a very straightforward person, and Suan likes dealing with her. The matter of opening a branch was decided. I would go to Sujo and Yenjo first, and giving her 12,000 taels of silver as startup capital should be enough. Before they knew it, more than 3 months had passed since Suan and Jiang Yu separated, and they finally received a letter from the border. Jiang Yu's letter said that war had already broken out on the border. He found Su Chen in the recruit camp and transferred him to work under Duke Jiang. Su Chen was fine and told his family not to worry. He said the knee pads made by Wanwan were really useful and a great help. In the freezing cold border, everyone's knees were sore from the cold, but he was the only one who was safe and sound. Both of them are now the lowest level soldiers. Even someone like Jiang Yu has to squeeze into a large bunk bed with a group of soldiers. In the north, and even though Jiang Yu was wearing the most ordinary soldier's armor, it couldn't hide his innate nobility. He stayed with Su Chen, eating around the campfire to keep warm. The two of them looked at the fine snow in the sky, which evaporated when it approached the fire. Su Chen stared at the fire in a daze, drinking hot water from time to time, and sighed. Xiangzhou should be getting warmer now, with flowers blooming in spring, unlike the border area, which is desolate everywhere. From his words that he missed home. During the more than half a year at the border, the two sides had been testing each other, and he had no chance to go directly to the front line while he was in the recruit camp. Why, are you missing home? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. Of course I do. Which of you here doesn't miss home? I don't know how long this war will take to be over.
Su.
All the soldiers who were on the expedition missed home. It could take 3 to 5 years at most, or 1 to 2 years at least, depending on how our head coach arranges the troops. Jiang Yu was not polite at all when he evaluated his father. Indeed, if the soldiers are led well and fight well, they will naturally be able to return home early. Yes, it's useless for us to be brave. Our commander must also be able to lead the troops. Su Jing agreed with Jiang Yu's statement. He still doesn't know that their head coach is Jiang Yu's biological father. All I can say is that Jiang Yu is too down-to-earth. Even in a noisy soldier camp, he can live there calmly and peacefully, without any airs of a nobleman. Jiang Yu, come with me. While the two were talking, the deputy general beside the commander came over and called out Jiang Yu by name. It has happened several times, and now the soldiers under him are all doubting Jiang Yu's identity. Duke Jiang led the army this time and brought a son with him, Jiang Yu's half-brother Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was also in the soldiers' camp, but he was not a low-key person and advertised his identity everywhere. Before the war officially started, everyone in the camp knew that he was the commander-in-chief's son, and they all tried to curry favor with him. Jiang Yu's surname was also Jiang, and he was always summoned by the deputy general from time to time. It was hard for everyone not to suspect that he was also a nobleman who came in through the back door. In the eyes of everyone, these children of aristocratic families are all good-looking but useless, so when they look at Jiang Yu, their eyes are not eyes and their noses are not noses. Even Su Jing, who is on good terms with Jiang Yu, is isolated. Jiang Yu and Su Jing looked at each other, then stood up and followed the deputy general to the commander's tent. At the end of April, Yang Qingqing and Yi Run's held their wedding. The Yi family had a small house with 2 entrances in Shango City. Ye's father had already hired someone to renovate the yard and use it as a wedding room for the couple. The dowry their family gave was not much, just 208 taels of silver, and some of the necessary items for a betrothal gift, a brand new set of mahogany furniture, and 3 pieces of gold jewelry, everything that was necessary. The main thing is that they spent a lot of money on decorating the new house, and they will also need money to hold the wedding banquet. My uncle and aunt didn't ask for too much. In their opinion, as long as their daughter lives a good life, it's enough. But after more than half a year, Yang Qingqing worked as the shopkeeper of Yuyan Hall and saved more than 100 taels of private money. Together with the jewelry that Suan had given her, the total value was quite a bit of silver. She took them all as her dowry, and her uncle also gave an extra 280 taels of dowry, almost emptying his own family fortune to give as a dowry to his daughter, which shows how much he values his daughter. When Yang Qingqing got married, Suan paid for her a set of gold headwear out of his own pocket, which was very decent. Her wedding dress was also made by Su's mother herself, with good material that her aunt had specially asked her to buy. Of course, the veil was sewn by her herself, in the pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water. Yang Qingqing married an ordinary person, so her wedding dress was red. Unless she married into a wealthy merchant family or a high-ranking official, she could wear red or green wedding dresses. You get married, the more respectable you are, the better. The more dowry you bring, the more you can hold your head up high in your husband's family. Compared with the 2 families, Yang Qingqing's dowry was particularly large, so she was very proud in the eyes of her relatives from the Yi family. It was also on the wedding day that Suan met Ye's son-in-law for the first time. In terms of appearance, he is not extremely handsome, but he is also quite pretty. He is about 1.8 meters tall and is a handsome and elegant young man. He rode a tall horse, wearing a red wedding dress and a big red flower, and came to pick up Yang Qingqing. The 2 of them said goodbye to their uncle and his aunt cried like a tearful person. Suan still had to walk a few steps out of the door. She was the cousin and had to go to the Yi family to accompany the bride. The Yi family is a native family of Shango City. After the renovation, this ancestral home is not shabby at all. Yang Qingqing's wedding room is fully equipped with new items. Cousin Qingqing looked so beautiful today. After the wedding ceremony, she sat nervously in the new room. Her bed was covered with peanuts, longans, and red dates, symbolizing the early birth of a baby. However, the complicated headpiece and jewelry that Suan put on her head caused her neck to hurt. She got up early in the morning and didn't eat anything, so she was starving by noon. Suan could only go out and find a few plates of snacks to fill her stomach. But she didn't expect that when she came back, she found her cousin's husband was also there. He made up an excuse to go to the toilet, then ran to the kitchen to cook a bowl of chicken noodle soup and brought it to Yang Qingqing. Because I was worried that she would be hungry if she didn't eat for the whole morning. As soon as Suan came in, he felt embarrassed and quickly left. My cousin's husband came out not long after staying in there. When he saw her at the door, he nodded to her politely. When Suan saw Yang Qingqing eating noodles with such happiness on her face, she knew that she had married the right person. A man will always care about you and love you, and even if your family is not so prominent, life will be good. As cousin Qingqing's wedding was over, it was Suwan's coming-of-age ceremony. At the beginning of May, she turned 15. In ancient times, girls would reach the age of 15, which was considered a rite of passage, indicating that they could get married after reaching the age of 15. The Su family attached great importance to Suwan's coming-of-age ceremony. They planned to set up a few tables to have a good time and imitate others to hold a proper coming-of-age ceremony to bring face to Suwan. On Su Yun's side, Chenglu had already prepared everything. The waiters and the kitchen team had already been hired, and they were just waiting to choose a day to open. Su Yun didn't want to delay too long, so the opening day was in early May, just a few days after Suwan's birthday. After several rounds of food tasting, all the dishes on the menu were served normally and tasted excellent. Su Yun promoted it in advance and announced the opening of Chenglu everywhere in Xiangzhou City. The menu and prices were also posted. It was neither expensive nor cheap, and many of the dishes on it were things the people of Xiangzhou had never seen before. Suan also contributed a recipe for double skim milk, which was sold as an after-meal dessert at Chenglu. Su Yun also researched several desserts and snacks, such as fermented glutinous rice dumplings, and fried buns. Moreover, the main purpose of this promotion is to let everyone know about the spicy taste. The news that has been released is that this is the only taste in Xiangzhou City, and it is not available in other stores or even in other cities. Once this gimmick is released, there will be no shortage of customers on the opening day. Moreover, there will be a 20% discount in the first 3 days of opening, and considering people's love of bargains, this can also attract a wave of customers. Also, if a new restaurant appears in a place, people will come to eat there with the attitude of trying the taste. On the day of Suwan's coming-of-age ceremony, Su's mother invited all the neighbors and the shop owners of the neighboring shops of Yentang to come to Farong Cottage to attend Suwan's coming-of-age ceremony. On this day, Suwan wore the dress and shoes and socks carefully made by her mother, put on yellow flowers in front of the mirror, and dressed up beautifully for the event. Before the banquet began, she had to bow before the incense table and then wait for Su's mother to put a hairpin on her, which was a very formal ceremony. They are an ordinary family and do not need to follow all those rules and etiquette, otherwise they would be exhausted. Su's mother made her a golden hibiscus hairpin, and Su Yun and Su Yi also prepared their own gift hairpins. Since it is a coming-of-age ceremony, a hairpin is naturally given as a gift. Yesterday, the coming-of-age gifts prepared by my eldest and second brothers were delivered to Farong Cottage. Although the two brothers are far away, they are still thinking about their sister's birthday, let alone such a big day as her coming of age. The hairpins prepared by Sun Linger and Grandma Yi were also delivered along with Su Mu's. The eldest brother prepared a peachwood hairpin that he carved himself. He said in the letter that Yu County was a desolate place and there were no rare items to be found. The only thing he could offer was the hairpin that he carved himself. The gift may be small, but the sentiment is great. Suwan could feel that her elder brother cared about her. She didn't care whether the gift was valuable or not. She only cared about how much sincerity was contained in the gift. The other brothers were different, but they were all carefully selected, and Suwan liked them all. With a rosy face also came, and even a representative from Bingjitang came. But the person who came was not Xiaonyang, as she had gone to work on the semicolon. The person who came was her second-in-command, but she had no impression of his name, and it was impossible for her to act familiar with him. My uncle's family all came, as well as Yang Qingqing and his wife, who had just been married a few days ago. Now has her hair tied up in a bun, and she looks more gentle and considerate like a wife. Her complexion is rosy, her eyes are full of spring, and you can tell at first glance that she is nourished by love. Suan thought that once her fourth brother's Qinglu was stable, she would have to travel around to do business again. There are still several provinces that need her to open branches of Yuantang, and even Kyoto set a goal last year to set up a workshop. At that time, they will pass by Shuanhe River, and Suan plans to go and see his elder brother. Today is her coming-of-age day. The sun is shining brightly, and after Suan has completed the ceremony, she has no intention of joking with others. Yang Qingqing saw that she was worried, so she came over to accompany her. Wan, you look unhappy today. Today is your coming-of-age day. You're already a grown-up girl. So, why are you not happy? Could it be that you are missing Mr. Jiang? Suwan's heart skipped a beat when his feelings were touched, and he seemed very uncomfortable. She coughed twice in embarrassment and agreed, without refuting. Yang Qingqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. A girl's feelings are always poetic. If she meets her ideal person, she will become more sentimental. Jiang Yu and his third brother Su Jing were both at the border. Even if they knew her birthday, they couldn't do anything about it. Sisters could say a few words. Lu Yun came over to find her. Miss, Master Jiang has sent someone over. Please go to the backyard. It's really true what you think about. Just when I was thinking about that guy, he sent someone over. Suan and Yang Qingqing looked at each other, and Yang Qingqing nodded at her, motioning her to go first. Suan followed Lu Yun to the hibiscus tree in the backyard, where Jiang Yu's guards were waiting. The guard looked familiar. When Suan approached, he turned around and found that the person was actually a hung. In his hands he held a small mahogany box with exquisite carvings. Turning around, I saw Suan coming, smiling brightly. Greetings, 6th Mississippi. I am here today on the orders of the young master to present you with a coming-of-age gift. Please take a look. He handed the wooden box to Suan respectfully. Suan took the box with both hands. Thank you for your hard work. You must be exhausted after coming all the way from Zhongzhou, right? A hung once said that he was stationed at Fengyue Villa all year round, and he would not go down the mountain unless the young master ordered him to. So this time he came directly from Fengyue Villa. It's not hard. Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. I was delayed for a while on the way. Otherwise I should have arrived long ago. If I missed the girl's coming-of-age ceremony and sent the gifts, the young master would punish me. This time I came here, I also brought the coming-of-age gifts prepared by the old master for you. But the quantity is too large. Miss Luiying has arranged for someone to deliver them to the warehouse. Everyone is thinking about Suwan's birthday. To be honest, in her life, except in modern times, no one cared when she celebrated her birthday. Her birthday has always been insignificant and ignored, and sometimes even she herself forgets it. Now that she was being held in the palm of everyone's hand, she still felt a little unreal in her heart. She always felt that these feelings were fleeting, and in the end it was just a dream, so she often twisted her arms to see if she was dreaming. Give my regards to the old master when you go back. Thank him for caring about me. Girl, please take a look at the gift that the young master prepared for you. He said that the mission will not be completed until I personally watch you put it on. Ahung stared at the box in Suwan's hand and said expectantly. Suwan found it funny, but did as he was told and opened the gift Jiang Yu had prepared in front of him. As expected, it was also a hairpin, but the things Jiang Yu gave as gifts were never ordinary items, especially the things given to her, which must be very precious. Sure enough, there was a hairpin lying quietly in the box. However, it was a hairpin made with royal kingfisher feather craftsmanship. Judging from its style, it was a step-shaking hairpin, and the design on it looked a bit like a phoenix's tail. Is this a kingfisher hairpin? Suwan looked at Ahung in confusion. Ahung nodded and explained, this is made by the master of imperial jadeite in the palace. It is very expensive. It is called Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. There are only 5 of them in the world. One is with the Queen Mother, one is with the Queen, one is with the concubine Shu, and the other is with the Princess of Xiang. This is the 5th Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. It originally belonged to the young master's mother, the wife of the Duke of Jiang. After that, her husband passed away, and the phoenix was kept by the young master and will be given to the future wife of the young master. Today is your coming-of-age day. The young master had instructed me when we were at Fengyue Villa. He knew he couldn't attend in person, so he asked me to deliver this gift today to express his love for you. Suan gave him a token of love, and he also gave him a token of love in return today. Hearing what Hung said, this Fengqiuwang is indeed very precious. There are only 5 in the world, and she actually got one. Suan immediately took out the hairpin and put it directly on her head. Hung smiled with satisfaction when he saw it. Since the mission has been completed, I won't stay any longer, so I'll leave now. After completing the task, Hung was about to leave and immediately returned to Fengyue Villa. Suan also knew that it was inconvenient to keep him, so he personally sent him out of Farong Cottage before going back. Her head immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked at it curiously. Some people have never seen kingfisher feathers, or even heard of them, but after seeing them, they just think they are beautiful. So everyone came to ask her about the origin of this hairpin. Suan just smiled and said a few perfunctory words, not intending to reveal the origin of this hairpin. When Yang Qingqing saw Suan again, in addition to noticing that she had a dazzling hairpin on her head, she also noticed that her originally gloomy face was now replaced by a smile. It is indeed the word love that makes people unable to stop. She laughed at her mercilessly. Suan let her laugh at herself. When she was dating her cousin's husband, she was even more embarrassed than herself. Abroad, a battle had just ended, and the soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield. After months of stalemate, the 2 armies finally came face to face. They fought for several days in a row, and there were countless casualties and wailing everywhere. The external soldiers were all tall and strong, and they were strong in both numbers. Even if they were slightly outnumbered, they could still fight the Jin army on equal terms, and the number of casualties on their side was even greater. However, after a few battles, the other side only launched tentative attacks to test their strength, and then stop when they saw an advantage. Jiang Yu and Su Jing were quickly promoted to centurions because they killed many enemies. There was blood on their armor, and it was unclear whether it was from the enemy or their own people. But it is ridiculous that the second son of Duke Jiang actually deserted the battlefield and was now punished to be sent to the cook camp to be a fireman. Those soldiers who used to curry favor with him have all become fence-sitters. Seeing that he is in such a state of desolation, no one cares about him anymore. At this time, news came from the court that the 5th prince and the 7th prince had volunteered to go to the battlefield, and the emperor had already agreed. Soon the 2 princes would arrive at the border and put on armor to go into battle. However, they are princes after all and do not need to abide by the Jiang family's military regulations. First of all, they are captains and generals, appointed by the emperor himself. He is a real member of the royal family. Even if he arrives at the military camp, it is impossible for him to eat and live with the soldiers. To put it bluntly, it is almost like he is here to experience life. Jiang Yu and Su Jing didn't think anything of it. Their coming wouldn't affect them. As for the 5th Prince Morongsheng, he had martial art skills and should be able to make some achievements if he came. But what did it mean that the 7th Prince Moronghui also came? Moronghui is the youngest son of the Majesty. Although his mother, concubine Chen, is not among the 4 concubines, she is now the most favored concubine by the Majesty. As a result, the Majesty is more lenient towards the 7th Prince. Moronghui is only 17 years old now. He has always been known as a playboy in Kyoto. He is the kind of guy who can't do anything and spends all day looking for pleasure. He actually volunteered to go to the battlefield to lead troops to fight? Isn't this ridiculous? He's lucky to be able to lift the sword. However, they have no say in the decisions from above, and all they need to do is do their own job well. Opening day of Qinglu was extremely lively. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, firecrackers were set off as if they were free. The Su family came together, and the guests flocked in. Qinglu has 2 floors and was converted from a tea house. The first floor is the lobby, and the second floor is decorated as a quiet booth separated by a window. Most of the seats on the second floor are by the window. The environment is quiet, with green plants and flowers everywhere, and gurgling water among the rockery. The first floor is a little noisy because the tables are not far apart, so if you speak louder, the neighbors can hear it. After a while, the first floor was filled with people, sitting in groups of 2 or 3, and guests also came into the second floor one after another. There are 5 waiters in total, who are responsible for taking orders and serving food, but now it seems that they are not enough. Everyone ordered the signature dishes. Braised pork and spicy chicken were must orders. Almost every table ordered them. The other dishes were also very good. Most of the guests also ordered desserts after the meal. Double skim milk and fermented glutinous rice dumplings were the most popular. Most of them were ordered by tables with female guests. The kitchen was bustling with activity. The pots on every stove were catching fire and the spoons were smoking. Inside the steamer is a freshly steamed round of fish with fermented black beans. Su Jing personally helped in the kitchen. He dressed up carefully early in the morning, wearing new clothes, a neat bun, and an exquisite hair crown, just to make himself look more stylish as the boss. As a result, he still underestimated the popularity of his Qinglu, and he was short of manpower. Outside, Suan was guarding the counter to give feedback. Every time a table came to pay, she would ask everyone about their dining experience. Really, it was the first time for the entire Xiangzhou people to eat such novel dishes and flavors, which were called spicy. Moreover, the dishes were different from what he usually ate. The color was no longer dull white, but brown of varying shades. But even so, people will not feel uncomfortable, but will feel very appetite. Smell in the air whets your appetite. To be honest, there are still many people who like spicy food. The few who can't eat spicy food will also be impressed by light dishes with soy sauce. On the first day of opening, there were almost no negative reviews. All the prepared dishes delivered by the supplier early in the morning were sold out, and an additional batch was delivered in the afternoon. I didn't expect the business to be so good. The stove in the kitchen never stopped burning all day long. Not only that, according to Suan's suggestion, Qinglu also has a delivery business, which can deliver food to your door. Even if there is no seat in the store, you don't have to wait. The food can be prepared and sent to your home. This business model is unique in Xiangzhou. Less than half a month after it was launched, other restaurants all felt threatened. All the business was taken over by Qinglu and no customers came to the restaurants. On the other hand, Qinglu has been packed with people these days, and its takeout business is also very popular. Su Jing's Qinglu is open until midnight, all thanks to the fact that there is no curfew in Xiangzhou. Even if people are hungry in the middle of the night, they can still have a delicious meal. Some people, even if they live near the city gate, would walk for half an hour just to have a taste of Qinglu's food. Colleagues were worried and asked people to buy Qinglu's food to study it. The chili and the unique sauce were impossible to replicate. They had no idea what ingredients were used. Moreover, Su Jing was the only one who was in charge of the cultivation of peppers, the making of pepper powder and pepper sauce, as well as the pickling methods of chopped pepper sauce. He was the only one who knew the recipe of the sauce, and Suan didn't know it. If those colleagues wanted to find out the recipe, they would have no idea where to start from among Qinglu's staff unless they looked for Su Jing. But Su Jing was not a fool. In other words, it would be extremely difficult for them to replicate the taste of Qinglu. The only one that was not affected was probably the moon is full in the West Tower, but it was still affected to some extent. Yueman Shilo is a hotel, and serving food is just a sideline business. Nowadays, food has been monopolized by Qinglu. Many customers staying at Yueman Shilo will rush to Qinglu for their 3 meals. If there is no room, they will order delivery to Yueman Shilo. Thus, the kitchen in the Moonlight West building became quiet overnight, and the cooks gathered together to chat with nothing to do. Shopkeeper Luo has already started thinking about whether to lay off a few employees or something. It is true that teaching the apprentice will starve the master to death. However, Yu Mingxela's accommodation business is still very stable. They are originally doing business with wealthy people, so there will be no shortage of wealthy people who want to stay at their house. Su Yun made a lot of money in half a month. He looked at the flow of money in the account book and showed a very worthless smile. Su Yun, finally stood up. Come on, Su Yi, look carefully. I can earn so much money in just half a month. Weren't you showing off before? Are you still showing off now? Su Yun was very vindictive. When he bought a birthday present for Suan, he was short of money due to his business, so he had to borrow money from Su Yi to buy the hairpin. Now, he also makes money and no longer has to be laughed at by him. Su Yi was speechless. He glanced at Su Yun indifferently and reached out to put his account book aside. First, pay off the 1,500 taels owed to Yintang. Su Yun opened Chenglu and borrowed 1,500 taels from Yintang's account. Now Su Yi said it out without giving him any face. It's really annoying. Su Yun was choked up and hid the account book behind him. Why rush? I can pay it all back next month, and I'll have some left over. Seeing him pretending to be calm, Suan laughed unkindly. It's okay, fourth brother. Don't be in a hurry to pay it back. First stabilize Chunglo's business. There must be money in the account. Wanwan is still considerate. Unlike you who makes me angry every day. Su Yun smiled at Suan, and when he turned to look at Su Yi, he glared at him fiercely. Su Yi said it didn't matter. He didn't care, but he just didn't say anything, which made Su Yun very angry again. Chenglu is now very popular and has become a restaurant that is talked about a lot in Xiangzhou City. The net profit in just half a month is as much as 1,000 taels of silver. If it moves to Kyoto in the future, I am afraid the net profit will be even more. Of course, Suan has not been idle during this period. She had said before that she wanted to set up a security team. Now she has selected a yard as the residence of the security team and posted a recruitment notice. Her uncle is responsible for the interviews. We're all grown men, and it was inappropriate for a girl like her to go for the interview. The employment requirements are as follows. Male, between the ages of 20 and 35, must be skilled in martial arts, be in good health, and have all the necessary limbs. The escort team's future mission is to escort Yu Yanhull's goods to and from various states. Because it is a long journey, the commission is relatively high. Food and accommodation are provided, and the commission for each person is 6 taels of silver per month. The contract is signed for a minimum of 5 years. We are recruiting 100 people, and the quota is on a first-come, first-served basis until all are filled. Hiring 100 people would only earn a commission of 600 taels of silver a month. To ensure the safety of the goods, this amount of money is nothing. Moreover, Suan's move was mainly to cultivate his own network of contacts, so that if there was any chaos, he could dispatch them to protect his family. Because of the war on the front line, the price of rice has increased. Suan has bought back a large amount of grain at a high price. With so many people to feed at home and so many workers to support, it is not a small amount of money. Fortunately, her business has high profits and low costs. Even if things don't work out, there is still the income from Bingjitang. The monthly revenue of several thousand taels of silver is enough for her family to live a comfortable life. In the second half of the year, I took some time to visit my eldest brother and bring him some rice. The war on the front line was tense, and many refugees from the border fled south to avoid the war. Prices were rising everywhere, especially food. Not to mention prosperous places like Xiangzhou and Zhongzhou, the lives of ordinary people in the Shuanhe River Basin are probably even more difficult. At that time, she will go there and open a porridge stall to provide porridge to the refugees and regard it as doing good deeds to accumulate fame and virtue. Spring is the flood season. When the floods occurred, there were complaints everywhere and many refugees' homes were washed away. Fortunately, there was Su Jing, who gritted his teeth and supervised the construction and repair of the embankments even at the end of the year. Compared with the previous years, the situation was much better. When the flood occurred, and it was the season of late spring cold, many people contracted cough. The medicinal herbs that Su Jing brought with him were very effective and saved many lives. The common people of Xuanhe saw some hope through him and thought that finally a good official who could get things done had arrived. By the end of June, Su Yun's Qinglu had stabilized and business was good every day. Su Yun was so busy that he wished he could live in Qinglu. Su Yi is relatively free. He can open a shop whenever he wants. Those who engage in art are all weird people. Suan even took time out to accompany him to visit Master Qian. Xionyang has also returned from other places and opened 3 Bingjitang stores one after another. After taking a 2-month break, she continued to open branches in other states. It's time for Suan to set off on a certain day to go to several prefectures in the Jiangnan region to deal with the affairs of the Yuantang branch and to visit his elder brother in Yu County as well. At Su Yi's strong request, he will accompany her throughout this journey. But Su Yun was so envious. Now he was tripped by Cheng Lu and couldn't get away, otherwise he would have to go with him no matter how high. In the Jiangnan region, there are 3 more states to visit: Jeju, Banju, and Minju. First go to Fengzhou, which is the closest to Xiangzhou. Even though it is the closest, it takes half a month to get there. Then it is Jeju and Minzhou. Jeju and Minju are located in the Xuanhe River basin, especially Minju, which has been hit by floods over the years and is the most economically backward and poorest. Jeju has also been affected to some extent because it is close. Refugees often stagnate in and around the city. The economic development is not very good, and even the public security is not very good. By then, the price of goat milk soap in these 2 regions will have to be adjusted down relatively. The demand for body and hair soap and floral goat milk soap is estimated to be relatively low, and the basic and dyed types should sell the best. In recent years, she doesn't expect these 2 regions to make much money for her, but after the flood in Xuanhe River is controlled, the economy of these 2 regions will gradually recover and slowly get better. Yu County, where my eldest brother is located, is in Minzhou. The flood season has just passed, and the situation there is hard to describe. Suan brought 8 guards with her this time, all of whom were left by Jiang Yu. This journey was not as prosperous and peaceful as Yenjo and Sujo. She might encounter many refugees, and so on. In case of chaos at that time, it was necessary to bring a few more people with her. Also, the means of transportation should not be too eye-catching and should be as low-key as possible. There is no need to use the luxurious carriage that Jiang Yu gave her, so she bought a slightly smaller one for herself and put a blanket inside, which was enough for her, Luyan Luying, and her 5th brother to sit on. Moreover, Luyan spent most of the time outside the carriage, driving the carriage together. Also another carriage used to carry supplies and luggage. When resting on the way, pots, pans, firewood, rice, oil, salt, and other things were placed in it. The 8 guards all rode horses, so no one would rush. They just walked normally and stopped to feed the horses when they came across a post station. This time, with the 5th brother accompanying her, the journey would not seem too boring. He always took care of Suan in every detail and never let her do anything by herself, treating her like a child who could not take care of herself. After staying in Fengzhou for a month, as soon as the shop issue was settled, we went to Jeju, without stopping. On the official road near Jeju, many refugees were heading towards Jeju City in groups. They were thin, their clothes were tattered and covered in mud, and their hair was messy. Many children aged 5 or 6 kept crying to the adults about how hungry they were and how they wanted to eat, but after fleeing all the way, they had already run out of food and ammunition. After a lot of effort, I saw a group of people and 2 carriages coming on the official road. The guards were riding tall horses, with swords hanging at their sides, and each of them had a serious expression. The refugees knew that this was a group of wealthy people, and there might be a lot of food in their carriage, and there might be a kind-hearted man or a lady sitting inside. Some people wanted to take a gamble, so they all knelt down in the middle of the road and begged for food from the master in the carriage. "Good man, please give me something to eat." The sounds of begging came one after another. Sui opened the window of the carriage and looked forward, and found that dozens of refugees were kneeling on the road, kowtowing and begging. The convoy had to stop, and the guards outside asked Suan what to do next. Suan looked out through the tiny gap in the car door. Seeing the situation, she knew very well that the food they had now was not enough to be distributed, not to mention that there were hundreds of refugees behind them. If there was not enough food to be distributed after taking it out, and everyone scrambled for food and caused chaos, they would probably be trapped here. Being kind also requires a limit and a method. Being soft-hearted for a moment will only cause yourself unnecessary trouble. But these refugees were blocking the road, and if they were not given food, they would probably not give way. They couldn't kill them for that. So Suan pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. She whispered a few words to the guards outside the window. Upon hearing this, the guards nodded repeatedly. Then he shouted to the refugees, "Our master said that we don't have any food on the car to share with you, but please make way for us and let us into Jeju City. Our master is kind and generous and will donate food at the gate of Jeju City and open a porridge stall for 3 days to help the refugees. We will keep our promise." The guards did not reveal Suwan's female identity. When the refugees heard this, they looked at each other and whispered to each other, trying to figure out whether what this man said was true or not. But if you think about it carefully and weigh the pros and cons, you can figure it out. Even if they were cheated, at most they would not get any food. But if it was true, then the porridge stall would have been open for 3 days in a row, and if they arrived as soon as possible, they could live a few more days. This year than in previous years. This is because the newly appointed Du Shuiling proposed a work-for-a-leaf method, which provided the common people with jobs and food to eat and avoided starvation. After the flood season this year, many common people chose to stay and work together to rebuild. With the military and civilians working together, the speed of reconstruction has also been accelerated. Only a very small number of people still have stubborn ideas and are thinking of escaping to other places. Gradually, the refugees in the middle of the road moved to the sides to let the convoy pass. It takes no more than half a day to walk from here to Jeju City, but Suan and the others arrived in just 1 hour. She did what she said. After entering the city, she immediately asked Luyun to buy food and started preparing to open a porridge stall at the city gate. This kind of porridge distribution is very common. You don't need government approval. You just need to bring your own supplies. There are ready-made porridge stalls outside Jeju City because the government distributes porridge every day. If there are kind people who want to continue providing relief, they can just bring people and deliver food over. Now, and the granaries in each state have to send grain to the border every month. The Xian River Basin is also suffering from floods. The court has already transported relief grain and relief silver several times, but there are still so many refugees displaced. All I can say is that after all the layers of screening, there are always a few brave rats who make money from it but make the people suffer. The granaries in Jeju are almost empty, but vendors are driving up the price of brown rice to sky-high levels. However, since Suan has already agreed to open a porridge stall, he will do what he says. Porridge is distributed every day at the gate of Jeju City. This is the order of the governor. At least 1 meal of porridge is provided every day, even if it is just watery. We cannot let the refugees starve to death or die of thirst. Suan just needs to send the food she buys directly to the porridge kitchen, and she doesn't have to worry about anything else. It is impossible to allow these refugees to enter the city. They can only stay temporarily in the refugee camps outside the city. When Shuanha is almost rebuilt, they will naturally go back. Suan had someone buy 2,000 kilograms of brown rice at one time and had it delivered directly to the city gate. It was enough for 2 meals a day, which was enough for more than 3 days. Nowadays, a pound of brown rice sells for 10 cents here, while in Xiangzhou it is only 4 cents. The price here has more than doubled. 2,000 kilograms of rice also cost 200 taels of silver in Suan. In Xiangzhou, 200 taels could buy 2,500 kilograms of polished rice. 2,000 kilograms of brown rice to the city gate. When the refugees saw so much food, they kowtowed on the ground to thank the kind-hearted man for his gift and charity. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. If they didn't think of fleeing but stayed to participate in the joint construction, why would they have to wander around like this? What future can you achieve if you only want to reap the fruits of your labor without being willing to make any contribution? But then again, although the prices of goods in Jeju are expensive, the housing prices are extremely low. Suwon found the best inn to stay in, but discovered that the best inn in Jeju City was only at the level of a medium-sized inn in Xiangzhou. Because of the Xian River, Jeju is rated as a lower province, and the economic level here might not be as good as that of any county in Zhongzhou. She bought a shop in the best location in the pawn shop and spent less than 1,000 taels in total. Including the decoration and the money for hiring workers, it was also very cheap. The prices in this city have skyrocketed. Even ordinary people in the city have a very ordinary life. The poorer ones can hardly afford even brown rice. Jeju is already in such a situation. If it were Minzhou, Suan couldn't even imagine what it would be like. Thinking about Yu County, where his eldest brother is, Suan feels very distressed. That is the place worst hit by the disaster. He really doesn't know what kind of life his eldest brother is living over there. His life might even be in danger. It was still the same formula as before. During the renovation, a female manager was hired, and the interview was conducted directly at the inn. Then Luyan and others were asked to do background checks. Jeju is a rather chaotic place, so Suan stays in the inn most of the time, and Su-yi is the one who handles any matters. But Suan felt bored staying in the inn every day, so he thought about going out for a walk, or at most taking a few more people with him. They all dressed relatively low-key, wearing simple clothes without showing off their wealth. Even the material of their clothes was relatively ordinary. If they wanted to be low-key, they had to stick to it to the end. The 5,000 kilograms of brown rice and 3,000 kilograms of japonica rice sent to the eldest brother have already arrived. Based on Suwan's understanding of him, he probably won't leave much food for himself and will donate it all to the people. I stayed in the inn for several days in a row. Except for going out a few times on the first day to check the shop, I hardly went out after that. Even the decoration of the shop was supervised by my fifth brother. I heard that there are a lot of thieves and pickpockets in Jeju at night, and the security is very bad, so at Su-yi's strong request, he was reluctant to let Suan go out. It was not possible for a person to stay at home every day. Only after Suwan's strong request did Su-yi agree to let her go out for a walk in the morning. Luyan and Luing both know martial arts, and their fighting strength is not low, so they just need to bring 2 guards with them. After entering the city, the guards no longer carried swords with them. I still remember the first day we entered the city. The runners at the city gate saw that the guards were carrying swords and refused to let us in. All the swords were taken away, and they were told to pick them up when we left the city. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When you arrive in a place, you must abide by the local rules. Jiang Yu left behind were all very skilled, ruthless, and taciturn. Even with bare hands, they could fight off several people at once. There was no need for them to take action against the ruffians. Luing alone was enough. He went out in the morning. Suan only brought 2 guards with him. The rest of the guards were disguised as ordinary people and scattered on the street of about 100 meters to provide secret protection, adhering to the principle of keeping a low profile. Otherwise, if a large group of people went out together, it would be too eye-catching. Suan wore a veil and walked side by side with Su-yi on the street. They passed by a bun shop. The steamers were filled with steam and the aroma was fragrant. Seems to be doing very good business. The small tables are full of people, and there are many people waiting in front of the bun stall. The boss almost can't handle them all. Suan pulled Su-yi's sleeve, thinking that the buns in the shop must be so delicious that their business was so good, so she asked her 5th brother to buy a few to try. 5th brother, let us buy a few to try. Su-yi nodded and met his sister's small request. So, Su-yi went to queue up to buy buns, and Suan and his group stood by the roadside waiting. When Su-yi came back with the steaming buns wrapped in oil paper, he had just taken one out and handed it to her. Before Suan could even take it, a little beggar suddenly ran out and knocked the bun out of Su-yi's hand. The buns rolled all over the ground and none of them could be eaten. The little beggar hurriedly said a few words of apology, picked up a few dirty buns on the ground, and ran away desperately. However, he fell to the ground after only a few steps. Suan and Su-yi looked at each other without saying anything. She actually wanted to say that the buns were dirty and she didn't want them anymore. She didn't intend to blame him, but he fell down right after that. Stop right there, you little jerk. I'm going to beat you to death. Suddenly, Two men dressed as servants appeared. They walked up to the little beggar, surrounded him, and started kicking and beating him. The little beggar held the dirty buns tightly in his arms, curled up with his head covered with one hand, and let them kick and beat him. Everyone around was watching the scene coldly, whispering, and watching the excitement. No one was going to help. Suan couldn't stand it anymore, so he signaled two guards to stop them. No matter what the reason was, this little beggar looked young and thin, so how could he just watch him get beaten to death? The more chaotic the place is, the more insignificant human lives are. After receiving the order, the guards stepped forward and restrained the two servants, binding their hands behind their backs. The two servants grimaced in pain and cursed. Who the heck is meddling in other people's business? Are you trying to kill yourself? The little beggar had been beaten so badly that he kept curling up on the ground, unable to get up, with his face facing the ground. It seemed that his assassin must be in great pain. No matter what, you can't hit people like this, let alone a child. Su-yi spoke first, while Su-won remained silent and stood behind Lu-yun and Lu-ying. It's none of your business. This kid offended my master, so he deserves to be beaten. Master, the master is coming. Please save us, master. At this time, another servant looked in the direction he had just come from, shouting and struggling excitedly, but he could not break free from the guard's restraints, so he could only shout for help. Following his gaze, I saw a man in a liver-colored long gown and brocade clothes, hugging two pretty women on his left and right, and followed by four servants. He was kissing one and then the other, and was walking towards the side. Hearing his servants cry for help, he looked over, only to see that his man was restrained and unable to move. He then put away his cynical look, pushed the two women away, opened his folding fan, and walked over while fanning himself, gazing at Su-yi and the two guards with sarcasm. You useless jerks. I asked you to take care of a little beggar, and you let him bully you like this? The guards released the two servants at the right time, and they ran back to their master happily. Master, they are meddling in other people's business and bullying the minority with their numbers. The lackeys complained, and when they saw their master coming, they became more confident when they shouted. What? You want to meddle in other people's business, eh? The man who was called the master looked at Su-yi with contempt. Su-yi just stood there with a calm expression. I just can't stand seeing two grown men bullying a child. I wonder what this little beggar did to offend you? Why did you treat him so cruelly? Su-yi thought, since he was in charge, he might as well take care of it to the end. He bumped into me, I was upset, so I asked someone to teach him a lesson. What's wrong with that? The man raised his eyebrows, his tone very arrogant. He looks to be in his 20s with an average appearance, but he is quite tall and dressed decently, but he is actually a beast in human clothing. The fight has been over and you've calmed down, so let's just forget about it. He didn't want to make things too ugly, so his tone was relatively calm. Who said I'm no longer angry? Boy, you're from another place, right? Have you ever heard of Mr. Zhao San's name? Anyone who offends me, Zhao San, will have a hard time. I see that you are delicate and tender, so it is better for you to stay quiet in other people's territory and mind your own business. I have never heard of Mr. Zhao San and Mr. Li Si, and I am not interested in knowing. But this little beggar has been beaten up by your people. It would be embarrassing if someone died. It is better to make a big deal out of a small matter. If he offended you, just ask him to apologize to you. Why kill someone? Don't you agree, Mr. Zhao San? Su-yi finished speaking calmly, but his momentum was not inferior at all. Mr. Zhao was amused by him. He caught a glimpse of a woman in a plain white dress and a veil behind Su-yi. Just seeing her pair of beautiful eyebrows and eyes was enough to make people feel excited. Who knows how beautiful she is under the veil? Mr. Zhao San's eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. Sir, if I don't let this little beggar go, then I am not broad-minded enough. I won't bother with him, but I want to get to know the girl with the veil behind you. Ask her to take off her veil and make friends with me, and I will pretend that this incident never happened. Su-won stood quietly in the back, not saying anything and not doing anything, but was still noticed. When Su-yi heard his words, his expression suddenly darkened. Mr. Zhao's naked eyes made him want to strip Su one of her clothes. He said in a gloomy voice, "My sister is ugly, so she covers her face with a veil. If I take off the veil, I'm afraid it will scare Mr. Zhao-san. Let's not do it. It doesn't matter. I just like making friends. I don't care about appearance." Mr. Zhao-san was speaking against his conscience. He didn't believe in ugly appearance. He had a hunch that the woman must be stunningly beautiful. Since they were brother and sister, the brother was also fair-skinned and handsome, so the sister must not be much worse. Suan lowered her eyes. She didn't want to be too ostentatious, but she always met some frivolous and dissolute people. Su-yi also didn't want Suan to get into trouble, so he simply turned around and took Suwan's arm and prepared to leave. If he couldn't take care of this trivial matter, then he'd just let it go. Was he going to put Wan in danger because of this? Hey, sir, isn't it a bit impolite to leave in the middle of a conversation? When Master Zhao-san saw that they were about to leave, he waved his hand and asked all the servants to stop them. He had a total of 6 servants, the same number as Suwan's side. Moreover, in his opinion, 3 women posed no threat. Su-yi held Suwan's wrist and turned to look at him. "Mr. Zhao, do you want to fight head-on?" Mr. Zhao-san tapped his palms rhythmically with his folding fan and walked towards Suwan step by step. Luyan and Luying's eyes darkened and emitted dangerous light. "I just want to see the girl's beauty. What's wrong with that?" As Mr. Zhao-san spoke, he reached out to Suwan, wanting to lift her veil. Suwan just stood there, looking at him quietly with a calm look in her eyes. Before the hand touched Suwan, Luyan grabbed it and broke its bone with one force. Mr. Zhao-san's expression twisted instantly. He groaned, and his face turned red. He immediately attacked Luyan with the fan in hand. The tip of the fan brought with it a strong wind, and Luyan leaned back and dodged it easily. No one had expected that this Mr. Zhao-san also knew martial arts. Luing protected Suwan and took a few steps back, standing in front of her. The 2 sides had already started fighting, but how could those servants be opponents? The 2 guards dealt with them in a few moves, knocking them to the ground one by one, punching them so hard that they couldn't get up. The whole process took only about 10 seconds. Mr. Zhao-san was no match for Luyan and was knocked to the ground by her palm, vomiting blood. The remaining guards in disguise who were hiding in the crowd saw the fight breaking out and quickly surrounded Suwan and Su-yi to protect them. Mr. Zhao-san got up from the ground and wiped a mouthful of blood. He looked at Suwan and Su-yi, wondering who these 2 people were. When he went out, he brought so many thugs with high martial arts skills, and they hid so well. The moves made by the 2 guards just now were so fast that he couldn't even see clearly, and all his men fell to the ground. And this woman, the maids around her are so powerful that even I am no match for her, and I can subdue her in just a few moves. What kind of person would have such powerful martial arts for the maids around him? This time, could it be that I have hit a wall? Mr. Zhao-san knew that he had offended a ruthless character, but he was also a man who could bend and stretch, so he immediately left his servants and women behind and ran away quickly. He brought with him had already hidden somewhere unknown, and the servants saw this and got up from the ground and ran away for their lives. These people can just be taught a lesson. There is no need to chase them. Suwan's mood for going out and relaxing today has also been affected. The little beggar had already fainted from the pain, but he was still holding those dirty buns in his arms and refused to let go. What should we do? Su-yi glanced at the little beggar and looked at Suwan helplessly. Suwan shrugged and said, "What else can we do? Take him back and find a doctor. Anyway, we have already taken care of this trivial matter. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." Su-yi knew that his sister was not a cold-hearted person. Good-hearted, but not saintly. Finally, the little beggar was taken back to the inn and seen by a doctor. "I was kicked hard in the abdomen and fainted from the pain. There are also bruises. I need to rest and recuperate for a few days." 2 hours later, the little beggar woke up. When he woke up, he found that his dirty and torn clothes had been changed into clean clothes, his hair was clean, and he was lying on a soft bed in a big room that he had never dared to imagine in his life. However, the first thing he did when he got up was to get out of bed and run outside.
A guard was assigned to watch over him.
As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw the little beggar fall in under the bed, crawling towards the door with a determined and painful look on his face. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill yourself?" This guard happened to have been a beggar when he was a child, so he could especially empathize with others. He hurried over, picked up the little beggar, and put him back on the bed. "Brother, please let me go. I really have something important to tell you." The little beggar was thrown on the bed. He struggled to get up and kowtowed to the guard Anan. Anan hurried to help him. "You misunderstood.
We are not bad people. My daughter saved you. You are seriously injured now. Don't move."
The little beggar's face was covered with tear marks, and he was skin and bones, looking very pitiful. After hearing Anan's explanation, he recalled everything that had happened before. It seemed that he bumped into a brother while running away, and his bun was knocked off his body. Afterwards, he was caught up by Mr. Zhao Sanyi's lackeys and beaten up so badly that he fainted. When he woke up again, he was here. In other words, it was the young man and girl he bumped into who saved him. "Thank you for saving me, but my sister needs me now. She hasn't eaten for several days and has caught a cold. I have to go back to her now." The little beggar continued to kowtow to Anan, crying as he kowtowed, with an anxious look on his face. "Don't be like this, and don't worry. I'll ask my daughter for you. She will find a way to save your sister. Just wait." Anan knew the situation was urgent, but he still had to ask the girl for instructions. After hearing what Anan said, Suan immediately decided to let him take 2 people to look for the child. After all, it is a life. So, Anan asked the little beggar to tell him the address, but the little beggar insisted on going with them. Unable to resist his begging, Anan took him with him. Finally, his sister was found in an abandoned ancestral hall in the city. She looked to be 7 or 8 years old, extremely thin, and had fainted due to not eating for a long time. Anan brought the person back to the inn, asked a doctor to come and see him, and fed him some medicine and half a bowl of porridge, barely saving his life. The little beggar was extremely anxious and stayed by the girl's side all the time. Suan and Su Yi also took the time to come over and take a look. The 2 siblings, one 10 years old and the other 8 years old, looked really pitiful. It is said that their parents went missing due to a flood, probably in an accident. The brother and sister followed the refugees to Jeju to seek refuge, and somehow they got into the city by mistake. They have been living in the city for 2 months, leading a life of begging. However, children's physical constitution is not as good as that of adults, especially little girls. It would be strange if they don't get sick if they live a life of hunger and cold, eat leftovers, dirty food, and sewage every day. The little girl was very weak. Suan thought that since he had to stay in Jeju City for some time anyway, he might as well be a good person and see the brother and sister off to good health, and then send them to Fengyue Villa as Anan said. Fengyue Mountain Villa has a tradition of adopting orphans. As long as they meet one, there is an opportunity and the child is willing, they can go to the mountain to learn skills. After learning more about the situation, we found out that the little beggar's name was Jiang Yu, and the little girl's name was Aria. They were names that would be given in rural areas, and seemed to be easy to raise. When Suan came in, Jiang Yu was very considerate, and knelt down in front of her. With a plop, the sound of the corrugated cover engraving on the wooden floor was so loud that it hurt just to hear it. "Thank you, miss, for saving my brother and me. From now on, I will be your servant and work like a servant for you, without any complaints." The child is very smart and knows just what to say to please others. But Suan didn't need a child to be his servant, let alone work like a servant. "You don't have to be my servant. I have found a good place for you. You can trust my words. When your sister is well, you can take her to a place where she can learn martial arts, and then she will be able to protect your sister in the future." "Miss, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay by your side to repay you." Jiang Yu shook his head. Actually, he had selfish motives. From the first moment he saw this sister, he knew that she was not an ordinary person. If he followed her, as long as he worked hard, asked fewer questions, and was sensible, she would always be able to give him a living. The most important thing is to give his sister something to eat. Suan smiled when she heard this. This smile made Yenjo dazed. He had never seen such a beautiful sister in his life. She was like a fairy from heaven. Kid, I know what you're thinking. I'll arrange for you to go to a place where you can eat well, wear warm clothes, and no one can bully you. It's much better than following me. You won't learn anything from me. But you saved me, miss, so I should stay here to repay you. My mother said that even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring.
Don't worry, sister.
I eat very little and my younger sister eats very little too. Besides, I am very strong and can do a lot of work. Dania's words made Su-yi laugh. He smiled at Yu and said, How can you have so much energy if you don't eat more? For a moment, Yu didn't know how to answer. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Anyway, I just want to tell you that when you go to that place in the future, you can become a powerful person like these brothers, able to climb walls and run on rooftops and do good deeds. You can think about it slowly.
There's still time.
Suan thought that he didn't trust others at the moment, but just subconsciously trusted himself, who saved them. After getting along for a while, he would be able to figure out whether it was good or bad. After staying in Jeju for a month, after Yuan Hall opened, Suan prepared to set off for Yu County, Minzhou. During this period, the brother and sister Yenjo and Arya have recovered their health and gained weight. Compared with their previous skinny appearance, they now look more like normal children of their age. Especially Arya, who looks fair and clean after gaining weight, with 2 dimples when she smiles, big eyes, and beautiful eyeballs like grapes. Yenjo has a smart look, and he was particularly cautious during his time in the inn. He helped the guards with their work and moving things and didn't talk much. He just stood quietly outside Suwan's door. Suwan told him not to stay, and he refused. Every time Luyan did some work, he would rush to do it. Whenever Suwan wanted to eat any snacks, he would offer to run errands for her. During the meal, Wan, Su-yi, and Luyan Luiying sat at one table, while the guards sat at 2 tables. After Arya was able to get out of bed, the brother and sister ate with the guards. However, they always carried their own bowls, picked up a few dishes, and squatted in the corner to eat. Their humble and cautious appearance was heartbreaking. Moreover, he only ate 1 bowl of rice at each meal, for fear that he would eat too much and dislike Suwan and Su-yi, even though the brother and sister were clearly not full. Seeing this, Suwan could only tell them that since they were staying at her place for the day, they should eat until they were full. However, the 2 children still did not listen and insisted on eating only 1 bowl, so Su-yi took a hard approach. He told them that he hated this pretentious look the most. The 2 children were frightened and no longer tried to eat only 1 bowl of food, but ate until they were full. Every time after eating, there is always not a grain of rice left in the bowl. Only when you have experienced hunger do you know how precious food is. Mr. Zhao-san was probably taught a lesson and suspected that Suwan was some big shot who he could not afford to offend, so he never came to cause trouble again. Now that the matter of Jeju was settled, Suwan didn't want to delay any longer and immediately went to Yu County, Minzhou. But before leaving, Yu and Arya had to find a way to get her to Fengyue Villa. There is an intelligence point of Fengyue Villa in Jeju City. Send the child there, and they will send someone to take the child to Fengyue Villa. However, Yu was too stubborn. He insisted on staying with Suwan and refused to go to Fengyue Villa. No matter how much he was persuaded and how much reason he had given, he finally wavered a little. Fengyue Villa is undoubtedly the best place for the 2 brothers and sisters. They have been with Suwan during this period and have enough meals every day. But they don't know what the place they're going to is like, and whether it will be better than being with Suwan. Being homeless, hungry, and cold. So he finally found a life-saving straw and didn't want to lose it, mainly for his sister. I want her to have a good place. But now, Suwan has already chosen a place for them. Brother Anan and the others have always told them about their days at Fengyue Villa. It's nothing special, but they have food, drink, shelter, and can learn a lot of skills. In the future, when I have learned some skills, I can come back to repay my sister. Therefore, Yu agreed to stay and go to Fengyue Villa. After staying in Jeju for a month, most of the refugees outside the city have been reduced to a minimum. It will take another 5 or 6 days to reach Minji Yuxian. The further you go, the more desolate the area becomes, with loess and dead trees everywhere. Su Jing's Du Shui Ling mansion was in Minzhou City, but he often lived in a courtyard built on the hillside in Yu County. He drew a picture about the construction of the dam. He drew based on the terrain of the upper reaches of the Xian River seems complicated, but once built, it can effectively withstand severe floods during the flood season every year through some unique features of the dam. After this drawing was presented, the emperor immediately ordered that no effort should be spared in the construction of the Xuanhe River Dam, no matter how much money and material resources it would cost. After all, once the dam was built, it would be a great cause that would benefit future generations, and it had to be built no matter how great the pressure was. Now the former and harems have cut down on expenses, with the queen taking the lead, ordered all the concubines in the harem to take out money and gold and silver as donations. Now no one dares to wear gold and silver. Now we have to build dams and fight on the front line, which requires a large amount of military supplies. The emperor does not allow his subjects to waste. Once discovered, it will be a serious crime. And near the Xuanhe River basin, Su Jing has begun leading a group of soldiers and civilians to plant trees, widen the river, and divert water into the fields. He even discovered a substance called limestone, which he mined, ground into lime powder, burned at high temperatures, mixed with clay, added water, and then pasted on brick walls. In this way, the walls built were indestructible and could withstand hundreds of years of wind and sun, and would be able to withstand floods during the flood season. Su Jing was very smart. In addition to these, he also requested an imperial decree to raise the river banks at certain points in the Xian River basin and dredge mud from the riverbed for reconstruction, which would not only reduce the materials needed for reconstruction, but also deepen the riverbed. Suan didn't say hello before leaving. When passing by Minzhou City, he found that a large number of refugees had gathered at the city gate, and the situation inside the city was not much better. I went into the city and took a look around. Although the damage here was not very serious, it is a provincial capital after all. It is so poor that it is even worse than Jeju. After seeing this situation, Suan realized that there was no need to rush to open a branch in Minzhou, as there would probably be no business even if he did. However, Suan discovered something interesting. That is, she actually met Gou Yu in Minzhou. Guess what she was doing in Minzhou? Opened a soup kitchen at the gate of Minzhou City to provide relief to the refugees. Suan and Sui stayed in an inn in Minzhou for one night. Because their brother was not at home, they did not go to Du Shuiling Mansion. While eating, they heard the tenants downstairs talking about Miss Gou at the city gate. This Miss Gou is really kind-hearted. She has opened a porridge stall at the gate of our Minzhou City for more than a month. She personally serves porridge to the refugees every day. She also invited doctors and brought medicinal herbs to treat the refugees. It is said that she also donated 50,000 taels of silver to build the Xuanhe Dam. She is simply the reincarnation of Guanyin, a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Yes, if there were more good people like Miss Gou in this world, there would be less suffering in the world. Su-yi and Suan were both confused when they heard this. Especially Suan, she didn't know why Gou Yu did this. She didn't do these things in the original book. So is she spending so much energy and financial resources just to earn a good reputation? And be the case. Gou Yu must have her own reasons for doing these things. Suan thought about it, and there was only one conclusion in his mind. That is, Gou Yu did all these to earn a good reputation for herself, so that she could gain an identity in the future that would be worthy of her brother Sheng. This donation is a total of 50,000 taels, which is a huge amount. In the original novel, Suan did all kinds of bad things and was not liked by the Su family. Later, his brothers asked for a county lord status for Gou Yu. After Gou Yu became a county lady, she was no longer an ordinary merchant girl and naturally became worthy of Morong Sheng. The Su family was disappointed in Gou Yu because of Su Yun. She couldn't take advantage of the Su family's power, so she had to find a way to earn fame on her own, right? Miss Gou is so kind that she even went all the way from Yenjo to Minzhou to provide disaster relief and donate money. She is truly a rare good person. Sui smiled while drinking tea and raised his eyebrows. Suan curled his lips when he heard this, feeling a little jealous. Fifth brother, I feel relieved to hear the tone of your words. Suan thought, could it be that after this incident, fifth brother changed his mind about her and would continue to be nice to her in the future? What should she do then? Once Gou Yu gains power, she will never let me have an easy time. She wants to be better than me in everything. Su-yi couldn't help laughing when he heard her tone, and hurriedly coaxed. How could that be? No matter how good she is no longer a member of our Su family. And what she did to my fourth brother is unforgivable. I will always have a thorn in my heart. If she only thinks of pushing others out to block the knife and let herself survive before danger comes, then no matter how many good things she does afterwards, it will be useless. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. You can never wake up a selfish person. Su-yi is a very clear-headed person. He has long been extremely disappointed with Gou Yu, and their relationship was just average when they were at home. Gou Yu was born to give people a condescending feeling. She was obviously also in a quagmire, but she always stood on the commanding heights and denied the efforts of others. Just because of this, he will never be able to treat her the same way as before. After hearing what his fifth brother said, Suwan's uneasiness was slightly relieved. That's good. After all, her character died because of Gou Yu in the original novel. If Gou Yu still got everyone's support like in the original novel, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? Since I'm in Minzhou, I have to do something practical. Tomorrow I'll buy 3,000 kilograms of brown rice and send it to the city gate. This will be our way of showing our appreciation to the people of Minzhou. Suan thought, since Jeju has also donated, then Minzhou must also donate, and they must donate more. Okay, I'll do as you say, Su-yi agreed with this approach. So the next day, Suan asked someone to buy 3,000 kilograms of brown rice and sent it to the city gate. At the same time, Suwan's carriage also left the city and headed for Yu County. Gou Yu had been arranging porridge distribution early in the morning, and the refugees lined up in an orderly manner to receive the porridge. Brown rice is always used to cook porridge. Brown rice is enough to cook porridge. There is no need to use japonica rice. For the victims, it is good enough to have something to eat. The maid beside Gou Yu ran over to tell her that 3,000 kilograms of brown rice had been donated to the porridge shed for Miss Su.
Su?
Which Miss Su was mentioned, Gou Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously thought of Suwan. I don't know which Miss Su she is, I just said her last name is Su. The maid shook her head and replied. Gou Yu felt strange and fell into deep thought as he looked at the carts of food. At this time, a convoy passed by the city gate, attracting everyone's attention. When Gou Yu raised her eyes, her gaze met Suwan's as she lifted the carriage curtain and looked out. She looked at Suwan in a daze, and Suwan also looked at her, but Suwan seemed much more calm and composed. He smiled at her meaningfully, and then lowered the curtain. Regardless of what Gou Yu's purpose was in doing all this, there is no doubt that she was indeed doing good things. Gou Yu lowered her eyes, wondering why Suwan appeared in Minzhou. This place suffered severe flood disasters and was not suitable for expanding business at all, so she must have come here for Su Jing. Gou Yu thought about it carefully. Maybe she should go to Yu County, at least to show her face in front of Su Jing. Now Su Jing has gained the trust of the emperor, and the construction of the Shuanhe River Dam is progressing smoothly. The people in the Shuanhe River Basin praise him highly. When the Xian River Dam is built, he will definitely become a new noble in the court, at least a third-rank official. Brother Sheng said that he needs such fresh blood to become his helper in the future. She has already donated 50,000 taels of silver to the Shuanhe Dam, which is something Suwan cannot afford. Su Jing must know that this is her handiwork. After he goes there, he should treat her with courtesy. Miss, when can we go back? Gou Yu was thinking when Chen Hong's sad voice suddenly sounded behind him. When I turned around, I saw that she looked impatient. Go pack up and let's go to Yu County, Gou Yu ordered directly. When Chen Hong heard the first half of the sentence, she thought that she was finally ready to leave this darn place and return to Yenjo, but when she heard the second half of the sentence, she felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on her. Why do we have to go to a worse place? It's all for nothing. Miss, why are we going to Yu County? The conditions there are even more difficult than in Minzhou, with mud and sand everywhere. Ning Hong's disdainful expression made Gou Yu feel angry. Could it be that she really wanted to stay here? It was for the future glory, and for Brother Sheng. Just go if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you can't stand this hardship, just go back to Xiangzhou. I won't stop you. After all, could it be that he has been relying on the little friendship they had in Yenjo and really takes himself seriously and dares to interfere with her decision? Gou Yu lost her temper. Ning Hong shuddered with fear and immediately admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, miss. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said so much. Please don't chase me away. I'll go pack my things now. After apologizing, Ning Hong left quickly. Gou Yu let out a long sigh and looked at the huge crowd of disaster victims. Each of them had a sour smell on them. She had to endure the nausea and chat and laugh with them, pretending to be gentle. If it wasn't for Brother Sheng's great cause, she would not have come here. Set out from Minzhou City early in the morning and arrived in Yu County in the evening. He never expected that Suan and Su Yu would come. Now the disaster-stricken areas in the Shuanhe River Basin are being rebuilt, and the embankment is also being worked on day and night. Before, Suan had told him about the two-shift method. By adopting a shift arrangement method, with the day shift and the night shift lasting half a month each, and a day off in between shift changes, everyone can work day and night to build the dam while ensuring their strength and health, thus saving time. Therefore, even though it was evening and the sun had already set, Su Jing was still supervising the dam and studying the blueprints. The flood season has passed. The water flow in Xian River is fast, but the water level is normal. Except for the spring when it is very dangerous, it is relatively safe at other times. This year there happened to be a major flood, which destroyed many villages and towns. They had only been rebuilt a few years ago, and now they have to be rebuilt again. Fortunately, his dam was made of cement and it did not collapse, so the loss was not great after the flood, and he could just continue building. The dam will be completed in less than 2 years at most. When Suan and Sui arrived, there was half-dried yellow mud under their feet. Looking around, there was no green plant at all. It was much more desolate than Minzhou. Su Jing settled halfway up the mountain. There were many houses built on the mountainside for the workers and soldiers working on the dam to live in. It was like a small village that could accommodate hundreds or even thousands of people. Everyone respected Su Jing. Among all the Du Xuelings, he was the most approachable and lived on the dike almost every day, unlike the previous Du Xuelings who only came to visit twice a month and considered it a job. Therefore, Su Jing's small courtyard was actually the cleanest, tidiest, and most solid of all the houses. After entering the county town, they greeted the county magistrate, who immediately arranged for Suan and his party to stay in the county magistrate's mansion, and then sent someone to report to Lord Su. When Suan arrived at the county magistrate's mansion, he found that it was also very shabby. It was a small house with 3 entrances. It looked very old, and there were only a few maids and servants serving. The county magistrate's wife was even more plain, wearing plain clothes and no decoration on her head. She also cooked for them herself. It took Su Jing half an hour to ride back to the county on horseback. When he heard the Yamen runner's report that his younger sister and 5th brother had come to visit him and were now staying at the county magistrate's mansion, Su Jing was pleasantly surprised and immediately rode back to the county magistrate's house. On the way, Su Jing's face was always smiling. Even the soldiers and civilians who were building the dam said that it was the first time they saw an adult returning home so enthusiastically. His younger brothers and sisters have arrived, and this time the adults can finally go back and rest for a few days in peace. When Suan saw his elder brother, he burst into tears on the spot. My eldest brother has become darker and thinner, with a layer of stubble on his chin. His shoes are covered with mud, and the mud on the corners of his robe has dried up. How can one not feel sorry for my eldest brother, who usually looks so bright and handsome, now looks like this due to overwork? Wanwan, Ai, why did you suddenly come to Yu County? Su Jing's face was full of smiles, but he couldn't hide the haggardness and fatigue on his face. Brother, we came here specially to see you. Suan approached him with tears in his eyes. Don't come over yet, big brother is dirty. After I take a shower and change my clothes, the three of us brothers and sisters can slowly reminisce about the past. Su Jing stretched out his hand to stop Suan from moving forward. In his opinion, their daughter Wanwan's clothes should always be clean, and if he hadn't come back in a hurry, he would never have seen her in such a dirty and miserable state. Suan felt warm in her heart. Big brother, no matter when or where, he was always so gentle to her. Sir, the hot water is ready, you may go take a bath, and the meal will be ready soon. The county magistrate's wife smiled innocently. When she looked at Lord Su, she would always think that if Lord Su had a younger sister, she would definitely be very beautiful. With such a beautiful appearance, it would be better for him to have a daughter in the future. Thank you for your hard work, madam. I will go take a shower and change clothes now. Su Jing bowed to her. You're too polite, sir. You have done your best for the people of Shango. I am just a woman in the back house. I can't help much. I can only do my best in the back. You don't have to mention these little things. It can be seen that the county magistrate's wife is also a woman who understands the ways of the world very well and has a very kind face. The county magistrate looks very honest and simple, which can be seen from the house where he lives. Master Su, you are back. Suddenly, a female voice with a hint of surprise sounded behind Su Jing. Suan glanced sideways and saw a young girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a plain dress and was dressed very simply, with only a silver hairpin in her hair. She looked at Su Jing with eyes that showed no sign of concealing her admiration. This is the look a woman would have when looking at a man she likes. Yuang, you're back. The county magistrate's wife looked lovingly at the woman she called Yuang, then walked towards her and introduced her to everyone. This is my daughter, my Yuang. She is studying pharmacology at the county clinic and only comes back at this time every day. Yuang, these two are Lord Su's brother and sister, Master Su Yi and Miss Suan. When she heard that they were Su Jing's younger brother and sister, Ma Yuang immediately walked forward and bowed to them.
Mr. Su, Miss Su, everything.
Hello, Miss Yuang. Suan and Su Yi also politely returned the greeting. It's getting late. I won't delay any longer and go take a bath first. Su Jing nodded to everyone and returned to the room that the county magistrate had prepared for him in the mansion. Shizi and Juzi had already gone to pack up in advance. They were the two servants that Suan bought before Su Jing took office. Yu County has not been easy lately, so the county magistrate's wife personally cooked a meal. There are cured meat, cured fish, and stewed chicken, and the rest are some vegetarian dishes. The county magistrate's wife felt very embarrassed because she had nothing good to offer to entertain the guests. Suan came with a lot of gifts. She also brought so many people with her, and they all needed to eat. Life in Yu County was not easy, so she discussed with Su Yi and decided that after seeing her eldest brother, she would stay for a few days and then leave, so as not to trouble others here. After Su Jing took a bath, he changed into clean clothes. He was still wearing the clothes that his mother had prepared for him last year. He was very thrifty. After coming here, he used all the money he had to subsidize the soldiers and civilians. He relied on that little salary every month to support himself and his two servants. In such a huge Du Shui Ling mansion, there is not even a servant to serve. Miss Su, Mr. Su, we don't have anything good to treat you to here. Please forgive us. The county magistrate's wife said very embarrassedly. Madam, this is already very rich. You don't have to worry about us too much. Just treat us as ordinary people. We can eat anything as long as we are full. The Su family was also from the countryside 2 years ago and lived a hard life, so even if the conditions here are not good, they can bear it. Miss Su is a precious lady, and Lord Su has worked hard for the people of Shango. You have come from afar, and it is really rude of us to let you eat and sleep poorly. This time it was the county magistrate who spoke. Ma, you don't have to be too nervous. We are all from humble backgrounds and have lived through even more difficult times. This is already a great life. You and your wife don't have to blame yourselves. Su Jing was considered a relatively down-to-earth official. He was a 5th-rank official, and he didn't put on airs. he could mingle well with the common people. As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. Even Magistrate Ma didn't feel any pressure from him in front of him. Sir Su, you are such a rare and good official. Yueying offers you a toast. Ma Yueying picked up her wine glass, blushing, and looked at Su Jing lovingly. Suan and Su Yi were both here, but she only had eyes for Su Jing. It was inappropriate to toast only him. The county magistrate's wife saw this and knew it was inappropriate, so she tried to smooth things over. Yueying, Miss Su and Mr. Su have come from afar, so I would like to greet you first. Ma Yueying also realized her mistake and looked a little embarrassed. She looked at Suan and Su Yi and said with a smile, Yueying is ignorant. Let me first thank you for coming from such a long distance and for your hardship. Suan and Su Yi were not the impolite types, so they raised their glasses and clinked them with hers. Miss Yueying, you're too polite. Ma Yueying smiled shyly and looked at Su Jing again. She deliberately sat next to Su Jing, but Su Jing deliberately leaned towards Suan. She still hadn't given up the idea of toasting Su Jing alone. Now, she has changed into a pink dress again, pinned a few pearl flowers on her hair, and put on rouge, looking like a sister who is a little scheming. However, her skin is not very white, and with such pink rouge on her, it looks even darker. Master Su, I want to toast you. You have worked hard. Su Jing couldn't refuse, so he nodded and smiled at her and clinked glasses with her. After that, Ma Yueying picked up some food for Su Jing from time to time, but the food on the plate was not touched by the eldest brother at all. Ma Yueying's appearance was not particularly outstanding, but it seemed that the eldest brother was born with a romantic destiny, and there was no shortage of girls who liked him wherever he went. Moreover, the geographical environment in Yu County is not good, so Ma Yueying does not look as pretty as the girls in other areas of Jiangnan. Her skin is a little rough. When she sits with Suan, it can be clearly seen that Suan's skin is delicate and tender, and it seems that it will turn red if touched lightly. To be honest, Suan didn't have a very good impression of Miss Ma, and she naturally didn't want anything to happen between her and her eldest brother. Su Jing also didn't want to have anything to do with Miss Ma, but the county magistrate and his wife clearly knew what their daughter was thinking, but they pretended not to know and let her do what she wanted. They would only give her a heads up if they saw something was going too far. Wan, please change seats with me. You and Miss Yueying are of similar age, so it will be more convenient for us to talk. The eldest brother's face. It was obvious that he didn't want to have anything to do with Miss Yueying at all. Suan naturally followed his wishes and changed seats with him. His action made the county magistrate and his wife look embarrassed. Ma Yueying was also a little uncomfortable, holding the cup tightly in her hand. During the meal was a little subtle. Suan also temporarily decided not to stay at the county magistrate's house. After tonight, they would move to the inn in the county. The eldest brother didn't want to have anything to do with them, so he naturally had to draw a clear line. But before Suan could speak, after dinner, Su Jing took the initiative to talk to the county magistrate. Master Ma, the three of us brothers and sisters will stay in your house tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will take them to live in Bahang. There are still vacancies there, so I won't bother you here anymore. Master Su, this is not allowed. Miss Su and Master Su are both very precious. The conditions on the dam are harsh and dangerous. You don't have to worry about troubling us. Everything should be based on the comfort of Miss Su and Master Su. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. Yes, Lord Su, the dam is covered with yellow sand and mud, and the wind is strong. I'm afraid Miss Su won't be used to it if she goes there. It's better for her to live here with us. The county magistrate's wife echoed. Now that the flood season has passed, there will be no danger as long as you don't go up to the dam. Besides, my yard is usually kept clean and tidy. My younger sister and brother don't like to trouble others and will feel uncomfortable. You two don't need to keep us. Su Jing was determined not to let them live here. It would be pointless if the county magistrate and his wife kept trying to keep them. So, the two of them stopped talking, but Miss Ma Yueying looked at Su Jing pitifully with tears in her eyes. Sir Su, is there anything we did wrong that made you or Miss Su and Mr. Su unhappy? Just tell us, and we will correct it. Why do we have to leave? We finally came back. What do you mean it's so hard to come back? It's as if the eldest brother is her husband. Ms. Yuang, your words are too serious. We just don't want to trouble you. How can we talk about whether we are doing well or not? Besides, we also want to go to the place where Big Brother usually works and take a look. We will leave after 2 days. Suan saw that he couldn't explain himself clearly, so he just said it directly. The county magistrate is an 8th rank official, and her eldest brother is at least a 5th rank official, so they are like a family. She feels that sometimes her eldest brother has to maintain his official airs, otherwise it would not be good to give people the impression that he is difficult to talk to. Besides, as a girl, it is better to be reserved. In ancient times, if you were too generous, it would lower your status. To put it bluntly, no matter what dynasty it is, girls are not allowed to pay for their husbands. The county magistrate and his wife knew they couldn't keep their daughter, so they didn't try to keep her. They actually hoped that their daughter could win Lord Su's favor, so that when the Shanho Dam was completed, she could go to Kyoto to enjoy the good life, and he could help them at the same time. But now it seems that Lord Su's attitude is very clear. He doesn't think highly of their daughter at all, and just wants to draw a clear line between them. Their silly daughter is still dreaming unrealistically. Look at Miss Su, how well she is taken care of. Her every move, every frown and smile are all like those of a wealthy family, so generous and dignified. They can't compare to her at all. Lord Su, okay Yuang, Master Su has finally reunited with his family. Let's save some space for you to have a good chat with Miss Su and Master Su. Sir Su, you have worked hard supervising the workers on the dam. Go to bed early tonight, and we will not disturb you. Fortunately, the county magistrate's wife had good foresight and pulled her daughter away. They didn't stop it because they were hoping for a lucky break. What if they succeeded? But now the other party's attitude is very clear, so there is no need to rush to give in. Pushing too hard will only make people disgusted. He is a 5th rank Du Shuiling. A higher ranking official can crush people, let alone a 3rd rank one. But he is giving you face and not putting on airs. So you have to be more tactful. Since you can't be a family, don't offend him, right? After the county magistrate and his wife and Ma Yuang left, the 3 siblings finally had some time to talk to each other. The county magistrate's wife gave the 3 of them adjacent rooms so that they could reminisce about the past. The 3 siblings sat in the yard. Suan asked Lu Yun and Lu Ying to make tea. She brought some good tea leaves in the carriage. She gave some to the county magistrate's family as a gift and kept some for herself. The 3 of them talked about the situation at home since they had been apart for more than a year and asked whether their parents were in good health now. Su's father and mother are all good. Suan even specially bought maids and old women to serve them so they don't have to worry about their daily life. 2 new cooks have been added to the kitchen, so 3 meals a day are prepared and they can just eat them. If they want to eat something, just let them know. The old couple enjoys a leisurely life. Suan told her eldest brother that her business now spreads across Jiangnan and Zhengzhou regions, and that the market in Kyoto will also be opened at the beginning of next year. There was also the news that Yang Qingqing had gotten married, and that 4th brother's restaurant had finally opened and was doing brisk business.